think.
What? What? His normal voice?
No, then the first thing he did.
That was my normal voice.
Yeah, Rags. That is fucked up.
Hot.
God damn.
Yeah,
Shall I just do the whole podcast like this, Governor?
Oh, I'm sure that'll just that's what everyone wants.
Everyone pick someone else's accent in the call and then do that. And then
What
also
What the fuck's
swap
Mel
your
gonna do?
profile.
Shotgun Mauler.
Metal can pick CJ, and then everyone also needs to, while we're doing everyone else's accent, we need to swap profile pictures and then do an entire podcast like that without telling anybody what's happening.
They'll never notice.
Oh
They
my
will
God.
probably never notice. We've been together so long, we're basically all
melded
one
into
in
each
spirit.
other.
Yeah, we are each other in all ways.
Mhm.
So
I am inside
Very
of you.
well.
while
No,
we
get
wait,
out.
while we
I
wait
did not consent to this.
for everyone to pour in all over us.
Like me.
Oh, why is everything so gross?
What? So it's gross to pour things? What is?
Yeah, on me.
What? Well, clearly you've never had
Not
a
if
shower.
it's like water or shower. Yeah, those are.
I sand clean.
You
Oh,
sand clean?
Yeah,
You clean with sand?
I just jump into some sand and roll around in it and just
I hear that's good for your skin.
loom off
Oh.
the thing that sticks.
Well,
And yeah.
so like I said, I was just browsing, doing a browse on the old Netflix, and now I'm getting all suggestions for those true crime stories. And one of these ones popped up that wasn't the one that I thought it was, because I'd watched The Confession Killer, which the short version of that is a guy confessed to like 500 murders, and then it turns out they discovered he was like responsible for maybe under 5 of them, but he was almost killed as a result of he was like fed information via like video or photos of the crime scenes, and then he would just like regurgitate that information, and people would be like, the confession's too perfect, he must have done it. What else do you
Nice.
need? And then, I think it was like the Texas Rangers. They were like, "We've got our best ever like cold case recovery because we found this guy. It's all great work." Anyway, like I saw another one that was like confession killers, and I was like, "Is there another one I saw?" And it was like, "No, it's a different one." And so the story goes, and I'm gonna paraphrase it real bad because I was also playing a video game, but I was really sad after I'd finished it. So, scenario. You got a house, you got a family, and they all get murdered horribly. And then they're like, who did it?
The
We
house
don't know.
too? Damn.
Yeah, the house got murdered. It was horrible.
Oh no.
You know how houses bleed like goo of many different colors?
Black goo.
Yeah, that one's one of them.
They pump it into the
White
walls,
goo.
Yeah, a little bit of white goo. So, you know, that happens. Big sad. Oh no. The police like, who responsible? And these are the parts that I'm a little bit fuzzy on, but the important part will come through. So I'm pretty sure it's like there's the son of the family is still alive, and they're like, he's like a prime suspect because it's possible that he's the one that did it. And they like ask him about it and his friends very casually, and they like chill and just laughing and stuff. And so the police are like, these guys are psychos. They definitely did it. And so what we got to do is, and it's in Canada, they got to enable this like operation that they used to conduct, but they don't anymore, or at least it can't be it's inadmissible now. But the idea is they do like a sting and become, you know, like they one of them pretend to be like a mob boss, the other one's like an in-between guy, and they would bring him into their like fake office and be like, you guys have been causing trouble for us with your murdering and stuff. And then the kids would obviously be like, what do you mean? Until you put enough pressure on them and tell them that the mob people are gonna, you know, fix this mess for them. They just need to know what evidence they've left behind. The idea being to coax out a confession through telling them that the mob boss will take care of them. And they try it for like ages, and then they eventually get them to say, yeah, we did it, and we did it with a baseball bat, and yeah, we did it. It was something we did. And then they were like, ha, gotcha, and they take him into prison. And their POV, the people who admitted to it, is basically just, we didn't actually do it, we just told them that we did because they said that they could take care of everything. Meaning that the police were on them, and they were looking into all kinds of things to prove them guilty. And because they were basically teenagers, I think, I can't remember the ages of them, They were terrified of actually going to jail, so
Yeah.
they were like, mob boss, take care of whatever the evidence is there, and all we need to do is tell the mob boss that we did it. That was their line. The prosecution then was like, nah, you're full of shit, and went hardcore on him. And the defense was like, this'll be easy. We're gonna enter into the court. We've got all of there's no like DNA evidence outside of the son in like certain places that can easily be explained by him having showered in the house or him having been in the house. There's loads of unidentified DNA that's around all of the killings. Like there's DNA that doesn't match either of the two of the people who were admitted to the crime. There's no DNA for one of them to be in there at all. There's loads of things that are unexplained. Their stories, despite matching up, because they obviously planned it to try and give it to the mob boss, doesn't explain all the things they found in the crime scene. All of this stuff isn't admitted. It's ignored. The judge prevented it from entering the case. So all they've got to give to the jury, basically, is to fight over the confessions, which is done with this, they called it, like, the big guy or something. It's like the operation they run when they're faking mafia. And, like, this case goes on for ages, and everyone who's involved is like, this will be easy for the defense, because the confessions can easily be construed as just, they did it to save their own skin. Unfortunately, they ended up being found guilty, and they served, they had 3 life sentences in a row without parole, and they're still serving it to this day.
Have they not been acquitted or anything?
They tried to appeal, and one of them has run out of appeals. The other one has got his last one coming up soon.
So if proof that you are innocent comes out, you've hit your limit on appeals.
I
So
think, yeah, I think
you're just
you're
out of
just
luck.
fucked. Well, funnily enough, this
What the
whole
fuck?
all the evidence that they got convicted on, it's not admissible anymore. They changed the law in Canada. They think it's bullshit now. That if you get a confession from them by faking yourself as a mafia person, it doesn't count. But that was like all the information that got them fucked over.
Wow,
Now,
that is depressing.
yeah, I was really sad watching it because I expected it to end with someone to come out with like information of some kind to be like, it's this, you fools, and it's like, oh, it all worked out. And it's like, no, they cut to them being like way older. I think they're like middle-aged, and they're just still in prison. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, all the DNA evidence ignored. That's just how it works.
Huh. Well, now that everyone's happy and rearing to go and
Just setting the mood,
excited,
yeah.
Well, there's another 2 episodes of that, but it's about a different story in that series. I look forward to seeing them. But I figure that's a good way to introduce. Welcome back to EFAP, CJ. it's been
Hello.
been a while.
You trying to say I'm depressing?
No,
Yes.
I'm saying that
What?
you search for justice, and that's what that made me think about.
Big
This
fan
is
of
true.
justice.
I do search for great justice. Although
That's
I
what
am a
it
black
works.
dog, so technically I am very depressive. It does make sense.
Oh yeah,
Is that
See,
like a
see,
common
by a
post-
roundabout way, we got there.
I
But
just
yes, hello. I'm happy to be back.
it's just been a while since we've had 2 dogs on the cast at the same time, you know,
God.
Who-
You don't have enough
Oh.
dogs in the community.
or shadow people.
or shadow people,
creatures.
people of chat, POSs we call them.
We don't like POS. There's connotations to it that we don't appreciate. Yeah, it's how's things been? What have you been up to, sir? How's life been?
Yeah, so I've been having a very long break from my YouTube channel for a while. So I went to America actually in January, and I stayed there for 3 months, seeing my girlfriend, basically living with her for 3 months because we haven't had a
Sorry, I
chance
just
to.
imagine you watching her for 3 months, just like standing
Yeah,
there.
I was just camping outside her
"Dude,
bedroom window.
I'm not there to
Nice and
see her for
normal.
3
Told her I was still
months.
home.
I didn't tell her, but yeah, I went to mhm.
But yeah, but we didn't get a chance to see each other much over the pandemic because of like travel restrictions and stuff. So it was nice to actually just go and spend a big chunk of time with her. So that was cool. So I just hung out in upstate New York, mostly chilling in her house, hanging out with her dog, playing Elden Ring, that kind of thing. Doing a bit of touristy stuff. You know, went to see Niagara Falls and went down to Philadelphia for a
Is
cheesesteak and
Niagara
that
Falls
kind
in
of thing.
Canada?
It's on the border, so there's like an American side and a Canadian side. The Canadian side is apparently better.
Which
I
is
was
wetter?
I was forewarned about this beforehand by Americans that the American side is a bit of a shithole.
Oh.
Uh, kind of well, it's a very rough area. It's very run down. Like apart from the actual falls itself, there's no reason to go there. And annoyingly, you get the better view on the Canadian side, but they weren't letting people in, so we couldn't go over and
That's
have a
very
look.
nice of
It was
them,
very wet.
Canadians.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
but
know, right? I
supposed to be
wanted to
all
just
about
swim
that.
over, but no. Apparently that's not done either. But yeah, it's very big and very wet, so that was quite fun.
Well, that's good.
And yeah,
Hmm.
just been chilling really. Sort of setting up things that will make the process of making videos easier for myself now. When I come back, I've got a bunch of sort of things in place, new technology, new people I'm working with, new stuff I'm having made for me.
Mm.
So I was going to announce it today, but I think I'll announce it tomorrow. I am actually coming back and going to start making videos again, which is
So you're
exciting.
not going to announce it until tomorrow, I see.
No, well,
This is the
yeah.
pre-announcement
Well, I feel
of the announcement.
you know what? I feel bad like doing at everyone pings twice in the same day. I'm just
Oh
that
no,
kind
I
of
just
person.
meant I just meant the concept of announcing it. It's like I'm afraid we're live right now, but it's like that's fine. Don't
No,
worry
I know
about
you
it.
are. I know. I know. But this is an unofficial announcement, if that makes sense.
Oh yes,
You heard
of
it
course.
first.
Oh,
Well, do you want to? Is there anything to tease? Maybe any ideas floating around of what we could maybe expect, or are you keeping that close to the chest?
Um, no, I will actually say I've got lots of ideas. I've got a long list. It's just what do I make in what order and just getting around to doing stuff. I got a bunch of ideas I've wanted to make for a while. And then a couple of things I actually thought up during the break, and then new stuff will come up all the time. But the first one is what I told you guys about off stream. So my first video back is going to be on a show called Black White, which some of you guys may have heard of already, but it's a reality TV show from the 2000s in which a white family and a black family basically swap races using makeup. Um,
A
and
show that would
yes,
totally be okay to be made today. Yeah.
oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Twitter would welcome it with open arms. It's
Mm.
It's interesting. Although once you get over that initial like the black face and the white face, um, you find actually that's the least controversial thing about the show, which
they hire
really
women.
does which really does say something.
Wow.
Expect a lot of accidental racism and cringe. But I think it's a very interesting in topic, and there's a lot to talk about, and nobody's really covered it in the way that I want to. So I feel like there's a little bit of a gap in the market there. So that's gonna be interesting.
Hmm.
Um, and then after that, I wanted. Oh, it is hilarious. Just someone in Discord said the show sounds hilarious. Yes, it is. It's on YouTube, by the way. You guys can look it up. Somebody's uploaded all the episodes. Black White, it's called. And then after that, I want to talk about NFTs and NFT cartoons because that's something I wanted to talk about for a while. But
Uh,
that's quite a juicy subject.
NFT cartoons. They're making shows about NFT where everyone owns a frame of the cartoon.
Oh no,
probably.
it's no, 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 no. It's So basically, organizations that want to promote and sell NFTs, like the Red Ape family and stuff, are actually have been producing cartoons, like animated shows, as a way to market their NFTs. So the shows are like as poor quality as you'd expect, and they exist basically only to
I don't know
market
if I
and like
have an
drive up
expectation for the
hype.
quality of an NFT cartoon.
Well, it's as bad as you'd imagine, right? Um, and they only exist basically to try and convince people that NFTs are great and you should buy them because that's what the NFT market is basically driven by hype, and they have to keep hyping them up in order to sell them on to somebody else. It's all a big scam, basically. But that's what I want to talk
No.
about.
I mean, yeah. How could you imagine not being hyped for those monkeys? So they're so great. You know,
Okay.
Yeah, Gwyneth Paltrow's into them.
dude, Brie
how could
Larson.
and Brie
Uh,
Larson, yes, and what's
What a
Jimmy
team.
Fallon, I think. All the great thinkers of our generation. No, not
Yeah.
even our generation.
I
I don't know.
I don't at
Hey,
all think that
All
they
the
are horrible and no one should get anywhere near them. I'm sure they're great.
all, all the best celebrities. Um, so yeah, and then after that, I got a whole bunch of other things like movies about the COVID pandemic because there's been a whole bunch of those which were really shit.
really?
Um,
They've already
oh
made
yeah,
those?
yeah.
God
There's a
damn.
few. Yeah, there's one by some conspiracy theory nut job from Germany, who basically groomed an
Oh,
underage
hey,
girl, and
hey,
then
CJ,
and
CJ,
then
CJ, see, he's on the band, so just kinda take it easy with the,
bad metal, bad. Stop it.
Hey, I'm not even getting royalties for that
I mean,
movie,
it's the
so
first movie he's made. He can make some mistakes, I think.
There's a
Metal
lot
is
of
just,
mistakes in that one.
Well,
Um, yeah, but apparently it's not illegal in Germany, so it's okay according to this guy. There's a whole thing, but yeah, there's a bunch of those movies. And then yeah, lots of ideas. Lots of ideas. Hopefully they will prove to be spicy.
spicy.
well, that about does it for, I don't know, 60 minutes of us doing. I figure we should just get into, current events. I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
we could.
Drag you, kicking and screaming, into Wanda discussions. They've been mentioned several times. The internet is currently at war, trying to figure out if Wanda is a good or bad person. And
Oh,
we
she's
don't know
bad.
how this happened. We've not understood why this has happened ever. WandaVision was like the worst thing, or one of them. There's a lot of
Well, I
those
think
now.
a lot of people have pointed out that she's basically turned into female Joker, in terms of like the meta, and I think that's pretty accurate.
But like,
Um,
doesn't it feel a little different to you? Because Joker, I don't
Uh,
remember anyone saying Joker's a good man.
no,
Me neither.
I
I'm
No.
told that all the
Uh,
incels worship him as their god, but I've never
Mm.
actually found anyone who says Joker's a good person.
well, yeah, like it's Joker kind of gets bunched into it's the meme, right? That has Rick and Tyler Durden and all of
Mm.
these guys on it of like the you missed the point by idolizing them. And I'm sure there are people who like hardcore idolize some of these characters. I guess
Maybe.
the awkward part is that I would say that well, not Joker, but like there are aspects of like Rick or Tyler Durden that are like that they're not like all bad, right? There are aspects of them that are interesting or aspects of them that may well be worthwhile to emulate, right? Like it might be worthwhile to emulate Tyler's level of confidence and sort of like a willingness to do the things that he's interested in doing, but like not to take it as far or to go like insane with it. I guess Wanda's a bit weird because I don't know what you would be wanting to like take away from that character. Like if you feel sad, take over an entire town and then make them your slaves. Like I don't, you know.
Her love
really
for
reasonable to me.
family, her passion for the ones that she loves. Come on, Fringy. Be nice.
I'm not sure what she did in that series that could be classified as morally good.
Well, a lot of people say that she took it down at the end, so that's okay. Which is an interesting sort of.
That's
way
like
to think
saying in 1945 Hitler resigned, so all's forgiven.
Sorry.
So yes, that conversation's happening, and with the multiverse of madness having its different promos, TV spots, trailers, this, that, and the other, it has become abundantly clear that she will be the antagonist. It's something that is, if you're a leak reader, you may have known this for a long time. But now it's like, well, you know what? She's going through a lot. And you're like, what? And some other people are like, well, it'll be interesting to see how it'll go because, hope they don't ruin my Wanda. She's my hero. And you're like, did you see WandaVision? And they're like, yeah, did you? And you're like, wait, what? So, what's the truth? Is she a villain? Or is she a hero? Or is she misunderstood? Did she do anything wrong? Well, Jay made me aware of a video that has arrived to rescue the conversation.
Oh boy.
It posits she didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing wrong at all. So it's all good.
Wow.
And,
Nothing wrong. Oh.
Well, you know what? It'll make sense because it's not including any of this Doctor Strange stuff. So you just consider WandaVision. She's a pretty good person, right?
Definitely.
Don't believe you.
You guys didn't sound very convinced. Well, you know what? We could
That's
just
what the video's
watch the
for.
video. And
Yeah,
We
this will
can't?
convince us.
But that's the plan. It is by a channel called Screen Crush, and we've covered them before. They have
Oh, they sound familiar.
they have
I know
interesting
that
ideas.
name.
Why do they sound familiar? I'm scared.
Well, they're a wannabe Watch Mojo, I think.
Oh,
Oh, why do you want to be wannabe?
How do you-
I don't
how
even
do
want to be Watch Mojo.
how do you be a wannabe Watch Mojo? Because that is like lowest effort content you can make. How do you make it worse than that?
I mean, I'm just looking at their backlog. One of the videos is called Morbius Ending Explained. Why is Vulture?
Why is?
Why is
Damn.
Vulture?
Just like,
Why is Vulture?
all right.
For all those people who are really wondering about the end of Morbius.
Here you go. You
But
got the answers.
yeah, 97 Easter eggs in Mandalorian, 32 Easter eggs in Peacemaker.
97 Easter eggs. They're
Yeah.
all rotten.
Well, yeah, and so they do that kind of stuff. They do endings explained, plot holes explained for Boba Fett. I wonder what those are. But obviously, we can't watch the entire channel. So instead, we resort to checking out whatever it is that he's got to help us deal with all this discourse, this wonderful, wonderful discourse. You know, I think it's a fair perspective to have that Wanda didn't do anything wrong. Maybe there's a whole bunch of things we misinterpreted from the show. You guys are willing to bet that that's possible, right?
I don't know. I'm
It's
still waiting for
possible.
Batman to come into place for this part.
Batman may have been the one behind it all.
Oh.
I mean, pretty smart guy. He's pretty capable. Also,
Mort.
we have 4 people in this watch together. Who's holding out on me, huh?
It's not me, I swear.
It's still 4, so.
It's still 4, yeah.
DJ, it's not you, right? You know how Watch Together works?
I
mean, it
literally
says
I
CJ
gave
down
myself a
there, so-
nickname.
Oh, I can see it so small. Oh, it was red.
Just like me.
Rubes.
He didn't want to say anything because it's too embarrassing.
Oh,
Yeah,
raggers.
CJ.
But that's okay. I forgive you.
It's all right, CJ. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We can carry on now.
Wonder if you guys will forgive me for making you see this video, though.
Big
Now,
Buck Bunny.
You break the
before
rules.
we
Oh.
jump into this, we'll say that there is an element of cinema sins to this, in that this video is simultaneously arguing these points genuinely, but it's also like, wouldn't it be funny if someone was to actually make this point? Sort of, but no. But not really, but yes. So, we'll have to see if you can detect any kind of vibe as we progress. And if you can, good for you. If you can't, I guess we'll just try and do the way I think Jay set this out in the big Infinity War video, where it's just like, you know what? I'll take him seriously, deal with him, and then we'll think about it as like, was that a joke? And then ultimately the big defense. This whole stream's a joke. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
Full joke.
nice.
It's all a big parody of EFAP.
Boy.
It's our parody episode. We were just a little bit late, but we're still in April, so I think it counts. Yeah, alright. Is everyone ready?
I am
I
ready.
hope so.
I'm so excited. Here we go.
Oh,
You
God.
break the rules. You become the
was
hero.
born
I
ready.
do it. I become the enemy. It doesn't seem
You're an
fair.
evil bitch.
Oh yeah, we should just talk about that alone. That little clip.
Well,
Worrying
that as a
everybody.
line, yeah. I've seen something that's been talked about in interviews is some sort of notion that like Wanda has come to the conclusion somehow correctly that there's a lot of hypocrisy among heroes in the MCU. Which
Is it a
I
man-woman
find
thing?
no, I don't think so. I think it's just apparently like I don't know, like it's I don't see it. I don't really get it like as a point, because the problem is like for whatever failures have been, you know, on the head of like other heroes, they haven't stemmed from like purely a desire to get what they want. Like, you know, like Captain America's never really done anything that's rooted in, well, until Endgame, that was just about him getting exactly what he wanted, and who cares about everybody else?
Kind of funny,
Which
right?
is basically what.
That point is perfect. It's just that Endgame is just like, hello. You're like, ruined it.
Well, yeah, because in this case, if she's talking to Doctor Strange, it's like, well, yeah, Doctor Strange with that spell, that was pretty stupid, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty stupid. But like, I don't know.
They don't know
did
about
fix
it.
Well, the thing
No
is
one's
that
around. Go ahead.
he did fix it, and one person died, and you could say that that one person died more so from a decision that Peter made that was really important to his arc, rather than Doctor Strange's error. Of course, Doctor Strange still fucked up big time with that spell, but there is a difference between that and the town in terms of like the motivation behind it. and the real consequences of it, you know?
I would wonder about
And also,
that.
I don't think there's anyone left to know about what Doctor Strange did to even have punished him
No, because
anyway.
I don't know how Wanda would know that that's something he did, and so the only other time he broke the rules was when he saved Earth by using the Time Stone to
You
stop
might be
Dormammu.
referring to that. I don't know. Maybe
Or
she's
alternatively, maybe she's referring to how apparently the only way they could beat Thanos was like
oh,
letting
dude.
Vision die.
That's the thing.
Maybe
Well,
that would be,
here's the
dude.
wild
That's
card. I
actually
assume she's referring to a
wow.
brand new spell that happens near the beginning.
You know what? Damn, I'm actually having a
Should we
brainwave.
have
That would be like an interesting way to bring her into conflict with Strange. Is like you're telling me like the only way that we could beat Thanos was that Vision dies. Really, that was the only way that we could do it. Like that would be an
Oh, it's
interesting point of
Oh, yeah.
so
conflict
much
between them.
potential.
But
This is the thing. The
Yeah.
answer you should be giving her in this scene is, Wanda, I was written that way. So were you. There's nothing I can do about this. Like,
Yeah,
Weird.
this is
No.
all Kang's fault. I literally didn't have the ability to make decisions.
he
Oh,
I
doesn't
don't
know
know
that
what you
Kang
want me to
exists yet, I
do.
guess.
oh, I'm just referring to like fourth wall breaking
The
at this
writers
point.
made
Fuck
them.
Loki.
Oh, you were
I'm
fourth
like,
wall breaking, and
yeah,
we
like
were
because
talking about
the
Kang.
writers don't even know when the villains are. Oh, sorry, when the fucking protagonists
it's
are
been a
making
big
mistakes. They don't know.
Yeah,
been a
that's true.
big problem with Phase 4 is a lack of recognition of screw ups.
Yeah.
Which is really annoying, and it's kind of funny, right? Because you think about the Spider-Man films, it's like as of late they've kind of been the only films where like the hero has been judged for a mistake, where it's like, yeah, you did screw up, and now you need to try and fix it.
What do you mean?
And then
Captain
there'll be
Marvel, she spends the whole film
killing the troll, and
Doing
then
things.
she just starts killing her friends while screaming "woohoo, yay!" that she's plowing through them. I do
She
love this. Like, you know how like when you watch like better superhero films, there's often like acknowledgement of the presence of like civilians or
Mm.
just like, you know, are you okay? Or I'm not gonna let we talked about Disney movies, I can't remember when, but you know how like a lot of Disney heroes will try actively to save the villain, and like the villain's death will be their own doing rather than something that's put directly on the head of the like
Yeah.
these sort of decisions that are
yeah,
made
yeah.
storytelling wise to make sure that like Simba or Tarzan or Belle, it's Belle, right?
Something
Am
that
I don't know why it's
I
Bella,
think
like Belle.
something I
Yeah,
assume Nolan thought
Thinking
he was
Twilight.
doing in Batman Begins, but it doesn't quite work.
no, because he just leaves him to die. But
Hey, you killed yourself. It's like, did I? Did I, Batman? I completely agree. They haven't written a lot of payoffs that way anymore. They things are out of control with how all this works, and that means that when a good writer comes in, they have a fucking crazy amount of things they can pick from to be able to make any kind of story they want at this point. Though the problem is when you start trying to actually have consequences, it just brings into question what the hell are you doing about all the other things? Because I was actually gonna arguably counter with what Strange did may have been fixed, only cost a life that in a way was caused as a loss by Spider-Man, but like it was, you know, the risk alone, right? Like his decision to do
yeah,
that spell was so reckless and stupid. Like there's just no fucking reason at all
I
for him to
guess
have done that.
the clarification though in this whole Wanda saying this to Strange is just because Strange like fucked up big time in the most recent film that you wouldn't be aware of, presumably. That's not an excuse to do whatever you want. Like that's not,
Oh,
you know
dude,
what I mean? Like
I guess we're gonna have to wait for the context of the scene. It's just that it could have been, because who knows what's gonna happen in this movie. It might be that yeah, he's cast another spell at this point in the film.
well, I mean, there is of course the maybe it's not fully her because of that evil book, which would be really lame, by the way, like as
Yeah.
a choice, like to and
Mm.
yeah, maybe you know maybe we can go hyper. Like I get super worried with this film that we're doing the trope where like the woman who is the most powerful character goes insane. I would consider that to be a trope at this point, and it's kind of an annoying one.
It's pretty hard not to compare
Um,
it to the Dark Phoenix.
well, it's yeah, it's I mean, it's the most direct comparison it seems right, like where the female character is the most powerful character in the story, and they can't deal with it and go insane. It feels like a like to
And
me, something that seems like a good idea would be if we did a story where Wanda has to really like struggle with I am like the most powerful agent in this world, so I need to really think about how I interact with the world, how I engage, how I get involved in things, and what powers I should use and when, how I should consider collateral damage, like, and then just have a whole story that is about
Especially
her
Wanda should consider
very
that.
a very sound of mind, like a like actually rational, just trying to figure these things out. To me, that seems like the next logical step, but it doesn't seem like that's what's going to happen, and that's super disappointing.
I find it all rather tedious, unfortunately, because there's gonna
Well, it
be
feels like
problems no
she's in
matter what.
stasis, right? Like we kind of, I don't know, like a lot of
Yeah.
people are saying that the character development is crazy and how cool it is. It's like, I don't know, it feels like she's in limbo now.
Well,
Like we're not really going in a clear direction.
what's obviously happened is the writing team was like, we gotta make her have a reason to kind of go nuts. What has been done in the past? And they're like, well, Dark Phoenix went crazy in the original Fox trilogy because she nearly died, and then she came back and she was like kind of weird. She was kind of weird. She killed Scott. She's kind of doing some weird stuff. And then Magneto tells her that she's got to destroy humanity before humanity destroys the mutants. And then she's just like, oh fuck, just kill me. That's like, it's not, X-Men 3 is not very good.
No, it's not.
Then you move all the way over to Dark Phoenix. It's like, so what was her motive? And I'm gonna be honest with you, Frank, I've completely forgotten what her motive even was. Was there one to be evil?
I think the motive was that Charles had locked away like memories of hers against her will, and so there was like a level of betrayal. But I don't know what like.
Oh yeah,
I
that was in the original one as well.
I think what happened was like she was just going nuts in these different places, and then the aliens were like, give me your powers." So
Oh
and
yeah,
then
they
the
want,
aliens
yeah,
want to
yeah.
take over the world and destroy it. So
And
yeah,
then,
Dark Phoenix ain't great.
and so they were like,
You know?
well, neither of those were very good. What should we do? It's like, just invent her children and take them away from her. There you go.
Well, yeah, so this is gonna be that's the confusing part is I still don't understand the nature of like her children in WandaVision. I don't understand if they're real or like if they were from another dimension or how
Or
much they
even
would
how
mean to
she
her.
sees them, really.
Well, yeah, that's the important part. How does she see them? And if she has a full understanding that this was all like an illusion she set up, like I don't know, like I don't know what level of emotional attachment she would have to people she interacted with for like a week, like at most.
So fucking everyone's like, don't forget Daenerys. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's true. Yeah, there's another fucking crazy
It's a
lady.
really boring
Mm.
trope. I like it when we can have like the female characters who are super powerful also be like hyper rational
Well, I hate to
instead of
do
just
it,
like
but we gotta bring in Sarah Connor because she has a moment of almost attempting to kill an innocent family. It's like, how the hell did you get it to that point? Well,
it's like
you made it so that that family, or at least the father, is responsible for the end of the world.
the end of the world as something that she has a unique knowledge of and perspective on because of something traumatic that happened to her in her past. Yeah.
I'm saying, like, you,
Like I wouldn't.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, go on. I was gonna say I wouldn't necessarily categorize that as an evil act.
It's complicated.
Because yeah, she wasn't doing it for selfish reasons. She was doing it because she thought it would avert,
To save the
global
world.
But
Yeah.
nuclear holocaust.
if we knock them all out of their contexts, right? It's like
Sure.
Dark Phoenix is gonna disintegrate the world in both of the X-Men movies. Scarlet Witch is going to kill loads of characters we love, including Doctor Strange, Professor X, fucking Wolverine, Tobey Maguire. We'll throw them all in. Gonna kill them all.
Mm.
And you're like, whoa, and then you're like, Sarah Connor is gonna shoot down an innocent family. These things without their stories are all like, they would never do that. It's like, okay, so working backwards as writers, how do we get them to that place? And out of all the ones we just mentioned, it feels like Sarah Connor's the only one that has a story around why she would do what she did. Because Daenerys is, of course, it's like, Daenerys is gonna burn a bunch of women and children. And it's like, no, no, it's not gonna happen. So yeah, how do you get Scarlet Witch to do all of this shit? It's something to do with her kids, which you guys would have seen in our WandaVision coverage. As Fringy's just said, no clue what the hell they even are. It's like, she spawned them out of nothing, and now she cares about them as though they've been with her the whole time.
Well, I'm seemingly will care enough about them to try and find them in a different universe, which I don't even know what that. Well, we'll have to see.
Exactly. Yeah, we're gonna
But I
need
mean,
this movie to be able to. Oh well, and it's coming out pretty soon now, so this is a
coming out like
good
in a
way
few
to.
days.
Next week?
Yeah.
Wednesday, at least for
Consider
me.
this your preamble stream, the Multiverse of Madness hype stream.
Whoa, whoa,
Exciting.
whoa.
Hype. Get it.
Yeah.
Get that hype. Acquire hype.
Yeah.
Take that
Anyway,
hype to the bank and smoke it.
I feel like that's all the foundation we're gonna need. Now it's down to this guy. What he's gonna say.
Welcome back, Screen Crush. I'm Ryan Airy. Wanda Maximoff is accused of
Oh,
taking
weird.
Westview and his residents hostage. They say that her pain and grief did not justify her actions. And sure, if
I don't even know why that would be a
Can you
question.
imagine why would you why can there is no amount of pain and grief that can justify some things. It's just not a qualifier. It does
Well,
your
all it does is
emotion will
explain
never
why
be
it
able to
happened.
It's not an
Doesn't-
accusation. She did it.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, we're not accusing her of it. We're just like describing what she did.
accused. Yeah, but yeah, like so if the charge is kidnapping and enslaving innocent people, it's like yes, but do you know how much grief she's experienced? I'd be like, well, it wouldn't matter, would it? Like,
Yeah, I mean-
what amount of grief means that she can just enslave innocent people? Well, how does that work? You're just like, well, I don't know. You need to consider her pain. All right.
If you choose to look at things from that point of view, you might assume that Wanda did something highly immoral. You
So like I don't even know if I'm
So,
the problem
Some-
here is that I don't even think that I'm choosing to see it that way. Like that's just what it is. Like I don't choose to think 2 + 2 is 4. It's just like I can't just choose not to believe that.
I suppose moral
I-
systems are subjective. They are of the person that values them. But I don't know any human being that would have concluded her act was moral or neutral.
Well,
Why?
it's framing as if you see it this way, you've chosen to do so. It's like, no, I haven't at all. That's not how this works.
Yeah, there wasn't much
No.
choosing involved. We were just like, wow. If I remember correctly, when we were watching the show, we were hoping it would turn out that she's like fucked in her head. Something's very wrong with her. And the second she gets any realization, you could maybe make it that she thought all of the people there were fake. She thought she'd made them up. She didn't realize they were actually real people. And the second she does, destroys
She lets
the
them go,
vision. You know,
yeah.
yeah. But instead, she's told directly, and then she's like, fuck it. It's fine.
Well, and also then Vision is like, "Hey, I'm not happy with like this," and she gets mad at him.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, even Vision's telling you like, "Hey, can you not do this?" And she chooses
Oh, man,
not
and
to stop you.
We were so proud of Vision. He's almost like killing
Oh, so proud of
himself
him,
to
yeah.
get help, to get the people out of there. And then
Mhm.
they make a joke out of him for a whole episode, laughing at the fact that he died twice.
Before we proceed, does it bother any of you that in the background here he has all of these films, but he has 2 Matthew Broderick faces right next to each other? He didn't want to like mix those up, maybe to spread
I
them
guess
out.
that's on purpose. He really likes Matthew Broderick.
Maybe, but I would have like elected to take the 2 VHSs or whatever that have Matthew Broderick's face on them prominently and move them to different locations so they weren't just like adjacent to each other, especially when they're so prominently displayed there. To me, that's a creative decision that I would have made. I don't know if everyone else would have.
I'm
honestly
fine
don't
with
give a shit.
him doing that. I don't know why you care so much.
It's odd. Do you not think that it's unusual?
No,
No.
You
not
don't?
at all.
You don't have all these films that have it. I think that it's a little odd. That's all I'm saying. I think it's a little odd.
I think this is the most anyone's talked about Matthew Broderick in about 20 years.
Yeah.
Hey, no, we talked about watching Godzilla.
Oh, I
Or
watched that
EFAP
movie
movies.
recently.
So
I forgot how bad it was.
we remembered.
Wow, it's legendary, I think you should be saying.
I almost called him Ferris Bueller. That's how little I think about Matthew Broderick as I think about Ferris. Oh, and YMS had his Lion King review, and Matthew
It's so
Broderick.
good.
Simba.
It's
His
so
name-
good.
Yeah,
His name is Ferris Vella, as you can see in the background.
Ferris Ueller. Yeah,
It's clearly a V.
with
right?
with a what's one of those little liney things? The underscore Euler. That's his name. Underscore Ueller.
Yeah, that's like German, I guess.
Yeah, it's like an umlaut.
Excuse me?
But
You're
Oh,
excused.
sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Metal thinks that it's a conspiracy that two Matthew
I think that
Broderick
was
films are
incredibly
next to each
racist, and
other.
that's all. But that's fine.
Germist.
I'm
Oh
Why
white.
you
my
like
god, he's
Germans,
calling
so-
Doesn't
Germany a
matter.
race now. Oh god, so it begins.
That would stop
so it
him.
begins. Oh no.
You are,
That's
of
what
course,
you get for
entitled.
not having me on EFAP for a month. I'm getting to the race cards.
You're holding all
This is
of
what
them.
happens when you leave me alone. I'm just plotting in the background.
As if
It's
you don't
weak, I'm
plot
gonna
while
do
you're
it.
here.
Shut up.
To your opinion, but that opinion makes you wrong, and that's
What the
also
fuck is you wrong with your
Wait, what happened?
Wait, what was that?
Oh, he
He
flipped it
changed
and
it-
changed the color of his shirt?
No wait, I think it's digital. Look at the rim of his shirt.
It's bluish.
I guess it's just like, because it's like WandaVision,
Flipped?
sort of.
They flipped it because the
something
movies
highly
are
immoral.
the
wanna
movies
You
see it
are, of
again.
course,
as well.
entitled to your opinion, but that opinion makes you wrong.
So, is
and
he using a
that's
blue
also
screen?
discrimination.
Or has he just changed his shirt?
Also
What?
That's
discrimination.
discrimination.
Yes, it is. And I agree. I am
Wow.
discriminating against Wanda because she's a terrible fucking person.
You
I
discriminate against terrible
against all
people?
the I discriminate against all horrible, terrible people, and I think that they should be treated differently than the rest of us. Yeah, I will
Wow.
proudly wear the badge of discrimination.
Look,
Well, so,
guys,
see, and
if you
that was the first thing of, like, Jay was like, that is such an absurd thing to say that this video might be a parody. But the problem is, he tries to make lots of arguments with references. And so, it's like, what? Is he serious then?
Is this so? What is this just gonna be? It's just a prank, bro.
I don't
video,
know.
Like on
Because that's what I was about to say. Because they do like the whole visual thing is like, here's this crass comment right off the gate, and
It's
I'm
not
red
crass
now
to
and
the people who believe in
flipped
it, Metal, okay?
and stuff. But now you say it's gonna be references and all that stuff. So,
Why is
what do you?
I
I don't
thing
understand.
helicopter?
Yeah, I think with the just the statement of Wanda did nothing wrong. Why Wanda did nothing wrong? I don't think it's possible because I don't think there's a way that you can contextualize torturing people to be a not bad thing. It's
Well-
always bad. It might be in a way pragmatically acceptable with
Yeah, but Rags, if they
liberal use of quotes.
if they're delusional and they just say she had no idea that was happening, and the second she found out that she let him go, they say that, then that means that
which I think people do
She
say,
did something
which
wrong
is-
and then
Well-
backseat on it.
not even no. In fact, if she had no idea it was happening, and as soon as she realized she let them go, I don't think she's morally culpable.
No, because
But that's not what happened.
I think that's different than doing something wrong. You can do something wrong and not be morally culpable for it.
Well, okay, but it sounded like you committed to saying that she was still wrong. What
Yeah.
were you committing to?
That she did something wrong.
What does that mean? Like, what are you saying?
I think Wanda did an immoral action.
In the context that she has no
did
idea
it-
why
she did a
anything's
bad
happening.
thing. You can do like in this sense, even if let's say Wanda like didn't know that all this was happening, right? She still did something bad.
How would you contextualize that to her from her POV if she has no control over anything that happened?
You can create negative things like a negative situation or an effect on someone else without knowing it.
You can, but what would have been her wrong act?
The wrong act was it was wrong to create to do that to the people to create that scenario, which
I don't think that makes
is
sense.
distinct from. I think it's distinct from her moral culpability.
Well, I think that you've screwed yourself over with words, because the thing is, if I do something like, I don't know, just I'm rolling a ball on a wall back and forth, and then like, I don't know, I get distracted by helping an old lady cross the road, and someone walks by and fucking slips on that ball. Like, if someone said, what was the immoral act, I guess that one's not even applicable, because to an extent, leaving the ball there could be considered irresponsible. But if Wanda literally had nothing, like, she never made any negative choice, it's just something that was brought upon her, I don't see how you could be critical of any of her actions.
Being critical of her action, that's different.
You said she
I
did
don't
something
think that-
wrong.
Yeah, I think that you can do
She didn't
something
do
wrong,
anything
but
wrong.
not be-
Something happened to her that was wrong.
something So in the scenario where something happens to her that's wrong,
Yeah.
is she not doing anything whatsoever?
Yeah,
Because if she
that's the-
isn't doing
that's so that-
anything at all,
This scenario is
that would be different.
she's preyed upon by whatever the fuck's going on with her magical mind melting stuff, to the point where she gets, like, if you remember, the idea with the argument to defend her is that she's just as much a victim of it as everyone else in Westview.
But that's not even, you can't even remove that from, you could still, that, I don't even see how that would, I guess it depends on the specifics, because you can still be a victim in that scenario, but be taking actions that can prolong it.
So the whole premise of this is that the people who defend her will argue that she didn't do anything. It was all put upon her, just like the people there, by the uncertainty and the untenableness of whatever the Scarlet Witch curse arguably is. Yeah, like, I don't even think
I
chat
think
are understanding
we-
what I'm saying. I'm not talking about
think
what
we-
happens in WandaVision. That's the response to the people making this argument. However,
We would,
this argument gets made by people because they ignore elements of the show.
in terms of isolating her like moral culpability for it, we'd have to sort of know how she recognizes its existence, and if, even if there was a scenario where, yeah, I guess it would depend on how you'd be able to frame it. But I remove something's effects from someone's, like, their responsibility for it and their like moral standing as a result of it.
But yeah, so the premise that I was providing was that she didn't choose to do anything. It just happened this way, and she's just as much a victim as everyone else would be. The thing is, that's not what happened. That's not what we were shown. If you remember, that's something that we were hoping they would contextualize it as. But they didn't. They said that she chose to do this, and then when she recognized that she was torturing people, she didn't care. So that's
Alright,
why
so
we say what she
so-
did was wrong, while in the scenario people will defend her for, there's nothing she did. There's something that
All right,
happened.
maybe that's the confusion, is the fact that this is based on a scenario that we never saw. Like, it's
Well, that was my
like
premise.
I guess
That's
we
what
talked
people
about a
say.
hypothetical.
Like, if you murdered someone while sleepwalking, you did something wrong. That doesn't mean it was your fault. I don't even know that you can say someone did something wrong, as opposed to, I don't even know what that would be classified under, like, with law, if it were proven that it was done in sleepwalking.
I would agree with a super chatter, but yeah, there's definitely a difference between your response, like you being held responsible for something that you did when you weren't able to either, like, choose it in a way that is typical when someone's lucid. Yeah, those are two different things, and I don't actually know what would happen legally in a situation like that. If
Well,
you
I
could
think
prove
a lot of people in chat were bringing up like involuntary,
manslaughter
like
or
Negligent
manslaughter or something.
homicide or
Yeah,
manslaughter
like,
usually.
but the idea would be that with those, you've done something wrong. Your intent wasn't to do that specifically, but there was some failing on your part that caused it. Whereas the Wanda one, the point that's trying to be made by people is she had absolutely zero intention or zero capability of either controlling it or preventing it or being aware of what she did. And so the nature of like, well, how responsible can you hold her? It's like, I don't know, like I guess it'd be really hard to say much at all if she has absolutely zero idea that it happened or how to stop it.
Yeah, out of curiosity, would you
Um,
say that Bucky did something wrong, Rags?
when he did
As
what,
Winter
like it
Soldier.
did, yeah.
Wow, okay. This is like,
But
I wouldn't
but I
reconcile it that
wouldn't
way
hold.
at all. I would be like, no, he
Well,
didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't even him.
oh, well, I guess I just see those as completely different things to me. I just categorize those as they're
It's
just
whoever's
separate from each
occupying the
other to me.
body, like, it's the body's actions is how you see it, is it?
I would say in that sort of, but I mean, even if, I mean, it depends on, because he can do something wrong, but other people can also do things wrong, and his responsibility for those things is totally removed from that. Sometimes they're linked, sometimes they're not.
So, so what about a robot?
I don't know.
If a robot
What
does
do you mean you
something
don't-
wrong, you would say the
mean, I don't
robot did something
know.
wrong as opposed to the person who programmed it?
I don't know. I haven't given it. I just don't know.
I feel like that's an
is it
easy
not like
question.
is it not a completely apt comparison because the robot and Bucky have zero agency? The agency would be ascribed to the people who
Yeah,
made
no one
them do it.
says the Terminator's doing things wrong. It's like, well, it's not it doesn't have any agency. It's the person who made it.
Yeah, I'd certainly say that the people who programmed and like forced him to do that are certainly doing bad things and should be held
But
responsible for it.
you wouldn't
And
say that the robot did something bad. You would say that the person who made the robot do it did something bad, right? Like when we say
I would
like
say
the
that the
person made
robot did
something,
something bad.
but the robot is a tool. It would be like saying that a knife did something bad because it stabbed someone when a person did it.
Yeah.
The person is always the person who is responsible for the bad act, not the tool or the mechanism by which it comes about.
I think that a bad thing can result from a natural process
Yeah, sure, but
in
like
a
but you wouldn't like ascribe any culpability to like the process though, right?
no, no. In
So,
the
but
same way that I wouldn't hold, like, Bucky responsible for it. In
so
like, in a moral way.
what would be described as he did something wrong, but he's not responsible? Would you not just be like, well, the person who made him do it did the wrong, like they did something wrong?
Yeah, they're the one who should be accountable for it, yeah.
Well, yeah, but I guess I'm just confused by the like terminology. That's all.
Between, what and
Well,
what, just so we're clear.
I guess it's just when we say that like something is wrong that's happened. Generally, it feels like it's going to be about like
I
it
Yeah, like
gets tended to
something
like
bad happened seems like the better way to
yeah,
classify these
like
I
events.
guess
a hurricane is something bad that happens. You don't really say like a hurricane is wrong. It's like a bad thing that happens
I
as
yeah, I'd
opposed
say that
to
hurricane did something bad, it didn't do something wrong.
Right, but that's so. But you would say that for the robot.
I I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, well, because yeah, the way I would break it up is just depends on their ability to even take action at all. Or like I said with the ball example, that there is a tiny form of negligence there that I think is enough for me to say you did something wrong by rolling the ball into place and not taking care of where it is. But a robot or a hurricane or a knife, I would just be like they are an extension of the person who's acting. Or in the case of the hurricane, it's just nature, and that's an unfortunate thing. But I'd still describe each of those events as when a Terminator kills someone, it's, you know, something fucking horrible happened as a result of someone, whoever made the robot, but I wouldn't say that the Terminator did something wrong. Doesn't really make sense to me. That's why I'm saying
I
this on
guess
behalf of Wanda.
yeah, I guess I'd have to really think more about the distinction between bad and wrong and, that sort of thing. And I guess I hear them and I think that they're similar but not the same. I don't know. I just haven't
I've
thought
seen
about
like,
it much.
a couple people are like, ugh, semantics. It's like, yeah, semantics. That's what that was. I find it interesting. A lot of miscommunication will come down to semantics. So, how we use words. Good old language. But the point I was making was that that's what Wanda Stans will typically argue. It was out of her control. She should not be
Either way,
blamed for it.
you would have to definitely present an entirely different scenario to what we saw in the show to
Oh,
portray her
absolutely.
as not being a
the show
horrible,
doesn't
terrible
present what
person.
it believes it presents.
Y-
Like
Yeah,
that's
and
all it does.
it's one of those this is a consequence of bad writing is that it's not just that things don't make sense sometimes or that we get some this that and the other thing, but it really does have these sort of it's like dominoes. When you accidentally write this thing bad, it is going to lead to something else and lead to something else. And then when you get enough dominoes down the line that we kind of have now with Marvel, you don't know where the blame always lies. Is this just a product of bad writing that's not intentional? If it's still bad, what's in the movie still in the movie? How long can we go without acknowledging it? Should you never acknowledge it? Should you? And what are you going to say? What's the in universe reason for it if it's bad writing? It can be confusing, and there might never be an answer because of how muddled it gets.
Hmm. And if you remember, if there were a mini series for us reacting to WandaVision, it was episode 4. The scene happens.
I think 5 was the scene where I'm not the one with pointing the guns, which was a really great retort to a
Yeah.
very valid point
No, it's not the only scene that
in the
destroyed
end.
a character in the show, but it was, I think, the first proper, definitive, like, oh shit.
Oh, she knows what she's doing. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh,
Um,
no. And then, of course, it all dovetails wonderfully with they'll never know what you sacrificed for
Oh.
them, which, like, that's... you can't have this line in the same scene when you've got, like, a woman there saying, hey, can I please see my child? I haven't seen them for weeks. I just want to know if they're okay. While I am temporarily pulled out of your spell that has stripped me of my capacity to choose. like possibly like we talk about violations of like basic humanity, like holy shit. Oh, and then the woman who said, "Can you just kill us?" Right? Like, if you won't let us live, just let us die. Oh my god! Why would you write this and then have her still be the good guy? I don't
Well,
understand.
I need to use the loo, and I'm gonna grab a drink while I do, so before we
Mm.
get into it. So I'll be right back. I'll try to be quick.
No problem. There's
Well,
a
do you mind
couple
if I
of.
just chime? Oh no, go on.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I took a look at the description for this video because I wanted to try and work out whether it was a joke or not. I don't think it is. Um, and just reading through the description because they basically give a very long description about what their argument is. Um, this might be a bit of a spoiler for the video, but it seems that this person is going to take the position that not that Wanda didn't know what she was doing, but that she knew what she was doing and she was conscious of her actions and she was in control of it, but she didn't think that she was hurting anybody. So she didn't think she was doing anything wrong.
So, well, I guess we'll get there
Oh,
in the video, but the quick version is
Yeah.
I would argue that that isn't representative of every piece of information we get in the show, but even if that were the
Mm.
truth, you've taken the ability to act, ability to choose from everyone there, which is already that's just wrong.
that's already an incredibly massive breach. You know.
I was trying to think of what's the word for that, like, because would
Yeah,
slavery be suitable, or is it slaves to
I feel
like
I
like
mean, it's slavery.
you,
Yeah.
I guess it is in the sense that you're forcing people against their will to do something.
even if it is
Like in
happy,
prison.
you know, well,
Well,
she thinks
the
it is.
well, so the main it's like the reason why slavery is bad is because you strip people of their autonomy. Autonomy is like something that's super duper important as like a your capacity to make choices.
Hmm.
And Wanda's is like significant in that it's your mind. It's not even that you're being compelled to do things against your will with threats of violence. It's like
Mm.
you are incapable of making choices.
Yeah.
Your mind has been compromised.
It's almost like
Um,
being a puppet.
yeah, basically. It is basically a puppet. You're a puppet, and like and you think about the wrong there. It's like imagine the trauma that you have as like a normal person in the Marvel universe that like one of the heroes, the Avengers, has the capacity to just like strip you of your humanity, and then she flew away instead of like facing any level of accountability. She's still out there. Trauma, like we
Mm.
talk about the amount of trauma that's been dealt to these people, significant, like very significant. And it seems like the show isn't even fully aware that that's what's happened. That like we have an entire town that this town's probably done, like destroyed, and all of the people in it are like got a lot that they're gonna have to deal with over the course of their lives. That's kind of irreconcilable for the fact that there is somebody who exists in the universe who can just strip you of your capacity to choose and act, and then got away with it. Like
Mm.
damn. And that you have to try and explain this to your kids who are also victims of this too. It's like, yeah, it's actually pretty horrible. The show doesn't really want to meaningfully acknowledge how awful this is as like a thing that's happened.
See, from watching like the way that I interpreted it when I was watching the show is I got the impression that she knew that she was actively doing something. She knew that she had created that situation in some way, and she was deluding herself about it and deluding herself
Yeah.
that she wasn't doing anything wrong and wasn't hurting anybody. She just didn't want to admit it to herself. That was the impression that I got.
I don't think the show did a very good job of translating that fully. They
No, it
especially
didn't.
were missing a scene where she would have said, like, I'm providing, like, they are happier than they will ever be. But even then, we're in a position of,
then,
like, ooh, you're
Well,
giving them the happiness you know they
that's
want.
not your choice,
Yeah, and then there's the just let us die thing. Like,
I don't know why they put that in.
well, when was it her or Vision that spotted the person on the outskirts who was literally crying as they tried to just peg something to a line over and over again?
I think it was Vision.
Man, that
Yeah,
shit
I
is
think it was,
just terrifying. Like, you're just trapped in
yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is the confirmation that she didn't even care to check what's up with everybody here. she just assumes it's all fine, don't worry about it, which is already in and of itself fucked up.
Well, imagine if the story was herself coming to realize, wait a minute, like a TV show, and then she starts like trying to figure out what's happening. She doesn't even understand how it's possible that it happened. Like she discovers these things.
I think the way to go would have been that she thinks they're not real. She thinks they're all made up.
Yeah, that probably is the best thing that like, she could have done. But yeah. And then, of course, when she figures out and there's level of responsibility, like, don't fly away, all right? That's like, she can't fly away. That can't happen.
Remind me.
So I was
just going to say about the kids, because I remember that we end up seeing some children at some point, right? But even Vision says, why are there no children? Has she locked them away in their rooms and then hopes that...
I think that's what...
Which is arguably worse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because at least the others have to simulate living a life, which I think is better than standing still in a room doing nothing, right? But because I don't think we ever found out exactly what she was doing with them, because we have that thing where it's like, please let me see my kids or whatever. And so it's like, I don't think anyone gets to confirm what the state of the kids are, but that's arguably horrifying.
Especially if they're like banging on the door or something in there and you
Oof.
can't get to them. That's got to be like, Jesus fucking Christ.
She only let them out for Halloween. Like, what are we dealing with? You know, like
that almost seems to me like the writers had an awareness of like, oh yeah, this is horrible. It's like, but out of sight, out of mind, right? Like, if you can't see them, you can't think about them.
I'd also like to point out that Jay messaged me. He said he does agree with me. The Matthew Broderick films being next to each other is a little strange.
Is that
now that we've confirmed that I'm now that we've just confirmed that I'm correct.
I'm glad that you felt the need to say that.
It's
not embarrassing at all.
It's not embarrassing when Jay agrees with you. It just proves that you're correct.
Yep.
But yeah, that settles that. We can move forward with that issue.
I like how it went from, oh, that's just my creative thing I had, and I was like, now that we proved that I'm correct.
It is an objective aspect of the fabric of the material universe. Yes, it is. So,
we're gonna do an EFAP about ego one day, and it'll be enlightening. We got all experts on this panel, I'm sure.
I have all Jay and I will have all the taste, and we'll let you know how the world should be. That'll be great.
That's very rude.
Let's watch this video about Thor Ragnarok. I can't wait to watch Thor Ragnarok instead of this video.
Completely unrelated. Jay finds Spaceballs boring and couldn't finish Lord of the Rings. But you know what? Jay has got great taste. You're right, Rags.
That was the old Jay.
I not gonna lie, I kind of agree with him on Spaceballs.
Oh,
it just wasn't for me.
Oh my god! At least Jay grew past that. CJ, that was the old Jay.
Lord of the Rings, though, nah, that shit's fire.
Let's watch Thor Ragnarok.
By Matthew Broderick, Jay.
Matthew Broderick, Jay.
That's also discrimination.
Oh,
yes.
What?
There is one undeniable truth, and it's this. Wanda did nothing wrong. And we have proof. This evidence...
We have proof?
One undeniable fact. Oh, well, if they got receipts, I'm interested.
I'm so confused. Because now they changed back from the red to the normal blue, so I guess this is not funny part.
I think that was just a quick meme. I don't think it's anything else.
So that was just distracting to confuse everyone. Yes. Okay, let's continue then.
It was very strange.
Evidence shows that there are many mitigating factors that prove that Wanda is absolutely not at fault and that she is the real victim and is also the greatest hero in the MCU.
The real victim, implying the other people aren't victims?
Aren't the real victims.
Damn, dude.
All those people suffering are not the real victims.
I would argue he's going further than he even needed to.
No,
but all right.
Just said she was a victim too if he wanted to take this line, not that she's the most...
Oh, yeah. She's also a victim.
Oh, man.
Fuck me. The real victim.
MCU.
If you're going to be sarcastic, you should really warn people so there's no confusion.
You're being sarcastic? No, I'm not being sarcastic. This video is 100% unbiased and honest.
See what?
Even when you say that, I don't know if I believe you.
I don't believe you.
Is that part of the meme, or is that for real? I can't tell.
I don't know.
This is the case of Wanda Maximoff versus the people, and the evidence that proves without any shadow of a doubt that she absolutely did nothing wrong.
A fact. and facts have no moral judgment
Oh,
than
don't,
It's not. You're not allowed to do that. You can't invoke Daredevil.
Don't bring Matt Murdock into this.
he would
Does he
never
become a better
defend
lawyer
Wanda. Are
the
you kidding
darker
me?
it is in the courtroom?
Yes.
state
This
what is,
scene,
not what we think
oh
of.
man, this scene in Daredevil is so good.
Yeah, well, it applies to Wanda, you know?
The judge looks very cross.
Not what we feel, they just are.
The inciting incident that led to the controversy is the Westview event. The accusation is that in her grief and pain, Wanda took over an entire town to create her own reality, that she held the residents of Westview hostage, controlling their minds to maintain her fantasy, and that the Hex was threatening the town and the rest of the world.
I don't even. I wonder
yeah.
It's not even that always she controlled their minds. Sometimes, if they got a little bit uppity, she would just control their bodies against their will, and they would like. Oh, so that's boy.
Part that I completely
Oh.
forgot. The hex is growing, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's like,
expands it.
Oh, that's even better.
She consciously expands it.
and it like converts things as it passes through them. And also, she gave a woman like permanent supernatural changes as a result of that barrier. I don't know how to explain any of that, but that's got to come under some kind of crime. Like you must have done, that can't be legal.
So at some point, like just the whole, so the whole world would just have been the Hex at some point if it just expanded
Possibly.
forever.
Possibly, yeah.
Ben
Well, I
said-
guess Doctor Strange would have done something, but he didn't show up in the show for some reason.
He just looks out at us and is like, that's kind of weird.
Kind of weird, yeah.
But that is all mostly hearsay.
You don't.
Hearsay? No, it isn't. It isn't hearsay at all.
It's a meme.
It's not
It's
hearsay.
actually a
Look,
meme.
look,
reality
I'm
as-
willing to hear him out. All right, he's
It's a
that's
meme.
his point. Let's see the essay. This is a video
Maybe.
essay. All right.
I don't
Objection
like the joke,
hearsay.
though. I don't think it works.
Wrong.
Wait, kidding? I'm impressed.
You see, context matters, and the context is that there is a lot more to this story.
Why would you say
than
that
it
it's
seems.
hearsay
Some
when you're
people
saying
run-
context matters? Like the point of hearsay is that it's something you heard from someone else. What does that
Well,
have to do with
what's-
what you're saying now? Is that just a meme?
Is he arguing that you would have heard it from someone else and you haven't got the full story? You've just got some random bullshit.
I think his use of hearsay is really odd considering that we're kind of in a unique scenario that doesn't exist in reality, whereas we're all an audience watching a piece of fiction
Yeah.
together. So that doesn't, it's not hearsay. Like we're all
No, it's just what
observing
happened in the
objective
show.
reality in a different world. So hearsay doesn't work.
It could just be a meme.
Maybe.
Yeah. Be a meme.
run away from their problems, like Tony Stark.
Oh, hang on. What did we just do
Okay,
there?
careful.
This story than it seems. Some people run away from their problems, like Tony Stark.
Ah,
Ran away from his problems. When did he do that?
When did that happen?
hopefully we'll get a
An
bit more on
example.
that because I'd like to know exactly what he's referring to. Yeah.
I don't.
Oh,
What is happening?
I don't really
Bad
This
guy.
video is confusing.
Bad guy. Is this just like the wrong opinion channel?
know. Certainly video, but I maybe because I can't remember the last time we covered this person, but I'm pretty sure we thought they were wrong then too.
You know what? I'm curious. Pause it for a second. I'm like, this is Screen Crush.
Yes.
Screen Crush Agatha.
They have a million and 100,000 subscribers.
WandaVision. Agatha was right and is a better hero than Wanda.
Well, that's true.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree with
Agatha-
that.
Agatha
Yeah,
is better than Wanda.
WandaVision. So I was curious if they actually say that Wanda is a villain in another video. Just what it means. Breakdown explained. Did the kids survive? That was a good question to ask. Yeah, I think it's interesting.
I tried
okay.
EFAP Screen Crush, and I'm not seeing. I don't think we covered them in.
EFAP
yeah.
Screen Crush. Episode 78 is the first thing that pops up. Ari, why I loved The Rise of Skywalker. It made me appreciate TLG more with
LG.
TLG.
TLG, The Last Jedi.
That doesn't sound familiar as one of their videos, but maybe.
I think this is a I think that's a Hello Greedo video. Yeah, The Rise of Skywalker made me appreciate The Last
Oh,
Jedi even more. That's a Hello Greedo. I don't know why Screen Crush pops up with that as the first
people are asking
example.
when it was uploaded. April 25th, guys, not an April
25th,
1st
yeah.
video.
Oh, that's a fair question to
It is a
ask.
fair question, yeah.
Tony Stark was a bad guy and Wanda did nothing wrong. It's
It's
a interesting opinion.
yeah,
It's your channel. You could
we're not doing great, but you
Yeah.
know, I think he might change our minds. I don't know.
who never accepted responsibility for all the bad things he had done. It was
Yeah,
his
he
missile
does.
that
You can't. So you're not allowed to show a clip of Civil War and then say that Tony doesn't take responsibility for the bad things he's done.
Wasn't that the
Isn't that his whole
premise
character?
of the movie?
That's the whole point of the movie.
I argue
It's
that's
like
the
his
point of his
heart.
character.
Wow.
It is the point of his character, actually.
He's
yeah, I'd say
trying
that.
to take
It's kind of like-
responsibility, he just doesn't know how exactly to do it best.
Well, yeah, because remember in Iron Man 1, when he finds out that his weapons were being distributed to terrorists, he shuts down arms manufacturing. Like he shuts it down against the wishes of the company and his advisors. And of course, in like Avengers, he joins the Avengers as a team and decides to work with them. And then
Yeah.
Ultron was a mistake, but like he owns that Ultron was a mistake. He even explicitly says that Ultron was his fault, and that's what the Accords were about. It's about him trying to take How can he say this? How can he actually? Is this a meme?
That's what I mean.
this
This
actually
is like the
a
worst
joke?
character to choose for this point.
He probably just
Yeah.
forgot, to be honest.
I don't
He
even
probably
know.
did. He may well have. People forget what happens in these movies.
the bad
They
things
say
he
that
had
they
done.
really
Oh.
like them, and then give it a couple of months, and then nobody remembers what happens.
Before you continue the video, they let us know about the Screen Crush thing. We covered their Rise of Skywalker plot holes explained video in the Ghostbusters 2016 EFAP.
Oh.
That's EFAP number 91. Coverage begins at 3 hours and 5 minutes. Lukavi Wivalk is a true archivist.
Thank you very much for that bit of knowledge. That does sound familiar, actually, because I'm assuming the information, like covering up the plot holes in Rise of Skywalker, that is a Herculean task. That is not easy. I'm proud of him for trying, but I assume he failed.
It was his missile that killed Wanda's parents. It was Ultron, his creation, that killed Pietro. And his guilt made him
We're talking about different things here, I feel. But
Why?
So
why
now
is he
he's just
even-
defined things that have happened as a result of Tony's inventions or mishaps. Like,
and
yeah.
even this, by the way, it really shoots his own argument in the foot because Tony's reaction to all of these things is wholly different than Wanda's reaction
Yeah,
to
Wanda-
learning about the things she did.
Wanda runs away. She actually
She
flies
actually
away.
runs away.
She really does.
Yeah.
She flies to a different fucking dimension to escape the police and justice.
Exactly.
And in Iron Man's like, yeah, Sokovia Accords.
We need to be put in check. Like, you with your avoided responsibility. Why have you chosen the opposites, sir? It's the opposites.
And his guilt made him misguided and righteous as he spearheaded the Sokovia Accords, and those caused the Avengers to disassemble.
But
The Sokovia Accords were going to happen no matter what.
I don't know. Why have we so Steve's decision, along with several other Avengers, to be like, the government does not get to control where I go and how I use my powers, like, that's Iron Man's fault?
Well,
The Accords were going to happen no matter what. Like, Tony was for them, but like they were going to happen.
the
They're called
Accords
the
weren't his
Sokovia
idea,
Accords.
though.
No.
They were the
Well,
UN's idea.
He was on board with it, though.
Maybe
Yeah.
Screen Crush forgot about them the same way the MCU did.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a matter of you remember the broad strokes, but you don't remember the details, and so that leads you to say these things.
I just, like, because this is baffling, kind of. Like, he said, like, the result of Civil War's big conflict being, like, the Avengers split apart is now Tony's fault, and it's him... I don't even know how he drew that from not taking responsibility. Like, where was that component
How
in
is
all
that
of that?
Tony running away from responsibility? The whole idea was he was trying so hard to take responsibility that there was a wedge that formed in the team.
Steve felt he overstepped.
Well, because Steve has a different perspective on responsibility.
Hmm.
He believed that the Accords was passing the blame to other people, that it was better for them to just take full ownership. This is an interesting reframing of like the history of this character.
Multiple movies, multiple characters. We can't just reframe one show. No,
Why
no,
do we
no.
need to do this? How does this even exonerate Wanda? Or if all of this was true, it'd just be like, oh, I guess Tony was not that awesome too.
Well, it's a good old-fashioned whataboutism, but maybe he is gunning to make a point about how the world is hypocritical on this issue or something. I don't even
Okay,
know.
well, I'm sure that we'll get it. Yeah,
But
alright.
still, yeah, because what he's described as what Tony has done, there are references for her actually having done it in her show, so I don't know how he hasn't thought of that, but...
And that is the reason why they lost against Thanos. And more importantly, it's the reason why Vision died. Twice.
I'm not amused.
Me neither.
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess so. For a second there, I was like, I guess I should pause for copyright, but it's probably over the split second after this.
It's all Tony Stark's fault. He is the antagonist
all
in
his
Wanda's
fault.
story.
He's
He's
the
Joyce.
antagonist in Wanda's story. Wow.
Are you... Man.
Because he's the one that killed Vision, you see, with that simple bit of logic. It's not Thanos. it's Tony. Even Wanda would be like, you're nuts.
All along.
What is the like ratio on this?
Too high, probably.
Jack.
Too high.
It's
It
about
is.
like, it's about
8
70% positive.
Yeah, it's not awesome, but it's still, it seems like more people than not were like, you know what, you're right. Tony was the villain in Wanda's
Like,
story.
8,400 likes, 3,300 dislikes.
Man. Oh.
That little witch is messing with your mind.
Well, she is a little witch.
Well, so it is funny that, because this was the clip when Wanda mind controlled Bruce to turn into Hulk and rampage through a city.
This is amazing, actually. Yeah, you're right. The layers here. So he's going after Tony because he referred to Scarlet Witch, without her knowledge, by the way, as a little witch. Like, gosh, you should be put in jail for such horrors. But
Oh no.
this scene is the Hulk rampaging through the city, endangering all kinds of lives, causing insane levels of property damage, terrifying a civilization, all because the villain of the film encouraged another villain of the film at the time to
And
fuck with his
remember,
head.
The villain of the film was partially spawned by her influence on Tony.
Yeah, that's that too.
She instilled she basically incepted Tony to create Ultron. Of course, Tony still takes responsibility for that because it was an idea that he had. But like, she's also responsible for Ultron, and she's responsible for aiding and abetting Ultron for like 2/3 of the film. But that's the thing with like her as a character, is that like we would sort of, you know, working on that over time of like, how does she, you know, kind of like try to balance the score, because she's made a lot of mistakes. But now it feels like we've totally flown off the, like, it's like, no, we're done. We're not interested in doing that anymore.
Accountability, responsibility. Who is at fault in this scene? It's like, well, Scarlet Witch.
Well, you know, no, Tony said that she was a little witch. Okay, that was pretty mean.
Gosh.
Even though she didn't even hear it.
in a super high stress scenario with all these problems, so much at stake. He called her a little witch.
Oh, and also, someone's pointed out in chat, Vision wouldn't exist if not for Tony. Tony created Vision. Tony created the love of her life.
That means he gets to destroy it. Like, well, and someone else pointed out, she refers to herself as the Scarlet Witch at some point, right?
Now she
like,
does.
Yeah.
Well, now she definitely does. She's the Scarlet Witch, yeah.
It was offensive when he said, it was little. Little was the word.
Even though she never heard it, he probably never even told her that that's something you said.
I can't believe he like took the time to grab this clip. Like, really?
I think whoever edited this video was just like, "Ooh, this clip might go here."
He said something mean.
I doubt they put much thought into it.
She's not a U.S. citizen, and they don't grant.
Oh no,
visas
he
to
did.
weapons of mass destruction.
She is that.
She is a soup. She has like. At what point do you say, "Listen, yeah, you're a person, but like, holy fuck, you are like Jesus Christ. You can destroy the world."
You're immensely powerful. Is he going to cut out the part when he says, "Give me a break"?
Well,
I wonder if he's going to cut out that part.
That's the context of this scene, is that Tony is trying to explain to Steve in no uncertain terms why this is all happening. She's incredibly dangerous. She doesn't have citizenship. She is currently confined to a compound. That's pretty chill compared to how bad it could be.
Yeah, because one of the points that gets brought up in the movie is like, what do you call like a group of US-based enhanced like people? It's like it's like there's a lot of things to think about in terms of like the Avengers are based in like America and they operate everywhere. And there are people in their team who are both like not human beings and also, like people who are immensely powerful who are like they just kind of come and go, like Thor. Thor, like it's something that Ross says. Where's Thor? Like, do you know where he is? If I lost a nuke, there'd be consequences. Like, yeah. Like these are all the things that they need to balance.
And like any moment, the government could be like, I'm sorry, she is capable of destroying everything. We're putting her in a prison. But they haven't done that yet. And if they keep their relationships nice and chill, they won't have to.
Because remember, this was like a few days after what happened in Lagos, where, and obviously she didn't mean to do that. That was like an accident in the heat of battle. But still, it's like a problem that you need to deal with optically.
And you have to take, like, what can we do to prevent this from happening again? We should make a big deal about this so that at least she feels pressure to certainly be more careful. Like, you can't just do nothing. You have to do things.
Tony says, Tony thinks he's protecting her to some extent as well. He even says that. He says,
I think
like,
so, yeah.
there are worse ways of protecting people, to which, of course, Steve says, like, it's internment, which, if she's not allowed to leave, then yeah.
And that's why I love that conversation, because yes, Steve is correct, but then Tony moves into saying, do you know how much fucking worse it can get? Like, do you understand that this is a good thing?
Yeah.
So especially the whole, like, she doesn't have the protections of a US citizen either. That's like a seriously important part of what can happen to her as a result.
Think about that because it's a Marvel movie, but yes, like, it is relevant. Of course it is.
Give me a break!
Oh,
wow,
you included it.
Yeah.
You locked me in my room.
Okay, first, that's an exaggeration. Second, I did it to protect you.
What was that?
What the fuck was that edit?
What happened? Why was that?
You spent so much work on that. Why?
Is that like a behind the scenes thing? Because I don't even know what that's from.
Yeah, she tripped over.
That's her green screened.
Yeah.
On something else, and then it's not very good green screen either.
Yeah, that was a meme. All right.
Oh.
He can't keep getting away with it!
What can she get away with? Just wondering.
And did
She
Tony
can keep
ever
getting,
apologize to Wanda for all the evil he caused her?
All the evil.
What are you?
Who the fuck did Wanda apologize to?
Oh no!
All the evil.
All the evil he caused her.
Tony shut down his manufacturing of weapons.
That was but he didn't say sorry for calling her a little witch.
Ah, right. Did she say sorry for mind controlling him?
Oh yeah, that was one of the scenes that happened between. Yes, is the answer to that. Yes, she did.
Yeah,
she's a nice person.
I thought she did. Yeah.
Dude, I have a feeling if you said to this guy like, "What about all of her mind control bullshit?" He'd be like, "What are you talking about? Westview is what this subject's all about." And you'd be like, "No."
Nope. Why? Because Tony runs away from his problems.
You sacrificed his life.
You literally
Fuck
just
off.
show him sacrificing
is-
himself. To save, oh my God.
How can it not
This
be a
has the same
meme?
energy. This is the thing from that show, the Crisis on Infinite Earth.
This is a meme.
The real heroes are the ones who have to keep going.
He runs away from his problems by dying to save the
By
universe.
sacrificing his life to save the universe, he's just running away from his problems. Actually, fuck you.
You wonder,
Actually, fuck you.
how does that get rationalized in his head? Does he think that like that was a cop-out solution, and that to run toward your problems would have been working way? Like, what the hell did? What?
Oh my God.
What?
I guess he's saying maybe he should have gone to therapy rather than kill himself. I don't know.
Why?
I don't
Because
understand.
Tony runs away
Hey, remember, Green Arrow said, "Diet is easy."
You can't.
Dying is easy.
You cannot pair this statement with this image. This is insane.
I do. It feels a little off. Yes, feels off.
from his problems, and his guilt keeps blundering things for everyone else.
His guilt keeps blundering things.
Blundering things.
That's
This
an awkward sentence.
Yeah.
Whoa. His guilt keeps blundering
His
things.
guilt is why Iron Man exists, and Iron Man has saved the world countless times. The Avengers wouldn't exist if not for him as well as like a team.
Like,
His guilt is
so-
what prompted him to. It was because it was. I can't believe I've forgotten his Yusuf. Yusuf,
But-
right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yusuf.
Yeah. But
Like
he's
Yusuf is a big driver in the first one. Oh, sorry, go for it.
no, I was gonna say, like, he's criticizing Tony Stark for supposedly not, uh, you know, making amends for his actions and taking responsibility and stuff. But then he's saying that he's literally giving this example of where Tony did do that exact thing and then said, "Oh, his guilt gets in the way."
It's his whole life is about him making amends. Like that's what Iron Man was. He created weapons that were killing innocent people, so he decided to shut down manufacturing and become a superhero to save them. Yinsen, that was his name. Yeah.
Well, maybe that's his point, CJ, is that the component that is necessary for taking responsibility is to know you did something wrong. And he's like, you know what, Iron Man, you're doing great on that part, but you never take responsibility because you end up just making things worse. It's just like, oh, okay. What about all the good things he's done, though? Just wondering.
Also, we're not going to talk about
Like that time
Wanda
when
and
he
her
flew-
guilt
Well, just
for doing what she did in the show.
Tony flew a nuke through a wormhole with no real expectation that he was going to come back.
Yeah.
That was
like-
just him trying to run away from his problems.
He was running
You
away from it. Yeah,
never
that's
get
right.
me.
You guys will deal with the Chitauri. I'm
Running
going to
away
go.
from
Running
fight
away.
this
Someone in chat said, "This is what happens when you simp so hard for Wanda. You have to shift the blame to Tony Stark."
We've spent some time on Tony. He didn't have anything to do with this, poor guy. It's like,
Yeah, I
Dragging him in.
didn't even think
That
that
happened
Tony.
after he died.
It's so bizarre because normally I would just immediately say, "Oh, this is a meme," but he was very clear to point out this is not a meme. This is very true what I'm saying right now. So
God damn.
I guess it's meant to be correct, but then the choice of visuals with the things he's saying is fucking insane.
certainly makes you wonder.
Unlike Tony, Wanda did not run away from her grief. She created a pocket reality where she could deal with her pain.
Whoa.
How is that not running away?
I feel like this is textbook definition of running away from grief. You literally recreate your dead loved one to pretend they're not dead at all. What do you mean?
She did run away. She just created her own universe.
It's like the peak amount of running away.
It's simultaneously both not running. It like Tony
Oh,
Stark is
boy.
simultaneously not running away and getting called running away, and he's also giving up his life and everything that
So-
he would have had otherwise. And she is keeping her life, a version of her life that she wants, and she is doing it at the expense of a bunch of
Oh.
other people whose consent she never took into question.
She
What
is
she's
li-
not. What is she
is-
sacrificing?
She is doing the opposite of coping with loss. She is trying to pretend that the loss didn't happen. It is the
Ah.
exact opposite of grieving.
And she's
She's
making
trying to
people
pretend
pay
it didn't
for it.
happen.
Which I
She's
think
in
was the
stage
point.
one.
I think
Yeah.
that's
Stage
the,
one.
like I would
Denial.
argue that the creators of the show would be like, yeah, this wasn't her dealing with the grief properly. This is her
Yeah,
trying
I'm
to
pretty sure they would.
avoid it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole point of her arc is realizing that she needed because you can't simultaneously say, well, yeah, she took it down, so she did the right thing, and also say by creating it, she's doing the right thing. You can't hold these two positions at the same time. They are contradictory.
Healthy and mostly harmless way.
This is a meme.
Mostly
Sorry,
harmless.
this is a meme.
I mean, like on
This is
on a cosmic
this is-
scale.
This is a meme.
Like, what are
No,
we talking about here?
This is not real.
But the
Oh,
thing
this
is,
nuts. This is
with what
nuts.
CJ said, it sounds like his argument's gonna be that the residents, as far as she was concerned, were happy. That's gonna be his argument.
No, this is a meme. I don't believe that this is a real video anymore. I don't. I just
Bring it-
don't. I think that
Dare I remind you of the Hall of Fame of
know.
EFAP quotes?
the problem. I know. It's just that this one, it's like everything he says is the opposite of reality. Like I don't know. And then he shows the worst clips to explain his points. I can't.
Well, some of them are in line with what he's trying to say, but some of them you're like, why did you choose that one? And you have to try and jump into his shoes. And
Well, it might just be that he didn't put as much thought into the visuals. He just grabbed
Well,
images.
Well,
and
someone completely different wrote and edited this, so
maybe, yeah.
that
no, it
also,
says it
yeah.
below the video.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, because someone could be crazy enough to say, like, yeah, Tony just fucking killed himself to get out of dealing with all of this being his fault or something. It'd just be like, holy shit, dude.
I feel like this video might just be clickbait. Like, they might just be taking this
Well, 'cause
ridiculous
now
position in order to provoke people for views.
Well, you're right, because now is the time, right? Wanda standing is at, like, peak, so this is, like, the video that you wanna put out,
But,
right?
like,
Wanda's awesome,
Wanda
great, and
fans
cool.
approve of this then, right? They think these are the good arguments?
I think that, well, honestly, I think what's happened at this point is, like, a lot of the Wanda stans are like, yeah, she's killing people, and I'm like, that's gonna be entertaining or something to watch. Like, it's gonna be, you know, I'll stan her no matter what because I like her. I feel like that's what it's morphed into. I don't know what but I could be wrong.
I was gonna say, this whole video is about how she's not, like, at fault.
You can go into the next film totally morally in the clear, guys. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't. It's fine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
I mean,
We made the video that explains
I
it
mean,
all.
I mean, even if this video is a joke, like even if it's intended to, even if it is bait, there are still people, and I've seen it online. There are still people that argue this stuff unironically. So we can at least treat this as a statement of their arguments and
Well, they said it's
comment
real.
on it in that
They
way.
said it's totally real.
We dealt with that when we did the WandaVision coverage. I know that there were people on Twitter
yeah?
being like, yeah, like there were people who were furious at the idea that they would be like, you've completely misunderstood the point of the show. She is dealing with grief, and we're just sitting here like, wow, incredible. And yeah, that's going to be the consistent argument a lot of these people make. So look, whether or not the person who wrote this intended it to be sincere or not, these are apparently the desired arguments for people who do defend her. The fact that the ratio of the video is that high, staggering.
It sucks. It seems like such a very cut and dry moral issue that you shouldn't have to have these. It sucks.
She didn't get to say goodbye to
I expect
Vision.
better of humanity. Maybe I shouldn't.
She could deal with her pain in a healthy and mostly harmless way. She didn't get to say goodbye to Vision. She needed that proper closure.
Sorry. That happens, man. That doesn't excuse anything.
I don't even know that she said goodbye to a constructed version of him from her memory, correct?
Yeah, the real Vision is White Vision. That's the real Vision.
Well, and he got his memory wiped and then added in by this Vision, which is just her memory of Vision.
Yeah, so it's no matter what, Vision is dead in, like, or at least original Vision is dead. I guess it's just functionally what will the difference be.
That's what the Hex was about.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people don't get to say goodbye properly. Like, yeah, sucks. It sucks.
Yeah, doesn't mean you should. Yeah.
It wasn't about Wanda taking a whole town hostage, not at all.
Well,
yes, those people did not agree.
It was to them.
Was he supposed to say these people didn't agree? You could say that again. Jesus.
Wanda taking a whole town hostage, not at all. Yes, those people did not agree to become part of Wanda's reality warping therapy, but it wasn't like Wanda was hurting them or anything.
Stop!
Oh my God.
Stop! Stop! Stop talking! Stop with your mouth!
Crying in pain.
Jesus
How?
Christ!
Wow.
Fucking hell!
It was not like she hurt anyone.
Oh my
Wow.
God! I literally would rather die.
To say that, yeah, they'd rather die.
They showed a picture of someone with a tear rolling down their cheek.
Yeah.
Well, this is the
begging
thing.
be
I'm
able
starting
see
to
their
think
children.
that it is definitely true that the person who spoke is different from the person who made the visuals.
Yeah, whoever wrote and edited this, it's not the guy in the video.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
There is a big disconnection here.
Your fucking blue polo.
Wanda was like choking the people because she was so upset.
We've been over
But
this
that's
though.
not really hurting them.
Even if he was right, and all of them, when they came out of the trance, said, that was wonderful. I loved that. I would do it again. It's like, okay, but what she did was still wrong, because she didn't...
Well,
that's kind of the point, right? Like, we'd still define what she did was wrong. She just took agency away from everybody without even them knowing. Presumably, they would have been confused as fuck as to what was going on. They had to gradually piece it together, right? Because, like, they seem to know, by the time you hit the season finale, what is happening here. Because they have brief moments of lucidity, or that they're conscious, but everything they say and do is out of their control, which is fucking terrifying, by the way.
I'm just stunned because, like, this is the same argument that actual slave owners used to use.
They're happy.
To justify keeping
Yeah,
their
look at them out there
slaves.
in the field. They're happy. Look, they're singing. They're singing.
Yeah.
They're having a great time. It's great. Look at them. We're doing them a favor.
Outside in the sun, it's great.
It's a tough world out there. We're just keeping them safe.
None of it is my own. It hurts. It hurts so.
Editor, you're not helping.
Yeah, no, you're not helping. He literally just said it hurts.
It hurts.
Do you think like this guy fucked his girlfriend or something, and he's trying to set him up?
This is the point where I take someone who, with their consent, of course, take someone who enjoyed this video, and you stop them here at this point and say, "What have you learned? Just so far, what have you learned about this video?
That they were
Tell me.
right.
I
That
need
Wanda was
insight into
correct
you."
to do everything she did.
Yeah, of course.
Much.
It's probably just a case of the Mondays. Am I right?
Who is the editor helping?
I was gonna
the
say,
video
what is the
maker?
point the editor's making? I'm not even sure anymore.
Yeah.
Editor is
Is
the
it-
same person who wrote the script, apparently. So there was an idea there somewhere, but I don't understand it.
That's why I now have a conspiracy theory that this writer-editor was trying to set up the host to look bad.
Yeah,
Get that
he was
fucker
like,
this
"Oh, dude,
time."
you want to read this one out for me?" And he's like, "Why can't you do it?" He's like, you know."
I have
know.
diarrhea.
No, yeah, no, just stand there in front of the Matthew Broderick with your blue polo and just say these words. It'll be great.
I'll take care of the visuals, buddy. I'll take care of
He
it.
actually does
it'll
look
be
like a
fine.
Blockbuster store knockoff employee.
I think that's the idea.
Yeah, I think that's
Oh, is that okay?
the theme.
That does make sense.
In perspective here, did Peter Parker and Doctor Strange ask the world if they wanted to be brainwashed?
No, that's bad.
That's bad.
That's bad.
That was
That's
a bad thing that
thing.
happened.
That's a bad thing.
Most famous person in the entire world.
This self-centered teenager wanted to erase the world.
Careful.
Okay, listen. Okay, let's be very frank. Peter Parker made in this movie. Peter Parker made probably one of the greatest sacrifices that you could possibly make, short of dying.
That
And
he
in
didn't
some ways,
benefit from at all. It was everyone else will
absolutely.
benefit.
He made an he made what we call an actual sacrifice. Not only did you give up everything that you love and cherish, you did it, and you did it knowing that no one would ever know that you did it.
And to
And
go to
that is a profound sacrifice to make.
To go to bat for the film a little more on this point, the whole reason he does this spell, the reason he's convinced into doing it, is because of the damage it's doing to his friends, not him.
Yes. Once he
yeah.
learns that it is going to damage his friend's life potentially, that's when he wants to go through with this. His reasons for doing this spell are definitely not selfish ones. I'm sorry if you forgot the film. I suppose you did, but he is not. Peter Parker is not selfish. He's not a selfish person.
When speaking to the lady on the highway, he suggests getting MJ and Ned in, and then she eventually says you as well, and then he's like, no, Ned and MJ, and then she says you as well, because he saves her. Like, saying he's self-centered is like, don't know about that.
Ridiculous.
World's
Don't like
memory
it.
just so he could get.
By the way, you know who is self-centered? Like, probably the crazy witch that took advantage of everybody for her own benefit. Probably that
I
one.
believe you called her a witch. That's fucked up.
I didn't call her a little witch. It's fine.
Teenager wanted to erase the world's memory just so he could get into college.
No, yeah, right.
No,
it wasn't,
it wasn't for him. It wasn't
was
for him. It was for them.
These clips are much louder than your commentary.
True enough.
Oh god, yeah, especially that one.
You're
Oh
right.
yeah,
Yeah.
the balance is strange. Her teeth look weird.
What's going on now?
This happens at one point in the show, I think. I can't remember.
Oh wait, that's from the show. I thought we are doing a meme or something.
It might be.
I think they're rewinding the footage to go back to wherever
they're going.
wherever we're going, I guess.
What?
And these two dum-dums almost broke reality because
That's okay. It doesn't matter how much you tell me about Doctor Strange and Peter Parker. Literally irrelevant.
Yeah, it
It's
doesn't.
actually irrelevant, yeah.
Still doesn't make it any better.
What is this? Like, oh yeah, well, fucking Doctor Doom is more evil. It's like, what
What
are we doing?
Frank outside who pushed over little Timmy, that little fucker? Yeah, he didn't apologize.
Captain Good Guy America. He probably fucking ended up to work late.
It's
Yeah,
just
bastard.
whataboutism, but it's not even true. That's the thing. Like,
That's
you
the
can't
worst
do
kind.
whataboutism if the thing that you're trying to whataboutism about isn't even true.
God, it's painful, but we'll carry on, I guess.
Because of their terrible communication skills. They did this without asking anyone because
You
That's
almost
bad,
soften it
but-
by saying it was because of terrible communication skills, but whatever.
Wait, hang
As
on.
they
It
were-
wasn't even that did it. It was a difference of basically ethics.
I know it's how he phrases it.
Yeah.
So let's just pull back to 350 here.
this broke reality because of their terrible communication skills. They did this without
So it's yeah, you're right. It's the complete opposite. Actually, they make this positions very clear. They are incongruent with each other. You cannot pursue the solution of Doctor Strange and Peter Parker at the same time. Only one of them can take place, and so they fight. That's good old-fashioned,
Drama.
character-driven drama. Yeah.
without asking anyone because they were so high on their power that they thought
Wanda
themselves
didn't
to
ask
be
anybody
gods.
though, so like,
Yeah.
how is this?
I'm sorry, they were so high on their
What's your
power they thought themselves to
strategy?
be
So high on
God.
their-
I feel like you're
Yeah,
describing
no.
Wanda.
Holy
Sounds
shit.
like, yeah, like Wanda
Yeah,
actually
they're-
altered reality to fit exactly like her whims, just for her benefit.
Yeah, can you imagine like someone creating an entire reality full of people so that they could do what you want them to do because of your incredible ego? Yeah, like that's crazy. Yeah, feeling like a god indeed.
What a crazy thing that you just made up on spot there that we've definitely not seen.
The 10 Commandments of Wanda. Thou shalt have no other witches before me.
Especially if they're little.
a right, Bart.
What does this have to do?
Why
Wait,
would
what
you
was-
put this here? Why would you put this here?
Also, I like The Simpsons 1989 Walt Disney. It's like, yeah, I
Walt
guess so.
Disney. I guess technically, but
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they
Yes,
don't.
they do.
Dad!
Two wrongs make a right, Lisa.
I fucking love that clip.
Oh god, I love old Simpsons.
It's just,
uh,
oh, it's fantastic.
I'm glad there was some good in this video.
Oh yeah.
And oh yeah, Steven, we didn't forget about you, buddy. Don't you worry. We're gonna
I don't
roast
care.
your
He's
ma-
not relevant.
Didn't we just do
Yeah.
him? What? I thought we just did him.
Oh no, that was just Peter. I guess.
Okay.
Peter.
All
That
right.
was just Peter. That
magical
part.
butt very soon. And did the residents of Westview have such a bad experience? Wanda entertained them with magic shows.
It's literally it's a slave owner saying that they're singing in the fields. That's literally what he. Oh my god!
Entertain them with magical shows.
I entertained them with magic shows. Oh my god!
Oh fuck.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Here's someone in the
They
back.
were forced to applaud. My inside of their skulls, they were crying and begging for death. But on the outside, they were clapping and smiling.
Ooh, magic.
They
Ooh.
weren't allowed to be unimpressed or
Jesus
bored.
Christ.
Well, how does that
Oh,
work? Like,
God.
you are forced to clap, you are forced to smile.
That's-
This is okay.
That's like saying that people love Stalin because they wouldn't stop clapping.
That's right, yeah.
This is like
No
one said anything bad
propaganda
about
for
him.
Wanda. This is like the kind of thing she would release in her own world to benefit her.
Yeah, this is super meta.
Oh, what the
Such a bad experience. Wanda entertained them with magic shows, dinners. They celebrated Halloween. This
They celebrated Halloween.
Halloween.
You can't just celebrate Halloween without
Nice.
being enslaved by an evil witch. You can't just do that.
Oh no, I think he's about to say that the town was in like an economic recession.
Uh-oh.
guy was unemployed before all of this, and Wanda gave him a job.
Great. No, this is a
has gotta
meme.
be
I don't
joke.
care anymore.
This has got to
Yeah,
be
I
a
don't
joke.
care.
This has got to be a
I'm
joke.
playing Mario Kart.
I'm just gonna play
This-
this.
No, this can't be real.
This has to. I know that they see. I know the words they said, but I don't. This has to be a joke. My outlook of the human race requires that I believe this is a joke.
You would lose too much faith in humanity if this were real, yeah?
This
I
is what you
would.
would make. This is what we would make as an April Fool's joke.
It is.
Yes.
I can't.
Keeps running away. Snap.
And like it's the kind of thing that the evil dictator says.
Oh,
Everyone has a
dude, this is
purpose in the
real.
dominion.
Yeah.
Everybody has a job in the empire. Everyone has a role to play. Like when the God Emperor on his golden throne, he gave everyone jobs. Everyone has a purpose to serve for humanity. It's great. It's amazing.
The problem is, like, that section about No Way Home sounds legitimately like just a normal bad argument. it doesn't sound like a parody. Because like we know people who have the exact same argument that he made. This is what I mean. Like this video is confusing.
She's a job creator. See, that's the problem with people
This has gotta be a
nowadays. They always
joke.
focus
A
on the
job
negative,
creator.
forgetting about the good
This is a
times.
joke.
Gotta
I don't
stay
care
positive,
anymore, you know?
right? Positive vibes only.
Wanda had no idea that what she was doing might be causing anyone harm. She is a victim of
Shows
her
the
own
scene
magic.
where she
There
sees
you
them.
go.
Okay.
So this is why I'm not 100% sure this is a meme.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
either. I just
This is the standard argument people make for Wanda.
And of Agatha's manipulations.
Agatha didn't do anything. Like, what did Agatha do in this season, if you remember? Apparently she killed the dog. We have no idea why. She just did that.
Well, remember,
Bitch.
in the montage for the song, the first thing, in the 50s, she showed up with some flowers. In the
Pretty
60s,
evil.
she messed around with the magic trick.
Pretty evil.
In the 70s, she made Pietro there.
It's evil.
And then in the 80s, in the 70s, she killed the dog.
Evil.
And then, like, in the 80s, she made the thing that hit him there. And then in the 90s, she asked her a question on the Modern Family parody.
And then
what
she
she
eventually
did.
revealed she was here to sap her powers because she wants to be a big old powerful witch. And then
Yeah.
Scarlet Witch
And the
beats
only
her.
reason that happened is because she created the hex. That was what drew her there.
Yep. So really,
Alright.
you conclude she attempted to stop Scarlet Witch, at least for her own desires, but I mean, ultimately is the hero, and she was defeated and placed into a permanent, horrifying cage. So, yeah. But apparently it
Nothing
was, you gotta consider that Agatha is the true villain. That doesn't even make sense. Didn't you say you had a video saying that Agatha was the hero? The
she
Rags?
said she's the better villain than
Had a villain.
I'll double no, better hero. Let me double check. Screen Crush Agatha. Agatha was right and is a better hero than Wanda.
We just said that she's the reason she's the
5
person
months
that
ago.
we should blame for like the bad things that happened in Westview.
She didn't enslave the people, though.
No, she did. Well, but that's my. I'm so confused because like not only did she not do any of this shit, but you've also called Agatha. The thumbnail says Agatha was right. What is
Agatha
happening?
was right. The
Like this-
thumbnail and the title. They double down on it.
Is this because they have different writers and different videos and they don't even agree with each other?
Maybe.
Some might use this moment as proof that Wanda was well aware of what she was doing.
Because it is.
Stay out of my home.
Yeah, she gets told that she's taken people enslaved. What is the argument going to be?
You don't bother me. I won't bother you.
I wish it could be that simple.
And pause for the safety, but yeah, this is the scene where everything fell apart.
You've taken an entire town hostage.
But in truth, Wanda was dealing with intruders. Vision bought the house in Westview.
You can do both of those. Stop bringing up something
What?
that doesn't cancel the.
What happened in the rest? Like, because he cut it off. What? How? Sorry, how did she respond to what he said?
He
Because that's
says,
important.
yeah, he says you've enslaved an entire town. She says, I'm not the one with the guns, director.
Yeah,
It's
we're
not
not
even
that.
what's
We're not as powerful as you. I know. How about that? It's a horrific thing to say that doesn't in any way counter, and it's
It's a really
total
bad
non
moment.
sequitur.
The bad writer wrote that. It was terrible. And then she mind controls all the people there to aim their guns at the director. Which is just like, so you're a villain. But no, apparently she was dealing with intruders.
Which makes Wanda a legal resident. Swords spied on her. They invaded her
No,
privacy.
this
They
isn't.
even
No.
Oh no,
This
they
is-
spied on her. Oh no.
She bought that little plot of land for a house, not the entire fucking town.
Yeah, I don't see how...
All I did was, yeah, of course the government is gonna look at you if you commit a massive crime.
That pesky government.
What is this? What is this? She enslaved a whole town, and he's like, "Well, the government spied on her. She didn't want the government to look at her." It's like, it's too bad. I don't care what Wanda wants.
Well, even if all of this were true, even if they'd only spied on... What does that have to do with her having stolen people? What does that have to... Like, how do those things connect? Why are they relevant to each other? What does one justify the other? I don't understand.
attacked her.
Take the shot.
She had both the moral and legal right to protect her home.
Don't stop it!
Wow.
Stop it! The moral and legal right to. Holy shit!
I don't think she has either of those, but I don't know why you're so confident. Like, what?
I cannot believe this.
So I have to point something out because I find it very interesting. So the Agatha was right video. That one was written by the guy who's hosting this video, who did not write this video.
Oh.
So
the
is the
speaker
guy
of
who
this
wrote
video
this one hosting that one?
Is he not annoyed?
I was gonna say.
I would assume he would be.
Yeah, because if I had to fucking read this shit out, I'd be like, I need to talk to you. Like, there is a problem with the script.
I
Because
just want to say that someone posted an insanely good meme, and I'm going to show every one of you because it's so amazing.
Again, this
I
is
was
the
about-
whole.
Yeah.
Again, this is the argument that slave owners use. Like, the government can't take my slaves.
Yeah, there was that.
It's
You know what?
nuts.
All of that was her property. That was his counter. So.
And I mean, you use your magic power to take a town hostage and keep people from the outside away so no one could peep in on your horrible misdoings. And then when people try and stop you, just the nerve that they had to try and stop Wanda, unbelievable.
I mean, she committed her crime before they did anything. So, what's your defense then?
Yeah, so if we roll back like 10 seconds before the scene happens, what then? What do you say to defend to that in your world, I guess? That's bizarre.
And the moment Wanda realized that the residents of Westview are not having fun anymore, she let them go.
Not having fun anymore.
It took
So
quite
as
a
long
bit
as
of
she
persuading.
So it's fine as long as like how what some of them does she literally 100% of them were having a great time.
She didn't even ask. She didn't check. She didn't care.
It doesn't matter. You can't just give people a good time against their will. You're not allowed to do that.
That's why
them enjoying it is literally irrelevant.
Well, what I'm saying is that like you couldn't even argue that she was under the impression falsely that they all were happy to be here. She has no idea. She didn't even like look into that. Because if she did, she'd find them all screaming and telling them, "Please kill me, so I could escape this."
Well, didn't Vision like tell her at one point that it was fucked up, and she just went, "Eh."
Yeah, she keeps like shutting everyone out who says it's fucked up until they tell her that they literally wanted to kill them so they can escape it. That's when she. And if you remember, she doesn't release them at first. She instead strangles them all.
Yep.
Have fun again, God damn it!
Have fun, fuck you.
But she couldn't just free them right away because of Vision and the kids.
What? Why could she?
But they're
not have
both
done
made
that?
up. What are you like?
They're not real. They're not
real.
real. Also, even if they were real, free the people. Not even an excuse if they were real.
I don't even know what is the argument here? It's just like she can't just let them go because of these guys. It's like, yeah, but she literally does. Like, so she could have done this at any point anyway. Like, your argument doesn't even work. These guys survive her opening the gates and closing them. So she could have done it any, but like, you can't just say like, oh, well, she only did it once she could do it without these guys dying. It's like, well, no, this was the same scenario the whole time.
She watched Vision die.
By the way, the kids didn't even arrive until like episode 5 or 6 or whatever.
Yeah, they were later. She had to be in the show, get pregnant, deliver them, and then they had to grow up to that level. And it was like what, the 90s episode when they finally got to
I
that
don't
age?
remember, but I just know that this argument doesn't even work for many reasons.
Died twice, and she couldn't do it a third time, not without her proper closure. Can anyone begrudge a mother who wanted to say goodbye to her family? I think not.
Okay, so can anyone begrudge a man who just wants to create the greatest country for his people? I mean, can anyone begrudge a man for that? I don't think any of us can.
I'd just be curious what he's willing for her to get away with at this point under that
Yeah,
justification. How far could she go?
how evil does she have to how much suffering and pain does she have to inflict on people before he goes, I don't know, maybe the sads aren't really enough of a justification.
Wanda had to kill her would-be husband to save half the universe. Her brother was killed while saving the world. She sacrificed so much for this planet, so at the very least, a few
What did
people in
she
a small town could
sacrifice?
suffer for a few.
No,
Oh,
you can't say
no.
no, those
Wow.
she didn't sacrifice them. They made the sacrifice. So you are
He's
so
doing a
when you
Farquad.
sacrifice so, yeah, here's the key part of a sacrifice is that you have to give up something that you want that is yours to give, right? When you sacrifice your life, you're giving away something that is yours and that is profoundly important to you. Arguably the most profound thing you could ever give away to someone or just to give away, right? If you can't it's not a sacrifice if other people are losing the things.
I'm kind of a little bit
I
blown away
don't
that, like, simultaneously, he's doing the... Oh, fuck, what was his name? The guy about Daenerys? You know, the one that said ending slavery is worth killing 1 million people? Yezin?
I can't
His name was Yezin, yeah.
I think so, yeah, Yezin, yeah.
And to be fair, not just the specifics of obliterating King's Landing, an enormous city, like... that was an easy choice, and he's basically saying it's easy math. She helped save the universe. She did it. Interesting point about her brother. Why does this happen? Well, because Ultron tried to kill Hawkeye. Why did that happen? Well, because Ultron went wonky. Why did that happen? Well, because Iron Man didn't make it perfectly. And why did he try to make it? It's like, well, because Wanda fucked with his brain.
I actually have to piss. I can't believe this.
So, you could have argued that old Piotr died because of her. But, sure, she saved the world, okay? It's fine.
She sacrificed so much for this planet, so at the very least, a few people in a small town could suffer for a few days to let her deal with her grief.
Oh my god, no. What kind of horseshit is this?
You do, like... Because it's just, like, it's so much easier to write off as, like, you definitely don't believe it. But, like, imagine he did.
I'm baffled.
A small price to pay for salvation.
Wanda is a god.
No!
No, because it wasn't necessary. Oh my god.
Like being with magic powers that can break reality. She's not like normal people, and super people have unique ways of processing their issues. But how do
Oh
Wanda...
my god.
What does that even...
I don't...
So
I
now
don't
they're not
care.
accountable to the same moral standards. Oh my god.
This is like what Civil War's all about, really. Like, oh, because they have powers, they're just exempt from the law, I guess. And ethics.
deal with her crisis? Did she break reality? No.
Did she break reality? I'm sure all the people trapped in a body inside of some magic spell felt like it was broken reality.
It's a pretty low bar.
Also,
Well,
yes, that is a low bar. It's only bad if you break reality. What the fuck is this?
What's funny is the people who went through the Westview fucking event, they're probably living normal lives now. And you could probably have said to them, by the way, Spider-Man and Doctor Strange, they just destroyed reality temporarily and it went all back to normal. Which one would you rather have experienced, that or Westview? And I'm sure they'd be like, well, I didn't even...
The one I can verify happened?
I was gonna say, like, they don't even know. They just be like, what are you even talking... Well, not Westview.
Yeah, it's like, what are you talking about? I was trapped in my own body as a magic slave to some evil witch. What are you talking about? This different reality that I don't...
Yeah, they wouldn't even
what?
believe you. You're right. They just be like,
Wouldn't believe
you're
you.
fucking talking shit.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Did she go
Like,
crazy?
you're just pulling my leg. You're
and
trying to
kill
make me
people in a
feel
rage?
better.
Is he saying that she wasn't that bad because she didn't do what the Hulk did in Age of
No.
Ultron, the thing that she caused?
Did she go crazy and kill people in her rage? Nope. Did
She caused
that.
Okay.
she go all House of M like all of you wanted her to do? No, again.
I don't know what
She
that
needed
is. I don't care.
I'm assuming it's that's the name of the comic where she goes nuts. I'm
Comic book
assuming.
thing.
Is that what we're gonna get in Multiverse of Madness? An adaptation of House of M? What is House of M? Who's M? Is it Moriarty?
Moriarty.
Yes.
The House of Moriarty.
rascal.
You have to say it like Sean Connery.
Moriarty.
Oh.
My diaries in Berlin.
I like that
We
movie.
should
It's
watch
very
those.
good.
We should watch those. We need to watch the 3 Indiana Jones movies that they made.
All 3.
All 3 of them. The first, the second, and the third. Yeah, that's right. Especially the one, the last one, Indiana Jones and the Last
Junes?
Crusade.
Junes.
Indiana Jones.
Indiana
Jones.
Jones.
Indiana Jones. He fought in a tank against the Nazis.
Newts.
The Nazis get crushed by the tank.
Boot smoosh.
He didn't want Kumel, he wanted a horse.
The Eek of the Covenant.
Fought the Nazis in the desert.
Needed to see her lover one last time, to bury him and get closure. But what did she get instead? This. Oh, God, that is heartbreaking. No one should ever see their loved one in such a state, especially not when they're in mourning.
I mean, yeah, sure. That's not
Sure,
nice,
yeah. Yeah, that's, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Vision was their friend, but the Avengers gave his body away like he was trash or used parts.
Well...
wasn't really up to them, I don't think.
I don't even... Do they tell us how that worked logistically? I don't even know.
I don't think they do.
Because it would be
just
Tony
sort of
Stark's
all
property. I think we may have brought this up. It's like, would it have ended up with Sword, or would it have ended up... I don't even know where it would end up, actually.
Yeah, because as long as once Vision dies, I assume that the property goes back to Tony Stark.
I assume Stark, yeah.
While he's alive, of course, he's a thinking agent, so that doesn't apply. But when he dies, his body belongs to Tony Stark, and I assume Stark would give it to Sword, because that's we should probably figure out how Vision worked and how the stone and everything.
I don't know why he
was,
wouldn't just do it himself, though.
Yeah, it is true. There is that. I don't know. Maybe maybe he wanted to play nice with the organization. I don't know.
Well, because the really weird part is that they tell us they reassemble him and erase his memory, and it's like, if anyone was going to reassemble Vision, surely it would have been Stark and Banner.
I don't know who else would do it.
Because they are familiar with Vision in general, and they also have access to, like, Wakandan shit, presumably. And they got the 5 years. So, yeah, I think that's just a part that doesn't make any sense. It would be like if he took a chance in this video to say, how fucked up is it that Tony Stark doesn't pay Falcon? And it's like, yeah, well, he would have. It's just the writers said that's what happened.
They didn't bury him. They didn't give his vibranium body.
Why the fuck would you bury him? He's worth like $1 bazillion trillion. No offense. Like, I know he's a person, but like...
I mean, yeah, he was, in a sense that he is no longer a person, in that this is just a material form.
Yeah, I mean, it's loads of vibranium, and he had the ability to like phase through matter. Like, I mean, he ain't gonna be buried. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, like I get the respect of a fallen comrade, but like this body, this shell is like insane. This isn't just like a human's corpse. You know, we know how those work pretty well. We bury those and it's great, but this is a very special body.
I mean, he, correctly utilized, he's like one of the most threatening weapons. I don't know, just like if you had like Mr. Nuke and he's just a friend of yours in this cartoon world and he dies, like we should probably not just bury the nuke somewhere random. I don't know, we should probably keep a hold of it, because it's kind of dangerous. It just, man, if you were a grave robber and you stumbled across Vision, what a payday.
Body to Wakanda. Heck, they didn't even bother fixing him.
Because we didn't
He's
think
dead.
of it?
Well, they couldn't.
I'm just...
fix him. What do you mean fix?
Well, he was fixed by Sword. That's kind of why it's dumb that they wrote it that way. Like, Sword managed to put him back together, apparently. But
Because
like,
when he says this, I wonder if he thinks that if you just like you physically put him back together, he just like turns into old Vision again. I don't know.
well, I understand what you're saying, because like it's really up to the writers at that point, because like we would all assume when he gets the gem pulled out of his fucking brain and all of that's scrambled, it's like, yeah, Vision's dead and gone. But then if the writers said like, no, you just need to, get a screwdriver, fiddle around, and he'll be fine, we'd be like, oh, okay, I guess, because it wouldn't be very satisfying narratively speaking. But I guess it's up to you as sci-fi writers to make whatever rules you want. Magneto could save him, yeah. I wonder if Magneto's got any familiarity with like engineering.
Huh.
Or he just sort of wants something to happen and then just, you know, it does.
No, they just gave him to Sword, and we all know how that worked out. The Avengers may not.
I mean, well, to be fair, why would he assume Sword are evil? This is like,
Yeah, Sword.
this is like Shield and Hydra. Like, there's, you know, is it who can you trust? If it's a bad decision when someone has lied to you about their intentions, I don't know. Like, I mean, anyone can lie to you, so it's just like, you should just never give anything to anybody, I guess. Sword did need Wanda's magic energy to fix him. That's true. But like, again, that's just the writer's choices, you know? I don't know. It's very confusing. I wasn't happy seeing Come Vision. I don't think any of us were.
It looked very strange. I was not a fan, yeah.
Not have known that Sword were bad guys, but remember the last time they gave something precious to another secret organization? You know, Loki's scepter.
They gave it to Shield. It ended up with Hydra. That's not their fault.
Yeah, that was someone else giving it to a different organization. What does that have to do with this?
In fact, like, do we ever get, like, I don't know if this would stretch anyone's memories here, but, like, what is the continuity for that scepter? Because they have it at the end of Avengers, and then by Avengers 2...
Apparently it was Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. That was the explanation for it.
Do you know what it was, or do you just only know that?
I don't know. And also, I'm checked out of this, like, video. I don't care. It's just... I don't care. It's a meme.
I'll wake you up for the next one, don't worry.
That's okay. I'll play Mario Kart in the meantime.
I'll just go back to my comfort game and...
Yeah.
But yeah, if S.H.I.E.L.D. have the scepter and it ends up with Hydra because Hydra are in S.H.I.E.L.D. without anyone's knowledge, how the hell is that anyone's fault of the good guys for giving up the scepter? I don't understand.
The fact that happened to contain the Mind Stone. The Avengers had it, but instead of giving it to Thor to take back to Asgard, they gave that powerful mind-controlling weapon to S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D., who...
You know what happens to the Tesseract when it goes to Asgard? Loki fucking steals it back, and then it ends up going to Thanos. So,
can't trust anyone these days.
Yeah, you just can't fucking trust anybody.
Yeah.
We're developing Tesseract-powered weapons at the same...
Yeah, it's like Thor fucks off with it to Magic Land, and at least S.H.I.E.L.D's here on Earth, and you could monitor what they're doing. You can go knock on the door and say, "Hey, S.H.I.E.L.D., let's take." Oh, still there? Good, gotcha. We'll be back next week.
Good job. See you
Check on your
next time.
progress. Yes,
Yeah,
we
just
didn't have
keep
to
them
open a
separated.
Bifrost to get here. You were just, I drove here in my Chevrolet, so it wasn't that much of a big deal.
We're developing Tesseract-powered weapons at the same time. S.H.I.E.L.D., that organization that...
That's a neutral act. Them developing weapons based on the Tesseract. I mean, fucking Samuel Jackson makes it clear. We're doing this because we need more firepower because we're getting hopelessly outgunned by everything that's outside of Earth.
Yeah. And also,
how is that
does
like...
he extend this to...
He's implying that's evil. This is like, what?
Does he extend this to giving anything to Wakanda, the secret country? You can't give them anything now?
I'm sure, no, they're the good guys because they've kept all of their advancements to themselves. They haven't, given it to anyone else. That's safe right there. See, that's secure.
Ah, yeah. This is a really dumb argument.
That was infiltrated by Hydra for decades. So the Avengers did not learn their lesson, and now they gave away their friend's body to yet another organization that turned out to be evil.
To be fair, that's just the shitty writers, though.
Yeah, S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't... Sword doesn't seem to be evil. First off, great still, but it really seems like I'm rooting for Sword and New Vision. You have to stop this crazy woman from enslaving this town.
You remember? Because I remember us saying that we were like, Sword's gonna be the leader of Sword is gonna be made evil. That guy, director guy, and we were all wondering how they would do it. And he just kind of goes nuts and says we have to kill everyone now. And then he tries to shoot the children, and we were like, oh.
Yeah, that's just bizarre. But that's him, not
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm pretty sure Sword is fine because Sword was founded by the Rambo woman from Captain Marvel, and then like several people who work there are good guys. I don't think they're doing a Hydra situation. They were just doing, no, this guy is just an asshole, and now he's I'm assuming in prison or whatever.
I assume so, yeah.
So like, yeah, to say that it's an evil organization isn't really accurate.
Crimes against imaginary children.
To be fair, I don't consider it a strictly evil act to send in Come Vision to destroy the Scarlet Witch because she's enslaved a town and refuses to let them go.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's my part. I'm like, yeah, I'm rooting for Vision here. Thank God Sword was able to create an entity powerful enough to challenge Wanda.
Well, yeah, and unfortunately, he takes too long to crush his skull. I didn't think I'd ever say that sentence, but here we are. And now she's going to go on to kill many people in her new movie, thanks to his inability to crush his skull.
And I'm pretty sure it was Tony's decision because he clearly had a hidden agenda against Wanda from the start.
Where do you
She
get
was a
this
villain.
nonsense?
When they met, she was a villain.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you had a bias against her. That's fine. She's earned it.
Go.
Well, it's not true.
You know more than Google? Well, congratulations.
The Avengers are terrible friends. And I'm talking about you, Clint. You were one of Wanda's only friends. You know how it feels to lose the people you love. But did Clint help Wanda? Not at all.
Did Clint enslave a fucking town?
Also,
or did he kill the Yakuza? I don't...
It's not Clint's fault, it's the writer's fault if Clint doesn't care about it. You know what I mean? Like, this feels weird to put the blame on character decisions that are out of character. Like, yeah, I guess...
Where's the fault? Is it the weird, bizarre writing? Or it's...
Because if he says, like, oh, Doctor Strange didn't even show up to try and help, and it's gonna be like, yeah, but we know that they prevented that from happening in the writing room. They were like, fuck that guy, keep him out. It's like, so that feels weird to be like, oh, yes. Fuck you, Doctor Strange, or whatever. I don't know. I mean, he hasn't said that. The same kind of thing.
All of this could have been easily averted with some true friendship and therapy. If I thought Wanda did something wrong, then she would be completely justified in her actions. But of course, she did nothing wrong. She dealt with her pain and grief in a way that made sense to her. And now that she's better, she can focus on saving the multiverse.
You could say the same thing about, like, Norman Bates.
When they wrote this, were they under the impression she was a good guy in this movie?
Focus on saving the multiverse.
Because, to be fair, this was before the overt public things have happened with knowing she's evil in this movie. He may have thought that she's going to be a good guy.
Focus on saving the multiverse. And no, she isn't going to break the multiverse because you can't break what's already been broken.
Okay, so if you can repair something... So, no, it was broken and then they fixed it. So that means it can be broken again.
Yeah.
And things can be broken in multiple ways. You can break...
break
isn't
something
just like a
more.
binary necessarily.
Yeah,
It
you
can
can
be
break
a
it
little
more.
broken and really broken. Like, I could crack my windshield or I could shatter it. All right? These are both broken, but one is not nearly as broken as the other.
And why is she saving the multiverse if nothing's wrong with it? Like, well, I guess because he's under the impression that the end of No Way Home didn't even happen then. Because
I can believe that he does not have access to that basic information. Yes.
Yeah, he might have
based on
left
what
the
I've seen
theater a
in the
bit
video.
early.
Yeah.
And
He
what's all
watched
this
the
crap
trailer.
about Wanda being dangerous and unstable, huh? Wanda proved that she is a true hero who deserves our respect. Look at Wanda right here. What a hero! She's
She's
forced
shooting
to
a
kill her
beam at a
lover
bad
with
guy?
one hand while holding Thanos off with the other.
No, so because this is probably the thing that's worth
He's back.
clarifying.
Bring
Well,
us
yeah,
back.
sure. This has nothing to do with this video. This is just an observation that's probably worth putting out there. Like, I liked Wanda. I actually liked her a lot. I thought that she was a good character. I thought they were doing something with her and sending her down a path that was interesting. This is a really good payoff for the character. This is like a meaningful choice that she's made.
It's one of the
here.
best parts of Infinity War, this bit.
Yeah. This was before they
And-
ruined her.
Yeah,
This was
then they made her own show. She got blue shelled.
Well, yeah, because also, like, in Endgame, it's a really cool moment as well when she fights Thanos, because it's like, yeah, she's furious. It just happened for her. She's very, very angry, and and then you see, like, the glimpse of, oh, like, when she's really pissed off, like, oh shit, she's actually quite dangerous. But, like, this is a character she was pretty well characterized, like, even up until Endgame. It was really WandaVision that derailed everything. So when you're saying, oh, she just shot a laser at Thanos, it's like, nah, you got to give it way more credit than that. This is like a really meaningful choice that she's made here.
I mean, I would argue he is. That's like the goal of this, bringing this up. If listen to the way he inflects as well. He is trying to make a big deal out of this.
Rag said, oh, shooting a laser at someone.
Oh.
In a kind of a dismissive way.
Well,
Because this is... in the sense that she's doing something that she should be doing that you
doing
would
something
expect her to
very
do?
heroic here.
I
She's doing something very heroic here. She like is actually making the trade that she never wanted to, but she will to save the universe.
to contextualize it, maybe to convince you, Rags, I would argue that the super courageous heroic part is destroying the person she loves, and by shooting the
That
laser at
part, yeah.
Thanos, it's preventing him from stopping her. Like, so
Giving-
it's all encompassed into I'm killing someone I love to save the world.
Yeah.
Like this is very good for her character. This is something that you could really work with in a better version of WandaVision. I guess
Oh,
that's what
yeah.
I want to.
That's what we thought
I
it would
think
be.
it gets. I guess that's because amidst the sea of like kind of the Wanda discourse at this point, which I think is pretty impossible to like meaningfully like broach, that it kind of gets lost in the mess of everything. It's like Wanda was actually a pretty great character, or at the very least, she was the start of a great character for as because she wasn't like at the forefront at this time. It's just a shame that now that she is at the forefront, it's botched. She's in like a really bad place where, and it seems like it's only going to get worse, and it's going to be very hard to pull that character back and make her into something really good again. That's it's just disappointing. That's all.
Talking about like potential going forward, and including, by the way, like you referenced the Endgame moment. It's like it's all great, but I feel like the film points out the problem in that scene with Thanos' response. I don't even know who you are. It's like that's not great, is it?
Because, well, it's not because he doesn't know who you are because this isn't the Thanos that did it. This is lame Thanos.
New
This
character,
shitty
yeah.
Thanos,
This is shit
yeah.
Thanos.
Thanos wants to shred the universe down to its last atom, whatever that means,
And
and
it's
create a new one.
It's sad
Like,
because I think that if she were the one to turn up to kill him on the farm, he'd probably accept it, and it would be a really interesting scene. He'd be like, "I know why you're doing what you're doing."
Yeah, I did what I did, but I was a dick, but I kind of felt like I had to, but I get it.
He respects her after what she does in Infinity War.
Oh, dude, that
So,
was
like,
the
yeah.
aspect of Thanos that I think is possibly one of the best elements of him in Infinity War: the testing of people's like fortitude. And
Yeah.
Well,
so fucking
it's
cool.
it's a great parallel because in Thanos' mind, he thinks that he did the same thing with Gamora, but of course he didn't, right? Like it's different because but it means the same thing to him essentially of sacrificing somebody you love to advance like a better good. Of course, the difference here is that like Vision said that he was okay with this. Like this is he's also making the sacrifice too, so it's super meaningful for Vision. Meaningful to Vision as well because he's making the trade so that he can save the universe. I just wanted to make it clear. It's like Wanda was a good character.
Yeah,
And
was.
Elizabeth Olsen is a fantastic actress. So, like, given the right material, and
Yeah, so
hell, given
WandaVision hurt so much.
the bad material, right? Like, she can even try to make the bad material into something better. Of course, there's only so much you can do, right? But it's a shame. I think that would be kind of the tone. It's a shame.
Just on that topic of Thanos, by the way, it's with all of them, right? Like his test with Star-Lord comes through, and I think he says interesting, right? He tests Loki with Thor, Loki fails. He tests why am I forgetting? Fucking third one. There's another one. Oh yeah, Gamora with Nebula, and she fails. Because he's basically threatening to kill or torture these loved ones, and then seeing if they can hold their resolve. And obviously, in Scarlet Witch, he sees her do, like you said, the absolute reflection of what he sees himself having done. Infinity War is better than Endgame for many reasons.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
I saw someone in chat saying I'm cringing at the fact that you're taking this as earnest arguments. I feel sorry. No, I guess I'm jealous for you that you have no idea that people make these arguments earnestly. Like,
Yeah.
Well, I will say I'm
sweet,
back tomorrow.
sweet summer child.
I'm gonna say I've spotted a lot of these before. Some of these are like the one where it's like Tony Stark runs away from his problem, shows the snap. Like I've never seen that before, but I have seen all of the other characters' responsibility levels arguments before. I've seen that she's experiencing grief, so leave her alone arguments before. I've seen the members of Westview were happy as far as she knew before. This is a lot of the standard Wanda defense train stuff.
lever with
They're
one
just
hand.
making really bad arguments,
Yep.
but they seem to be making them.
And it's good to cover them in prep for what we're about to get in Multiverse of Madness.
While holding Thanos off with the other.
And then Thanos is like, give me the Infinity Gauntlet, and Scarlet Witch is
I'm gonna pause a lot for this because I have no idea what the copyright is for whatever this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
like, I don't think so.
And what were the other so-called heroes doing in the meanwhile? Licking their wounds after stupidly bum-rushing Thanos.
What? Stupidly bum rush?
Stupidly bum rushing?
He is
They
meters
delayed
away from the
Thanos.
final Infinity Stone.
They
Like,
literally
he's right
delayed it for
there.
her. They gave her as much time as they could. You can
Yeah.
see her in the background. They all fall trying to delay Thanos. How is that not exactly what you think they should do? Okay.
Rushing Thanos. I mean, they knew this guy beat both Hulk and Thor. What the hell were they thinking running
They're
at him?
heroes. They're trying.
They try to delay
They don't
him.
have a chance. You fucking
They're trying to stop-
moron.
they're
Jesus
trying to
Christ.
stop half
So
the
fuck
universe.
it.
Fucking hell.
Why would you say so-called heroes as they're
What the fuck,
sacrificing
man?
themselves to try and
Jeez.
delay Thanos? Isn't that heroic?
Standing for Wanda makes you discount the rest of the Avengers even as heroes. They're not even heroes. They're not even bad at being heroes. They're just not even. They don't even qualify.
Like it's just categorically true that Thanos took longer to get to her as a result of them than if they had just not done anything.
Maybe if you cover superhero stuff, you should probably check what a superhero is, because you apparently don't understand how this works.
Where's he gonna find a
Fucking
definition for
idiots.
that?
Oh, I don't know. Everywhere.
Everywhere. Wow.
Pack of stupid idiots. What is this idiot doing firing bullets at a Titan?
What? He's got a gun. He's. What do you want him to do, man?
What is he
He's
gonna
Bucky,
do?
And he's. What?
I don't see why you wouldn't
I would
try.
like for you. Yeah, offer
Yeah.
me an alternative.
I mean, how would he know that bullets wouldn't work?
Why? Like literally, why wouldn't he try? Do they know anything about Thanos at this point other than like he's powerful as fuck and he's beaten the Asgardians? It's just like, yeah, if you're Bucky and you have a gun, I don't know, man.
You're shooting.
Think
And
you'd be
plus,
shooting.
Thanos like makes an act to stop the bullets, so it implies that they might have affected him.
I mean, yeah.
I don't know, man. What would
Remember, he
what
can
should Bucky be
bleed.
doing?
There's a chance.
And where the f is Thor? He's spending the whole movie saying he's gonna kill Thanos, but when it's time to put an axe to the head, he goes AWOL. Was he?
So you're literally showing him destroying the ships that are landing to deploy soldiers. I feel like that's important as well.
Sleepy? Did he forget? Wanda would have easily tore Thanos limb from limb if she wasn't busy sacrificing Vision.
But she didn't later.
Also, yeah, but that he doesn't. He has the stones, so we don't know that Wanda could have done that to him while he has the gauntlet. But to be honest with you, there's a good chance you could argue that's just more of a writing flaw. Because this is the problem with defeating Thanos. There's lots of ways they could have done it, but didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
How could you miss? He was 3 feet.
But to be fair, he didn't miss. He
didn't.
Yeah.
Like,
as you can clearly see.
Yeah, like I don't know. Like, I don't think this is like this is reasonable to me that the axe hit him in the torso. Like, yeah, he threw it from really far away. I mean, you know, a good shot. Unfortunately, it's not a kill shot.
Here's the truth. Wanda is the real victim here. Wanda didn't know the true limits of her
real
powers.
victim.
She had to learn on the go. She didn't even know she was a magic user. This just proves how amazing she is.
She
She's
didn't
a
even know she
self-made
was
witch.
a magic user.
She
That doesn't
did-
change
that's-
what her powers are, just what they're called, essentially, right? Does that have any impact on what her powers are, or just her awareness of?
Yeah, what to call them or their source.
Yeah,
You're right. Yeah,
I don't see what this actually changes. Like, it's not. I don't even know what you'd call them before, other than her powers. Now that we just know that some people call it magic and spells, that's just terminology. I don't see
Well,
what this
no, I
actually
mean,
changes, right?
if you now like can use runes because you have some knowledge of rune, I don't even know how you explain it, but I mean, it is different now, right? Because before it was just telekinesis essentially and mind control.
But
Now
could
it's
she
like,
do that all along, or did she?
well, I mean,
I think the answer is yes.
I guess
It's
she's
just-
a possibility
well,
if you weren't aware, right? Like
To
if you're
partially
like,
correct
oh, I'm-
you, Friggy, we're just waiting for the writers to tell us, no, she didn't do
Yeah.
telekinesis, she did a telekinetic spell. You'd be
oh
like,
yeah, right. Probability hexes, right? That was
just
what they
replacing things we know she can do and calling them a spell, and it's just like, okay. Like,
I guess
Yeah,
it would be that you
don't
expand it,
see-
right? Like
it's got
if
big
she does
retcon
get
energy.
well, I guess, right, but it's like a retcon more in line with what they probably would have done originally if they had more confidence that they could do it. But I mean,
I
still,
don't
right?
even know, because like saying that the power came from the power came from her and it was amplified by the stone, when it seemed to us that they strictly made it came from the stone when they introduced her.
Well, that
there
was
was
my
no mention
understanding.
of like, oh, she was always a spellcaster.
That was definitely a retcon for sure.
Yeah, so you know, now it's but as Rags was saying, it's just like the fact that she knows the source of her power is different than what she thought. Does that change the ethical nature of the horrors that she's committed to? Is like, not really.
No, I guess it's the idea that maybe if she has a perspective that, oh, I'm a witch, then it means that it changes her perspective on what she can do, which then influences what she will do, right? Like, if you...
Oh yeah,
if you
well,
think
we
all
see
you
that
do is,
happen
telekinesis,
with the runes.
yeah, that's all I was saying. But yeah, I mean, I agree, right? Like, just because you learn something different doesn't mean it's like, oh, well, that means you can do whatever you want.
Well, because he's
Yeah,
appealing a
doesn't
lot,
excuse
and
past behavior anyway.
the Wanda sounds like to appeal to this a lot. She just didn't. She wasn't aware. She was not aware. It's like, no, we saw that she was aware.
But this is the thing. This video is a meme, so...
Well, that argument isn't a meme. Whether or
If
not
it's
this
a
video is a
meme,
meme.
if
This
it's a
video is
meme,
a
then
meme.
why does it hurt so much?
I don't know, but it's a meme.
If only there was a magical
does it
school to
hurt
help
so
her
much?
control her
Because
power.
it was-
Wait, there is Carmertage. But did Wanda get a letter to join? Wanda had no idea that...
To be fair, they don't contact magic users. They contact... Isn't it just people? And then they teach them how to harness the magic?
Well, because they're sorcerers, right? Anybody can be a sorcerer, seemingly, but like only
Like,
Scarlet
that's
Witch
very
is Scarlet
egalitarian.
Witch.
Yeah, like they didn't email her like, you... I don't even know that they... Her magic is like not like anything they've got. Or at least it's like, visually speaking, it's a very different thing. Though, to be fair, he's highlighting that, yeah, there probably should have been a fun conversation between Wanda and Doctor Strange by now.
Yeah, but I guess we're gonna get it now.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be
really fun.
I'm sure it'll be
It'll
great.
Very fun. I can't
Yes.
wait.
As penned by the writer of Loki.
That sounds like a standard MCU scene before all this shit happened. That you'd have like him saying like, you know, she says like, you know, Wanda, use your magic or whatever, and then Doctor Strange is like, that's not magic. This is magic. And then she's like, you know, that's your magic. Yeah, like, and they have that little a really fun fight in the middle of an actual fight to balance the drama and the comedy.
she's part of the Big Three Club.
What Big Three? Androids, aliens, and wizards.
And that's
No,
all
she's
Dr.
not a wizard. I thought we covered
She's a
this.
witch.
She's a witch.
She's a little witch,
And Doctor
according to
Strange is a sorcerer.
some villains.
It's
He's
incredible that
literally
they don't care for these categories, that they just put them all into wizard. That is, I would say that's offensive.
Well, I think it is offensive. It's not apt. It doesn't describe them properly.
I'm offended.
Strange's fault. It's in his job description to keep watch over other powerful magic users.
Well, he wasn't allowed to come to the show. So
he's white, so he wasn't allowed to.
Because he's a man.
A man, sorry.
Yeah, I think it was more so he's a man than
normally
white.
because they're it's normally because they're white, but this time it's because he's a man. It is hard to keep track of the reasons. So.
What is your job exactly besides making balloon animals?
Strange knew about Wanda. I mean, she was pretty well known. Some will even say she was wrongly infamous. Steven is...
Wait, whoa, did you just say wrongly infamous?
Wrongly infamous? Yeah. I think
Mhm.
after this, she certainly ain't wrongly infamous. And before this, she did have an oopsie. So I
Alright,
would
yeah,
imagine
like,
it going both ways.
if she decided the lives in those buildings were worth less than the lives of the people on the ground, and the building had my family in it, I ain't gonna think of her as wrongly infamous. Obviously her actions in Age of Ultron as well are fucking horrible.
so bad at his job that he never bothered investigating the nature of Wanda's powers. Or
You know, I'm gonna agree
It
with him
doesn't
on that
matter
one.
how far down you tear Doctor Strange. It doesn't.
No, yeah,
have anything
that
to
is
say about
true.
him.
I'm also agreeing with just the you know the scene you get in a good old Ragnarok where Strange just talks to Thor when he arrives on Earth immediately, and he's put Loki in a sense of stasis because he's like, I don't know what the power level or intentions of you guys are. I find that satisfying in terms of, well, because he's also got Odin. I appreciate that compared to nothing at all, which is how he dealt with Scarlet Witch.
Well, Hold on. Let's think about the timeline though, right? Because Doctor Strange came around after Civil War, so this was after she was in hiding. Would he have been able to find her if he was trying to?
I
Would
assume he
have, like,
can. I don't know what the limits of his potential are. The
Depends on
fact
if
that he
they've
could like,
invented a spell for it yet.
yeah, like, remember he gets to Loki and Thor as they arrive. Like I don't even know what.
True, yeah.
I assume is some kind of ability to just monitor the like they've never actually told us how he does it, but I assume
how is he going to find Wanda in the movie if not through some means that he has to find her, right? Like in the upcoming movie because she's in hiding.
presumably, yeah, he's gonna have some way of doing it.
Must have some way to do it.
And if not, we deserve context for why that's not happened before. But of course, they don't give it in WandaVision. They could have given us a throwaway line. They've done it before in their movies.
The thing with the MCU is that it doesn't really care about like the world or continuity until it has an opportunity to just have the characters interact. Like if they can't afford it or if they're just not interested in doing that at any given time, then they won't interact. But then when they want them to, they will. It's just kind of how it works.
Sometimes it wouldn't make more sense to have Wong show up in Westview. I mean, someone should have come up there.
Someone,
Somebody.
a person.
Because Wong is Sorcerer Supreme, so if not Strange, it would have been Wong.
Yeah, I'll take either.
Or
I'll take
maybe
either,
Steven was
yeah.
just jealous because he wanted to be the only magical hero out.
Sorry, this is a meme.
Wow.
I keep reminding myself this is a joke.
out there. After all, we saw how he reacted when Wong was made Sorcerer Supreme.
No, he got it on a technicality because I blipped for 5 years.
Which I don't even know if.
What's
I
wrong
mean,
with him saying that? I mean, it's true.
well, he's probably
So-
he seems frustrated, which is fine. But I mean, it's a reality that I think even Strange would have to accept that's reasonable. If you're gone for 5 years, someone else needs to be Sorcerer Supreme. That's fine with me.
Yeah, I mean, and plus it's okay to want something nice for yourself. Like we're gonna
Yeah.
make it's
I
okay
doubt
to
that,
want to
like-
be Sorcerer Supreme. It's
I
okay.
would doubt that he is particularly upset that Wong, somebody who is highly competent, is like the Sorcerer Supreme. I doubt that
Yeah.
really upsets him.
I don't think he has lost any moments of sleep over it.
I don't know.
No.
I would even
Like
concede like
Wong.
Doctor Strange is very ego driven. That's fine. It's part of his character. Like,
Yeah,
And maybe
like I
that'll
said,
be
it's
the
okay to
one
want to be
he has to
Sorcerer
use it.
Supreme.
I don't
wanna
think
be
he's
Sorcerer
jealous of Scarlet
Supreme.
Witch. She's a fucking psychopath.
Yeah, that's not good. We don't want to be Scarlet Witch.
No, we know.
We want to be Sorcerer Supreme, not Scarlet Witch.
Oh, well, congratulations.
If I'd been here, then I would
Burn the
have...
place down.
Agatha was drawn to Westview after sensing Wanda's magic. So how come Doctor Strange didn't sense it? And Wong
That's
don't
because the
know
writers.
extent
I
of
don't
their
know.
powers.
He wasn't allowed to.
Wasn't allowed.
Sorry, this is a joke. I'm
Well, to
sorry.
be fair, I don't know why you'd say that one's a joke because that's an
No, I
argument
know,
that is
but-
valid until you know about meta shit.
No, I guess it's just because I'm at this point like convinced that this has to be satire. Like it has to be because there's just so many like there are like real arguments that people make mixed in here, but like the way that the visuals are cut together and just some of the things he said, like, oh, those people suffering for a few days, so that like it's got to be a joke. It has to be.
I mean, some people are genuinely this stupid.
And I was going to say, just go visit
So-
the comment section. You'll find comments being like, I don't agree that she did nothing wrong. And it's like, so you are taking this seriously. A lot of people are taking this video very seriously. This is kind of what I'm getting
I'm
at.
sure that the
I'm
video
sure
makers
it's
want people to take this seriously.
Well, no, I'm saying I think that they made a meme, and whether it gets taken seriously or not is part of the joke.
The reason why I'm not convinced it's a meme yet is because of the delivery of the video.
I think the delivery is
overall.
what's making me think it's a meme. The way that he
I
says
think
some
it's-
of his points, it's like, you're saying this like with a smile on your face almost, you know? Like
Maybe
like
it's
you
the
know how
contrast
to-
between the presenter and the editing.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe that's what's creating, like, it's not intended to have this quality, it's just poorly edited.
You have to wonder if the guy presenting knew the intentions for this video, or if he was told to deliver it earnestly.
Yeah.
Because like I think it fits no matter context you've got, and then the more important part is that these arguments are taken seriously by many, many people, thousands even.
Wong is no better as well. Instead of being the magic boss
I am the Wizard King.
and stopping Strange from potentially messing with reality-breaking spells, he turns a blind eye.
That is actually true, and that's a
Yeah,
bad
he
part of the
does.
film.
Yes, it is bad.
Can't say anything else about
Well,
that.
I don't
Wanda's still evil, though.
of all people, Wong is like hyper responsible. That's probably the way to define him.
The
is
trailer
hyper-
had the better take, where he
Yeah,
says,
don't cast it.
yeah, don't do it. While the film is like, don't involve me. It's like, wait, what the fuck?
That's not who Wong is. Wong is very
And
much like
also,
balanced,
and
principled.
plus,
Yeah.
Wong would know that the nature of the spell is one such that you can't just like not be a part of it.
He will
You
be a
can't. I
part of it.
can't
Yeah.
leave you out. I can't leave you out. That's part of the spell. You're included.
Well, and it's that horrible infection that Marvel can have sometimes. A lot of things can have it, but where Strange says like, "Do you remember the blah 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 blah?" And then he goes, "No," and he goes, "See," and it's like, so that's meant to be a joke and fun and everything, but like you just revealed that you fucked with his head without his knowledge.
Yeah.
There's that concept comes up in a different show, and there's a different reaction to such a thing compared to the way they make it all fun in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
He also, as the Sorcerer Supreme, did not sense the trouble in Westview, and that's because he's too busy with his illegal underground cage.
No,
I was going to say
it's
this
'cause
is
the writers won't let him.
this is solid criticism of the character, but only as a result of shitty writing. So I can't really fault him
To keep
for
the man
using
out of
this
the
argument.
show, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
You just have to acknowledge that the reason for it is an out of universe reason.
Well,
none of this even absolves Wanda, though.
No, of
This is
course,
all,
that's
like,
the important part. Though I will say, like, you know, for those incoming arguments that people will experience directly from the mind and voice of Fringy, I don't think you'd take anyone seriously being like, Fringy, it's not the characters that are making bad decisions, it's the writers. I think you'd just be like, well, yeah.
Yeah,
we're just tracing it back to
Yeah, so
exactly.
the
I know why they
reason-
did it, but it doesn't
Yeah,
save them.
But like in
The reason for these
isolation,
choices.
I'm happy to say you are correct. It is dumb that Wong and Doc Strange don't turn up, but it doesn't mean anything for your overall point in this video.
You're just highlighting more bad writing. That's it.
Yeah.
No.
Fights. Neither Strange nor Wong tried to stop Wanda. Same goes for every.
Why would they? She's not doing anything wrong.
That's right.
Yeah,
Why
you
would you
said
want to stop
doesn't
her?
do
Why
anything
would they
wrong.
be? Why would they be so
Exposed.
discriminatory?
Because this is a meme.
every other hero,
This is everybody's fault but mine.
meaning they are all incompetent or
I'm not laughing at your video. I'm laughing at The Simpsons.
I need to rewatch classic Simpsons, man. It's just gold.
So good.
they knew that Wanda had it under control. Some people might say
Wait,
that
whoa.
Under control.
Under control. What problem was?
Wait, is he
under
saying that's
control?
why they didn't turn up?
they
You
knew that
can't
Wanda,
cut to this image though. Like, you know.
Hang
But
on.
mine.
meaning they are all incompetent, or they knew that Wanda had it under control. Some people might say that Wanda was tormenting the people of Westview, like this
Yeah,
moment
the
here.
people of Westview would say that.
her. Stop who?
She's in
I'm just gonna pause for safety.
my head.
It was never confirmed that this guy was referring to Wanda, and
Wow.
What?
Wait, is he saying this Agatha?
Baby.
it's not 100% confirmed, then that means that there is a chance that it was not Wanda.
If we
There's a chance there wasn't. Well, I mean, like, I guess on a super technical level, it is possible that it wasn't Wanda, and everybody was just wrong about everything, despite all that they said. And
No,
At the end
no
of the,
rational person can look at that scenario and think it wasn't Wanda.
yeah, that's
Agatha,
ridiculous.
Agatha explicitly says, and you could be like, she's lying, but she's obviously not. When like some of the residents are like, "Hey, can you let us out?" All she
Okay.
says is like, "They're your puppets." That's what she says. I just cut their strings.
If your argument is when Agatha revealio the scene where she does that and they all start complaining, and if your argument is, well, she's not revealing Wanda's damage, she is damaging them herself and making them feel as though it's Wanda that's doing it. Like, if that was your argument, I'd still be like, that doesn't absolve Wanda of anything.
Yeah. Also, where's that scene?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just a really generous interpretation to the point of being like, what the fuck are you even
Yeah,
referencing?
like how did you? Yeah, exactly. We have to divorce ourselves so far from the material at this point. You might as well make anything up that you want.
1% chance that he is our enemy. We have to.
Also, it was already happening before Agatha turned up. Oh, I guess he would argue, yeah, but you don't know that they were in pain at that point, or some shit.
Take it as an absolute certainty.
It was
Also,
Agatha.
this is not.
I
a good
can't.
line. This is
You
not
can't be
logic,
fucking
so-
kidding me. Come on, he's like, yeah, but you can't know.
torture the residents.
If
After
we
all,
want to have a discussion about the nature of knowledge and basic epistemology and how we can be sure about things, we can have that. But I don't think Screen Crush is ready to have that discussion.
I just think he's saying that all of the pain and torture stuff was Agatha's doing to make Wanda feel like she's guilty of something, but at the same time, she still enslaved everybody, even if they were all really happy. We've been over this.
Yes,
confessed-
it doesn't even matter what they felt about it. It wasn't her thing. You can't just say that.
I hate this fucking
No.
song.
She was clearly messing with the residents. She exploited Wanda's fragile mental state, tricking her into believing
Yeah, that's the argument then. He thinks that all the pain and suffering elements were caused by Agatha, not by Wanda.
that Ralph Boner was Quicksilver.
Can
And that's
you
just a
provide a
terrible thing to
reference
do,
to this
using this boner to give us a multiversal boner.
Boner.
And Agatha tricked Vision, pretending to be under mind control, manipulating him into disturbing Wanda. That's her
But
MO. She's a lie.
But what was the lie?
This is
Because
annoying.
Vision-
It's like, there's a sliver of like evidence that this could be the actual narrative, but it's just not at all supported by anything else. But it doesn't even absolve Wanda. Like, I don't even know why we're trying this. But
Yeah, if this is the best that you can come up with, we are in trouble. And by
Ryan
we, I
Witt.
mean you.
She can't be trusted.
There you have it, folks. Conclusive proof.
This is the
No.
ultimate proof that Wanda did nothing wrong. It
Ultimate
was
proof.
Agatha
Proof?
all along.
oh,
No.
don't do that.
No.
again.
And I killed Sparky, too.
That's all the proof we need.
And that's the
not
truth.
proof. This is pathetic. If this is proof, this is awful.
I mean, it's just like the character being like, I did anything that was evil. It was me. You're like, oh, all right, fine.
With some cheese on it.
Also, are we forgetting about all the important things that happened thanks to the Westview incident? First, Wanda discovered that her powers
Not
are magic,
irrelevant.
and she's a
Irrelevant. Not relevant.
She
not
discovered herself
relevant.
to be even more powerful after she
Yeah, the
tortured
Nazis helped
people.
us get to the
This
moon.
is,
That does not
this is
excuse
really-
anything.
This is going to be really age poorly, I imagine.
Yeah,
this
because she's
part
gonna kill
here.
everybody with her new powers.
She discovers that she's the Scarlet Witch, and then she gets the evil book, and she starts reading the evil book, and I'm sure that that will prompt some behavior
Mm-hmm.
in the subsequent film, the film to come out. that
a witch. And that will be very important in the years to come. Because Wanda now knows how powerful she is, she can protect the world and the whole multiverse.
Yeah, this is stupid.
He
It's like,
thinks
oh,
she's
a
a good
good
guy.
thing might happen as a result of some bad thing. That
Mhm.
retroactively means it's not a bad. No, it doesn't. That's not how it works. Everything exists in its own context. You can't retroactively make someone non. You can't take away their moral position after the fact. That's not how it works. It's not how any of this
Second,
works.
Monica Rambeau now has powers, so she gets to be a space hero. Next, Agatha Harkness is an
Oh,
evil witch.
she might be just as fucking evil as Wanda is with these writers. We don't know.
With
You might
these
have just
writers,
created an
yeah.
evil supervillain.
Also, against her
Also,
will,
it doesn't
you
matter.
gave it. Well, I guess you can't even. She walked in through the barrier knowing it would kill her. That's what she was told. So I don't even know what to say about all that.
who preyed on
Yeah,
the
I
poor
don't know.
people of Westview. Wanda exposed her and she eliminated her.
That's one way to put it, I suppose.
Trapped her in a
I
mental
mean, she put her in a torture chamber until
Yeah.
Wanda said, "You don't have to be in there anymore," which is,
Mhm.
by the
'Cause I'm gonna
way,
use you.
immoral.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah, of
yes,
course.
yes.
Agatha tried to steal Wanda's awesome magic powers. And if she had her way,
Awesome.
who knows how powerful she would have gotten. She was a threat
I don't
to
care
the
as long
whole
as
world.
I'll take the dice roll with Agatha instead of Wanda.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, we never got the impression. Agatha seems to want power to have power. It doesn't seem like she was trying to kill or hurt anybody. Meanwhile, Wanda was literally enslaving a town. If only, like, one of them has to have the power. It's like, I guess we'll give it to Agatha right now. We have no reason to think she's going to destroy the world with it or anything.
Yeah, I mean, like, I understand the devil you know, but Jesus Christ, I think I'll just take it. Yeah, Wanda's awful. I don't want Wanda having power. I've seen what she does with it.
World, likely to all of reality. And what did Wanda do? She
Likely?
stopped her. Wanda,
Wait,
She stopped
how have
it.
you determined there's at least a 51% chance of that?
Why
What?
would-
What are you doing?
Why would Agatha want to destroy reality? She lives there.
Yeah, that's what are you doing? Likely, it's likely she'd do that. It's like based on what, motherfucker? Show me your fucking calculation.
Show me your workings.
is the hero. She saves this town, the world, and the universe from this
Wanda
conniving
saves
witch.
the town.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Alright,
like
then.
if someone okay, if you a man walks up to you in an alley with a gun and he says, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. But that's not all. I'm going to give you a special one-time offer. If you give me your wallet and everything in your pockets. I will not kill you. And so you're like, oh shit, that's great. Thank you so much. You give him the wallet. The gunman does not get to say, see, I saved you from the gunman.
Yes, he does,
How
right?
magnanimous of me that I saved you from that terrible fate. God, it's like the fucking hell argument. Jesus Christ.
So don't give her these dark looks, you ungrateful idiots. She saved you all.
You ungrateful creatures think you're
Ungrateful.
No, this is a meme. He just called the people of Westview who were trapped and wanted to die because of the mental torture idiots. Like,
Oh, and you
this
just
is a
compared
joke.
it to Wizard of Oz.
But in his mind, remember, in his mind, he doesn't see it as mental torture. He sees it
Well,
as they all had jobs and were happy.
Yeah, but so to be fair, I'm trying to be as best face as I can because there's a chance here that this is actually genuine. He's saying that she did give them all satisfaction. Agatha's the one that was torturing them and passing that off as the result of Wanda's spell. That's his logic. Like, there are people who would find that very convincing. Unfortunately. I don't know what else to
I've
say.
been on EFAP too long to just pass off these weird, bizarre opinions as jokes all the time.
Lucky. And finally, Wanda exposed the rotten apples at Sword. If not for Wanda, these bad guys would have gotten away with it. They used
Gotten
Wanda's
away with what? What would they have gotten away with?
Using things
to
for
create White
evil.
Vision. Their plans were nefarious.
What?
White Vision isn't
Were they?
evil. He's
not evil.
Why were
In
their
fact-
Sent him
plans
to stop a
nefarious?
supervillain.
White Vision gets talked down. It's
Yeah.
just, in terms of like,
And his purpose was a righteous one. He was sent in to stop an evil supervillain from abducting a town. He's a hero.
Also, this guy and Agatha tried to kill Wanda's kids, so they're both pure
They're
evil.
not real.
I don't know. That whole situation was bizarre. I don't even know what to say about it. Like, but the thing is, like, Sword isn't evil.
And
Yeah,
who
I don't
stopped
have-
these
I don't
evil
think
people?
they're evil
Wanda.
The real villain?
Oh, no, not the beast! Not the beast!
I don't even know what I should be looking out for copyright right now. It's like 3 different things at once. Is this Incredibles? The sound?
I have
No,
no
this
idea.
is Superman, or sorry, Spider-Man.
No, Austin
Oh,
Powers.
it didn't. Oh, yeah. Because it started with a da da da. I was like, oh, it's a Spider-Man, and then they just took it in a different direction.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Austin Powers.
The real villain.
So he's saying that Mephisto's behind all of this shit, I guess?
No, this is a joke, probably, alright? I can't. It's all a joke. Everything's a joke.
Just go back to your Mario Kart. It'll be okay.
Defeat
It'll
is
be
pretty
okay.
good.
Yes, it's a joke.
This is more than enough evidence to prove that Wanda did nothing wrong. Now, at this
More
point,
than
you
enough
should be
evidence,
100%
it's
convinced.
not.
But just for the sake of it, let's open up the debate down in the comments. And if some of you think that Wanda did something wrong, go ahead. Try to prove me wrong. I dare you.
We did.
You can even at me on Twitter.
Your
And
own
if you're an
footage
anti-
proved you wrong. Your editor fucked you.
He
Did
showed
the
plenty of
writer
it.
Did the writer put it in there? Say you can add me on Twitter if you think I'm wrong.
Link him to this podcast. I would love to hear what defense
A hero who's
measures.
wrongly convicted by the court of public opinion, you better
Why would you show Homelander? Like, he shows... This is what I
Homelander's
mean, I don't
evil.
understand this. Like, he shows Walker, and I'm like, he says wrongfully, like, convicted. I'm like, you know what? Yeah. Then he shows Homelander. It's like, what?
subscribe to Screen Crush and hit that notification bell so we can defend you next. For Screen Crush,
So we can
I'm
defend.
Ryan.
No, some people shouldn't be defended. I mean, like, legally, sure, you get a lawyer, but like some people morally should not be defended.
I get so now that we're at the end, there's only 2 conclusions. Like, either that was a joke or this is like actually awful.
Well, what other options are there? Like, what?
There are no other options. I guess I'm just laying it out clearly. If this was a joke, then okay, but if not, that was horrendous. Like, I don't so many contradictions, like, in their own logic, and then just like the standard thing, right, where like, I don't know, where people defend like bad TV shows and then they just start saying these weird ethical things where it's like, what are we doing? Yeah, it's whatever. That's...
But like, look at these top comments. As a Wanda fan, I'm not sure I entirely agree with all of this. Wanda didn't create Westview to deal with her grief. She was running away from it. See what I mean? They're like, that argument doesn't work for me. But the other ones do.
Yeah, I
So
don't
the
know.
comments are taking it as a serious video for the most part.
Well, yeah,
Looks like it.
I think loads of people would probably share this video as being like, if you thought Wanda was like the villain, here's why you're mistaken.
Well, you and I both know, all of us know how people, I don't know if Metal knows maybe, but people just kind of hear videos in the background. They don't listen to them and pay attention, and they just sort of nod along as they're playing their game or folding their laundry or doing their stupid shit.
Uh-huh.
And so they don't like
Uh-huh.
actually think about it or process it. But it's like, oh, I watched that video on why Wanda was actually in the clear morally and it's okay. And so they carry on with their lives thinking that, oh yeah, I heard a good reason. They couldn't give you that reason, they didn't remember it, but they saw that video, they remember that video that they watched, and, that's from a big channel and everything, so that's yeah, probably gets a lot of people getting in that sort of trap.
Another top comment. She definitely did something wrong, but I would agree that she's probably one of the least problematic heroes in the MCU, and 100% my favorite. She took an entire town hostage, killed innocent people in Lagos, helped Ultron, like, she did a lot of bad stuff. But way less bad stuff than the other Earth-based MCU characters, and she's sacrificed more than most of them, and has been victim to way more trauma. If she gets painted as the villain in Doctor Strange 2, I will not stand for it.
All right, well,
What
I guess
what did
sit
Ant
down then,
She's
and
already
again
a villain. Like, what are you
Yeah.
talking about?
What did Ant-Man do? Like,
what did Ant-Man do? Why
are you doing Ant-Man dirty like
Ant-Man's
that?
existence?
I was gonna say, most people are like, wait, Ant-Man? Like, oh,
Oh, yeah,
yes,
that's
yes,
true, yeah.
Ant-Man, yeah. What did Ant-Man do? Oh my god. It's shocking, and expect more of this discourse as we approach. I don't know who's going to be justifying their actions in Multiverse of Madness, but I'm sure they'll make a video.
It's gonna be a fun watch, Multiverse.
But yeah, they just sort of desperately move around the context of the entire show to basically say, like, she didn't do anything, okay? In fact, she only did good things.
Only good.
Which means we're done with video number 1. Video number 2 is 10 minutes long, so you'll be safe there. And I think there's like 2 minutes of ad or something. So.
All right,
Gonna
I
be
wonder who the
safe
ads
there.
for, but before we begin, let me use the loo real quick, and then we'll see. We'll delve into video number 2, and yeah, it'll be great. I'll see y'all soon.
You know, just for a second there, based on Rags having gone to the toilet 3 times, I looked at the timer like, are we at? And I was like, oh, we're not even at 3 hours.
I was thinking something similar, actually. Just
Damn, you're
like
peeing once per hour, Rags? What the fuck?
density, yeah.
You're a tiny bladder.
I have to pee once per hour if we do the drinking streams.
I can usually get through an EFAP without peeing.
He's just staying hydrated, he's just being healthy.
This is good. It's good. You know, in fact, I'm just gonna take a drink of my bottle of water. Yeah.
No, don't do it. It's a trap. You're gonna drown. Oh no! I told you.
Mel, you could have saved me.
I tried.
Kidney failure. I hope not.
Oh Jesus.
But we'll find out. Oh, I like Sleepy Fringy.
Yep, that's where I wish I was. In bed, sleeping, having wonderful dreams.
A little
about
nest
Mario
there.
Kart.
Schluppen.
Yeah,
This is a meme.
it is.
I wonder if
Maybe
you would have
not.
pulled that card for the Lord of the Rings video.
Someone's asking chat. Metal, what did you think of the Northmen, by the way? Well, I guess you have to watch Metal's Forge tomorrow to find out.
Wow, you couldn't just say, yeah, I thought it was neat, check out the Forge. You had to say, I'm not gonna tell you. Me, 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 me. You're a horrible person.
I think,
If you would have watched
think
my
it's-
streams yesterday, that's the one I was I fucked it up.
I don't know what it was about this video that made me think it was satire. I think it might have just been the delivery. There were just ways that he
Insanity.
said things. I think it was just like some of the things that were being said were so patently false, like that it really came across as just like,
mean, like-
this has to be a joke.
Like Gimli wanted to kill Sam.
No, I know. I guess it's I'm just because I'm not familiar with this channel, so maybe there's a level of like hyper benefit of the doubt. It's like maybe I don't know, maybe this is what, and especially since apparently he made videos saying that Wanda was okay and like that like that not Wanda, Agatha was okay, and that Wanda was the villain. It's like, oh, so like I don't get it. I
Well, there
guess
was a different writer though. That's the problem.
Right, so it becomes hard to tell who actually believes who, and they have these arguments internally. Yeah, right, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, it's just there's so many things that were said that were just like insane. And no, I didn't win many of those races.
On top of everything.
As if the day couldn't get any worse.
Yep.
Yeah, there's Mario Kart. It's intense, all right. It's an intense esport. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Hey.
All right.
Are you playing online with other
Yeah,
people?
I playing against AI. The AI is not particularly great in Mario Kart 8. They're really easy to compete against. So like when you're playing online, it's a lot more fun because it's you're playing against people who are also good at the game.
I played
Or in
once
this
with
case,
Fringy and I got absolutely shat on.
that's
It was
because
insane.
I've played it enough to where I've got like the points that I get paired up against like
Yeah.
people who also play this game as much as I do.
I was like,
so-
oh yeah, I'm gonna play Mario Kart. It was fucking fun as shit. And I was just like,
Fuck this game.
Fuck this game. This is way
Fuck
too
this
hard.
fucking game. Fuck you, green dinosaur.
You not bird,
Your
allegedly.
mushrooms and your shells.
Shells, yeah.
So, to introduce
next
you all to this next video, a little film came out called Spundo Man. And I've heard that all of you have seen it, so that's great, because that's perfect
I've seen
for
it,
this.
yeah.
Now, when it came out, a lot of people were very happy with it. Some people were like, no poopy, but that was fine, yeah, everything was chill. Talk. And then some other films came out, and everyone started going, wait a minute, how much do we actually like this No Way Home creature? And then some behind the scenes stuff came out, and some what do they call
effects breakdowns came out, and then people realized like, oh, the visual effects, they didn't even shoot it, like Flash was not in the same room. That's really bad. I noticed that.
retroactively realized they noticed all of that.
Yeah.
Didn't bring it up before, but of course they knew that had made it very much a bad experience for them. You know, and it's totally fine to be critical of the, I mean, I guess the lighting, the composition, the way that they frame things. I'm totally chill with that. And a lot of people started thinking, you know, No Way Home, it's kind of shit actually, and it was like, oh, all right, and some people felt the need to maybe explain that the director, John Watts, is talentless, visionless, and it's an unfortunate reality that he got control over the Spider-Man films.
How they shift.
I feel quite bad for the guy.
Yeah, we on EFAP have said that we are a little sad that he gets shat on so much, specifically the has no vision part, when myself, I feel like I'm correct in saying Fringy Rags and Jay have all argued since the start of Homecoming, or since with Homecoming, that there's clearly an origin story going on here, and it would be cool to turn this kid into Spider-Man. That's a really cool story to do. A lot of people weren't happy with that.
Process. Absolutely.
Like, a lot of people don't want to see that. That's totally understandable, but I'm just going as far as to say that's what we thought was happening. We've argued it for a long time, and then it happened, and John Watts has confirmed as much that was the goal. So, no vision feels a little bit unfair. But perhaps they're referring to his eye, not his writing. His eye as a director. Now,
he does not have good vision.
If yeah, I know. If I were to choose one of the 3 Spooderman films to say that John Watts clearly has a vision as a director, it would be No Way Home. Because of several moments in that film that are pretty damn cool in terms of directing. At the same time, if I was to choose the one that has the most like awkward bits in it, it might actually be No Way Home. Yeah, that's how it goes. And as far as I'm aware, a lot of it can be explained by pandemic filming, but perhaps a lot of it can be explained by his lack of vision regarding certain moments in his scripts that he's just trying to get through. I wouldn't want to assume too much. I'm not sure. Regardless, people have made videos to explain why he's not very good at this. And they have this is dubbed the worst scene in Spider-Man No Way Home. And instead of showing you what he's picked, because this is what the whole video is going to be around, I will simply say it first so we can maybe talk about it briefly. He's chosen the scene where Norman Osborn reveals he is the Green Goblin when he's got his...
In the apartment?
Yes.
Oh, that's... Oh, I was gonna go with, like, oh, the scene they ruined an entire character, Doctor Strange, or anything like that, but, alright,
And the
I think so.
thumbnail is titled "How to Ruin the Villain."
How to ruin the villain.
Okay.
How to ruin the villain. That's interesting.
So, you know, bold and
Sword wasn't even in this movie.
yeah. Are you all ready to experience what the argument might be?
Sure.
Nope, let's do
And
it.
I don't think you're gonna have
Go
any
for it.
trouble thinking this is satire, so we're all good.
Oh,
Yay.
I love John Watts' Spider-Man No Way Home, and I saw it 5 times in theaters. It holds a very special place in my heart because seeing all 3 Spider-Mans on the big screen again will forever be a highlight in my history of cinematic experiences.
I agree.
Oh, yeah, I'd say so. I doubt I'll forget it, and I really, really loved seeing it, and it worked really, really well. Credit to John Watts for pulling off that incredible feat so
Yeah.
well.
Everything without any vision. It's crazy.
But I can
enjoyed
see. Like, I don't understand.
It's like the
That doesn't-
Megamind meme, no vision.
Doesn't mean I don't think these films are flawless, and I could probably do a dedicated video just on the
Thank
mostly
you.
terrible blocking and cinematography, but they're
Terrible blocking and cinematography. I'd just be curious to clarify if he thinks there's good
Is this
blocking and
bad?
cinematography in it at all.
Well, so is this terrible or competent? I feel like we should be specific with our words. Terrible
Yeah.
should mean something specific.
Not everything is opposite ends of the whole spectrum, you know?
It does feel harsh to say this shot in particular. If someone said to me like, do you not understand why this shot is terrible? I'd be like, terrible?
No.
I mean, it's
terrible.
Did they not have a permit?
I guess it could have been better, but like, it's terrible. That's
I don't know.
Because I
like it.
understand the
I like
perspective that there are things they could do that are more involved than what we're seeing. But at the same time, I don't know exactly what the rationale is for this shot beyond assuming that it's just a wide shot to show where we are. If the guy was
Yeah.
like, that's all I wanted to do, I'd be like, okay, but you obviously you can do more than that. You can imply more with a shot, like, you know, all this standard symbolism stuff, or putting characters in particular positions that represent them in this particular way, or having the lighting go beyond what is simply present. You know, they're all the standard arguments you get for cinematography. At the same time, what do you call shots that are like actually crap when these are terrible?
Yeah,
I
like a
don't know,
shot
this
where I
just-
actually can't see what's happening, when the
Yeah.
lighting is awful, or it's actually confusing where people are and what they're doing, you know?
Yeah, this shot seems fine to me.
It's fine with me. Like
Yeah,
Yeah,
fine to
same.
me. Yeah.
but well, yeah, we'll just kick on.
there's something that bothers me even more than shots like this.
That one,
This.
so it's I'm pretty sure they're on green screens then, like both of them.
Probably.
For all we know, they're not even able. They might not even be filming together right now. So it's
Yes, the tree
awkward.
on the left that has that little bit of light coming through on the left side of the screen that seems like it's not quite fitted.
I guess the problem is when we say, like, who do we blame for this? It's like, oh, do we blame John Watts or do we blame the studio for wanting this film released in December, you know? Like, there is only so much time that he's afforded to work with.
Or do we say it's not about blame, it's just about the reality? This is bad.
That this is just bad, right? Yeah.
I don't necessarily disagree that they look wrong, they look off, like, especially when
Yep,
Jon Favreau comes on
definitely.
screen, it looks like the background's not there anymore, as in it's, you know, separate from them.
There's just something about it that is not, like, I'm not getting the depth in the shot that
Yeah.
it feels like it should have. It feels flat, like it's plastered as a picture behind them.
So what, you know, and what's, I don't know how much points I would dock in terms of just like, the thing is it's competent, you know, as in it.
Well, I can see where they are and what they're doing.
Exactly,
at
like
the very least.
it gets what it needs to across. It just didn't. It wasn't. Because I've always felt
Yeah,
like that's
this
how it
doesn't-
works with these. We don't, you know, like the Batman is a pretty fantastically shot film throughout. I don't know that we say like, no, that's fine. It's a fine film. It reached normal.
Batman is exceptional in
Yeah.
terms of what it achieves with its cinematography. That's and like 1917 would be another example of this is exceptional what you've achieved here.
Yeah, I don't think we should be
feel like
treating
it's-
those two as like the baseline, and then everything else above is like exceptional or something. It's like
No, because
oh.
well, I think it's a matter of like remember to get like your perspective in order. Think about the totality of films, not just like big budget blockbusters. Think about just like I guess what you would consider to be like regular films, like a comedy or a romantic comedy or like a drama, and what is achieved or like what they're going for by way of presentation, you know? Not everything is going for a style where everything is hyper, I don't want to say exaggerated, it almost feels like there's kind of a negative tinge to that, but where everything is very emphasized and dramatic. Sometimes you'll be going for much more subdued cinematography or and it's I guess it's always like a I think bad cinematography should be anything that is like not competent, anything that is actually confusing
Yeah, I would want
or
to
unreadable.
I would want to rate it as it's failing to give us the information we require, or it's providing composition and lighting that's contradictory to what we understand to be the events as they're happening, sort of thing. Like,
Here might be an example, right? Like a lot of sitcoms use the 3 camera setup. So they got the one in the middle, the one on the left, and the one on the right. And so usually the shots are like entirely just we're conveying information, and that's the purpose of the shot. You see what's happening. And you could be like, well, that's bad. It's like, I don't think that's bad. I think that's just fine. It's nothing exceptional. It's conveying everything it needs to. But they could do more. Like the Batman is, we did more by having these fixed shots with the camera on the wheel of the Batmobile, or the fixed one where Bruce is shooting up through the police station and we got all the lights coming off. Like just any number of really cool dramatic shots in that film.
when someone in
Those
chat
should be
said, does every shot need to be amazing? And it's like, well, if we can benefit from every shot, that would be cool. As in, like, it's going to be a really fucking hard thing to do. But if you manage to make every shot very purposeful, meaningful, and you can draw from every shot beyond what is actually happening, narratively speaking, like in the way that it's composited and stuff, like that would be awesome. However, I don't know that we shouldn't. I don't know if we should be like, if you don't achieve it in any one shot, that's a very bad thing.
Is there something to be said about the value of contrast, where you have scenes where everything is just conveyed in a way that's pretty standard, that it emphasizes when things are portrayed uniquely, visually?
Yeah,
You know,
now
like
you-
it's the contrast of the shots that makes the really interesting shots that much more interesting.
You highlight now what I think is the problem these lads have to deal with. We don't have to deal with this, but they certainly do. Because unfortunately for them, they will often argue this is... They won't say objective, but they will say this is better when they refer to, like, Batman. No Way Home is worse. You'd be like, okay, but, like, I think, you know, I think No Way Home's better and that one's worse. And they'd be like, you're wrong. And I'd be like, interesting.
I think cinematography is a hard one because I think there are a lot of principles in terms of just the way that you convey information visually that are agreed upon, but like how you pair those with narrative, I think that's really complicated. Like to say that a shot is best that it could have ever been, you know, like that's a really hard thing to qualify, I think.
We talked about it before, with color grading, right? Like, when they're like, you need the colors to pop, popping is better. And it's like, well, wait, but... You know, yeah, and it's just like,
What
well,
about every film in black and white?
Well, whatever they're referring to, be it whatever change they want to make. If you make the other one, but then you'll say like, well, why is it better to pop? And then whatever the reasoning they give you, you can reverse it. So if they say like it's better for Guardians of the Galaxy, looks way better than Civil War because of the fact that it's popping off the screen, you can make a difference between all the characters, and it's much more of an interesting and fun thing to look at. You'd be like, yeah, but Civil War's a very grounded story. It's about like the realities of the world, the politics, and the social repercussions of all of the actions you're taking. It's to be taken very seriously. Guardians is a very fun movie.
And of course you can justify. I mean, here's like Batman. It's sharp in terms of contrast, but I'm pretty sure that there are certain colors that are muted in that film in favor of other tones. Maybe I could be wrong on that, but it feels like that film definitely goes for a certain color scheme to the exclusion of other colors. But that's a deliberate choice to emphasize the tone and the texture that they're trying to go for with that film.
And this is the problem they have to encounter. If on set they're like, I want more contrast, I want the colors to pop when they're filming a funeral scene, and the director's like, I want them muted. And they're like, well, that's why your movie will look like shit. I'm sure the director just be like, can you get out? Like, I don't fucking care. And I'm not saying that that's the way it works every time. I'm just saying that it has to be more complicated than I don't like your lack of colors. Like, okay.
It's a little bit vacuous, isn't it? There's got to be more than that.
I just want to clarify. It can be. It just depends on who's saying what's been said.
Also, people see stuff differently. So some people wouldn't even notice that this was a weird shot.
Most people didn't notice that flash shot was balked until they were shown that it was.
Like this scene, I didn't words slowly. I didn't even notice that this scene was like weirdly green lit or what green screen and whatever when I watched it, because I think this scene goes away pretty fast, or this shot.
I was just fully invested in what they were going to say to each other.
Exactly.
Me too. I wasn't. Yeah, I didn't even. Wasn't even important to my mind. I guess didn't even think about it.
Yeah. So I think it's if you make your stuff on screen interesting enough that you don't even notice those things. I mean, obviously it's better if you make it nice and sexy and everything, but if you don't notice it that much, I personally don't care that much. Even if I would have noticed, I was like, I just want to hear what they say, I guess.
I think it's fair to point out and talk about. I just don't know how much.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I don't know why they're so certain of being right on this one, and yet they're like it's super subjective when it comes to anything to do with writing. So it's interesting.
It is an odd little thing.
Yes. And on that note, I think one of us is about to fall asleep quite fairly.
Yeah, I've already crashed. But basically, I've already crashed. I've been zoning out all over the place. I don't feel like I can really add much to the discussion on this one, especially given how tired I am. I'm literally falling asleep, so I am gonna have to take off and let you guys deal with this one.
No problem. Thank you so much.
The last one just.
Yeah.
The last video just sat all
Hey,
of my
at
energy.
least
That
it
was
gave you a
enough-
few
that was enough for
laughs.
me.
That's the good part of that.
Oh, I've missed videos like that. You know, they're good for the soul in a way.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, look who showed up.
Oh, bang on time.
Wow.
Perfect timing.
That
All right.
timing.
It's CJ. I don't know if you want to tell people what you're up to, where you're going, what's happening, and why they should go and jump onto your channel. For some reason, I forgot to put everyone's fucking links in the description this time around, but it will be on the upload, and I'll put it in chat in a second. But
No, my name's in the title. It's fine. No, that'll do. Yeah, I also make videos, mostly on movies and TV shows, and I try and make them funny. Sometimes I succeed. I've been taking a break, but now I'm getting back to making videos, and I should have hopefully a couple out next month that will be spicy. I'm very much looking forward to getting to make them. And there might be some stuff on my channel that you might be interested in already. Stuff like I covered the Disney's Mulan remake, for example. Made a pretty epic video on that.
Oh.
And just a whole bunch of random shit that you guys might like. And I don't always sound this tired.
Oh, absolutely. Well, you know, it's funny because you've been on EFAP a whole bunch of times. I'm sure they're familiar with you. It's just been a little while. So if this guy is new to you, check him out. Cynical Reviews on YouTube. You'll find plenty to keep you entertained, I'm sure. And
well,
it'd be nice to have you on again sometime.
Yeah, maybe. After my comment on Spaceballs, though, I'm not sure they want me back.
Well, I mean, Jay's the manager of the show, so it might be that you're
That's
forced back
fair.
on. Yeah.
If Jay has survived everything, I'm sure I'll be fine. All right, my peeps. Have a good one. I will see you all very soon.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Catch you around,
dude.
Bye.
Hey, Meme, how you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, so I set an alarm, right? And the funniest thing, it didn't go off.
Likely
So I
story.
slept much longer than I intended to. So this is where
So
I've
you
been.
are full of energy, right? You're full
Yeah.
of beans, and you can
Full of
compensate
gumption.
for my persistently increasing tiredness.
Well, you know, it is going to be on the upswing as I wake up. So I think we're going to be in a good place.
I honestly,
And also I
though,
have.
bring you. I know this video will activate your almonds already.
I know
so
it will. I know it will.
Well, let me top off my drink and we'll delve in now that Meme's here.
Go have a pee as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we can just have a chat with Meme. Well, so Meme, you missed the first video. It was arguing that Wanda did nothing wrong, and the main discussion was about whether or not the video was a joke, because the arguments were hideous.
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 What were the arguments?
That all the pain and suffering that anyone had in Westview was actually Agatha. It wasn't Wanda, and that Wanda was trying to work through her grief after having saved the world, so you can give her a little bit of slack.
So where do I begin there?
I mean, honestly, though, that's the best possible argument you could probably make. Because there isn't a good argument for this. However, there was lots of other things peppered throughout the video. What I just said is the nicest way to put what they said. Like,
oh, because like the first statement was factually incorrect, and the second statement is
no. He says you can't know for sure that the pain and suffering shit was caused by Wanda, because even if the people say it was Wanda, it could be that Agatha tricked them.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah. GG.
Okay. Yeah. I've got a 3-month-old kitten running around this room right now, so I'm going to be playing this one on handicap mode, so we'll see how we go.
That's okay.
Getting like Spider-Man No Way Home.
Well, you know, I will indoctrinate it.
Mm-hmm.
Good thing about a young mind.
So you'll tell it that Wanda did everything wrong.
Yeah.
AKA the Agatha defense. She's getting her own TV show, right? Maybe they'll...
Agatha, House of Darkness.
They'll confirm it in that show. She feels guilty for having caused all the pain in Westview. Therefore, it becomes canon, and all of you were wrong.
It's just the amount of MCU stuff that's coming out, like in the next. It's nuts. It's actually nuts how much content is coming out, and it's probably going to increase as much as possible. Will definitely be like the target to make sure that they keep them subscriber numbers going up and up. You gotta show that meme. Do it.
And this, it would have been way more popular.
Yeah, I would way rather watch that Morbius starring Wallace.
Have you guys watched Morbius?
Nope.
No, not yet.
Yeah, okay.
Is it bad?
I heard it was a 13
I
out
haven't
of 10.
seen it.
I've only heard it's bad. So
I only heard no one watched it really, so no one cared.
I don't know why everyone did. It's like everyone decided like we're dropping the shit for this one. Everyone makes fun of this one. It's like, all right then.
Yeah. Because I started seeing all the memes online. It's like Morbius sweep, and like they made like photoshops like Morbius made $5 trillion on
No,
the first
it
week
made
or
him more
something.
billion.
Huh?
That's what they said. It made him more billion. Those memes were really funny, but then even people were like, "I'm bored of the memes. It's just shit." It's like, all right.
Oh man.
Forgot Morbius was real. He said Morbus. Morbus is real.
Morbus.
Also, apparently, no one watched that new Dumbledore thingy, Fantastic Beasts.
There's probably not going to be any more of those.
There were so many. There were so many screenings for that shit on my in my local cinema.
Yeah, there were.
And I checked a couple of hours. There was no one in the cinemas. Like only a handful of people.
So the Fantastic. It had a budget of $200 million. It released over 2 weeks ago. In fact, I think it released 3 weeks ago in the UK.
Damn.
And it has made 286 million. So
Oof.
that series is over.
Yeah.
Definitely, that series is over and done.
And I'm sure that they were probably when like the court case was starting up and some of the things have been said, and they were like, "Oh no, if Johnny Depp gets like fully exonerated, if people really think that he's a good, get the movie out, go."
Well, it sounds like that's just the problem that Warner Brothers is having now, because that's another Warner Brothers production. Because now it's like with Aquaman as well, right?
Mm.
You know,
Also,
it's
really,
going to be.
Also, sure, all the cinemas were really happy they had to put on all these screenings because of, I guess it works with contracts that they have with Warner Brothers or whatever. And it's like, you have to put on 15 a day, and then they have like 20 people come in and watch it. And I was like,
wow, that many.
Well, yeah, because it sucks because when those screenings, it's something I mentioned, but like the Northman, I had to choose between basically I don't know why I keep saying Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent or the Northman, just because of time. Both of them were only being screened 4 times a day, Meanwhile, you got like other films, and then next week Doctor Strange is gonna
Yeah.
have like 18 a day, and it's
I mean,
just
yeah,
like, man, that makes it really hard for me to watch like anything but that. This is
I mean,
what I think. Yeah,
I told you I don't even have screenings for Massive Talent right now. Apparently, they
yeah.
only do those in June for some reason, at least according to the website. I was
Oh,
like,
huh.
why?
Odd.
Hmm.
And had to wait until week 2, or like at least the second part of the week or something. They have like a delayed release date for screenings. I think they do them every Wednesday or something because there were no English screenings. It's like I don't want to watch a movie in German again because I fucking hate doing that.
Me
But there
too.
was
Yeah, it's
there were you do. I bet you do.
Well, so something that I've seen people discuss, which I do, this is a fair point that people bring up. They talk about how like, so Martin Scorsese's points, which maybe this was his point, and he just conveyed it horribly, was that when like you have all of these Marvel films just dominating the cinema, one of the roll-on effects is that just eats up time that would be made available to other films because there
he
is
just
only
said
so much
that.
time in the day, and so well, yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like the sentiment I get though, that like Marvel movies and I guess franchise movies in general are so dominant that that but the thing is, it's like this is all audience driven. Doctor Strange is probably going to make $1 billion. It's like,
This is
well,
Oh,
that
yeah.
ain't Disney's fault.
There's a couple of
That's
things like
the audience.
all the people who would have complained about this and agreed with him probably all watched No Way Home and thought it was fucking amazing.
They probably did, yeah.
And so you have to reconcile these two things. You have to say, you know what? Like, yeah, I do like it when Marvel movies, because this is the thing. Our position would be, we want them to be well written, and if they are, then I suppose that's you know, so be it. But like on a second track, we want, you know, a full industry full of top tier, low tier, and mid tier for budget movies.
Absolutely, yeah.
But there's not much you can do if the world just wants to see more Marvel stuff.
Yeah, like it's
there's a reality
you know,
going on here that we can't deny, which is that people want this. So
that's why they see it. That's why they pay all the money. That's
They
just
like
people
it.
want
how
this.
the-
They
yeah.
really,
and the
really
funny thing
fucking
is,
like it.
we do more, I think, than the average like brown table to discourage people from watching the MCU. We're basically like, all of Phase 4 is garbage. Don't touch it. Don't give it money. We'll tell you what happened in it. Like that's basically what we've been doing for a lot of this, except No Way Home, where we were like, actually, yeah, go see this. You're probably gonna love it, especially if you're a fan of like Raimi films, Chasm films, Doctor Strange, you know, just any of it. Like you're gonna like it. But I mean, we treat it as though Marvel's to blame, and it just feels awkward because like there's another component.
Yeah, the audience.
Yeah, they don't. They're not forcing you into that theater.
No.
They really aren't. They really aren't.
I mean, I say it with my friends sometimes when they write in their Discord group, and it's like, "Oh, this episode of this thing was really amazing," and I just always think like, "I don't believe you. I don't think it's gonna be good.
I don't believe you.
I just
You
don't
haven't
believe
even
you. I've seen too much."
Someone said, but you are unwittingly promoting it to people to see the train wreck. I don't think that would outweigh the amount
I
of people
don't
we
know.
prevent from paying to see what happened.
Yeah, and plus, if people are like, "Oh, this is terrible to laugh at," I will download it instead of go to a movie theater and
Like-
pay all this money. Then, like, I don't. Yeah,
Our promotion of Batwoman didn't hold out.
it didn't get him a season 4 now, did it? And we're one of the, if not the largest internet fan community for Batwoman.
We had all of the coverage of Snyder's works right around the time that Snyder's works were getting like all of the fanfare as well. It's still gone. He's not making any more of
No,
those.
because Batman had a debut twice as large as the
Like,
Snyder Cut.
Do you think do you think any of the Snyder fans would have thought, "Oh, thank God EFAP are doing their Snyder Cut video. That's more
Thank
promotion."
God Mauler made a big
Yeah.
video saying that the film is terrible.
It's good
You know,
Mauler did
really
that.
helped.
It's like, no, they
All
hate the
publicity
fact
is
that I
good
would have done that.
publicity, right? Yeah.
So yeah, like I don't believe that. I actually had a rant about this on one of the other real BBCs because someone in that chat was saying like, you guys promote Disney stuff. It's like, dude, we fucking shit on it all the time. The idea that like we're encouraging our audiences to go out there and buy tickets for all of these movies, like, no, not even close.
I don't know that. Yeah,
Fucking horse
because
shit.
like when we talked about like when we did our coverage of Black Widow or like whatever we did for that film, there was
Whatever
definitely
we
not a.
did.
I can't remember.
Whatever we
There was,
did.
there was definitely not the tone of, but hey, it will be really funny if you watch it. There was definitely the tone of, no, this sucks.
is
Like, this is not what I want
bad.
to see. Yeah.
Yep.
And to be fair, I would go as far as saying as well that we've got all of the like so out of you in chat, did all of you want to see Book of Boba Fett after seeing our coverage of it? Is that
How
a
many
thing?
of you watched our coverage instead of
I want to
watching
buy
the
the
show?
DVD box set for the Book of Boba Fett when it releases. I gotta have the physical copies of this amazing show so I can laugh at it.
And like I don't even think this is
so you can hear.
I don't even think this is a biased selection. I'm just asking if you, because I know some people did feel compelled to watch the episodes before our coverage, so they had full context. Like
We
it's
told
whatever,
them
but
they didn't have to.
no,
and
yeah,
want
we
to.
make them so that you
yeah.
don't have to. And yeah, as
And
far
I
as
think
I'm
what's
aware,
interesting is the like when you made the combination of all of them at the end, which was still pretty darn popular. It just shows that people are just they don't. They could have watched the whole show, but they didn't. At least
EFAP
not all
coverage
the
is fun, but actually watching it, no.
Yeah,
Find
fuck
that
no.
amusing.
Don't
So yeah,
watch that shit.
I don't really believe that our influence of making people aware of this is like having a net positive over its, I don't know, popularity. It's like there's no way what we're saying and doing is leading to it being more popular.
It ain't.
Yeah.
It ain't.
I don't even like yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I got complicated feelings on this because clearly the world wants more Marvel. So
Oh yeah.
I've said it for ages. I think almost all these problems are bottom up.
and you might be like, so what's the solution then? It's like I don't exactly know because if people just don't want to watch more maybe character focused art house lower stakes movies, then that, you know what I mean? Like what do we
Yeah. I mean, that's it is
It's
what
interesting
it
because
is.
when I saw like the trailer for the Northman, I was like, oh, this is like looks like something different that could be fun.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it seems to be very popular now and is doing very
It's-
well as far as I know.
I'm pretty sure
I'm-
it's actually not doing very
I was gonna
well.
say I've heard the
apparently.
opposite.
Right? Really? Because
Yeah,
I heard so many good things about it from everywhere. I
Well,
was
so
I just,
it's the
I just
same as
assumed
everything
it did
everywhere.
very well.
It's critically
it's the same as
acclaimed.
Oh,
But
okay.
I'm pretty sure that it's not gonna, because I think the film costs like 70 million bucks, and in its first weekend, world like 10, 15 million. So like, there's no way.
Really?
I
Yeah,
think
just
so. Or domestic at
statistically,
least. There's no way.
apparently it's made 18 million as of now, or at
Yeah,
least
so
as
it's-
of
it's-
yeah.
It's not gonna make
That
its money
surprises
back.
me
It's not
because I
gonna
hear
make
so
it,
many
yeah.
people talk
That
about
doesn't
it
surprise
very
me.
positively.
I wouldn't be surprised if Everything Everywhere All at Once is not doing as well as it needs to.
Yeah,
Or Unbearable Weight of Massive
yeah.
Talent. And I think that film cost like 30 million. It's made like 10 million so far. Maybe it'll
Oh.
clear its budget, but like, this is just the reality of this situation. Is like,
And I'm sad.
well, yeah, but this is kind of like the state of the industry. Is the films that make a lot of money are like Fast and Furious, Marvel, formerly Harry Potter, but I guess that's not the case
And
anymore.
this isn't like unusual for a drop off. Just to give you an idea, its first Friday was 5 million, second Friday was 2 million. So
Yeah.
you know, it's already done pretty much. That's about it. And the fact that it may struggle to reach its budget, that's not good enough.
Not even counting marketing.
It needs,
and-
well, it doesn't include the fact that the exceeding your budget. That doesn't mean you've made your money yet, because there's a cut that goes to cinemas.
Yeah,
and like, what, you know, and when you find out that like loads of families went to see Spider-Man because it's a reliable, entertaining thing that was recommended through word of mouth, and they didn't see the Northman because maybe marketing, maybe they weren't enticed by trailers. It's like, what we all know you can't resort to, well, we'll make them go see it. Like, so
Yeah.
I guess the only other option is admitting, unfortunately, the audiences aren't interested in something like the
Well, I
Northman.
just looked up this as well. Everything Everywhere All at Once had a budget of 25 million. It's made 35 million. It came out about a month ago, so that's probably the end of that.
And I've been
And it's
hearing like it's
oh,
one of the best films ever.
I've heard it's
not
good.
only have you been,
Yeah, I've
not
heard it's
only
good.
have you been hearing it, but you've also seen a lot of likes on tweets about it on Twitter. But how many of those people went and watched the film?
Yeah, it's true.
That's a question you have to ask, because if it made like $30 million, that means what? No, sorry, I was underestimating it. That means that like for every 50 people who watch Spider-Man, one person watched this film. I think, if the maths lines up in my head. It's somewhere around there. It's just the ratio is totally askew. Like, hell, we
Yeah.
even saw like the Batman is probably going to make less money than Doctor Strange. Like, Marvel is dominant.
Yeah.
To where even a film like Batman, which is relying in part on Batman as an IP, but it's still trying to be more of its own like thing rather than just franchise movie.
Well,
Even
to get a
that
little,
film is still not going to make as much money.
to go a little abstract, the Batman benefits from Marvel success in some ways.
It does,
It's
in
like
part, yeah.
superhero stuff. Woohoo!
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is just gonna have to be something that we keep an eye on as time goes on.
It's almost like you can only wait it out almost. Like at some point, it's like, we don't want to watch these anymore. But I
That's not gonna
don't think
happen.
if that's gonna well, yeah, that's what I was getting at. I don't think that's gonna happen, which is unfortunate. We just have to hope they get some better writers again, or stop fucking things up, and maybe just do some more
Or you
low
get,
stakes
like-
shit again, and not everything is multiverse, super destruction of everything.
You have to get some mid to low budget runaway hits that are just blowing people
Yeah.
away. Like, oh, you got to see this, and then they actually go see it. I don't know, because it's gonna take more than one for sure. And someone in chat just said as well, I did my part. I watched Sonic 2.
Me too.
Sonic 2's doing okay,
Sonic
right?
2 was successful. Sonic 2's doing very well, from what I
Yeah.
understand. By video game standards as well, it's like the highest. It's had the biggest opening for a video game movie, even higher than Uncharted, which will also become a franchise.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that film
Oh.
was successful.
Was it?
Yeah, successful enough to warrant a sequel, I'm pretty sure.
Goddamn.
Yeah, worldwide for
Yeah, I know.
Sonic is nearly 300 million.
Yeah, that's pretty good for Sonic, I guess. But that's the
Yeah,
thing.
so-
300 million is what, 1/6 of as much money as Spider-Man made?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so what
Mad.
will the market do? It will create more Spider-Man.
It
Yep.
will create more Spider-Man. And if Doctor Strange makes as much money as it probably will, that's going to create more Doctor Stranges. And of course, just Disney Plus as like a platform is still growing. It's not growing as much as it was before, but like that strategy appears to be working more so than the Netflix strategy at this point as well.
Yeah.
Well, as we've seen, Netflix has lost, what, 30% of its value?
Yeah.
They need Arcane Season 2 and Squid Game Season 2, okay?
Well, yeah, but they're
No.
dialing down their animation because that's
Yay.
that's the real response that was necessary, you know?
So anyway, you guys want to carry on with this video?
Yeah, let's watch the video.
Not really. This is much more interesting.
Alright. Yeah, Meme, just to catch you up, this guy's going to argue why the scene he's picked is the worst scene in No Way Home. And he started with mentioning the cinematography in No Way Home is not fantastic.
Something that bothers me even more than shots like this. It's the editing.
That's loud.
That's a loud intro.
I was about to say, I gotta fucking turn that shit down.
That's the same guy who said that the Green Goblin's reveal in the latter half of the film, where he comes out of hiding, he said that ruined the character because of the editing of
Oh,
it. Is
did
that
he?
the
Hey,
same guy?
shush. The
Did he say
video.
that?
Oh, well, I think this might. I'm not sure if it's the same guy. It's just he has a similar sounding voice.
Well, considering that is the point that's
That's-
made in this video,
Well, no, he might sound similar. I don't know. It's sometimes you never know.
I think he plays this for way longer than I will be able to play it. So we're gonna have to do a lot of pause in here, folks. Get ready.
How do they get away with this all the time?
I don't know.
It's not fair.
Dude, when we covered a CinemaSins video, which he chops the fuck out of movies, I got like 2 copyright claims. I was like, how the hell did that happen? This is like, well,
it just works.
I have a feeling they use different copyright detectors depending on the length of your video. Because I run copyright checks when I'm making something like a TFA Part 3 or whatever. When they're half-an-hour chunks and I'm checking them, it's like, yeah, that's chill. And then I put an hour chunk in and it's like, whoa, on the ones it's already checked. And I'm like, wait, but why? And it's like, I don't know, I saw them this time. It's like, oh.
Some neat trick. That sense of
I like him so much as Green Goblin.
He's such a
Great.
great villain. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Fantastic
Norman?
actor.
Norman's on sabbatical, honey.
This is the fucking way he delivers these lines.
Yeah.
He's
Every line.
Norman's on
Every line.
sabbatic.
What if he
Every
isn't acting?
line.
This is just how he is, and he's acting for all the other movies.
Yeah, I
This is
hope
just
so.
how Willem Dafoe is as a person.
He's a rather
Willem?
intense bit of company.
The hell?
That cut, that right there, I hate it. This is Willem Dafoe. Sorry, let me
Oh.
repeat that.
This is the video I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we told you like 4 times.
So anyway.
This is Willem freaking Dafoe. The Willem Dafoe that gave us performances like this.
Now, so something I'm going to say right now is it's interesting that you would pick another Spider-Man clip rather than like a different film that Willem Dafoe.
I thought he was going to go with Lighthouse.
I figured it feels like he's moving into it, doesn't it? He's like, this is the guy that gave us this. Because you wouldn't expect him to go for the role that you probably know about as a result of even having interest in No Way Home, or you probably would have picked this up. You'd know about this. But The Lighthouse is like, fucking hell, that monologue he gives in that movie.
It's insane.
Jesus Christ, it's like mind-blowing. But you know, yeah, it's like, I guess you could argue it's suitable to do this because he's talking about a Spider-Man production and that this has been done before this way or something. But I guess, you know,
It would be a matter of, I wonder if we're going to see any references to Willem Dafoe's roles beyond Spider-Man.
It's only the beginning.
And right as he's about to give another glorious performance as a universally beloved villain, John Watts cuts away from Willem Dafoe. Just look how many cuts are in this scene.
Just because you're blind to what true power.
I have to do a lot of pausing again. But
Yeah.
So on hearing this, it's already like the presence of cuts. Huh. You know what I mean? Like it's not what the cuts are yet. It's like he's making a point of look how many cuts there even are. It's like
Cuts are bad. It's bad to do cuts.
That's what I mean.
Too often. That
I'm
just
trying
seems
to be
an
as good
agreed
faith as
upon
I
take.
can, but what other interpretation are you supposed to have at this point?
No, none really. He just says, "Look, we cut away." Okay.
He's just highlighting the fact that there even are cuts. Like, huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
This is more. He thinks this is more self-explanatory than it actually is.
Well,
is,
I think you're right.
Issue.
Because I think a lot of people will almost knee-jerk agree with this overwhelmingly. They'd be like, "Fuck yeah, this is bad." I'd be like, "Whoa,
but why?
Why?
Why?"
I saw how she trapped you, fighting her holy moral.
I'm already liking these choices of cuts, by the way.
Yeah, they're so
great. Mission. We don't need.
I'm already like jumping to defend them, but I'm like, I should wait.
What?
Like,
yeah.
Need you to save us.
I can't even track these cuts anymore. It's driving me so crazy.
You can track them pretty easily.
Yeah, you can track them.
It's not actually that hard. I've made a video. It's not really that.
Dude,
It
Das
really
Bullshit
is not
managed to
hard.
track the 17 cuts within like 2 seconds in Resident Evil. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was like
because someone in chat said people are rightfully criticizing action scenes for having too many cuts. Right, but the argument wouldn't be that there's too many cuts. It would be that there's a lack of comprehensibility in the fight because you can't keep track of everything. It's not that there are cuts. It is more than just there are cuts.
It's the
That's
cuts
kind of the
aren't
point I'm making.
getting in the way of a thing.
If
Well,
I
yeah,
may. Carry on, sorry.
Go for it. No, go for it.
Well, how long ago did we decide to... Or did this even happen? Did we rewatch Hot Fuzz? I can't remember.
We may well have watched Hot Fuzz.
If you did, I was
Hot Fuzz.
Because it was either we looked at clips or we looked at the film in general. Because I remember there was something we were looking for in Hot Fuzz.
I might have been looking for clips in Hot Fuzz for... Yeah,
it was something in particular we needed. And I remember looking at the scene after Leslie Tiller is fucking murdered. And I was like, man, I completely forgot how many cuts are in Hot Fuzz action scene.
There are a lot of cuts in Hot Fuzz action scenes.
Now, nobody ever references Hot Fuzz as a movie that has terrible editing.
In
fact, I'd argue they say the opposite.
Because it has excellent editing. It does.
Great editing.
Well, yeah, because imagine if you took the montage, when it's like when they're cocking all the guns and they're getting ready to go into, all of those fast cuts that, like, nobody would sit there and be like, oh, cut. Oh, I can't even track the cuts anymore. Like, they're driving me insane. Nobody would accept that because that's stupid.
Well, so if I can just, I'm going to put it on screen for us right now. Here it is. Real time. So this is when Sergeant Angel has thrown his, fuck, what are they called? Batons?
Baton?
Yeah, they're batons, right?
I think so, yeah. So he throws it in. Now, I'm going to have to be careful with copyright here, but cut. That's a lot of cuts. That was like 1 second.
Yeah.
Is that bad?
Yeah.
I assume everyone doesn't have a problem with those because it's
No.
So my argument, in case anybody is like, isn't that bad? So if you watch this scene without me tearing it apart like this, you'll notice it's all to build up the suspense and tension of the opening of this battle, if you can call it that, this chase. They're both realizing they are right next to each other. This has been spotted. This is such a great moment in the film as well, because it's the most overt that we've gotten of the protagonist realizing what's happening. Because we've had an awareness of it to some degree, but this is like, we did it, and it goes back, forth, back, forth, back, forth, back, forth, chase begins. Like, there's reasoning behind it that I think is much more interesting to talk about than simply going, there's a lot of cuts.
I can't stand it.
I hate it.
I suppose someone might bring up, like, remember the jumping over the railing in, Taken 3?
Yeah, that Liam Neeson movie, yeah.
I would like to see anybody argue why that benefits the scene. Like, because I guess you wouldn't argue, you understood he was climbing over the fence, right? It's like, I guess so. And someone would probably argue that there's so many cuts to try and amp up the tension, to increase the sense of, like, action-packed moments. But, I don't know, I think that just gets to the point where it looks super inept, and it's distracting just because of the fact that there's so many cuts. And I think that we actually venture into then realizing this is actually kind of complex to say when you've done it wrong and right.
Yeah.
But yeah, point being, watch this chase scene again, because I can't show you much more of it without risking loss of copyright. There's a shit ton of cuts. And I know that someone could be like, yeah, but you're describing an action scene. This is like a scene where someone's talking. Well, I mean, have you never seen a one-shot for an action scene? Is that better than multiple cuts? Is there reasoning that would involve changing it? And why wouldn't that apply to talking scenes? That's...
Good.
The hell?
Neat. I've been trying to understand why he does this, and I think I figured it out, at least in this specific scene. There's just too much plot. In order to understand
too much plot.
So that's definitely a Peepo sus moment, like, what? Too much plot.
Also, something that's kind of interesting is that I'd say that generally, right, would consider that good writing is when you achieve multiple things at once. So if you have a scene that's advancing plot and character at the same time, and you can balance those,
seems like a plus, yeah. And then if you go good faith mode, you're like, I guess he's right. There's a lot of plot things happening in this scene, especially with this visual following up. It's like, oh yes, Electro's machine is almost charged. Sandman is getting antsy about whether or not this is the correct thing to even do. Otto is very, filled with concern over Norman. What is Norman's plans? What is he up to? Machines being...
But this is not just plot. This is character. This is telling us stuff about each of these people.
Well, I realized when I was describing that I was like, to say it's plot that Electro's electric thing is charging is a little bit unfair in terms of representing exactly what's happening here. It's Electro is running out of time to make his decision as to whether or not he wants to stay in this dimension, basically. That's important. That's not like, we gotta talk about we gotta get that thing in the plot out of the way. It's like, no, this is character, as Frank said.
And we have to rewind a little bit. Peter has brought all these villains back to Happy's apartment so he can use Stark's fabricator to engineer cures for them and send them back to their respective universes, yada yada yada, happy ending, whatever. But this setup presents issues, because when Norman turns into Green Goblin, we know his cure serum and all the other cure serums are in the adjacent room, and later we see Aunt May inject that serum into Goblin, and then we also need those serums later on for the big finale, all the...
So he's saying, like, we need to understand how the serums get from A to B to C to D, which is true. Yeah, that's fine.
Yep. While Goblin is giving this epic monologue.
The hell?
So a scene that could have been a gut punch to Peter, and a moment that could have gone down in history as probably the last iconic monologue from Willem Dafoe.
I hate to inform you of this, but one, the scene is a gut punch to Peter. Fucking Aunt May dies at the end of it. Secondly,
Yep.
this was one of the scenes I would cite when we would finish the film and be like, that was fucking great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a standout moment.
So, like, those arguments don't work quite well for me, but hey, we'll soldier on.
Spider-Man movie is completely ruined by a montage of Aunt May putting glass tubes in a grocery bag.
I guess all we've got to say is why.
Why?
Why does it ruin it?
Let's do
Why
why.
does it?
I don't really
That's
care so much about the
dilemma.
plot issues here, but more how the plot is presented. We would have been fine with one quick shot of Aunt May grabbing the cures, and that's all the audience needed to follow along.
I don't have any problem with them making sure we understand she grabbed all of them as opposed to just one.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah. Fine with
Yeah.
me.
I don't know that we should consider that some kind of, like, hideous misuse of a shot. I don't know. It just seems a bit, dare I say nitpicky? It's not even, I don't know if it counts as a nitpick, so I don't think we've established there's an issue.
What bothers me here is that we're not seeing Willem Dafoe deliver his performance. Take this scene from Sam Raimi's Spider-Man.
So, yeah, so yes, he is using Spider-Man again instead of another example. That is interesting. But also, I think something that's weird about this is, like, we can still hear him, and I can tell what he's conveying through his voice.
I mean, I'm already baffled by the obvious realization, especially another point to bad choice of clip. Can anyone notice the difference between Willem Dafoe in this scene and Willem Dafoe in the other scene? The big difference.
Well, there's a fuck ton more going on in one scene versus the other. So you
I
got
would
to convey a
specify
lot more
there's a fuck
information.
ton more
Talking to a
people.
lot of other characters, yes.
Yeah, he's alone here. There's like
We've got-
7 in the other room.
We've got
Like-
one person's face to keep track of in this scene.
Yep.
We've got, how many
Yep.
is it? 6 in the other one?
I think 6,
4,
7,
5,
6.
And we've
6,
got
6 or 7 now.
Peter
6.
realizing that Norman is becoming evil while being told that his interest in this noble cause is just something he's essentially been indoctrinated to by Aunt May. So we need to see Peter's face as well. At least 2. Okay. Electro decides to be villain bro at the end of that scene. We need to see his face too. Doc Ock isn't fast enough to realize any of this is happening and it's all shocking to him. We're gonna need at least 1 or 2 shots of him. Sandman is deciding whether or not he's going to stay. We need a shot of him as well. So, we don't need any shots of Aunt May, do we? It's like, well, no, he's already established in the video that we needed a shot of her at least. So, feels like this is a bad comparison.
She's making
Kind of
a
bit.
pretty big choice, and this is like nearly the end of her story.
Yes.
We need to spend time on her.
1. This is a similar.
I really like as well the clenching of her fist around the bag because it tells you she's expecting that this is about to get really bad.
Yep.
Moments in No Way Home with Norman transitioning into.
And that I would say not only is it showing that she knows it's about to get serious, but that those cures, that's what matters to her the most right now. Which just follows through on her, position as a character. Which, like I said, Aunt May's at her best in that movie. I think out of the trilogy.
Oh yeah.
Goblin, but watch how this scene is cut.
Gonna have to do a lot of pausing again.
What do you want to say?
Who is that lady?
Can't you put the EFAP logo over it?
Well, it's still the audio at that point.
Oh, okay.
It might help. I don't know.
Oh well, what we're doing right now will be enough.
Okay, yes.
To do what you can't.
Do what? Do you remember when he popped up in John Wick as the cool sniper friend? It's just like, oh, nice.
Yeah.
I will
I'm
default.
glad he wasn't the first one only. That's good.
Oh.
Safe.
Safe.
To remove those in your way.
Oh, that's the end. Okay, good.
Did you notice how there's no cuts at all?
Yes.
There's only one person
One
bigger.
person in front of a mirror.
I don't even
You know
know
what?
Person
I
in the
I
entire
noticed that
scene.
there were 0 cuts in 1917. Does that make it the best movie ever? Just because it had no cuts?
Oh man, you just
it
reminded me
does.
of there's this movie about some fucking superhero thing. I don't really care, but there's this moment. He has this ability to like sense stuff, and the camera like holds on him as he moves from one room to another.
Yes.
It's like a
Why are we
single
talking about
shot.
that?
It's I can't remember the movie it's from. I think
Huh.
Batman. The
I think
Batman.
it was called no, it was Shang-Chi.
Oh yeah.
It was Malignant.
Oh. Malignant was
Malignant
great.
did
Running
have
from room to room.
Yeah.
Check out EFAP
Were
movies.
those
Malignant.
check it out. It's an amazing film. You should definitely watch our coverage of it only, and not just that film by itself.
That's because Sam Raimi knows how to hold the frame.
No.
Hold the frame. He said it. Thanks so much. Hold the
Big
frame.
white
There's
letters. Let's
one
go.
person in the scene. There is one person in front of a mirror.
So the problem I have
opposed to
here
6.
is specifically his framing. He's implied that it's not a problem of having chosen not to hold the frame on John Watts' part. It's that he doesn't know how.
That's interesting.
We know he's done it. We've seen it. Literally just a bit earlier in the very scene you're talking about. What do you mean? Holding the frame on Peter. Like, why would... Raimi. Unstoppable.
We're not cross-cutting for plot. There's no angle jumps, extra
Oh,
fills.
Because there isn't one
happening.
to account for.
There's way more things happening in this No Way Home scene. You have more characters doing more things, and there's more impact being done to aforementioned more characters. You can't just... If you were going to make that without cuts or extremely limited cuts, I just don't think you're going to be able to see everything you need to see. You'd have to totally... Like, that would be a challenge to be able to do that. You'd have to rearrange everyone's locations. You would probably have to change the pacing of the scene so the camera had time to get where it needed to get. You'd certainly have to change dialogue so that we'd have that time as well.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't... It would be an incredible challenge to be able to do all the things that are happening in No Way Home without the cuts. There's a lot to show. There's a lot going on.
I'm trying to imagine this conversation on set where they're doing all this and then they're like, John, don't you think... do you think maybe we could have a scene where it's just Willem and he's sort of doing his speech about what's happening here, and then John Watts is just like, what do you mean? And he's just like, well, I just think it would be better if we just have Willem and that's it. He's like, yeah, the scene doesn't really work much anymore if we do that. And it's like, yes, but I've seen a different film in which they do that. I think that.
Well, that was neat for that film, but it doesn't really help in this film.
And I think the same would be as bizarre in reverse. Like, if Sam Raimi's making that scene in Spider-Man, and then someone goes, Sam, imagine we had, like, several people in this scene, and, like, the camera, like, cut to them reacting to this. How stupid would that be? Just be like, what? There aren't any... What? Why would... As if it's just, like, a known thing that would be a bad choice, as opposed to a different scene.
It's this aspect you get. I don't know why it just happens to pop up a lot with Spider-Man people or Spider-Man discussions, but this appeal to rules that have not at all been established as being rules.
Hold the frame. Right.
Hold the frame. It's like, but I have shit that the audience
I
needs to
have
see
shit
with their
too.
eyes. Yes. I ain't got fucking time to hold frames. We got shit to do, bitch. Get in the car. We're going shopping.
For expository shots happening in tandem, it's just pure
expository shots. That's an interesting way to express them.
It shows that she is figuring things out before the others. She's getting things. She's being an active participant in this plot. Her tenseness contracts with the more slow rising tension of this room.
What I want to argue with him right now in this call, if he was here, is tell me what makes an expository shot versus a non-expository shot. And I picture he would say something like, this doesn't regard pushing anything forward except knowledge to the viewer of where a particular item is. Like, it doesn't have any bearing other than making sure we understand how things come together in terms of the plot. I'm talking about important character stuff. That's an expository shot. It's not a character shot. And I'd be like, you don't think it says anything about a character that she's doing that? And
I would say that
think it would corner him, because to say that says nothing about a character would be false. I don't know why.
If she wasn't doing anything, then he would be complaining that Aunt May is not enough of a participant actively in this plot as she discovers information.
Dude, he wants
John
them all
Watts
gone.
is a failure.
He wants Willem Dafoe in the room talking to a mirror.
In a room with a mirror.
Which is, by the way, that scene is great. It's fine. It's just that they're different scenes. I don't know why we're doing this.
The camera should behave differently based on what's happening in the film. I thought this was basic. I thought we could all agree on this.
Performance, and it is glorious.
Bingo.
But then what if your character has a monologue in a scene full of plot? How do you let an actor still deliver? Well, if we
You do what
Why
they
don't
did?
why don't we say what if it is it if it if,
This sounds like
why is he saying what if it's full of plot? What if it's full of people? There's people in there.
If it's full
There are
of
other
people.
characters. It's the
Other
biggest
people.
component that he has yet to manage to mention.
It's full of plot.
Willem
Like,
Dafoe is not the only person in this room.
Dude, I guarantee you he would tell me there are 2 characters in the Spider-Man scene. He'd be like, it's Norman
of course,
and
yes,
the Green
we know.
Goblin.
Yes,
we
yes,
know.
I know, yes.
Take a look at Christopher McQuarrie's Mission Impossible Fallout.
Hey, a movie we like a lot. Woohoo.
Yay, that movie's
Yay.
really good.
Woohoo.
Hey, guys, you should talk about, you should watch this film and watch
Yeah.
our coverage of this film.
Yeah.
Mission Impossible Fallout is good rat.
Yeah.
Well, you'll find a masterclass in editing. Honestly, this movie is a masterclass in all things filmmaking. But in the scene where Solomon Lane is captured by Ethan Hunt, there's a showdown between them in dialogue, and simultaneously they need to remove a tracker from his neck before all of Paris rains down on them.
Yep, I remember this. I assume you guys do too.
Yes.
All very straightforward. All right, let's see what he's got for analysis.
So instead of just simply playing out a tense sequence removing the tracker, McQuarrie gives Sean Harris a monologue confronting Tom Cruise's character with the harsh reality of his motivations.
So I just want to take a small issue because I feel like there's something being said here for comparison. He says instead of having a tense scene of removing the tracker, we're going to have this conversation. I hope he's not trying to imply that the Spider-Man scene is a tense scene of getting the cures. Like, that is the problem. They did that instead of focusing on the conversation between Peter and Willem Dafoe. Like, I would be like, well...
Yeah, the issue here being that in order to remove the tracker, like, they can do that while all of this is happening simultaneously. None of the two are going to trip over each other in terms of us, on the scene.
And I
But
would
with
actually...
the cures and all the villains, that's going to create a lot of conflict, and there are too many active actors in this scene to where that would be an issue. So
it's just not a really good comparison because it's
Yeah.
like you said, in this case, we've got 2 opposing camps, but of which 4 of them are on the same side, and then there's the one bad guy in a room where there's less moving parts.
And
Whereas
I
in the
wanna-
other one, you've got a lot of people in their own camps with more moving. Yeah, go for it.
What I want to highlight is what he's said is the plot in Spider-Man versus this. One of them is like almost attached to one of the actors' faces, being the villain about to make the monologue. While the other one is in a whole separate room, and it's only relevant to the one character that's trying to make use of it. Not really fair, the idea that you're like, it's not about him getting that tracker out of Solomon's neck, which if I remember correctly, it's a red light, and then it blinks green whenever he's in the correct position, but he can't quite get it, and we got a timer. So that's still plot tension, if you want to call it that. Like, we can see it, while Solomon's talking. And I don't know that it's fair to compare a scene... Like, what are we going to do? POV shot of Willem Dafoe talking on one half of it, like, composited in over Aunt May running around collecting things. It's just like, why not do what John Watts did? What do we lose? But, to be fair, he's only given us the setup. Let's see what he says.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it. I wonder even.
I'm gonna keep pausing as well, but
Yeah.
oh god, 2 cuts already. Jesus Christ.
Fuck.
Doing.
Did you ever
In the trash.
Did you ever
Another cut?
Ugh.
I wanted to see
What a
the watch is.
worthless film.
stop and ask yourself who it was giving you the orders or why?
I have to keep on pausing.
Yeah, we gotta pause and chat and watch this scene all together. Part of the territory. I wish this was Twitch and we could just watch the fucking movie.
Yeah, we're just like, all right, guys, quick tangent. Gonna watch Mission Impossible Fallout.
Yeah, make sure we get all the context.
You're gonna go take a shit real quick.
Closer to ending the world.
Stranger.
Oh, Jesus Christ! They cut to a different character.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this movie's terrible.
Accusation coming from a terrorist. 60 seconds.
Cut again? Just for him to
What the
deliver an
fuck?
expository line of "we have 60 seconds left"? Wow.
Terrorists are schoolboys, desperate for attention, hoping to shape public opinion through fear.
Give it the old pause.
Nano machines.
You're not pausing fast enough. You might be right. I just really want to get through it.
Yeah, well, yeah, we gotta.
I don't care in the least what people think or feel.
It seems like they cut to him when he was doing a more aggressive intonation of certain sentences there. Do you see that? Kind of.
Yeah.
Another decision I think they made with Willem Dafoe in No Way Home too. I'm gonna be honest with you
No,
guys.
they didn't.
Doesn't feel like I can notice a lot of differences with the approach, actually. And to be honest with you, we've got Simon Pegg and is it Henry Cavill in this scene as well? The characters?
I think so.
And then
because you've got Ben, yeah.
And we've got a ticking clock of they're going to be found and stopped if they don't get the tracker out of his neck. So I think it's perfectly fine to cut to their faces at least once during this scene to show what they're feeling right now.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we're also not having anything happen in other rooms. Everything is happening on this character's throat, basically.
It's like a meter radius that everything is taking place.
Like everyone is in the same room, pretty close together. We basically just need to cut back and forth, so we don't need to go to this room and the other room because it's a whole fucking different setup. So, not
because
a
this
bad
isn't
example.
a situation where one person needs to sneak around in the back. You know, where there's a vulnerable party in the mix here. You know, it's just not comparable. It's a different scene.
Well,
And this antagonist
it's a different
is not
scene,
capable of physically doing anything.
What exactly is the difference, though? Like, in terms of execution here? I don't...
No, not a lot.
I don't really know what he's about to... Like, what are you about to compare that this did so much better? I'm curious.
Is it just gonna be, only showed them?
I guess he's gonna... Well, so if you look at the timeline he's actually provided, the cuts are in there. And so you can see we've got 2 bigger pieces of Solomon, but then we've got plenty of cuts to other characters, which is what No Way Home does, as far as I'm aware.
For very long.
See how much more impactful the minimal cuts are? We hold on Sean as he speaks. We're
So what? Like this? Okay.
able to absorb what he's saying.
That's the problem. Whenever he starts an example, it's like you have to guess: is he using this as a good example or a bad example? Because I don't feel like there's not a system. There's not like some rule set that he's using that I can use alongside him. I have no clue. He has to tell me after the fact that no, and this was a bad one.
And by the way, someone in chat just mentioned what makes a cut minimal. And you know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it. Here it goes. You ready? Guys, prepare. There
was
a superfluous shot in this, as far as I'm concerned. Do you know which one it was?
No.
Cutting to the stopwatch.
It was the one when it cut.
Oh yeah, I was right. Yay.
You don't need it.
Because you have the guy saying,
if you're gonna have Tom Cruise say, "We only have 60 seconds left," and we can hear the ticking, you don't need to see the watch.
Yeah.
I might have actually looked away at that point.
So,
yeah, it's fair.
But at the same time, if someone said, "Wow, so you think the scene is poorly edited?" I'd be like, "No, fucking kidding me."
Seems very well edited.
I like it a lot.
An alternative, the alternative is Tom Cruise just doesn't have the watch. One of the two in the back has the watch in their hands so that they can see it and we can see it too. So it's never out of sight for.
I feel as though you could actually have done this scene where the camera is only on Solomon throughout the entire thing, just slowly zooming on him while the ticking gets a little bit louder when you go from the beginning to the end of the scene, and they get it out just when the camera's like really close to him.
Or it's slowly rotating around him so we can see all the characters and how they're reacting to this. You got options.
Yeah, that's the thing. And if someone said, "Well, yeah, but you go with the best one, don't you?" And I'm like, that's the point. I don't know that there's a best
just do the best thing. It's that simple.
But
it's
like these
videos,
these videos are like, well, there was a best thing. And then they show us something that, to be fair, to me, is like, this is what No Way Home did, didn't it?
And study his face. We only cut away when another character says something or relays information about the tracker device.
Which is plot.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing?
Sometimes I feel like...
Home... No, go for it.
All right. Sometimes I feel like with this guy, I forget his name. He was like he's got a random, like, it's a challenge channel where someone gives him a random thing to make a video about, and he has to make a video about it. Like there's no sense of like consistent through line of a system.
I'm very baffled at this point.
The gravity of the words are felt.
Fringy was going to say a thing.
I think what I was going to say is it just... Because what he said is like, yeah, the reason why we cut from the monologue is to convey information that's important to the audience. That's also what happens in the No Way Home scene.
Yeah.
Why they're showing character reactions that are important because these characters are making decisions at this point in time. We need to show what May's doing. And of course, we need to show Peter's reaction to it all. Every time we're cutting away, we're not showing... Like, there are no superfluous shots in that scene. Everything... is relevant and needs to be conveyed.
And which scene has more characters? No Way Home, once again, has
What?
more characters than
Again?
this one does. And this one doesn't even show us what two of the characters are feeling right now. And I know that he'd be like, we don't need to see what they're feeling. They're not important right now. I'd just be like, if they had shown them, I think you'd be arguing they are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if the original version of this and the alternate universe where in the original cut, you showed their faces and they were worried and maybe they looked at each other or something like that. Oh, this is important to the characters. We need to keep this. It can't go away.
I mean, I feel like this highlights the nature of it's hard to know what the best decision is.
Yeah. If we saw Simon Pegg and he had like an exasperated, stressed out face, and then we cut to Henry Cavill and he just looks interested in what Solomon's saying, really good way to show us a little bit of foreshadowing for who these characters are and what their place is in the story. Plenty of ways to justify a quick cut.
There is, yeah, as if there's just some holy, sacred, perfect version of a movie that we're striving towards instead of movies are complicated and there's not just one way to make it. And who even knows if it could be better or are there a great deal amount of ways to make it better? It's not like we're appealing to some magical version of the film. Sometimes you just don't know. That's the thing. That's why we haven't. That's why a movie isn't just a formula, like a mathematical equation that we've perfected. It's not that easy.
Reaction shots, they hold long enough to give just as much impact as the character that's speaking. Tom's facial expressions say everything here. It's not
You did you see that where it cuts to Ving Rhames when he says that? Nice.
Yeah.
Like-
I was about to say, I was like, Tom? No. That's not, is that his character's name? Is Tom? I forget.
It's funny editing, but it also highlights the counter, which is they don't do it for all of the scene, though, do they? They cut, and you're gonna argue it's for good reason. Reason that would be reflected in the No Way Home scene.
Tom's facial expressions say everything here. It's not just coverage for the sake of coverage.
Coverage for the sake of coverage.
I don't know.
So
I think he countered himself with showing those clips.
The best faith version of what I think he's saying there is that they show us stuff because it's something that's in the scene and should probably be shown for the fact that it exists. Nothing else is achieved. But we've already been through all of the cuts have meaning in them that tell you something about the characters, so and plot. So, like I'm not sold on that. I'm gonna need more.
I grew up in the 90s, which was absolutely the height of the
nice.
cereal craze, and I ate it all the time. But it wasn't until I...
Was the 90s the
Also,
height
keep
of the
it easy
cereal
on the-
craze?
I had no idea that the 90s were the height
I
of
don't
the
know.
cereal
I
craze.
just figured the cereal's always been popular and always will be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Here's my thought. I think that he was a kid in the 90s. So maybe if you're a kid in the 90s, you feel like that's the time you maybe eat the most cereal, especially like Fruit Loops and breakfast cereals and stuff like that. So maybe you feel like that was the height of the breakfast cereal craze. Maybe.
I think he said
don't
that
know.
he was a kid then, but yeah, I didn't know that. The more you know, unless someone tells me different.
I grew
I
up
thought
and
it
I
was going to be a
realized...
Magic Spoon commercial. That's all I know.
And I do want to mention, this is a particularly good ad, mainly because they know how to hold the frame on this cereal bowl.
That's true. I mean, really, I would say that if it's just cereal going into a bowl, hold that frame.
Yeah, like some people be like,
The
I
milk
want to
being
see.
added is just the milk being added is just plot stuff.
Yeah, and people be like, the pourer. How does the pourer feel? And it's like, I don't. It does. That's not important. What's important? Cereal. That is what I appreciate about this kind of artistry.
just how full of sugar and junk most store-bought cereal is, which is why I love Magic Spoon. It's the
Magic Spoon.
It just sounds like a parody, doesn't it? It's like cereal has sugar in it. That's why I use Magic Spoon. And you're like, what?
Cereal can have, yeah, it certainly can have a lot of sugar in it.
It's
It got a lot of
true.
carbs in there too. You know, it depends what you eat. You don't want to overgrain.
Oh, and
that sort of
Rags, look,
thing, but-
it's got 13 rotine on there.
Ooh, I love Rotine.
It only says Oteen for me. at
Oh,
the
no.
moment.
Oh my goodness!
I've
Wait,
got
are
the
you ahead of us or
full
behind
word.
us? I think you're ahead of us.
It also
If you
says
say-
Full word.
it also has 4 wet arbs.
Would you like some wet arbs?
Would you like some wet arbs?
And
This
0
cereal
arbs.
has 4 wet arbs.
The cereal
Do you eat your
flavor
arbs wet or dry?
and look you love without all the junk and sugar. A serving of Magic
Doesn't
Spoon
actually
has
look
0
that
grams of
appealing,
sugar,
because it has
13 to
this filter over it.
I think he's just trying
Which I
to
know it's supposed to
evoke.
be a VHS
Yeah, yeah.
TV kinda,
Yeah.
yeah, but it doesn't actually look appealing when you do it. That
Oh,
elephant that elephant, though,
By the way,
is
I've heard this ad read so many times. I now realize how similar they are by everyone.
the
Oh,
Magic
that's
Spoon
'cause
one,
the
or just in
company
general?
gives you yeah,
Well, the
it's
structure is pretty similar, right? It
It,
always starts with
even
an
the word,
anecdote, some
even,
kind of anecdote, yeah.
yeah, it's the exact same one because the wrestling podcast I listen to, they basically all sponsored by Magic Spoon, and it
Oh,
sounds exactly the
Wait, did
same.
they
I've never
yeah,
mention
heard of
that?
Magic
Did they say
Spoon.
that
I've
the
never heard that
90s
one.
was the peak of the cereal craze?
the
No, they
wrestling
do ads.
craze.
They're not stupid.
Hey, he's
Well,
probably
the
right.
reason they're all similar is because when a company sends out its emails and everything to all the YouTubers and influencers and everything, they have the footage, right, that plays, and it's generally
Yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
all the same. It's a file, an MP4, and then they have probably a script for you to read if you wanna do that. They might
Hmm.
stipulate that they want you to use the script, and so that's why they all are so damn similar. That's why you've seen the same footage of Raid Shadow Legends over and over and
Yeah.
over and over again, because that's what they mass email out as their
This
marketing
might just be
video.
me, but if I would do an ad read, I wouldn't do it like one by one. I would probably
Oh,
get
yeah,
a
me
little
too, yeah.
creative with it because how fucking boring is that?
Well,
Yeah, and it comes across as just too, "I'm only doing what I'm told, these opinions are not my own."
Yeah.
there's one that a super chat was talking about on one of the other streams, but it's the one that Jay sent us, right? Where it like starts out as like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre scene, and
The
someone's
Tom
getting
Ska
like,
one?
yeah,
Tom
yeah,
Ska.
and you know, and it'll eventually reveal it's about NordVPN. You're just like, what? Like,
I feel like NordVPN has like the best people that do ads for them.
yeah, because you know, Rags could be right that people send out templates, or I can believe the truth, which is that everyone feels compelled to mention that Raid Shadow Legends is the best RPG
Free.
on the market, and it's totally free.
Yeah, it is totally free, but what's more important is that it's one of the most highly rated games on the App Store, and the audience is growing every single day.
I like that we can all just do the ad read without
Like,
ever getting the fucking file.
I agree, it's a great service, but I think Punto kind of outdoes it just a
I mean,
bit.
obviously.
Punto is great. I'm pro Punto.
Punto is a legendary service.
Sorry, I need to use the loo real quick. I'll be right back.
So,
I don't wanna
this
miss
is
the
like
wet
the fourth
arms.
time in 4 hours.
Rags, are you diabetic?
Sometimes it just gets the runs.
He might just be drinking hardcore water right now, like gallons.
Gallons of water.
Hey, Fringy, here's your Simpsons reference. This man has never eaten a bowl of cereal in his life.
Oh no, that one's eluding me right now.
That man's never drank a beer in his life.
No, it's damn hard.
JFK versus Nixon, the Duff debate.
Oh yeah, now it's coming back. Yeah. So this has got so many good jokes. So the ratio of good early seasons.
Oh yeah.
All of these, man, it really does. Like when you have like the ad smack bang in the middle, it's like, oh man, just it's kind of like this big sort of halt to whatever we're talking about.
Especially if your
feel like
video is only 10 minutes.
Well, I mean, this is probably a 1 to 2 minute ad, right? So it's like 1/10 or possibly 1/5 of the whole video. And I guess there's probably
long videos.
uh,
I will say, what did you guys have any particular cereals that you really ate? Because I haven't eaten cereal in a while, really. I just
man.
fell out of it a while
I
ago.
like
But
Cocoa
when
Pops.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just like all the sugary ones. I don't know. I don't have anything interesting to say.
yeah, I think so. I like Honey Bunches of Oats and like the cornflakes. I like cereal that has like the dried strawberries and blueberries in it. I'm big into fruit. I love me some fruit.
You were never a
Crunchy
fat
Nut was
child, were
really-
you, Rex?
No, I was never. I legit was never. I was never a fat.
Now let me talk about
My
my favorite,
sweet-
Cookie Crisp. It was just cookies and
I
milk.
never liked Cookie Crisp. I never liked it.
I never
it
liked
wasn't.
Cookie Crisp either.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll have it all.
I like
always liked
Crunchy
this-
Nut. That was good.
Crunchy
like
nut.
I'm not familiar with Crunchy Nut.
To be
I don't
fair,
like my nut.
I'm not
crunchy.
noticing
It's
any that have been
basically,
mentioned that I don't like. Like I was pretty happy with cereal.
You're just pro
think my-
cereal.
Yeah.
Just
I
I think my
as a
favorite
whole.
was
That's just
always
normal.
the cinnamon ones.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch, the taste you can see.
I think
God.
they don't sell them like that here.
What?
But it's the same one. I think they have a different name here.
You didn't
I
like
just-
you how did you feel about the cookie crisp?
Cookie crisp.
I just like the idea that it's the taste you can see said really wholesomely in the ad. They eat, then they look around, they're like, ah, ah, ah.
Get it away! Why am all I can see is cinnamon? I think we can all agree. Well, Mahler, you said you've liked every cereal mentioned so far. How did you feel about the Captain Crunch, the square ones?
Is that
You ever eat
shredded
those?
wheat? Is that the same thing?
No, not the shredded wheat. Let me get a picture of it real quick because I don't like shredded wheat unless it's got like the frosting on it. Because shredded wheat by itself is just it's too plain.
Hmm.
But
I
let
can
me show you.
understand that.
What was it? Captain Crunch? Captain Crunch. Because there was a particular. It might be my least favorite cereal. Let me show you. Copy image here. This is what Captain
Wet
Crunch
arps.
was. It had crunch berries in it. And those yellow square ones, those things would fuck up the inside of your mouth. I
Oh.
hated them. They would just like tear up the roof. I
Isn't
hated it.
Captain
I
Crunch
hated the
like
cereal.
super popular? Because I was gonna say I haven't eaten this cereal, so
Yeah, it's pretty. I think it's pretty popular.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty good.
But kids were willing to
yeah.
take a bit of pain to have the pleasure, I suppose, with Captain Crunch. That sounds bad out of context.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't take a bite out of Captain Crunch. But that is my. Yeah, I think that's our good little cereal
Cruncho.
tangent.
I
All taken
liked
care of.
cinnamon something. What were they called?
Not Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It was something else.
It could be that. That might be the equivalent in America.
Well,
I think they call
we were talking about Apple Jacks.
What am I talking about? Help me out, British people. Cinnamon something.
I am Cindy.
I mean, someone in chat just said that's what they're called in Germany. Cinny minis. That's what they're called. The cinnamon ones.
There was like the thing I'm thinking of. There's two brands of the same sort of thing, and it was cinnamon somethings and then something else something. Graham's, cinnamon Graham's. That was it.
You remember that Apple Jacks, and they had the guy, the Rastafarian. Hey, I'm Cindy. I'm coming for the Apple Jack.
He looks like a pepperami.
Yeah, he does kind of. He looks like a. Oh, he looks like a Slim Jim.
Yes. Mentos Ken. Yeah, cereals.
Cinnamon.
Because it's a childhood fever dream for me, but for you, I guess it's a new experience. And that's the Cinnamon. Hey, because Cinnamon is the winner, man.
Why is this the next video that gets recommended right after?
This is the video that's recommended right after.
Cinnamon.
Signs of
From that bowl of Apple Jack so much.
Right after I hear this guy go, Cinnamon.
How do you know if you have autism? You're like, wait, what are you saying, YouTube? What are you doing?
Cinnamon has the autism.
Oh, boy.
This is why we don't skip ad reads.
This is why we don't skip ads, yeah.
You never skip the ads. There's always something
Oh,
to learn from there.
gold mine of
14
memes.
grams of protein, 4 net grams of carbs, and it's
No, wet obs.
only 140 calories. Sound too good to be true? Trust me, it's the real deal.
No, I mean, it's good news, but calm down.
It's good news. Like,
Honestly,
if someone came to me and said, like, hey, we've discovered, like, warp travel. We can travel faster than light and reach the galaxy. They just made a breakthrough in the science lab. I'm like, okay, that sounds too good to be true. I don't think there's any cereal-related fact you could come to tell me.
cereal has
like,
unlocked time travel.
Too good to be true. Unless it's like, hey, have you tried time travel O's? They're really delicious.
Yeah.
Time travel O's.
like a snack, or old school like I'm 10 years old again on a Saturday morning. Oh, and it gets better. Magic Spoon is keto-friendly, gluten-free, grain-free, and soy-free.
That's the exact same word.
You go get none of that shitty soy. Don't you worry.
Interesting bowl. That bowl is high for how it is shaped, you know, like the bottom concave.
Yeah, you're right, Rex. That's a weird looking bowl. It is. It's very tall. It's very
Well, it looks
tall.
like if you were to flip it upside down, it would just look like a big button.
I think it just
yeah.
But it wobbles.
A button that you can't press. What is this heresy?
Yeah. Or like one of those. It looks like one of those lights you stick to things and you hit the light and it goes. and it turns on and off, those
Mhm.
big ones.
So click
Also,
the
that's a
link in
lot
the
of monsters.
description to grab a variety pack and try it today. Use the promo code
I actually
Tommaso at
wanted to try
checkout to get
those, but they
$5
don't
off.
send them to
I mean, I'd
Germany.
give them a shot, you know. I'd give them
If
a
I
shot.
can't get them in German man
You don't
land,
deserve them in German, man.
that's true.
Well, I feel like if I'm really gonna have cereal, I'm gonna go with something that I know I really enjoy, because they do look
You
kind
don't
of
want to
boring.
risk, you know, the bad, is
They're
it?
just Fruit Loops is what they look
They
like,
do look like
and
Fruit Loops, yeah.
they look like little Fruit Loops, and I know if I'm gonna go to the store, if I go down to the CVS and see if they've got specials on boxes of cereal, I'm grabbing the Honey Bunches of Oats or something fruity. Like, with actual fruit, not just, "Ooh, look, it's this one's red and this one's green." No, 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 no. Like, fucking dried strawberries and that shit.
Go to the shops, go like, "Hey man, you got cinnamon?"
Dude,
Yeah, man, you have cinnamon.
dude, it's gonna be weird to go back to Spider-Man. It feels like we've been here for so long now. The cereal. Like, this was nice. This was nice. This is a nice
Don't you
break.
mean Spider-Man?
Spider-Man.
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 Or just go right to magicspoon.com/Tommaso. Thank you again to Magic Spoon for sponsoring this video.
Yeah, come on, come on.
Yeah, good job, Magic Spoon.
Back to Spider-Man. Not only do I think plot is a major issue for the cutaways, but I think a lot of it is coverage related.
Why did he show the cut of the cane there with Daredevil?
Yeah, because if anything, that's a really cool reveal shot for anybody who's very familiar with Daredevil. You can immediately know that's him.
Yeah,
it's like, oh,
that's a real moment.
A lawyer who's blind and needs a cane?
And this is
and he's
like,
white?
These are the kind of shots you compliment when the frame being where it is on Peter isn't the only dimension of the importance of how they've composited it. It's going to be that his hand comes in the way of it, which is like he's here to rescue him, and look who it fucking is. It has meta benefits.
Issue for the cutaways, but I think a lot of it is coverage related as well.
I don't know what you mean by coverage related, but
well, let's see what he has to say.
Oftentimes when editing, you will piece together scenes from multiple different takes to make the ideal scene that you want for your film. So in order to hide all these little cuts of continuity, you're going to cut to a reaction shot or even a B-roll shot.
He's completely right. Yeah, you can run a scene like 5 times and then cut all the best bits of it to make your scene. That could be one reason why you do it. But if you got it all in the first take and it was great, and then you choose to just use different cameras as it happened, which is probably what happened a lot of the time with I think Jay told me that I can't remember what part of Doctor Who's filming it was, but they had to do, I think it was the first season, everything only was allowed one take. You had to get it right.
Well, it's because back in the day, how much film you had, that was like a consideration, right? Like whereas now if you shoot on digital, it's like, well, you just like delete or overwrite or save, but like film is
I never
like
thought about that.
Well, he was saying there's this
that's
moment
interesting.
where I think someone gets a line wrong and someone like corrects him, and it's like a part of the episode. It's just like, wait, what? Which is, yeah.
It's got a very stage play feel to it.
Yeah.
I obviously can't be certain if Watts was just hiding cuts to Frankenstein scenes together, but the sheer volume of them sometimes makes me really question it as a deliberate.
I'm sure there are no cuts in the Raimi trilogy or any other really good film. I'm sure.
Do not enjoy the usage of the word Frankensteining scenes together.
Why?
Because I think that I hear that and I think, oh, you took a bunch of things which by themselves were devoid of use, and through your incredible talent and skill, you put them together and gave them an entirely new life of their own. But I know that's not how he meant them, but that's what my brain thinks of.
Well, so I was actually going to go a different direction, but still equally annoyed with how you started that. Frankenstein is often used. I know people will use it to be like, you shoved a bunch of stuff together and you made a hideous creature. But like, the stuff here is all a part. Like, these scenes are shot as though they're scenes, and then he pieces them together with the best pieces to make the most coherent scene. How does, like, even with the understanding of Frankensteining something being the thing I just mentioned, like, if that's his view of it, like, how could you say that that's what this is? If anything, it's like you had a Frankenstein potentially as a result of using all of the same cuts from the same shot, and then you were like, let's cut one out and put a different one in to correct it and make it look better. You know what I mean? It's feels a little bit confused no matter which way.
Yeah, you want to, if you want to be more accurate, then I guess maybe you should say it's like it's jerry-rigged. You know, like because I think Frankensteining something together, it implies a lot of craftsmanship, even if it's a bit macabre. craftsmanship that ultimately leads to, you know, what I
Well,
explained earlier.
I understand what you mean. Like, I think that's an interesting. It might even affect how I use it in future. Now you've said that. I'm like, yeah, that's true.
Creative decision. I just can't help but imagine how
It's what
beautiful it
rigged
would have been to
rags.
see
Oh,
Andrew.
yeah, we can have this conversation because
Oh no.
both are acceptable. They're jerry rigged and jury rigged. They both work. It's both the same thing.
I have no
They're
idea
basically just
which one's correct.
yeah, they're
Oh, okay.
essentially both correct. Yeah, so you could say both of them. They're perfectly fine.
What you about to say?
Oh, sorry. Let's roll him back a bit. I don't know what he's about to say. It's gonna be horrible.
Fringy, calm down. You're just too excited.
To be fair, seeing Andrew Garfield at one of his best scenes in the film with this video, it's like, oh geez, what are you gonna do?
Yeah,
Deliberate creative
Stop
decision.
him. Stop.
I just can't help but imagine how beautiful it would have been to see Andrew Garfield's performance on the rooftop really play out. Right as he lets his solo and
Did we
reveals the
not?
rage that he's
Did we
unleashed since
not?
we
Yeah.
last saw him in The Amazing Spider-Man 2, we just keep cutting back to Tom.
So
Oh
it is.
no! Look at
Oh,
these
no.
three different expressions.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, like, this is a pretty absurd statement. We need to see how
Have to see
Exactly.
Tom Holland Peter is reacting. We need that. We
They're
absolutely
here to talk to
need
him.
it. We
I
need
here's
it.
the hot
The
take.
point of this scene.
If we're only allowed one character to see in this scene, it's Tom. It's gotta be.
Well, I mean,
My
they made
God.
the correct choice, right? We see both of them.
Yeah, that's the correct choice,
See
yeah.
Andrew Garfield giving his performance, and he's doing great. And we also see the reaction that we need, because the whole point of this scene is we are the Spider-Man are trying to essentially convince Peter to stay the course that, like, May, set him on.
Yeah, he's currently in this scene about to press the button, which will send them all back and likely get them killed, right? These Spider-Men are trying to convince him that what he's feeling right now, which is pushing that decision, it's not going to lead you to anywhere good. We've been there.
And we need to see him. We need to see him react to that information. We need it.
Really important.
So, like, yeah, I mean, this is a perspective you can hold for sure. But, like,
This is what I mean. Like, if he were here, I'd be like, do you really think that we shouldn't have seen Tom's reaction to this speech? Do you really think that?
Holland. And the same thing happens with Toby. These are
Yes, of course it does.
characters we literally never thought we'd see again on screen, and John Watts just refuses to let them be.
Oh.
There's a big appeal to meta here.
But see, like, it annoys me
There
that
is a big appeal to meta here.
it's bad enough that this is his perspective, okay? But I would accept it if he was willing to just admit this is John Watts' preference, and that there's no way you can argue that one is definitively better than the other. If that was the video, I'd be much more on board with this. If he said, like, I understand why he's done this, but I would way prefer to focus on the person giving their story and then show Tom's reaction. And at that point, I'd just be like, I mean, yeah, that's what you want, that's what you want. But he seems to have no idea why John Watts has made this choice. Like, he's like, oh, he can't resist to cut stuff
On screen. Look, I understand this is Tom Holland's Peter Parker's story. It's not about Willem Dafoe, Garfield, or Maguire. But in a film full of cliche, on-the-nose fan service moments...
You know, I'm something of a
You can't make
that argument.
Make the complaint about this line other than meta. He is something of a scientist himself.
So, if no one knows about meta information and watches this film, and you say, I hate that line, right, and your only argument's going to be meta, they would be like, wait, why? It's in character. He is a scientist, and he's letting that be known so he can leverage his way out of the prison.
Yeah.
And you'd be like, yeah, but you don't know? It's like a meme line. And you're like, oh. Guess that's pretty cool. And they go, no, it's not cool. It's a meme. Like, oh, I mean, it's achieving character while also referencing something in the meta that might satisfy fans. I don't know. That feels like it's not good.
Yeah, if you can achieve something that is both a cool fan service moment, but also entirely appropriate.
If anything, the origin of finding out that it's a meme line for that person who hadn't seen the Raimi films might be like, wait, so you're pointing out that it's a line he has said before, so it's in character.
Sense, like when Otto says the power of the sun in the palm of my hand, it's like he said that before. It's really important to him.
And yeah, like he's dealing with Stark tech that was fucking bazillions of years beyond what he had in the Raimi universe, because it's like why?
And it's great because it's literally in the palm of his hand, like literally in his hand.
This is what I fucking have trouble with, okay? With a lot of these people. They're like, memery and references and jangling keys. Like, no, it's about how it's contextualized, how it's executed. There's reason behind these lines and these appearances. It's not just bullshit.
Yeah.
So
It would have been nice to deliver the fan service moments that actually mattered.
the hell?
Maybe.
What?
What?
It would be nice to deliver the fan service moments that actually matter.
What, you mean like that whole? I don't even. That's just the story. Like that scene. I don't know if I'd call that fan service. That's just like the story at this point.
It's just the story.
Yeah, wait.
Yeah.
Is
Well,
he saying that?
because
Is he saying it's
I
fan
think he's
service
saying
for
that-
Willem Dafoe to do a speech as Green Goblin?
I mean, that is a loose definition of fan service I wouldn't adhere to.
I was
feel
gonna say,
fan
like,
service should
what the fuck's the difference at this point?
Yeah, because at this point, any story that's a sequel is fan service, right? Because you're
Yeah.
leveraging characters that exist.
Yeah,
which
I'd be
is
like, Aunt
dumb.
May's only here because she was in the prior movies. It's fan service. And you'd be like, what? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the fan service things that we get, we see, and are pointed out. So I don't really understand which scenes he means.
I think he's
I
saying.
think he
To be
is
fair-
referring to the Goblin scene. I think he
Yeah, I
is.
think he's saying that the Goblin speech matters and it's fan service. Him saying I'm a scientist is fan service and it doesn't matter.
Well,
Okay.
when we were watching Resident Evil and we saw Ruby Rose and Resident Evil, she got fan service.
She did.
Maybe I'm just carrying too much baggage from the Raimi films, but we
Yes.
Yes.
Tiny bit.
Let it go. It's okay.
really connected with the villains on a more personal level in those films.
We absolutely connected with Norman on a personal level in this film.
I mean, we said it in our coverage, so I mean, you know, I was just gonna say that. I was like, I'm sorry. I thought his performance was fucking top tier 11 out of 10 in No Way Home.
Oh yeah.
And I really like his performance in the Raimi films. You probably see which one I prefer in terms of Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin, and that is not an unpopular position.
It's
I
not.
mean, he's a more experienced actor playing this role at this point.
And man,
he's
like he's
refined
just desperately trying to twist into Peter, just like he did in his movie with Maguire, like with a new Peter. And like I don't know, it just felt like they cranked up the menace.
Defoe dial.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yes.
In fact, even non-monologue heavy scenes where it's just two characters simply speaking, frames still hold, and we never really.
So it's too late now. You just said it. Frame holding is better.
Yeah.
You haven't said why. You just said it is.
Quickly
Also,
cut
a
around.
frame with two people sounds pretty simple. Only two people.
Oh no, Rags,
What
look,
is
there's
in
a
that
third one.
basket? Are those are those are
Breadsticks?
really long breadsticks. They're very long and thin.
They are high society breadsticks.
Oh, that explains it because I don't. I've never had
Wouldn't
a high
high
society.
society breadsticks be shorter, or isn't it like a common thing with fine dining that like the portions are smaller?
But
So
longer.
surely fine. So they're smaller and longer. Right?
They are thinner and longer. That's
Yeah,
just
they're thinner and
everything is
longer.
thinner and longer.
And the more fine dining you are, the closer the breadsticks turn into just swords. Like,
Yeah, they're just long poles that multiple people have to carry in on their shoulders.
And they have to do it carefully. If they slip and fall on it, it's game over.
You bring your
tail with breadsticks.
You bring your girl to this restaurant. She doesn't know how high class it is, and they just walking out with one really thin, long breadstick, and she's like, "Whoa!" And you're like, "Yeah, yeah."
Yeah, it's like a Mel
Yeah.
Brooks gag where it just keeps going and
Yeah.
going and going out the door.
Like modern films. I also realize attention spans have changed and we're glued to devices pumping content to us in shorter and shorter duration.
So we need to have more cuts. Okay.
I mean,
what?
Is
trying to more cuts as if this would be the explanation.
I guess like I can allow this in terms of just like, so I'm pretty sure they're doing more cuts because people are losing attention faster, and if you hold the frame, that's more boringer for a lot of people. I'd just be like, I mean, maybe, but why do you assume that that's the reason as opposed to this what John Watts wants to show?
Yeah.
Like, oh, you gotta have more cuts. Obviously, it's like a mandated thing because audiences are getting, you know, more ADHD riddled. I just feel like, really?
Or it's implying that that's what John Watts is appealing to. It's like,
Yeah.
well, I gotta have more cuts because you know the kids these days.
on loops, but we go to the movies for a different experience. Dramatic
Popcorn on the
cinema
floor?
doesn't have to be cut like a TikTok for us.
Why would you focus on that and say that's the experience of the cinema we want?
I get. Maybe he googled cinema pictures or something.
Dirty
I don't know.
floor.
The dirty floor.
Is this maybe it's a shot from one of the movies? Because I don't recognize it. I don't know.
And I know that guy's supposed to be a popped popcorn, but it looks like a ghost. It just
Oh, is it? I
does.
thought it was a ghost.
Oh,
I imagine that a popped popcorn ghost, that's a pretty terrifying existence. You like burst death.
You burn to death and then you explode. And
He's,
and
look, he's
so
happy.
your
He's
ghost
happy.
form
So you guys,
He is happy.
you guys
Happy
are crazy. Okay, that guy's
It's
he's
like
having
a
loads of fun.
butterfly, but popcorn.
Well, if a
What
popcorn
is-
was a Jedi and died and became a Force ghost, it would be the ghost would be
A
of their
popcorn
popped corn,
ghost.
right?
Yeah.
A delicious,
I think
delicious
so.
ghost.
But
Unless
what
it was
is
Hayden Christensen, he would still be a colonel.
what is
I'm sorry.
popcorn if not the
Or he'd
ghost
be on
of
the
the
ear with
kernel
his
they popped from?
brothers.
Exactly.
Not the Colonel persevering.
Durations on loops, but we go to the movies for a different experience. Dramatic cinema doesn't have to be cut like a TikTok for us.
So funnily enough, I already actually disagree with him, even if I agreed with his initial foundation there. So if he said to me, do you agree that everyone's obsessed with like quick and fast things now because of their phones and stuff, and that's why the movie reflects that? And then if I said yes to that, he said, therefore that's why he's doing it, but he shouldn't because we go to the cinema for like, you know, more theatrical experiences. I'd be like, no. Because, I mean, at that point, it would explain why a lot of action movies tend to do really well, right? Like, there is a lot of cuts. It is very fast-paced, usually. Like, with a lot of the... Like, wouldn't it follow that the theater is just seconds behind what everyone's doing culturally in terms of, like, catching up or whatever? I don't know why you wouldn't just connect those two. I thought the point he was going to make was going to be this can explain why, like, more contemplative, character-focused films are getting less popular. I thought he was going to go that way, but instead he was like, no, we don't go to the cinema for, you know, fast-paced stuff. And it's like, we don't?
We don't?
Seems like people do.
Feels like people do, yeah. I mean, this film is the most popular film of how many years? Like, it's made more money than...
It is the highest-grossing standalone superhero film, like, ever. It's made more money than the first two Avengers movies. It nearly made as much money as Infinity War.
And what was... So was Endgame the last movie to beat it out in general?
Yes. I don't think any film... I think it is the highest-grossing film since Endgame.
Oh, Morbius.
Yeah, true. Morbius did have the GDP of the whole planet, like, in terms of its box office gross. That's
Yeah, it
true.
made more billions.
I would then posit that he should feel like this comment isn't exactly accurate. Because he said this film is, like, the result of ADHD, like, taking that into account for cuts. But that's not what people go to the theater for. And yet this film is the most popular theater-going experience in the last 3 years?
Yeah,
2.5
pretty
years.
much.
So how do you square those away as thoughts?
Wait, is it ADD or ADHD here?
It's ADHD.
I think they're
Well, they're
both
two different
slightly
things, aren't they?
different.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
they're-
I'm
are they?
saying.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
what-
isn't ADD attention deficit disorder?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
ADHD
and-
is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Yeah, so ADD is like ADHD, but without the hyperactive component.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. They are different.
All right, because I didn't know. I didn't know if they were like similar,
Oh,
but
wait.
or
Well,
different.
no. Some things are saying that ADD is the outdated term and ADHD is the current term.
Huh, I was
Oh.
told that it was like two different things. I'm gonna
Yeah,
just...
because what if I have an attention disorder but I'm not hyperactive?
Well, so that's this article is saying that the condition was separated, or formerly it was separated into two. There was ADD with hyperactivity and then ADD without hyperactivity. But then in 1987, they revised the two subtypes into one condition, ADHD.
Someone in chat said the guy's point is that Raimi is show don't tell, whereas Watts is tell don't show, and he has it backwards.
Yeah, wouldn't more cuts mean you're trying to show more?
I just don't. There's so much that I'd have to disagree with that statement. So many things. I don't even feel it's worth going into. I just
It's not. We should.
Because
carry
show
on.
don't tell is we've been over. It's getting progressively more and more annoying to hear, just as a thing. I'm just like show don't tell.
Dramatic cinema doesn't have to be cut like a TikTok for us to feel moved. It's weird because
I appreciate you showing a scene from No Way Home that is not like a TikTok video.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be two characters talking, and cuts seem to be appropriate based off of who's speaking.
We have Peter Parker, Tobey Maguire, Peter Parker, Andrew Garfield, MJ, Ned, and Ned's mother in this scene, and he's like, the motherfucker has the balls to cut between these characters when they're speaking. Ridiculous. Like, oh. Yeah, I guess he could have had a shot where they're all around a table, and he could have just shown them all. Yeah, that's an option. And he's like, that would have been better.
Because I still think John Watts is obviously a competent and talented director, and even with all the faults of the editing I just mentioned...
You haven't mentioned any faults yet.
Claims. Claims were made. They were not substantiated.
I mean, I can't even, like, understand how he's rationalized it other than him saying... I think at one point he said he's much more invested in, like, the character of Green Goblin in Raimi's films, and it seems that he's tying that to how long the frame sits on him, as opposed to the dialogue and the delivery.
Yeah, the motivations of the characters and the stuff.
Because I think it was Fring that mentioned it, but like, you may want to highlight as well that just because we cut to Aunt May or Electro or whoever else, still hear Willem Dafoe's voice.
Right.
Still hear what he's saying. And it's especially effective when he references someone or something in his speech and they cut to a particular person. It might be trying to tell you something subtextually.
There's also a lot
especially if he's manipulating people.
Like Electro.
You need to see somebody reacting to him if they are being manipulated.
Because like I understand wanting to see Willem Dafoe deliver the lines. I get it. There's just more than that that's being achieved here, and instead you've rated that as there's more than that being shown for plot reasons, like very dismissively.
And creative sequences in this film. In that scene we first mentioned when Norman turns into Green Goblin, there's this epic tracking shot as Peter's Spidey sense kicks in and he slowly narrows.
I'm gonna pause just because this visual's gone on for a lot longer than and probably comes.
Yeah, they're holding the frame way too long.
They are holding the frame.
In on who's causing this disturbance. It's a little glimpse of beautiful filmmaking that just gets immediately shattered by an over.
Oh,
it's not shattered. It's still valuable for what it is.
Yeah. Oh man.
World maybe up in your head, in your magic spoon land. But
I mean, it just feels incomplete. Like yeah, like why does he feel he's proven this? I don't feel he's proven this at all. I don't even know what the argument is.
Nowhere close. If anything, he's heard his argument with his own examples.
I mean, yeah, I don't even disagree, because the fact is now that we have to concede there's at least one good scene, and I'll just be like, how many scenes are good in this film, out of curiosity, by your own metrics, and how do you decide?
Overly complicated plot moment in the middle of a dramatic character
Overly
moment.
complicated.
It's not really that hard to understand.
Yeah,
it's not that complicated.
he's appealed to having gotten lost a couple of times in different portions of this video, and it's like, she's grabbing the cures. You even said that you didn't need that many shots to show that. And now you're arguing that you couldn't understand it was too complicated. Can't have both. And if you're really getting lost on the fact that Electra said, what the hell? I can explain it. It's because he doesn't understand why Norman has had a complete change in personality. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on here. And then Norman mentions a little thing about gods. And it's just enough to push Electra over the edge.
The hell?
Now look, without speaking to these filmmakers, I can only assume that they want to make something great. I doubt anybody is intentionally trying to make something confusing or bad, but
no one's confused here except you, I'm afraid.
I was gonna say, like, it's not even that, it's just, why are you confused? What was confusing? I don't understand.
In the very specific case of big films like Marvel, you can also understand and sympathize with the frustrations that must arise for a filmmaker. Trying to shoehorn in big plot devices, universe...
Why is it shoehorned?
It's not shoehorned, it's essential.
I don't understand.
Tie-ins.
I don't think you know how we use that word, sir.
Yeah, you're saying it, but it doesn't. It's not the thing you say it is.
When sometimes you just want to make a small indie level drama, it has to be difficult.
That's not what
and
this
I really
movie is.
It's really not.
I feel like I lost
Are you saying
something
that
in
John...
the sentence. I don't know.
Is this implication that John Watts didn't want to make this movie? Instead, he wanted to make a tiny little indie drama, but instead, oh damn, I have to make Spider-Man No Way Home.
My hands
And
are
after
tied.
having to make 2 films under the studio system, he's like, you know what? The third time around, hopefully I can make my small indie film.
Cuts are lazy. They can be sloppy on the day of filming. Cuts are not lazy.
Cuts are lazy. That is a very bold statement.
All cuts?
Like, it depends, right? It
Yes,
depends on
it
if
has to
if-
depend.
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
Cuts can be
They are
lazy.
lazy,
Not cutting can be
necessarily.
lazy.
Like, I disagree. Cuts are gonna be in basically, they don't even have to be in, they're neutral. We need to find out what the cut is.
Cuts are like all tools of storytelling.
Someone in chat just said, I eat my pizza whole, no cuts.
Nice.
I don't
Like a
envy
little
that
pizza
position.
burrito.
Yeah.
Which is why Spider-Man No Way Home will always hold a very special place in my heart. But I still just wish
Whatever.
John Watts would simply hold.
No.
No. Don't say the thing.
No.
Wait, are you done? We're 8.5 minutes in, and how much of that was a
This is
spoof?
probably the end.
Yeah, I
There's
think we're
gonna be a
done.
big, like, yeah,
Where
yeah,
were you
there's
going?
Yeah, that's it. We're done.
Well, yeah, because
the rest
wait,
of it
hold on.
Magic
How
Spoon
long was
again?
that? So, because there was Magic Spoon, that was about a minute, and now we're at 8 minutes. So that was a 7-minute long video. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I hope you like this new essay. This was something that I saw pointed out in quite a few of the reviews.
Oh, that was you in the
Spider-Man
Spoon commercial.
It was, yeah.
No Way Home. So I kind of want to just dive into why it was happening and how you could possibly.
No, you didn't
No,
dive
you
into
didn't,
anything.
though.
This video
Yeah,
was
you
shit.
really
You just
didn't.
claim. You
He's-
can't just claim things are away. You have to you have to go through the evidence. You have to act like the people you're talking to don't agree with you and they're skeptical of what you say, and you have to work to convince them.
Well, I found it interesting that he's like, I saw everyone discussing things and they weren't quite sure of what they were annoyed at, and I feel like that I've answered it for you now. And it's like, what?
You know,
What?
in chat, someone said essay 7 minutes. Now, I don't know how it translates for people, but like 7 minutes is probably 2 pages. Like 2 pages. It's a short essay. I don't know. Like, it's a real short essay. Possibly
It's
less than
hardly
1,000
anything.
words.
I mean,
Oh yeah,
well, I guess
7 minutes is nothing.
The thing is, I'll even defend the short man out there. I'll be like, you can make something that's not shit in 7
Absolutely,
minutes, I'm sure
you
of
can.
it.
I like short form stuff sometimes. Like, there's validity to all sorts of formats, especially if you want to hone in on a very specific topic. But like, for the 7 minutes that we have, it feels like we didn't achieve much. Because a lot of it was just, essentially the conclusion you would have to draw if you agree with this is holding the frame is just good. It is good. Like, it is always a preference. It's always the thing that you should be defaulting to. Which is I don't know. That, if you want to say that, that's something you really got to substantiate with more
You
than a
gotta work.
couple of references.
Especially
We had
if
2
you're only giving
references.
yourself 7 minutes.
Yeah, it feels like the people who agreed with this were probably like, this feels about right. Yeah, this is probably the problem. Nice, good video. Like, really? Okay.
He didn't even do like a mock-up of the scene just to show how it could have been achieved the exact same thing but with fewer cuts. Like, he didn't really do that. He just kind of just said cuts are bad, and then that was all she wrote.
I suppose his argument that you could fish out of all of this would have been that the camera should have just held on Willem Dafoe for the whole scene, except maybe one cut to show May getting the stuff. The thing is, like, I don't know why this would be intuitive to him when it's just like, yeah, but then we lose all of the people's reactions to everything Willem Dafoe is doing, and then we lose the specifics of May getting those cures. Like the shot of her hand, or the fact that she's grabbing each and every one, not just one.
Well, if we didn't show it would be fair for people to wonder why she had them. I would say that. It would be fair for people to be like, wait,
Well,
when
yeah,
did
we
she
would be
get
like, I
those?
guess she grabbed them. And you're like, all right.
Yeah.
To your own storytelling and filmmaking, to not make that.
So, by the way, I'm not entirely against the idea if you could make it that way. I just think it was worthwhile seeing the fact that she, immediately when Willem Dafoe starts doing that, it ensures the safety of the cures. Like that, it tells us stuff about it.
Same mistake. That being said, the blueprint already exists. We had Willem Dafoe in the Raimi films.
No, that's
not
a different
blueprint. It's
scene.
an entirely. You can't just say, "Oh, it's the same character." We had a blueprint. No, it's an entirely different scene.
I just really wish John.
Do you just
Watts
see a
would pull
person
more
and you're like, "Oh,
from
it's
that," as
blueprint.
opposed to just
I wish John Watts had pulled more from that. You just wanted him to not move the camera. And that's
You
not
just
what
want
the
to
scene's
see
about.
that film again.
Yeah.
I guess you just want to see that movie again, because that's what it sounds like.
complicating everything with all this side plot and just.
What do you?
The side plot. The
so
cures
it's-
are a side plot.
It's not
Curing
a
them.
side plot. It's the plot.
It's like the most important element of the film for his character's journey, like deciding to cure these villains. He's like, this is fucking side plot stuff. It's like, what do you mean?
I feel like it's because yeah, that was sort of the tone in the whole video, was that the cures weren't all that important. It's like, oh, this is like, we got a lot of plot that we need to get in here, and the fact that he said side plots, like that was the plot.
That is the
plot.
plot,
Is
yeah.
cures. It is about the cures. The cures are essential to the whole idea of the film, in part, which is saving the villains, trying to save them, because that's what Spider-Man do. Like the big payoff for Peter at the end is that he chooses to spare Goblin and cure him. The cures are central. It is not side plot. It is very important.
I'm not even sure.
Anything that isn't Willem Dafoe talking alone in a room is side plot.
Everything other than
Well,
that
yeah, I think that's I don't want to, because it just kind of comes across to me as like something that I've noticed in some video essays is like that it seems as though the only aspects of filmmaking that exist are cinematography and acting. That like a bunch of other aspects of filmmaking just kind of get forgotten. Sometimes
Dialogue,
music gets
character,
included.
plot.
Well, the writing mainly, right? Like
Writing,
what's
yeah.
happening and what, you know, like what do we need to achieve narratively through writing? It always feels like it's very, and I guess, you know, right, because it's filmmaking, right? So acting and cinematography are aspects of filmmaking that are unique to filmmaking by comparison to like novels, or I guess even reading the screenplay itself. So it's not like it's not like it's invalid to bring those things up. It just feels like we get so focused on, well, no, filmmaking is acting and shots, that we ignore that we also need to achieve just core narrative writing objectives at the same time, like showing what's happening with all the cures.
It's kind of like saying construction is hammer and screwdrivers.
A little bit, yeah. It's like it is, but it's a lot of other things too, and it's
It'd be
important not to lose those.
I see it as funnier in my head if you had said hammers and screws.
Crap that takes away from a great performance from Willem Dafoe, Andrew Garfield.
I'm sorry, but also a film is not just there to idolize one actor's monologue. There's other people and stuff that's happening, and
Yeah.
you can't just say, "Oh, it's taking away from Willem Dafoe." It's like, okay, there are other characters in the film, and there's like a plot happening. So I'm sorry that not every scene can be Willem Dafoe in a mirror.
Toby, all of them. I just hate that it was constantly cutting away from their faces, and it refused to.
Yeah, and what was it cutting to? Other people's faces.
Other people's faces, yeah.
And he explicitly complains. He's like, why do I gotta see Tom Holland reacting to Tobey Maguire telling him about his dead relatives? Focus on Toby. It's just like, oh, man.
To hold the frame. A little.
Stop saying that. It's like, hold the frame. You're like,
But channel housekeeping. So a lot of you originally subscribed to this channel because I did tech reviews and camera reviews and all that kind of stuff. And I'll still be doing.
You should go back to them. You should go back to them. Maybe you knew what you were talking about back then.
I'm sure he was great at them, and I think that those, yeah, they're a better prospect. I'm sure you have great information on cameras.
Yeah. I'm just going to assume you knew what you were talking about back then.
Channel, as well as these new sort of movie essays and reviews. But if you're really focused in on the tech side of the things that I make, I'm going to start putting those videos up on a new channel called Patrick 2 Masso. So if you're into phones, tablets,
I like that. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, he needs to capitalize the 2 though. That's all right.
Plays, tech, all that kind of stuff. Head over to Patrick 2 Masso and subscribe. We already have a review of the new Apple Studio display up on that channel, and I'll have a Mac Studio video up.
How much does that cost? Probably like $5,000, right? That's like Apple. That's how much Apple.
What's it called?
It's worth it.
The Apple Studio display?
Well, yeah, because I think Apple. Damn, or I'm mixing up with. No, I think Apple. No, I'm mixing up.
The Studio displays looks like they're everything from $1,600 to $2,000.
And is that just for the monitor, or is that actually the iMac that has the computer there too?
Oh, wait. The Studio display standard glass VESA. I think it's just the display.
And $2,000.
The new Studio
the stand is $1,000. I'm pretty sure as well.
Wait, the stand doesn't come with the screen.
This is Apple.
Oh no,
they're evil.
The stand doesn't. No, come on, you're taking the piss, right? The stand comes with the screen.
No,
so it looks like the Studio display. They start at $1,600,
Man, so much money.
It looks like, yeah, there's 3 mics with 6 speakers, 14.7 million pixels, 600 nits of brightness, 1 billion colors, P3 wide color. This is for a 27-inch
So
5K Retina display.
I have
It's got a
no
camera
doubt
on
that
it.
this is a really good screen.
Yeah.
The question would be, is it worth that much money?
Maybe.
Especially if the stand costs $1,000 too. And let me guess, the only place that sells the stand that is compatible with it is Apple.
Well, let me look
Right?
up the stand.
Well, Memes just posted it, the Pro stand. Every aspect of the Pro stand was designed with pros in mind. Height, tilt, rotation is completely adjustable, allowing your Pro display XDR to fit
What the
seamlessly into any work
fuck?
environment. And how much does this cost?
It's
Okay,
more
so
expensive than
in Australian dollars, it is $1,699. That is insane.
Is it more expensive than the fucking screen? The screens are just a racket to sell the stands. It's the other way around.
I'm
The
surprised you guys
technology is
didn't
really
To be fair,
didn't know about this.
the stands,
I knew about
I'm
this.
pretty sure are made of diamond, right? Like this. It
They
makes
better
sense.
fucking be.
And again, it's a matter of this probably is a good stand. Is it worth $1,000? Like
Now, to
more
be
than
fair,
$1,000.
you can get a feet kit for your Apple Mac Pro, and those are 450. But I think what's really important is that if you want to be a little bit more mobile and you want to put them on wheels, then that's 1,050.
$1,000 to attach wheels.
That's
great.
Well, if you want to, you could use the mount adapter for $350.
that is like
How
yeah,
did we
because as you
get
skim
here
through.
I somehow
as a
expect that
society?
mount adapter to be more expensive than that, honestly.
Also, AirPods Pro costs $400. Now, I don't know what headphones you're ever gonna get that are gonna be worth $400.
I think you could make, if you get standalone, super high quality, like proper.
Yeah, like the ones that you wear over your ears, I mean, because I
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
I bought a new set of headphones and it did cost me a bit. It didn't cost me $400.
Yeah, I can believe someone says I got a pair of headphones and they were
Yeah, but
$400 and they're top
pair
of
of
the line, not
AirPods?
earpods.
You put them in they're in your ears, like $400.
They've got
Is it because there is a
yoga mat?
There is a market for this, presumably, like crazy rich people
Well,
who have no idea
I
what they're
presume
doing.
there is a market. There has to be a market, right? These products exist and Apple makes a ton of money. I guess it's just a matter of like, damn, that's a lot of money. Jeez.
Paying
and
that
also
kind of
you
money
get
for a monitor, geez, you could get I don't know if I could spend that much money if I wanted like a proper gaming monitor. I don't know if I could, like, we're talking curved, 240 hertz, 4K, just top of the line that you could get, like 1 millisecond response time, the best game monitor you could get. I don't know if I could buy one that expensive. Maybe they exist.
I'm sure that they do exist. I guess it's just
Let me
that
look.
these prices, these are like this is
Let me
so
look
much
up
money.
gaming monitor 4K on Amazon, and we're getting yeah, we're getting like 250, 330. I got to scroll down to find some expensive ones.
So this yoga mat doesn't even have any tech in it. It's just really expensive.
You are
And
the
it's an
tech. I am the
Apple
weapon.
Fitness. There is an Apple Fitness, and what they sell. It's a mat that costs $230.
Apple Fitness Plus.
Fitting this
Thank you very
budget
much.
into your
Fitness Plus. What does that mean? There's fitness, and then
It's
there's
fitness for fat
Plus.
people.
I guess.
I found a $750 monitor, 32 inches, which is quite big. 4K, 144 hertz. Yeah, this is, and that's only 750, and I think that's the most expensive one here. If I go to, geez, yeah, here's one 70 hertz. That's only 1440p. That's going to be less, I bet. Yeah, it's only $309.
So
Jeez. I guess living.
I thought it was bad because I got an iPod, not an iPod, an iPad, and I got the pen, and you have to pay for the pen separate. I thought that was bad, but like the pen didn't cost $1,000. Like it wasn't a stand. You
Well, I
need a
guess it's
stand.
a shit pen then.
Like you need the stand. You don't need the pen, but you need the stand, and it costs $1,000. What are you meant to attach the screen to if you don't have the stand? Like, do you just tape it to the wall?
I think they have like a normal stand on it, but then you can
Oh,
buy the
I
super
see. But
duper
there's
one.
the hyper
Yeah.
super duper.
Do they give you a
stand.
shitty one by default that just makes you essentially need
One
a
to
new
get the new one,
stand?
yeah.
Maybe.
Right, did you do
I
that on
don't know.
purpose? He said hyper diaper, then they said you said
I
they give you
said
the
hyper
shitty
diaper.
one.
Oh, right, yeah.
Didn't even
I
catch
wasn't
on to
sure.
that one.
I wasn't sure if that was intentional or not. I was like, what's
Like,
that?
No, no. Point
Shitty.
being
Hyper
that
diaper shitty one.
You will
no.
die.
You know, Willem Dafoe would have made a great Palpatine.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
would have.
Yeah.
But
Well, a lot of
Henry
people
does it.
like are curious about him as Joker, and I'm like, I wonder if he'd be able to do it in a way that wouldn't just make us think about Green Goblin, though.
I think so. I think he's got that kind of talent. If this was another actor, I might say
I'd want to
no,
give
but
him a shot at it. I just wonder.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Even if he fails, it'll be magnificent, and I'll watch every goddamn second of it.
Oh yeah, we should
I
probably
think
finish
living
video,
in
right?
a
Let's finish this, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's that.
Let's get
thing.
back
Couple more
to
seconds.
Spoon video.
Subscribe to Patrick Tomasso, and here we'll keep this filmmaking, movie, all that kind of stuff related, and we'll have some fun. So if you have any questions about this video, this
This wasn't
essay,
fun at
editing,
all.
all that kind of stuff, Spider-Man No Way Home.
We had loads of questions. It's all in this
This
coverage,
was,
I guess.
yeah, this was frustrating. I feel like you provided more evidence against your point than for it, honestly. You should have made this longer and scripted it better and then thought longer and then maybe, maybe you shouldn't have even made this video.
Please let me know in the
Maybe
comments.
it's the premise. Maybe that's the advice to give is the premise that you have, really think about whether that's correct.
That's the problem, though.
That
They
is-
all pat each other on the back for noticing this shit on Twitter. None of them ever thought it through.
Yeah, have you actually thought about holding the shot? I know you want to repeat it and put text on the screen because you're such an auteur, but have you really thought about it? What makes it good? Is it always good? What's the guideline here that you're actually trying to convince people of? And can you do it in such a small amount of time without your cereal getting in the way?
But otherwise, I hope you enjoyed this video. My name is Patrick Tomasso, and you will see or hear me next time I feel like making a video. Cheers.
Bye.
Now,
music provided by musicbed.com. Music to sleep to /nap.
Oh, you love the Northman.
That's good. Why the Batman is so beautiful. A cinematography video essay. How to ruin the
don't-
film. Stop.
you don't need to always label. In fact, I would encourage video essay. Like, just everybody's got to label it as a video essay. Just
I don't even want to put that on.
It just seems cringe.
No, I don't either. It's a video. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a video. It's fine.
People, yeah, I don't like the.
It's
video essay
okay.
term. Yeah, make
And
a
the
YouTube
fact that
video
it's
about it.
a cinematic video essay as well is like, what does that mean? Like, cinematic video essay.
A video essay
I think
on
for me-
the topic of cinematic, I assume is what he's going for there. Because if he just means it's a video, he'd be like, what?
I get a little bit. It's diluted, but I get a little bit of the vibes that I get from who's the film reviewer that sucks.
Oh man,
Stuckman, Chris Stuckman. Yeah, I
Let me
should
get
have
my
been
list.
specific, but I kind of get Chris Stuckman vibes when people really want to use that term, almost as if I can't. It's not just. I don't want to say it's a YouTube video because that just doesn't have like. I want to get away from that and all of its. I want to come up with a term. Like it's fine to say it is a YouTube video. I think that we should try and say that that's a fine thing. It's fine to have it. Don't even say it's just a YouTube video. Say it's a YouTube video.
Yeah, I mean,
And those can be great.
I think the fact of the matter is that there are a lot of people who like make YouTube videos who feel that it is like subpar and inferior to what they really want to do, which is like film or
Yeah,
television.
I don't like
What
that
they-
attitude. I don't like
I
that
think
kind of
I think because YouTube's been around for long enough at this point and has created
been around
so
longer than film.
well, I'm not sure about that, but
Well,
it's been,
I guess yeah, I was being it's close, but you don't
it's been around for a while.
yeah, don't
and
devalue what you do. What you do is it doesn't need
what you
to
do is
have that
valuable
applied
to
it.
people.
Yeah.
It's valuable to people. Hopefully it's valuable to you. Don't delegitimize it. Like, give yourself a little bit more credit. Yeah. Also, I saw someone I actually sent this to Mola earlier, but someone in chat mentioned it. Apparently, Sam Raimi hasn't seen all of WandaVision.
Why would he
Now-
want
Probably
to?
because he was disgusted with Wanda's behavior and he didn't want to see
Well,
it
it's,
anymore.
it's just how do you make a film that is in many ways a direct follow-up to a show that you haven't seen in full? Like,
Oh, yeah, that is kind of
It's-
fucked up.
Honestly,
I
I think
find
it's incredible we got him to actually like that's been said. Surely, whether or not it's true, you wouldn't say it.
this is the quote, apparently. I'm not really sure what the WandaVision schedule was or how it changed. I just know that halfway, or maybe 3/4 of the way into our writing process, I first heard of this show they were doing and that we would have to follow it. Therefore, we had to really study what WandaVision was doing so we could have a proper through line and character growth dynamic. I never saw all of WandaVision. I just saw key moments of some episodes I was told directly impact our storyline.
Wouldn't you want to verify? Wouldn't you want to be
That
like,
feels
no, I
weird.
can't just take your word for it. I need to watch
Yeah.
this show.
Because
I gotta
I'm gonna be honest with you
know.
guys, if they told me to write the sequel to WandaVision, I'd be like, well, I guess I'm watching WandaVision a couple
Watching
times.
WandaVision
Yeah,
1, 2, 3
absolutely.
times. I have to be
Sure.
intimately familiar with that show.
Well, I know that he said he hasn't watched all the MCU, and it's like that's more acceptable. I think as a like, do you really need to watch like Iron Man 2
The
to make
Incredible
you
Hulk. Yeah.
or the Incredible Hulk? It's like that's a lot more. But like WandaVision directly precedes this.
And it's got
I-
your character in like the name of it. It's
Well,
kind of
I guess it's
important.
just funny that he said that because it's funny. I think Sam Raimi said a lot of fun things. One of the things he said is that his favorite character in the MCU was Spider-Man. That was
Oh,
yeah, that's an
interesting.
interesting one considering the discourse surrounding MCU Spider-Man
Because
and how
people,
often it's compared to Raimi.
yeah, so many of Ram Saimi's fans, they will
Ram Saimi.
say, yeah, Ram Saimi. So
I
many
just
of
now want to see a picture of Sam Raimi, but as a ram, just like
Ram Saimi, or
yeah,
maybe the many clones, the Ram Saimi.
yeah.
But there's so many of the people who just fillet the original Spider-Man movies hate this new Spider-Man, and he's like, yeah, he's my favorite. I think it's interesting.
That is really funny.
Well, someone left. Fucking watch
Hello.
together. You horrible person,
Who?
whoever you are. I don't know.
Well, I did. I thought we were done.
Why is there
It's
more?
user C
Well,
Sound.
with Batwoman's cancellation, Az texted me and asked me
Oh.
to see his he's released a 2-minute video, I guess.
In memoriam?
Well,
Is it gonna have
looks to be
spoilers?
something like that. No.
Oh, good.
It's an well, we were just learning all about auteurs, and this is an art house piece. I think he's going to submit it to Sundance, so we get to view it first.
Okay.
Yes. Here we go. All right. Let's see what this is all about. As enjoyers of Batwoman, I'm sure we'll understand.
Oh no.
Cold open. Black and white. Emotional close-up.
There's just so many
Piano
emotions
Sonata
for
number
this.
14 in C
Holding the
sharp
frame,
major.
very good.
I was actually going to say, yeah, it's pretty cool. There's no cuts. What you think are cuts are just wild emotions. Not complete.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I mean, biggest fan base out there.
Yeah.
Collection of some channels on YouTube.
I was not expecting that.
I think that was,
Oh,
that was
it's
beautiful.
part of the soundtrack. Yeah, it's part of the song.
Yeah.
It's the original.
It's the original.
Yeah.
Well, you know, that is the sonata in Moonlight Sonata.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man. Oh.
That is a big fucking Gina Carano back there.
So, Oscar?
Boy.
2, at least.
As
2 Oscars.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Yeah, I understand the plight. we worried that this may be a potential. Do not you fret. Once Jay Longbone and Az have, and they probably have finished their
Don't
coverage up
be.
to the latest episodes, you'll still have EFAP bringing
Yeah.
it back eventually for a lot of fun times.
I will say, for sad as I am that it's being cancelled, there is a part of me that's like, yes, no more of Batman's just content will be defiled. He's safe now.
Why would you think he's safe? Like,
Oh, it's true. There's always. I guess it's just because I don't know. I think it was that. What was it? Was it the season 2 finale? I think that was like, oh no, you are no season 1 finale. That's the one. It's like
Yeah, that was the
playing with
no
fire.
machine gun.
Yeah.
We also lost Legends of Tomorrow, which means we're never going to get any more clips like this.
Oh no.
Well, it seems like they're getting rid of everything, right? It's
Cleaning
they're
house.
basically axing everything.
How sad. Well, that's it for the video
Is this
coverage.
a Gorilla Glue commercial?
I believe it is now time
Cool.
for us to venture into the world of super chats, messages, opinions from the otherworldly people in the chat. I suppose it's a good time to say if anybody would like to, go and sleep or whatever stuff you guys get up to in your weird personal time.
Sleep now, it will only be nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never be able to escape the frame.
It's 1:30 a.m. for you, Mel. Oh my god, are you gonna stay awake for
Oh,
longer?
wow.
Yes, I will.
Wow. Are you gonna see Doctor Strange? I know you already said you
will.
are, but I just felt like asking you something else.
Watched it on. I watched it already. No, I watched it.
Oh wow, what do you think?
Oh, the multiverse. It's so good. I'm watching it again on Wednesday.
I'd be curious to look out for ADR in that movie particularly to see if it regards Spider-Man related stuff. See if they've shoved some stuff in there because they've had to reorder some stuff. I don't know.
Reorder.
But well, all right. I'm just gonna start reading them out. You guys ready?
I am.
Feed
Yeah.
my cats, but I'll be back.
Fringy muted, which is his way of saying yes.
Yes, that's what he does whenever he wants to say yes. Is he mutes?
Yeah. Sup massives and high rags.
Hello.
Yo.
Sup. I literally wrote a script as to why she's seriously the worst. She is quite bad, Wanda. Yeah. It's a bit frustrating, to be honest with you. But hey, the writers have new ideas. Did you guys watch The Northman?
Yes.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Mel thought it was something mysterious, and you'll find out soon enough.
That was neat. I enjoyed watching it. I'm gonna talk about it more tomorrow.
It was neat. Oh
Yeah,
no!
it was-
Are you gonna shred it in a full metal analysis?
I'm not gonna shred it, no. But it's fine. That's fine. I liked it.
I know that you said you didn't like how inaccurate the AK-47s were in that film.
Yeah, that was quite confusing.
Yeah, because they were invented in 47 AD. That's right. That's how they got their name. So it makes sense that they'd be in
That's fine. It was more so just the way that it ricocheted the bullets, right? You notice some stuff. It's like, that's not right. That's not right, does it?
Yeah, a little annoying sometimes.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah. Yes.
Only I'll read that one once Fringy's unmuted, okay? CJ, ooh, my dog, been so long. Yeah, that was several hours ago potentially. He's earned himself a well rest. That was English. I am also pretty tired. I have been up for nearly 24 hours, but I'm not quite there yet. Sean the sheep.
See, that's my fault.
Who else's fault would it be?
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
Sean the Sheep's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved him in A Close Shave. He was really really emotive and expressive. I like when he said bah. I really like that. I think they had Willem Dafoe voice Sean.
That's one of
You couldn't tell because he's such a good actor.
That's the role that got him Green Goblin, wasn't it?
I think so. I think Sam Raimi, who's always a big Wallace fan,
Yeah,
who learned about him through the Wensleydale controversy, he saw it. Yeah, he knew this is the one. This is the one. I need this man. Whoever he is, get me him. Give me his agent on the phone.
So they said Shaun the Sheep is the original EFAP. Play MFS RIS.
What?
Play MFS RIS. Is that a game title that I am unfamiliar with?
MFSIRS?
RIS.
MFSRIS. Motherfucker, seriously?
Well, I'm
Motherfucker,
keeping an eye on
serious?
chat. I'm
I
not
don't know.
seeing any answers,
Yeah,
so I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Finally getting to catch y'all live. I want to say thanks for the content, keeping me laughing while I was in Iraq for y'all's. Y'all's 150. Here's to 150 more of Great Rat, Rhino Milk, and more. Also, good evening, Mr. Rags.
Good evening.
Well,
Apologies,
yeah.
someone just sent me this, and it caught me by surprise.
Oh. I can put it on screen. One moment. Oh my god.
You can tell he's a kid because of his hat. That's the hat that kids wear.
Yep.
As you all know.
I feel like my left leg is broken. Like something.
No, the bones are straight under all that.
Yeah, well, you know, Cookie Crisp is that good. I'm just saying.
Cookie Crisp. I must find a dog as my co-host. He will provide me with Cookie Crisp.
Yeah, Ollie all the Cookie Crisp he doesn't like it's the perfect unity.
He's so fat the spoon just sticks to his hand naturally.
I'm pretty sure I glued it so that I wouldn't have to expend the effort.
So you pass out from the food and you open your hand, it'll just still be there. You'll never lose it.
But yeah, glad you enjoy the stuff. I hope you're alright with your tour, and that, yes, there will be at least 150 more episodes. Alright? Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you very much. Hello all. If you could choose one animal to guard your house, would you choose a Komodo dragon, red kangaroo, or cassowary? Hello all again.
Let's see. I gotta see. Why wouldn't I pick the cassowary? Let's see. Red kangaroo.
Presumably they're all on my side, right? They're not going to hurt me, so...
I assume they know you. Like, a guard dog knows you and not to attack you and your buds. So I'm looking at all these choices, and I'm thinking cassowary will just absolutely murderlize you.
Yeah, the Komodo dragon,
those
it can
fuckers are
deal
vicious.
damage and stuff, but it feels like it's much easier to deal with, while a cassowary, I think that would, like, the average person walking past that might just be like, no, fuck, and it comes from and kills them straight away. That's the best guard dog you could ever have.
I heard guard dog and cassowary.
Yes.
What is the question?
Hello all. If you could choose one animal to guard your house, would you choose a Komodo dragon, red kangaroo, or cassowary? Hello all
Yeah,
again.
cassowary. Easy.
Yeah.
Looks like we voted for that one.
Then go.
Komodo will eat your family. I assume the family is provided immunity, but yeah.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be a guard animal if it attacked your own stuff. It's part of it. It's kind of in the job description. So I could, yeah, I'd be pretty happy with a cassowary, unless like the kangaroo his pouch was full of like, I don't know, like ninja
Grenades.
stars. Yeah, well, calm down, but something that he could use.
Nukes.
Nuclear bombs.
Nuclear grenades.
Specifically, it was Kangaroo Jack.
Also,
Feel about that? How do you feel about Kangaroo Jack, Fringy?
I can't remember that film. I know I've seen it, but I can't remember anything about it. I actually can't recall much about it at all. So hard to say.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So we got a Oni thumbnail of the day. It is Spixter.
Looks like an opossum.
They're poking him, saying, "Oh, you."
It's gonna do much. The armor seems to be, protecting him pretty well. So
might be movie armor, so it's more of just like a uniform that doesn't stop anything whatsoever.
That could be it, yeah. Boop, 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 boop. EFAP attacking women again. Shake my head. Also, hi, Raggins.
Hello.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty good at it. Hi, Rags.
Hello to you.
Delivered a package yesterday to a guy named Jacob. He slammed his hand on the desk and asked, "What you bring me?" Buenos dias, Rags.
Buenos dias.
Dude, if
That might
I
have been the one.
if
Might
I
have been the one.
met someone called Jacob by chance and they did that unprompted and they had no idea who I was, that would you'd be like, really? Like, I don't know. Something suspicious is going on here. Gothic Crusader is fake and gay.
Oh my goodness. Someone tell Gothic Crusader that he is fake and gay.
I was like, I don't really know much about it, so I can't say, you know, I can't defend or attack in any way, shape, or form.
I'm not particularly well versed in the Gotham Crusade.
Well, it was gothic, but fine.
Gotham? That's where Batman's from.
So, hey Rags.
Hi there.
What do you think about Mr. Obvious alleging, or at least suggesting, that you are into, I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to say bestiality, right? Because you commissioned a dog as an avatar.
That is quite an extrapolation. That is not holding the frame at all.
Does he?
Maybe
Does he
that's
just?
what
I'm
Whoa,
assuming he
whoa,
just
hold-
like goes full nuclear on anybody who criticizes him. Then.
Did I criticize him? Who's that?
Oh, well, I don't. I'm assuming they're talking about because they said Mr. Obvious. I'm assuming that's referencing
YouTuber or something?
Oh, I don't know if the. No, I assume they're talking about the guy that you recently responded to.
Mr. Obvious.
Yeah, I don't think the name of the person is Mr. Obvious. I think they're saying Mr. Obvious to reference someone.
Oh. Maybe. Yeah, he might think so. Yeah, I could see why he thinks that. Cuz he's dumb and he goes to the he's 0 to 60 in 0 seconds. He's just all he's talking about the gay satanic liberal YouTube agenda and all crazy.
We would definitely be a part of that.
Which we are a part of, just to be fair. Full disclosure. Hail Satan. That's why, yeah.
And his gay. Hail the gay
Hey,
of Satan.
absolutely. Hail Santa.
Hail Santa. Hail gay Santa. Today's animal of the day is the okapi.
Oh, well, copies are neat.
What type of animal are they?
Well, what type of animal? They're sort of their own kind of animal. Let me give you a picture of the okapi because he's an odd boy. The okapi's an odd boy.
Also known as a forest giraffe. Okay.
So yeah, they're odd boys.
Yeah, it's another one of them. Another one spore animals.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Man, look at that critter.
Yeah.
Look at him go.
Alright, neat animal time. Yeti crab. Okay, yeti crab. That sounds interesting.
Yeti crab. Let's see. Oh, wow, look at that guy.
Oh.
Yeah, that is a huh.
Like a woolly crab.
Let me get a little picture here posted. Look at him. Very strange. He's all bristly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Get fluffy. Yeah, this one here is a fluffy boy. He's like,
kind of like, again, like, imagine a crab but it's hairy. You'd be like, that sounds ridiculous. Put it in the Alien film or something. They did. And they're like, it's actually real. And you're like, whoa. This is a funny one. Thoughts on the newest Halo episodes?
terrible. Oh, wait, we've only seen the first 4?
3?
3, and there are 6 out, so we're yeah, behind.
We'll do it.
Halfway there. The
We'll
ones
do it.
we've seen are terrible.
Yeah.
I've seen clips. I've seen clips. John Halo is not... Man, you know, if you sold me that the Halo show would feature John Halo in a fit of rage, screaming as he lunges to like kill Dr. Halsey, and I would have been like, ha, ha, that's a funny joke. That would never happen in like a faithful adaptation of Halo.
Hey,
But then we got something that was not quite so very faithful adaptation of Halo, which is fine if it was good, but it's what is this?
What is this? Ramos. Just a fucking brick, but it holds the frame. What the fuck? No cuts.
And over there, it's really funny. I wonder what the origin of that picture is, who those people were and what they were pointing to.
Leo says it's just one and it's not even and 0.
I know.
Oh, I guess that would make sense, but isn't that much more of a 0 than an O?
I agree, that's more of a 0.
Yeah, that's what I first thought when I read it. And
You're right, though, it is supposed to be an O. Yeah.
O's are a lot more circular.
And then I was like,
Zeros are
oh,
more like
yeah, it has to be 0 because, or sorry, it has to be O because it's an and not an A. So.
No, yeah, I think that's a good inference. And in a way, the way this font might work is that when it's a 0, it'll have that little line, the diagonal line, you know?
Yeah.
It just might. That's very true. It's very
But
true.
I love it. I would eat Framos, though bricks for cereal? I'm not sure.
That feels like a Simpsons joke.
Yeah.
Like, you start eating it, it's like, and then smiles and all his teeth are gone.
Did Armored Skeptic recover after EFAP 93 yet? Fucking hell,
No.
that's nearly 2 years ago.
Feels like it was just yesterday. Mostly because it's burned to my memory and I can't ever forget now.
I'm not sure when I would have guessed it was, but 2 years just feels like, damn, man. Time. Yeah, harsh mistress. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's just normal. I think he had trouble recovering from it. I hope he's more than fine, but a lot of people had trouble making it out of that EFAP, okay? It was a tough one. Hi, Rags and all. Hello.
Hello.
Yo. Y'all should check out Everything Everywhere All at Once. Absolutely insane film in a good way. I have only seen recommendations.
Yeah, I've heard it's good. Consistently heard that it is good.
Hey, Cynical, great to hear you again. Yeah, it's cool to have him back. And, as he said, tomorrow he's going to announce that he's coming back. Not
So
today.
be there.
not today. But yeah, it was cool to hang out with him, and I'm glad he's he be doing the creative flumes once again. After what sounds like a very fun vacation. Does POS stand for People of Subjectivity? Hi, Rags. Yes. And so we, call him POS for short, and whatever interpretations may happen. It's totally fine.
Such a POS.
Oh,
wow.
Also, someone sent me the original soy jack.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, apparently.
Oh my god, that's kind of like kind of interesting.
I know, right? It
Yeah.
doesn't feel right.
It doesn't feel right. He's like, what did you do to them?
The faces.
Oh, they're doing the soy jack face. You don't think that, oh, this is what it's based off of.
This is soy jack face.
Yeah, like what I interpret this image as is people recreating the soy jacket, and you're like, no, it's the other way around. I'm like, no.
Get out of here.
Their faces, their mouths wide open.
Yeah, it's
perfect.
I wonder how they feel about it all. I don't know.
They're probably well, they're vegan, so they're probably just angry all the time anyway.
Well, do they have the power to be so angry? I don't
No, with too many calories.
Vegan fried chicken. Oh.
I've heard
sounds like-
bad things about the Beyond Chicken stuff, which doesn't surprise me at all.
That's just something I'll never try ever.
I'd be willing
I'll
to
just
try it, but I swear to God, the first whiff of blech, I'm like, no.
Yeah. If I was dying and someone bought it for me, then I'd be like, might as well.
I thought you were gonna say
Because
that maybe.
the idea here
Guess I'll
is
die.
Guess I'll die.
if the price of living long enough to eat even more real chickens is that I have to eat some of this fake chicken, then damn it,
Mhm.
that's what I'm willing to put up with.
Why are we talking about Wanda? Doctor Strange is coming out. Doctor Strange. Oh, because she's in the new movie? Oh, okay, carry on. Well, yeah, there you go.
Yep.
I think it's a good lead up. Hey all. Hello.
Hey.
Are you guys going to do an EFAP on The Northman? It's a great film, IMO, and it could be a great discussion about period pieces. Also high rags.
Hello. I don't think we have plans to. We still have to like see it and things of that nature. And if we see it, it might just be one of those movies that we all really like. And we don't have
Yeah.
maybe what to say about. We could just all be in agreement on it and don't have a lot to say in that nature. But I don't know. I don't know.
It's interesting because it's like, you know, to a degree, like, why have you guys never covered, let's say, Hot Fuzz in an EFAP episode fully? And it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess because it just doesn't feel as though it lends itself to that. I don't know. Because, because it's so interesting in my head. I'm like, the Northman for EFAP coverage, in the same way as we do, like, a No Way Home or whatever. And I'm like, well, I feel like that would be weird. And it's like, should it be? And it's like, I don't know, it just kind of does feel weird. Like, the film doesn't function very well in that format. But, maybe it would. I don't know. Well, obviously, I need to see it first. Still haven't. Mel's doing a forge on it. So you got that.
Yas.
I am back.
Yeah.
Why?
Hello. If the MCU had any clue what they were doing, they'd make Scarlet Witch and Captain Marvel the next main villains of the series. They already are. Just not overt. To be fair, I'm pretty sure she legit is Wanda.
Yeah, I don't know who else it would be in that movie based on everything that you hear about it.
As for Captain Marvel, we're more so in a situation where there's no one that can stop her and she has ultimate power. It's just lucky right now that she does stuff that we kind of want. You know, but God, this is what I mean. They could be such interesting movies. Civil War 2 being how Carol refuses to sign the Accords and she basically just says, like, what are you going to do? And they're like, and then, you know, they enlist the Avengers to stop her, and then Tony has to come up with a way to actually stop Captain Marvel because ultimately that is dangerous as fuck. Like, she can do whatever she wants. And, you know, just like the whole thing with Justice League where Batman has to have, like, contingencies. And then, like, you know, people find out about that, and they're like, why the fuck would you make contingencies for your own team members? And, you know, oh, the amount of drama that could come out of that would be great.
Yep.
I think I said that if someone handed me the reins to Captain Marvel 2, I would just be like, well, I'm turning into Sinestro, basically. Like, she's going to be the villain where she just dominates the planet because she feels like her power makes it so that she has the right to dominate everyone to establish order. And I think it'd be interesting to see how the rest of the MCU deals with that.
I would like opening scene, she's saving some planet, whatever alien species from an invading force, and you just reflect it exactly with her movie. She like smashes through ships, she's going woohoo, and then like you have the leaders of that planet looking at her doing it and not having like a yes, you know, we're winning, more so just to like a pensive sort of worry about what they're seeing. And then you have the civilians seeing where the wreckage falls, and yeah, the movie's just kind of like, wait a minute. And then, you know, you'd have some cool super auteur directors. I don't want to say the word cut because that means that I'm not a director at that point and I'm a failure, but you'd swipe it into a different battle, but it's the exact same nature. It's just a different planet, different set of aliens, same problems. It keeps on going until, I don't know, then maybe you try and work it in that she eventually hears about the criticism of her approach. And it's all going to her head, and she's like, yeah, I guess you don't want to be saved, is what you're saying? Or something like that. And be like, oh, jeez.
Yeah. I mean, you can absolutely... And hell, you know what? You can work with her in the confines of being a hero as well, like, strictly. You just
we don't
find
have
other
to...
ways challenge her.
We don't have to send her on a permanent villain path, but fuck me, are we going to make her wrong about whatever she's thinking about? Because
I don't even know what she believes in.
Exactly,
like,
yeah.
honestly.
That's what I mean.
And
Like,
someone might be like, "Well, she's barely had any time." It's like she had a whole movie.
yeah. And that movie told us
Like,
that
I know
she is smart, talented, she's beautiful, she's funny, she's powerful. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Captain Marvel 2, which is really the Marvels, right? That's what that movie is.
The Marvels, yeah.
Marbles.
Because it's got Monica and Miss Marvel in it.
They're going to quote, "Fuck me, are we gonna make her wrong?" It's like, yeah, she's gonna be wrong about something. Mind blowing.
That's bullshit.
Isn't Multiverse of Madness gonna have like a parallel universe Captain Marvel that's Monica Rambeau? So Monica Rambeau who became Captain Marvel
Maria
or something?
Rambeau, her mum, right?
Or
The one
Maria
from-
Rambeau, okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because there was a new TV spot that got released where it's like, it's not Superior Iron Man. It is definitely like her. And also there was oh, does anybody really give a fuck about like spoilers or like from
Well,
commercials?
I'm fine with it. There's probably gonna be some people in chat who are like,
Yeah,
"Hey."
probably. All right, that's okay. We can talk about it next week because by next week your spoiler pass is expired. Like,
Oh boy.
if you don't
Oh,
see it on the
yeah.
weekend that it comes out, you didn't really care about avoiding spoilers. I guess unless you'd like disengage entirely from the internet.
In which case, they wouldn't be watching the show. So yeah.
Yeah.
Greetings, beautiful massives. Are any of you looking forward to the fall of the House of Usher? Yeah, 100%.
Yes,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
We will jump
Give it
on
to
that,
me.
especially if it releases around Halloween and it's all spooky. Oh,
Wait, what is
Ooh.
the fall of the House of Usher? What is that?
it's the
New
next
Mark
Flanagan
Flanagan.
show.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
Will be
Yeah,
interesting
we
to see
watched
how
that.
Mark Hamill performs, directed by Flanagan. High Rags. That dude, I can't wait to see that.
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So
Cool as shit.
Mark Hamill's awesome as an actor, and when he stars in something like, you know, The Rise of Skywalker, it's like, we might get a scene where he gets to do something. I don't know. Flanagan helming him, like, okay, we're gonna get a shit ton of really emotional scenes, I think, and it's gonna be really fucking awesome to see him do it. Because he pushes his actors a lot of the time, and it's really
yeah.
awesome to see.
I went. I don't know if this is true. I went to Steam to look up the new and trending category, and this was what it was.
Wait, what? Hang on.
I'm like, really?
Only furry 18 plus? Oh no.
My
Oh.
God, it's down to $5.03. Everyone, go
It's
grab
on-
that now.
It's
Oh,
on
no.
sale. Oh my goodness. I was like, really? New
God
and
bless
trending
this
on
platform.
Steam? I don't. How did that get to the top of the list?
Not on the top of my list of new and trending on Steam.
Hey, I don't play. Here's the thing: I don't play furry games on Steam, and this is all like fucking sex games and shit. At least two of them are.
Oh yes, Rogue Legacy 2, the sex game.
Hey, Jerez's Arena 2. That's another. That's probably one of them. Their sex games.
Yeah, but you say
The
that like
Gunk is
it's more
definitely a
than
sex
two
game.
examples. Your action adventures, exploration, tower defense.
It's
that
a
was
sex
Rags,
game.
That was the defense. Okay, you should have said I don't play tower defense, Metroidvanias.
Which is true.
regularly.
I don't actually.
There you
So
go.
I don't know why it's telling me.
Like,
that
I'll be your
this
lawyer
is-
from now on. It's fine.
What about the Gunk? That's a sex
Honestly,
game,
the
right?
gunk looks pretty neat. I'm looking at it right now. It came out April 29th, so it came out yesterday. It looks pretty neat. I am going to add this to my wish list so I can check it out later. The gunk
And
looks
then
really.
you'll never check it out.
The gunk looks like legitimately cool. It looks like a third-person
Okay,
platformer.
however
on this-
cool the gunk is, it ain't cooler than goo. Okay, I just want to make that clear. All right, that's good. Because like World of Goo, for example, that's the game you should be promoting.
So
World of
once
Gunk.
I'm done with Only Furry 18 plus, I will give the gunk a go.
Nice.
I'm just
Ravenous-
surprised Haiku the Robot isn't a puzzle game, to tell you the truth.
It's a Metroidvania adventure pixel graphics exploration game. Well, it looks like a charming game.
I'm just like
Yeah.
imagining a really playful, wholesome image of Rags playing with his gunk and Fringy just looking suspiciously at it. Like, You're playing with that.
No, like really, like look at the gunk. It is a very
I
cool
don't want to
looking
look at your
game.
gunk.
It's really neat. I'm gonna put it on my wish list because I want to check it out later.
Right.
Yeah. So I will be playing only furry 18 plus.
Mhm.
Well, I'm looking up. Oh wow, this is cool. So under top sellers, number 1 is still Elden Ring. Then we have Rogue Legacy 2, and then number 3, if you can believe it, the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Yeah,
Wow.
your list is different. Number 1 here is Dune Spice Wars, and then
Well,
number
that's
2
4
is
for
Stanley
me.
Parable, and then 3 is Rogue
that like
Legacy 2, and
America
then Dying
versus
Light.
Australia, or
Maybe, yeah.
Looks like this is an expanded reimagining of the 2013 Stanley Parable.
I was gonna say
By the
that
way,
sounds like something I'd want to play if it's
yeah,
that.
I'm adding that to my wish list right now because if you have not played the Stanley Parable, play the Stanley Parable. I think if you're an EFAP audience member, you might get more out of it than most because it's very
I haven't
well.
played
You'll
it.
Pretty
know
sure
if you
Meme
play
has
it.
been playing the deluxe edition of that.
Yeah, I just got to
I'm
get the
definitely
epilogue.
gonna check this out because Stanley Parable was a joy to play. What other
Walking
top sellers
sim.
do we
Shut
have?
up, it's shit.
It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 8th best-selling item is the Steam Deck. So, huh.
I like the description. You will play as Stanley, and you will not play as Stanley. You will make a choice, and you will become powerless. You are not here to win. The Stanley Parable is a game that plays you. Yeah, I had
Oh,
loads of fun
where-
playing that game.
Fringy, if you're looking at your top seller list, is the Lego Star Wars on there?
It is. It's number 8.
It is
Below
number
Frost.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is 9 for me. It is underneath Steam Deck.
Oh, Steam Deck isn't. Yeah, Steam Deck's not available in Australia, so it
Oh, I see.
must be different.
There's
I don't know why.
Dwarf
It's available in
Romantic,
Europe.
a peaceful building strategy and puzzle game.
I've got that on my top sellers list as well.
That looks cool. That looks great. Look at
I
this
like
lovely
the
game.
I like the art. The art looks really
Yeah,
cool.
this looks great. It reminds me of Islanders.
And
Oh,
it's
like the
got
trees are all
overwhelmingly positive
2D.
reviews. So, huh.
Overwhelmingly yeah, I'm gonna add this to my wish list. I need to stop before I add more games to my list that I don't get.
I know. I still got to play like so many games, like
I know,
Disco
I
Elysium
know.
and
Oh, the misery.
man, me.
Hey,
Also,
Ringy.
everyone played the Stanley Parable demo because that is an experience in of itself. So do that as well.
Yeah, do that, everybody.
Yeah. So, hey, Fringy, does toilet water really spin in the opposite direction in Australia?
It spins in the opposite direction in America. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't make sense. It only spins in the opposite direction in Australia.
No, it's the opposite
Fringy,
direction. in
take the
America.
W. He's admitting Australia's real.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Well,
Nope, it's not true.
Daisy. Yes,
How
you
many?
did.
No,
No,
because
you can't run away from this one, right? You can't salvage this. And you've got the Discord floop, so I overpower you.
True false statement. This exists.
It's unfortunate that none of that was heard because I overpower you in this call.
Absolutely didn't. This is something that exists.
So when I was talking, all I could hear was like, you've got the Discord floop. I don't.
Yeah, you have the disease.
Fate has smiled upon me this day.
All this proves
And it
is
does
that
flash in the opposite direction in America.
Yep, that's right. Second opinion. Yep, that's it. The end.
Aww.
Jake.
Yeah, look at that. It's just floop. That's all I hear is like that's all you got. That's all you got for me. I can play with his gun all he wants, but when he's saying all these things like that, the water spins backwards here, when in actual fact it spins backwards over there.
Thank God that.
Good rags.
I think I've seen that meme before, but it's a good one.
That's a good meme.
Oh God, this would piss off so many people too. I could see people being like, "Wow,
it's true."
Totally true.
and then just tag all the people who are gonna get ass mad over it.
Also, would you have called them Chazwazzers? Good reference.
What the toads? No, they were bullfrogs. No, we got frogs here. We got frogs in Australia. We got lots of little froggos. And
I'd have called them Chazwazzers.
well, the one that's really bad is a cane toad, and that is an introduced species. It's not even from this country.
It
Yeah.
sounds like trying to. All right.
They they're a big pest. They are in large number, and they've eradicated many local species. The reason why they exist is because settlers were like, these native beetles are really annoying. You know what's better than native beetles? Very poisonous toads that multiply very quickly.
Very poisonous toads.
You saying it's like you spill a drink in your kitchen and your dad gets the
You set it on
flamethrower.
fire. Yeah, exactly.
Like, I got this.
I'm actually not familiar with the names of a bunch of Australian frogs. I've never really looked into it.
Oh, it's probably like Kevin, Jim, Alice.
Yeah.
You know,
Franco.
pretty normal names. Franco Frog.
There's a cute frog name.
It'd be like Timmy Toad.
James
Let me look
Froggo.
that up. Actually, Australian frogs is because the poison dart. That's from South America, right?
As far as I know, yeah, they're in the Amazon. The poison
Oh,
arrow.
well, we got tree frogs. I've seen plenty of those. They're just nice little regular
tree
green froggos. Look at these critters. They're like, hey, look at me. I'm a frog, just making my way in the world, just minding my own business. Frogs are pretty cool. I gotta say, like frogs are neat little critters.
Yeah, frogs are great. That's why I often consult the Frog Council.
The Frog Council all sitting there. They're all different types of frogs, all bound by a love of the land and also the water.
Well, so now you know the Frog Council.
Yeah, I know the Frog Council. Of course I know the Frog Council.
Wow.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll just let that be where it is. Did you ever, when you were young, did you read the children's books? There was like a frog and a toad. I forget their names. There was like a series where it was a frog and a toad, and they were friends, and they lived in kind of like hobbit holes, and they had coats and everything. Maybe someone in chat can help me out with the name. I think it was called Frog and Toad. Okay, that there you go. But
That's helpful.
That was easy enough.
No ambiguity there.
Their names were Frog and Toad. That's fair enough.
See, the closest I can think is an episode of Round the Twist where there was a frog versus frog competition at a school, but someone brings
I
in a
vaguely
toad.
remember that episode. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're going, oh no, that's a toad! Oh, and then the toad just fucking bodies every fucking frog that's brought in.
All went out for the spectacular Spider Girl who's leaving Tumblr. She's a big EFAP fan and all-around cool dudette. P.S. Oh, well, that's a different thing. Yeah,
Spectacular
sure.
Spider Girl. Okay.
I would prefer that Twitter have more cool people in it, so if that's the premise, then I pour one out indeed.
Yeah, hopefully it will get more cool people in it. If some of us can get unbanned, who knows?
Hmm.
Have
Yes.
mild interest. We'll see.
When's Pyro Cynical gonna be on? He's interested. We can set something up. But it's cool that he's a longman though. Doctor Strange's mistake went unnoticed by just about everyone and affected very few people. Wanda horribly traumatized the population of an entire town and felt no remorse over her actions that we know of.
Got the government agents involved.
Still,
the return of Vision.
I'm not comfortable with saying Doctor Strange's mistake went unnoticed by just about everyone. In reference to the planet, sure, but I mean,
it had consequences for people.
Yeah, there was a lot of bad things happened as a result. But I do think what Wanda did was worse, specifically because of how she responds to all. Like, she is a worse person when looking at the two scenarios.
Yeah, Peter tries to stop it and set things right as soon as he identifies the problem. She ignores it. She turns a blind eye.
Yeah,
and it was Doctor Strange who eventually came back in the end and said, "You know what? Yeah, let's do this spell to make things all better."
And then it gets blown up, and then he's like, "Oh no, I gotta cast a new spell." Like, Doctor Strange has the brain fart, and then he has another brain fart by being beaten by Peter, and then he's doing everything he can to get everything back to normal. Someone's super chatted "County Out," referencing, of course,
County Out.
County Out. I
can't believe hearing that.
YMS's reaction was just perfect though. Like the excuse me, like what did you just do?
Simba.
Simba.
I can't believe that there was audio clipping in that film. That is
Well, they removed the M from "Count Me Out." Why?
Yeah, why?
It is
County
a weird
Out.
one, eh?
We said it, and they just like fuck it, leave it in. Yeah, and
yeah,
auto tuning that you could just hear. And should we make another take? No, fuck it.
There's no need. I had a bad day, so anything I do is justified. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he eventually said like she saved the world, so we can give her the freedom to fuck with a bunch of people a little bit, right? It's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
The only way to stop Wanda now is to have Pietro come back and tell her to do better. Appreciate you all massively. Oh, thank you. And yeah, that might work.
Even Magneto's like, all right, like chill out, you know? Like,
can you believe that though? That we could have brought in what was kind of a fan favorite character from the Fox universe, being his Evan Peters' portrayal of Quicksilver.
Yeah.
And you can just bullshit him into this by doing all the magic crap and saying, well, he's just an alternate Quicksilver.
Ralph Boner.
They make it so he's not Quicksilver, he's just a guy, and his name is Ralph Boner. Yeah, it's just like, what the hell?
They weren't ready for their multiverse stuff yet. Loki hadn't happened.
Amazing.
Yeah, I know.
Speaking of women going crazy, but have rather justifiable means, Sadie Adler from RDR2. Although it's more desire for revenge than insanity, I suppose.
Yeah, she's definitely more single-minded in terms of getting revenge, but I mean, she had an extremely traumatic event happen to her, and then that kind of drove her to basically hunt down the people who are responsible. I don't know if I'd call it crazy, though. It's just that, like, I feel like crazy... Like, she's definitely not super-duper stable or anything, but
it seems like her goals were directed at specific people because an event happened, and it's not like... You don't have... There's no gap in logic.
Irrational. She makes some choices that aren't optimal, but like she's not just doing crazy shit all the time. She's definitely and then of course there are aspects of her that are more stable and redeemable. She's super loyal and helpful to Arthur. Yeah, I like Sadie a lot. I like that character.
I believe the storyline was she was being manipulated by Agatha's magic, but it wasn't conveyed well enough. I don't think they don't say that though.
Yeah, I never.
Isn't Agatha explicit that like when she got there, she actually got caught up in the spell to some degree, and like she's been trying to like work her way to just get her into the rune place so she can finally take her magic off her. Like the idea that she has orchestrated her, like she's played with some things to make her more stressed out. Sure. But I don't know, man. It's
We gotta go way farther than that. We gotta go way farther than that.
Yeah. Hitler committed horrific atrocities against humanity, but did Antine stop to consider the trauma and pain he went through in World War One?
It's true. It's a rough time. World War One was tough. Who knows what happened?
No EFAP movies. The Suicide Squad with James Gunn's one. Next up is Aqua Person.
It sure is.
Watery Man. But the Suicide Squad one is recorded, and it will one day reach your wonderful screens, everybody, don't you? All part of the DC arc. Which, you know, the actual movie's getting released got delayed again. So
Aquaman?
Well, I think it did, right? Aquaman 2?
No, Flash
did. Did Aquaman 2 get delayed at all, or was it just Flash?
Oh, everything got delayed except Shazam moved up.
Okay.
So I think it was Black Adam was meant to come out in like July, and then Flash was meant to come out in November, and then Aquaman in like December, and Shazam the year after, and then it all got shifted around. Shazam got moved up. Flash got delayed significantly. Aquaman got delayed too, and I think Black Adam needs to do reshoots, but they can't because the place that they need him to do reshoots is not available to them right now. So I'm sure that film's going to pan out great by the sounds of it. Something I've noticed in the marketing is like, I'm pretty sure I saw a quote. I think it was from a few days ago where it's like, "Oh, superheroes don't kill people, but Black Adam does." It's like they all. What are you talking about? Like,
don't give me
you know how
that.
many Aquaman's body count is probably the highest of like any the
Yeah.
amount of people he kills in that
Probably.
film.
He's probably
Like-
even aware of some of his kills.
Yeah, he remembers them. They make him happy when he goes to sleep. He's like, yeah.
Captain Marvel would be jealous of his kill count. Damn, dude. I gotta pump my numbers.
Wow, yeah, because Wonder Woman's like, I got to throw more people's head first into walls and crack their skulls and all their blood splattered across the
If
no,
only
Flash got
there were
delayed
more
for
small
the,
groups of reactionary terrorists who want to take us
Flash-
back to the
yeah.
Dark Age.
We're a small group of reactionary oh god, terrible, terrible, terrible.
I thought Black Adam was Shazam's arch nemesis. Yeah, Black Adam is Shazam's enemy. Well, it's complicated. Black Adam is sometimes like anti-hero, right?
Yeah, he started
a
off as
little
a
more
villain,
complicated?
then yeah, well, Jeff Johns turned him into an anti-hero with his run of Justice Society and added a lot of lore there. So now a lot of people go off that.
I see.
I'm increasingly sad that there's like I actually want to read some Green Lantern comics because like that's such a great idea, and it makes me really sad that that hasn't been leveraged effectively at all. Not only in that stupid movie that Ryan Reynolds run, but also just even in this universe. The most we got was that he used a hammer in the Justice one, and then in the Snyder cut it was a laser. Like what a lame utilization of this premise of a character who his imagination and his willpower is his superpower. That's awesome. That's so cool.
Yeah,
What a great
even if-
idea.
No laser.
Like even discounting the shared
No
universe
laser.
stuff, there's about fucking 20 films worth of lore and characters in Green Lantern.
Well, yeah, because you got like the Green Lantern, then you got the Yellow Lanterns and like the Red Lanterns, and it's spanning like the universe. It's huge. There's so much you can do with that.
There's been like 7 mainline Green Lanterns, like stretching back to Alan Scott, that have all had their own runs and their own stories, and like a lot of the supporting characters have had their own books, and like you could have 2 series of Green Lantern films going at the same time, one that's focused on like Hal Jordan or an individual Green Lantern, and then you can have a Green Lantern Corps going at the same time. There is just that much story and lore to draw from.
It almost seems like if you really wanted to, you could just have like an expansive Green Lantern show that has multiple POV characters, where you'd have like Hal Jordan, Jon Stewart, maybe like one of the leadership, or maybe one of the POV characters is Sinestro. It's like, damn, you got a lot of options, and because of how broad they are, you can really take them to like any part of the DC universe. Like you can have Daxamites and stuff. You can have them interacting with all of these entities. Like it's a really good connective mythos, and of course it's just this is a really great core idea, and yet it's not going to get utilized. But hey, maybe when they reboot the DC stuff with the Discovery Warner Brothers merger, who knows? Honestly, that's like probably what they should do. Just scrap it all except for the Batman. Keep that. Just restart it. And
Like-
hey.
Oh,
go for it.
yeah, you were talking about the show before. Like, honestly, if someone was to like give me a free license just to do any show that I wanted, like a dream project would just be that expansive Green Lantern show. Like, especially if they said, yeah, you can also like connect it to other DC stuff. So I could do like, I don't know, like a little mini arc with him and Green Arrow and some stuff with him and Barry Allen, because he's got some interesting dynamics with other heroes. And you could do. Like, there's just so much you can do, and like you mentioned Daxamite, there is a Green Lantern Daxamite who's really cool. Like, and this whole thing is that he escaped his fucking his home planet because they were so xenophobic, and only actually found out about the fact that Daxamites have Superman-like powers when he went to Earth for the first time. There's just so much there, and they're not taking advantage of any of it.
Well, it feels like they're making a lot of weird choices when it comes to I mean, it probably like the fact that the Flash like hasn't had a full-fledged film, and the film that Flash is going to get seems much more like a Batman oriented thing. Like, or not just Batman, but just that it's much more about other people. That just feels like a waste. Feels like there's a lot
General
of
Zod's the
waste.
villain, is he not?
Yeah, like Zod's the villain, not like Reverse Flash or Grodd or like any number of or Captain Cold. Like Zod. What are we doing? Like, what the hell are we doing? You know, like, what are we doing? Like, I don't get it. I mean,
like when the CW Flash show is the standard for Flash storytelling outside the comics at the moment.
I don't. Someone said I would love a Justice Society of America movie. That seems to be what they're building towards, though. But I guess is what I mean. It's like Justice League is gone, seemingly, like it's a thing that we have access to. So now you have to like seek opportunities elsewhere to have teams, and it's just like, what? I don't know. Can we just like start over again? Just scrap it all, wipe the slate clean, burn it down? You know? Can we just do that?
Let's do it.
No.
Okay, I just
Plus,
saw
the actors
this.
are constantly in trouble. Yeah.
I just saw this stream title. As someone who did like WandaVision, I can say that what Wanda did was very wrong. Just because you can understand why doesn't make it okay. I don't understand people. To be fair, I don't understand why.
I understand why Thanos did what he did, but
No,
he's
not
still
him,
wrong.
Wanda.
No. I agree, right? I don't understand why Wanda did what she did, really.
When she finds out the state of affairs and continues it, if you tell me, yeah, but she just can't let go of Vision, I'd be like, no, I don't think I believe that about Wanda. If she knew she was hurting people, I don't think that she would continue.
Wanda was willing to let go of Vision when
Yeah.
the universe demanded her to do it, so, you know. And also, it seems like after Endgame, the conversation with Clint, you remember? It seemed like they were in a position where they could, they could through their grief. But WandaVision almost like forgets that scene happened. At least it feels that way to me.
Probably did. They were probably like, what should we do? It's like, fuck it, let's do this. And he was like, no,
Well,
no,
as
no,
we
no,
know,
no,
right?
no.
Sometimes people, yeah.
Same guy as last super chat. I disagree on a few of your Phase 4 opinions, but wanted to show that I am in favor of dunking on Dumbos. Also, hi Rags.
Hi.
Yeah, no problem. Us.
Fair enough.
We are pretty harsh to Phase 4, I won't lie. But I really do think it's garbage. I think Rags is using wrong the way most would use the term bad. In my expectance, wrong implies culpability and bad describes the event.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Like it's not wrong that a hurricane happens, but a hurricane can be described as bad because of the effects it had. But like, what it means for it to be wrong is like, well, a hurricane is just a thing that happens. It doesn't choose anything. It's not conscious. There is no culpability.
Oh God, I'm kidding.
Because wrong implies right. Oh boy. You're just you're strolling into that minefield with a grin plastered on you.
I leapt over the mine and was about to read the next super chat. It's totally fine. Totally fine.
Yep.
No damage. Everyone's fine. Is it just me, or has the MCU become, post-Infinity War, really good at setting existential horror situations? Like with Wanda making a whole town of meat puppets, Loki and Free Will, and Endgame. Yeah, none of it's on well... So, funnily enough, for the WandaVision one, I thought you were going to reference what she does to Agatha Harkness.
Agatha, yeah. Horrifying.
Yeah, absolutely, and it seems... Because I pretty much agree with this wholeheartedly. They don't even realize what they're doing.
Nope.
It's baffling. Because it's funny, I think Doctor Who would be the best example. You guys would have seen Jay's video. She condemns the idea of trapping someone permanently in some kind of prison to the main villain guy. She's like, that's fucked up and horrible. And then she does it to him.
What?
Right down.
It's like, or she doesn't do it. Two people she trusts do it, tell her that they've done it, and she approves. Like, so it's... And by the way, the best part of that is that they chose to do that because at first they wanted to kill him, and she said that would be immoral.
But it would be more moral to lock him in, like, a prison in which he is sentient but can't, yeah.
I feel like we've talked about this before, but permanence in a prison where you can't do or say anything, or death? What are you guys voting for?
Yeah, I know, that's, yeah.
I don't even think it's hard to answer. I just think,
I know it's not. I know.
Yeah.
But
Greetings.
you're right. The existential dread has been ramped up big time
Yep.
now in Phase 4. You know, like, yeah, between a purple man snapped his fingers and yeeted half of life in the universe, and we didn't even know it was happening. To wait, in Earth there is a giant like creature that wants to burst out and like destroy our planet, and it's frozen, but like it could still come back to life, maybe.
What was Doctor
And
Strange's
then
opinion on that? Or I guess he never found out.
I guess Doctor Strange either doesn't know about or doesn't care about the fact that Celestials are like, but because he would know about them, right? Like in his research and everything.
I would have thought, but then again, I don't know, you know? It's so weird
Well,
because
it's
all of
weird.
these factions, they all pale compared to the TVA. And it's like, how though?
They do. That's right.
It's like,
The TVA is way more powerful.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we have to assume they are, right? There would have been timelines where Thanos achieved his goals, but like that can't be allowed, right?
Well,
So they would
we
have melted
made
him.
the jokes before, the Eternals, like one of the Celestials fucking does one movement wrong and a little TVA guy ports up there, hits him with the stick, and he just
Yeah,
goes,
and then starts again. Yeah.
It's so absurd, but like that's what we have to work with now, because that's the story. Job, guys.
Yeah, Phase 4 is kind of, if I were to summarize it, it would be the ultimate proof that high concept does not mean high quality.
No, you got to do a lot of work when you go high concept, because it's these huge modifiers. Like when you tell me that there are stones that like yeet half of the universe, you need to meaningfully grapple with the consequences of half the universe being deleted without warning, and then being brought back to life without warning either. It's like, dude, the world is not going to respond well to this. Like, and plus, when I discover that it's also apparently like all animals and plants, it's like, oh
yeah.
man,
Yeah.
I got news for you all at the end of the stream. But anyway, let's press on.
Greetings, fellas. I'm currently going to school for welding and hope to continue my education in underwater welding. I've been with you since episode 1, and I'll be here until my planned retirement by 38. Oh, thank you all so much for being with me on this wonderful adventure of life. Well, yeah, we'll be there for your retirement, and I'll be like, you'll mention it in a super chat, and we'll be like, congratulations. I remember
That's
the first episode
that's a
of
great
EFAP.
old person voice, Mahler. You should do it more.
I only want to roll it out for when it's suitable, otherwise it becomes a sort of
Oh.
clown thing, you know?
You don't want it to get old.
Oh. Prediction. Wong saves the multiverse. I don't see why he wouldn't be involved. Sure. I feel like it's going to be, well, I was about to say it's going to be strange, and then I was thinking, it might be
Probably gonna be
Wanda.
Wanda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be that she has a change of heart at the end, and then she saves it all. Something fucking like that. Put yourself in prison, and then we'll talk, Wanda. Okay?
But I mean,
apparently we're getting multiple versions of Wanda in
Maybe no
WandaVision
point.
throughout the multiverse.
Well. It all depends on plot leaks and whether they're true, and it seems like they are. So
It's gonna be a nightmare to remember everything from that movie and write it down.
You know
cover
what?
it.
I'm starting to get the impression it actually won't be. I'm getting the impression that film might be a lot thinner than you would expect. Well, that's not that much of a gasp-worthy thing. It's just, I don't know. That's the impression I get. But we'll see.
Jessica Jones's first season was all about her dealing with what these townspeople went through. David Tennant was clearly evil, and Rags was right.
Yep,
yeah.
That's right. The Purple Man. And he was never presented as...
They-
never presented as a good guy. They explained where it came from, but there was never presented as him doing something that could even be construed in any world as being somewhat noble.
Jessica. Yeah, it was a what he does to people as an experience was horrible. Like I remember that being very made clear.
Yeah.
Hashtag I stand with Rags. Hashtag down with Matthew Broderick. Hashtag Jay is right. Hey, look. Okay, he was gonna be in Breaking Bad, and that means that he must be good.
Matthew Broderick was going to be in Breaking Bad?
He was gonna be Breaking Bad.
Oh.
That's the main character's name.
Mr. Bad. I see.
Mr. Bad, first name Breaking.
It's just something I remember finding out. I don't know who told me at first, but I just remember thinking, like, as they would think, Jesus Christ, what timeline would we be in if he had accepted and Bryan Cranston didn't get the role? Because I just don't think Breaking Bad is anywhere near the same if you remove Bryan Cranston.
Yeah, I have no clue how Broderick would have done.
Would have been
Someone
cool to see him try, I guess.
This is only the villain. So as the story goes, apparently, in one of the crazy timelines that Barry creates, what happens is Supergirl is the one who survives, and Clark gets killed by Zod as a baby. That's like the premise of this particular universe. So yes, he has been announced to reprise his role. That is official. So Zod is back, and I, for one, can't wait to see him say on a farm, or alternatively, I will find him.
Oh, that would be great. This is the way it always goes. You're like, the new episode of EFAP's coming out, and the leaks are that Fringy kills everybody, and you'd be like, that's crazy. And then there's a trailer, and it's only Fringy talking for most of it. It's like,
Yeah. It is one of those things where you just start to piece it together.
like, wait a minute, I'm getting a little. And then there's like one clip of Rags, and they cut it off right at a scream, and you're like, what? Why would?
Whoa!
What?
Why would you do that? Unless you made choices that scare me.
And then there's like really badly CG'd shot where you're with all of us. It's like, wait a minute.
I don't feel like you're telling me the truth.
Lord Longbong of Murpslington Abbey. Have you given any more thought to a Kong fap of Peter Jackson's Long Kong when there's less going on? It'd be a movie fap for the ages. P.S. Oh well, Wagsies. Scritches for the good boy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I think we've given a bit of a thought to that one. That's a movie that we'd be interested in checking out sometime, I think. Don't know when, but I imagine we would shove it into a monster movie medley or something. Maybe because they're coming out with another one, right? Eventually, did they announce what that's going to be? I can't remember. Like Kong versus Godzilla 2 or some shit.
Well, they're both appearing in Call of Duty soon.
Woohoo!
They are. No, I think they're already in it, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Possibly.
In the Call of Duty World War II video game, where you dress up as these crazy characters in these crazy costumes and have gun camos and do sick tricks. I love it. I love how we've just totally moved away from the tone that World at War was trying to capture, that war is hell, and that the people on the ground, it was an incredibly stressful, tense, scary experience. No, war is about dance
Godzilla.
moves and emotes and Godzilla. Yeah.
And King
I
Kong.
think we've forgotten. It's sort of become a meme on its own. But the words "Call of Duty" actually mean something.
They do mean.
Well, and Medal of Honor, right? Like these names. There's a reason these things have these names.
It's so funny you say that, Rex, because like not earlier this week, in part because of this Godzilla thing, I thought the same thing. I'm like, Call of Duty, you know, like the name that it represents, and yeah, Medal of Honor is another one.
There's a duty in destroying Godzilla on the battlefields of World War II.
Yeah, it is your duty to fight those that are the threats to us.
A threat to liberty.
Fight 99 other crazy people in a battle royale simulation.
Dude,
so that
I want
Victory Royale crown.
the fucking trailer of like you have Winston Churchill with like a fucking minigun looking at Godzilla, and he goes, "Never thought I'd die side by side with," and it pans over.
Unlock the Winston Churchill skin.
You say this.
So you and Godzilla can fight Mecha Hitler and Battle Royale.
And they have like combo moves like Iron Man and Captain America, where they.
I know that you're joking, but they actually added Snoop Dogg as a playable character.
Snoop Dogg and Hitler take out Godzilla.
Yeah,
this timeline's pretty interesting sometimes, not gonna lie.
Hey, put the gun down, a dizzle for Rizzle.
I mean, this is the thing. Once you push it to that level of absurdity, it becomes like, actually, I want this now.
I guess it's just a matter of like, damn, remember when you were trying to remember how like Call of Duty used to have at the end of the game, like, you know, a quote or some sort
When
of line
you died, whenever you died, there would be a
Yeah.
quote about war.
Well, I remember World at War has a really powerful ending. The ending of World at War is after you plant the flag in the Reichstag, it just cuts to war footage. it's the speech by MacArthur talking about after like the peace had been signed with Japan, and it had the Enola Gay flying over, and then it showed the detonation of the nuclear bomb, and then it just hard cuts to like 50 million people lost their lives. This was the deadliest conflict in human history. It's just like a really stark reminder. It's like this happened. This actually happened, and it was a
In
really
the end,
bad
America
thing that
got that victory royale.
and that like that's what it used to at least have as an element in Call of Duty, even when it started getting more bombastic. Even in like Modern Warfare 2 and 3, they still had the quotes that if you sat and actually read them, like it's like that shit makes you think, like these are actually interesting observations that are put up on screen, but now it's like gone. It's just totally gone.
You know, maybe this is a really fitting crossover because the very first Godzilla film, 1954, that is a very serious, somber drama where the monster isn't just like this, oh, look, it's coming. It's this very frank look at like the nuclear age and the effect that Hiroshima had on Japan. And you see people lying in the streets with like the same keloid scars that the bomb let off, and there's a lot of themes about weapons and how they shouldn't be used, and the devastating impact of nuclear arsenals. And then slowly over time, it's just become the monster franchise. And in that same way that
King of the Monsters is all about environmentalism. They achieve this message by having the main lady release the monsters in the hopes of fucking destroying humanity, I guess. It's just like, what are you trying to say?
This reminds me a lot of it's like when they had the Iron Giant in Ready Player One. It's like, isn't he cool using his crazy weapons? It's like, man, way to like miss the whole point. Like, god damn, like you just totally missed the point. But yeah, that does happen because it's a lot more. It's easier to do that. It's easier to have the robot from the Iron Giant, like to have him.
Did you almost say Ready Player One?
I almost did. Yeah.
Okay.
But that would be
that would be sacrilegious.
Yeah, absolutely, it would be. It's just really sucks, but like that's kind of where we're at, Yeah, it's the whole point of that film is it's the quotes in chat, like he's not a gun. He's what if a weapon doesn't want to be? But then it's like, no, he's cool. Look at him shooting his lasers and punching things. Fucking hell. Aren't you excited for the metaverse? Ain't that gonna be great?
Hi guys, I'm wondering if any of you will or can make a video on Civil War. Best MCU movie in my opinion. Love your videos, by the way, Frankie.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, it's one of my back burner projects. One day I want to make the TFA equivalent critique of Civil War.
I don't think it's on my list, really.
I'd like to go through it all. Oh, I think it's a neat film.
I think it's a neat film too.
EFAP. Everyone is too afraid to disagree with Rags' opinions. Also EFAP. Everyone disagreeing with Rags. Well, no, you haven't got the updated lore. We're all afraid of Theo now.
Yeah, exactly.
Theo's the scary one, lurking in the shadows.
Just waiting to jump out and have an opinion.
Don't say his name too loud. He can hear us.
He can smell your fear.
I can smell you.
Like you express just a pretty casual opinion, and Theo goes, "Really?" And then you go, "No."
No, I'll take it back. I'm sorry.
And then you go, "Well, wait, maybe. What do you think?"
Just start sweating. It's like
Yeah.
I don't know.
Theo, you're so cruel. Tony Stark is the new Joel. It's all because of him.
Yeah,
pretty much. Every death in the MCU universe, fucking Tony Stark's fault. These people can only argue by taking things out of context. So annoying. Well, yeah. Some of it was just wrong. Like, it wasn't out of context, it was just wrong.
It was out of context with correctness.
Yes. Wrong and bad are moral characteristics ascribed to the action. I don't know about that. Something being bad in general, from my POV, I would express it as like I think that event has negative consequences. Not that I think there's a morally culpable person involved. But if someone's stabbing someone to death and I go, that event is bad, it seems redundant at that point. I would rather go straight towards, like, that guy is fucking doing something horrible.
Culpability do better.
Culpability to whom had the intent. You can say an action is wrong and or bad, but the agent isn't culpable. Yeah, just I would not use both of them interchangeably in that scenario. In Digimon Adventure 2, Digimon Emperor, manipulated kid, breaks down when he realizes he enslaved real Digimon for months and it wasn't just a game. Damn, dude. Digimon Adventure 2? So, like, they're bringing out the hard stuff straight away, huh?
If Digimon Adventure 1 is so great, how come there is... Oh, yeah, that's right. There is...
I just like the idea that the first one is really chill and wholesome. The second one, they're like, we're going dark.
Digimon slavery. Let's fucking do it.
Digimon.
Digimon. Slap them in chains and make them pick all our cotton.
No.
It's bad. Don't laugh. It's just also a fun theme song.
Later, he has a nightmare where Digimon crucify him.
What the fuck? I need to I'm gonna Google Digimon crucifixion and see what happens. Oh my god! Oh my god! I need to show you this.
Oh no.
Oh, let me see.
Can't wait.
He's not like, he's sort of, I mean, it's not what I hope for, but it's still satisfying.
Oh my god.
I love this. I love this.
Oh my god, there's another. It's made it's made for very short, stout Digimon, I guess.
The fuck, Digimon? What are you up to?
This is fucking fetish. What is this tweet? He died for our sins.
You know, I'm reminded of a comic book that was about Godzilla going to hell, and he had to fight his way out of the 7 circles of hell. And this is kind of giving me, like, not the exact same vibes, but like conceptually, just the mixture of religious imagery and goofy-looking monsters.
How dare you? Digimon only made the sleekest, impressive monster designs. Remember in Logan, that one hunter guy said Xavier's mind had been classified as a WMD? Why wouldn't Wanda get the same classification? I mean, it's just a reality. To be fair, the Iron Man suit probably is capable of doing something like that. You know, causing mass levels of damage, but I don't know what it takes to be considered a weapon of mass destruction, but I can understand how certain mutants would get that classification.
Yeah.
What the oh, I was okay. I was just going through thumbnails or like the little Google preview images. And so when I saw that one, I thought the QIY logo was INRI. And I was like, what the fuck? There's no way they actually put that. And it's like, oh, okay. It's just a logo. Because that would have been fucking hilarious if they had that on the crossover his head. Iosos Nazarenus Rex Judeorum. Judeorum? Yeah, Judeorum.
So, in Age of Ultron, very start, Wanda gives Tony the mind flame that makes him take the scepter, causing Ultron. She's literally the start of all this. Yep.
Yeah.
That's fine, we don't remember that. Wanda did get to say goodbye in Infinity War. Yeah, that's true, actually, yeah. To a degree, like, it might not have been on her terms.
It's not ideal,
but, yeah.
but, you know, it's at least something.
I disagree with EFAP. Wanda did nothing wrong. Hail Hydra. Smiley face. Okay. The Simpsons references have evolved. EFAP will now only review videos that also make Simpsons references. That's cool with me. They're usually pretty good.
Sometimes it's just the highlight of the whole video.
Yep. I may have enslaved the entire town and locked up their children away from them, but at least I gave them magic shows, you jerks. Hi, Rex.
Hello.
She did give them a magic show. That's true. I think that should be considered.
Indeed.
Halloween equals slavery confirmed. No,
Your
Halloween
slavery is not immoral if you give your slaves at least one magic show every week.
and a Halloween. Don't forget
Mandatory attendance.
mandatory Halloween. Which you know
Because
what?
you are
If we
you
have
are
to,
still a
then
slave.
all right.
You can't just not go.
Thank you for picking this video. Enlightening. Well, like I said, we're all covered now
Very.
for the Wanda arguments, because that's... Who knows what's going to happen when we see multiverse.
Oh, no.
Hello, EFAP crew. What is your
kitten.
top 3 favorite books of all time, and why would you consider them so?
What are my top favorite what? Sorry?
Books.
What was that? What was that noise?
Books.
Boat.
What was my favorite boat?
Boat. Book.
Books.
Oh, book. Favorite books? I think probably The Count of Monte Cristo is definitely up there. I really enjoy The Alchemist, and I like The Stand quite a bit. Let me see. Of course, The Lord of the Rings, great books. I love them. It's so awesome to read those. My favorite books. Bu- hmm. Uh, hmm. I'm just thinking back. Lords of Discipline, I really liked quite a bit. Hmm. I guess I'm the only reader here.
Oh, we were waiting for you to finish
Help
your
me!
turn.
Help me! I'm running out of books.
Oh, well,
Actually, I'm
so
not. I
my
just
answer is
did
as
the
simple
thing I
as
think about.
I don't do fuck all reading, so I'm afraid my answer's going to be limited to what I have read, which is very limited, and so I just have I
Mueller
really
doesn't read
enjoyed...
no goddamn book.
Well, I
He's
can't
like
drive, so
irrelevant.
why would I read?
That's true. If you can't read and drive, don't waste my
Don't read and drive.
time. Because
Yeah,
you'll get headaches. It's true. You don't want to read and drive.
Lovecraft stuff, A Song of Ice and Fire, The Lemony Snicket, A Series of Unfortunate Events. They're the things that
I
I've
remember those.
read up on and enjoyed, but I haven't read a book now since I don't even remember, okay? Books are just this alien device. I don't even understand it, really.
Blah.
Oh, and A Hungry Caterpillar, yeah. Top quality.
Yeah, plenty of short stories that I really like. Time Once a Skeleton and The Blue Giraffe, and Dune was a fun read. It's ages since I saw it, but you know it's a little topical. But yeah, I enjoyed Dune.
I read all of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And it was
Nerd.
dope. Fuck you.
Oh yeah, I read those books. Yeah, absolutely. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was 5 books, right?
Yeah, I think it's 5. I have like a
Yeah.
complete bound version with all of them.
I have
Been
a box
long
that has
time
all
since I've read
4.
those.
Yeah, I've got all 5, and there are this softbacks.
I don't know why I find this funny, but I do.
That is, yeah, that's good.
I really like Metroid 2033. That's a great book.
Metroid 2033.
Yeah, it's so the writing. Oh, it's just it's silky smooth prose. It's like wonderfully descriptive. And it's a super interesting story as well. Not Metroid, Metro 2033.
Oh, I'm way less interested now.
Um,
But I've heard those books are pretty good. Yeah.
I haven't read the other two though. I heard 2035 was really good.
Time Once a Skeleton was a short story that I always kind of remember as a really cool premise that really deserves a movie. Space explorers, they come across I think it's an asteroid, or it could be, it's a space base. And while they come to the space base and arrive there is a strange time anomaly that occurs, and it fast forwards the time on the space station, or the place that they find themselves, the facility, and they find a skeleton that through the plot they know is one of them, but they don't know who it is. And so the story kind of revolves around like they're trapped there and they know that one of them is going to die and then time is going to get fast forward so they don't know which one of them is going to end up being the skeleton. And this is a really neat kind of premise that could be cool. Oh, Foundations, yeah, the Foundation books were really cool. The Isaac Asimov series. There's because it almost reads like a whole bunch of moderate to short sort of stories that are together in the same universe because it takes place over a very long, very large time scale. Um, Really good science fiction sort of work that explores, how can a massive space civilization fracture and things of that nature. I always really loved all the Asimov stuff that I've read. Um, I know there was Hammer of Dawn, which was I think that was Arthur C. Clarke, which is about an asteroid that's going to hit Earth and how Earth deals with it. And there's half of the book is like people on Earth, and the other half is the ship that they send out to maybe try and stop it or something along those lines. Do we have Nightfall? That's a Isaac Asimov and Robert Silverberg novel about a civilization that is accustomed to always having light, and every so often there's a cycle astronomically where all the suns that orbit the planet they eclipse, and for a short period of time the whole planet is in darkness, and it causes the species to go fucking insane because they don't know how to deal with actual darkness.
Mm.
And it like it, ris- it's like a cycle of civilization building itself up and then being destroyed by this astronomy event and things like that. There's all these cool kind of premises that are played out in these sci-fi novels that would I think they'd make some really awesome like movie adaptations and things.
I think they adapted Foundation, right? It's a show on Apple TV or Plus or whatever it is.
I'm not sure, and I would be fucking it's the kind of it's the kind of story I don't think you could do. It's because it explores such a long time scale.
Right.
Of like a galactic civilization and scale and events carrying on, and I don't even know how you would uh kind of do it. You'd have to do it where almost like each season is sort of a aspect of the books, because like this part might be, oh, it's this character and this religion starting that kind of is built around this thing, and this other civilization is actually around, oh, this guy, and he's a sociologist, and he comes up with this sort of algorithm to predict what a spacefaring civilization might do. And over here, oh, there's a general, and he's gonna break away from the human emperor because of the da 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 and start his own thing. And there's all of these stories like that take place in the same world. It feels kind of like an anthology of stories in a sense. Um, I really liked it. Nightfall sounds like the source idea for Pitch Black. Yeah, kind of. They're similar. Every once in a while it gets dark and spooky monsters come out. It's a similar idea. Bad things happen when the darkness comes.
If they want any short story recommendations, Isaac Asimov's The Last Question. That's one that's always stuck with me over time.
Yeah.
I feel like you got a lot of book recommendations there, a lot more than 3.
The spell at the start of Spider-Man was still active. If anyone in any universe knows Peter, they enter the MCU. The spell erased Peter from everyone ever. Toby gets back and MJ doesn't know who he is. Well, they don't know that Peter, presumably, the MCU one. But to be fair, I ain't defending the fucking spell mechanics. I don't think they make any sense.
I don't see how they can make sense, really.
It has to go way further than what it.
I just don't get it.
Yeah, it's a tism. It is a tism.
Some of you may suffer immensely for the sake of my grief. That is a sacrifice I'm willing to. Wanda.
So it's even like worse than that. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make you do.
Yeah.
Well, that is what it is in Shrek, isn't it?
Well, in Shrek, I guess it's the idea that they're all volunteering to go off on the quest and then compete to,
I sorry, I guess I forgot that. I didn't remember they were volunteers.
I thought they were. Oh, unless they were like the knights in his army. Huh. Actually, I'm not sure then.
I
In any
assume that
case, it's a
because
funny
they were all
comparison.
competing to be the one to go and rescue the princess.
Yeah, I don't know if they were doing that out of their own interest though, or if it was just something he was forcing. I can't remember.
Should have just sent them all.
Okay, yeah, do it.
Okay.
I mugged a person, but I didn't kill him, so it's fine. True. How it works.
Ooh.
He's wrong. Clint was killing Yakuza when she was snapped away. When everyone snapped back, he's obviously going to be with his family who's gone for 5 years. Come on. If it was defined that... well, I guess because he's not even with Shield or Sword at that point, right? He's kind of doing his own thing. Yeah, I guess there's no way to necessarily get him in contact to ask him for help with this, or at least not in such a way that would have happened that quickly. I haven't seen Hawkeye, so I'm not sure what his position is at that point. But yeah, maybe you're right. What's the first clothing to go to space?
The first clothing to go to space?
Yes.
Space.
I assume it would be multiple pieces of clothing at the same time, right? If we're going to get super technical, I suppose it's the position of the person sitting down relative to wherever the space dividing line is. So I guess like maybe the tips of their toes or their knees would be first.
Frog Council would like to inform Rags that this is actually the setup to a joke.
Oh! Okay, thank you. Sorry, after the wheels and fucking doors thing, it's just the first clothes to go to space. Oh, it's gravity shirts.
I like it.
S- Ascot-droid. I don't know what is it.
Apollo, but if I was to pronounce that as Apollo.
Yeah.
Oh. I get it. Yeah. Apollo. Yeah, I don't like that one. Yeah, I just don't. I don't know.
Oh well. Incorrect game quote of the day. Gambling is just a part of who we are. I just market it to sexy children. Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Besides, demand for
we
my
don't
products...
want no ugly children gambling.
Besides, demand for my products is about to skyrocket like the good old days after 9/11. Oh. Well, yeah, apparently that's a reference to a channel. I saw someone mention this on a subreddit, the incorrect game quotes. I'm not familiar with the channel, and I don't think anyone else here is, so...
Yeah, I'm not aware of it, no.
At least the adults were allowed to eat. Well, if she was keeping the kids alive, that means I guess she allowed them to eat. I don't even...
You don't have
God,
to?
I don't even know, like...
Maybe she was like manifesting food into their stomachs or something.
Or keeping them in like a form of stasis where they just don't have functions or something, which is even more scary, kind of. I don't know.
There was a character in an Isaac Asimov story who was like magic, and she could make your poop disappear from inside of you, so you didn't have to go poop.
Like Harry Potter.
Yeah.
No. They still pooped in Harry Potter. It's just that they then opened a portal to the poop dimension where they dropped it in.
There's a poop dimension?
I thought it was that they would poof it from inside them into the poop dimension.
Well, I thought it was the case that they would shit on the ground and then they would open the portal to the poop dimension.
Shit on the ground is so uncivilized. They wouldn't shit on the ground.
Yeah,
People wouldn't do that.
We've talked about this before. We had several jokes about what if you accidentally fell into the poop dimension. It's just a big thing of poo.
And also, why couldn't you teleport a person to the poop or anything to the poop dimension? If you
Yeah.
can just teleport things to different dimensions, like hold on, and you're using that for poop?
Yeah, put
Like
Voldemort
I
in there.
imagine that would like sure that's a great use for it because no one wants to be around poop, but like God darn, man, like the what that opens up for your wizarding world. And to be clear, this is one of the biggest problems with Harry Potter. There's so much magical bullshit. You're just like, what the fuck is even happening? Um, but I mean, yeah, sure. If it goes to a poop dimension, if she specified, J.K. Rowling was like, yeah, I can't just say it disappears. I have to specify it goes to poop dimension, and it's a terrible, horrible place that you definitely don't want to go, and it is stanky. Ooh, it's
Yeah,
nothing but poop.
it's one of those things because the way she phrased it was I don't remember like exactly where she specifies it goes to, but she said that um it was with the advent of muggle plumbing that they stopped this practice, which indicates to me that the poop did leave the body and that muggle plumbing was a much better solution than
I don't believe
magically
them.
wishing it away.
Yeah, there's no way that
Well,
look, indoor
Muggle.
plumbing is amazing, but there's no way that it's better than making your poop literally magically disappear to another dimension. There's no way that's better.
Yeah, why didn't? I guess they really thought like an outhouse is gross because the poop is still there. It's like, right.
But if
Has
we had an
Amber
entire
heard
outhouse
Lord of the Poop
dimension,
Dimension?
An outhouse dimension, yeah.
oh, maybe what happened was people from that dimension, they finally caught wind or broke wind of the fact that all this poop was appearing, and so they transported themselves to Earth, and they said, "Hey, you guys have to stop dumping all of your poop here. We live here." And so the wizards were like, "Oh shit! Like we're really, we're really, really sorry. Like we seriously,
Oh,
we
dude,
legitimately thought it was just disappearing.
I
We are
would
so sorry. We will never do that again."
want to alter the delivery, right? Because that sounds like a Rick and Morty joke where they established they've been doing it for thousands of years, and then just like the creatures of that planet finally like have colonized around enough that they get to that portion, and then that you know there's all these portals dropping poops in. Just that as an image for those people, they finally climb through one of those portals, and they see like a bunch of wizards laughing while they're sending their poops through, and they just have an absolute like the dance game face. Let me just get it up so that you.
Yeah,
Just that.
because
They're just standing there looking at them all, and they just have
this
that
whole
face.
this whole time it was you that you understand how long it took us to ascend to the stars to reach this level with poop constantly just dropping on us everywhere. We can't go outside without wearing hats for fear of poop just landing on us. Our children have never uncovered their heads. I mean, it's just
Yeah, they thought it was a weather event. They just figured that was normal. Yeah, I bet the fucking wizards would feel bad then.
Ooh, okay. I think I have like more or less a precise quote, or at least something claiming it's the precise quote. Yeah, so they just relieved themselves where they stood and vanished the evidence.
relieve them. I don't believe that. But poop is super gross. They wouldn't do that.
Yeah, it should be relieve
Because you would
themselves
have
where they
to.
crouched, not.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't. Does anyone here stand when you poop?
Yeah, you.
No,
Wait,
I
you don't?
Um,
Even in caveman times, you would squat.
Well, yeah, it's like a woman giving birth. You don't do it in certain positions just because of how muscles kind of work. Wow, there's no way that a civilized society would be like, "I'll just shit right here while we're." No,
Did you
you would
forget the
excuse.
whole time this came up previously?
Yeah.
Wow. Ring, do you remember it?
I do. Yeah,
All right. Yeah, that's fine. Carry on.
I do remember it.
Yeah, chat know it's come up again. Yeah, they all remember.
What
Like
you said.
even the toilet as we have it today is actually considered like putting your body in the incorrect position to poop because we're
Yeah,
meant to squat biologically,
They build those
mechanically.
little. I don't know what they're called, but they make your legs go up further so that you squat more.
Like a little
Stirrups,
poop,
yeah, the little yeah.
stool thingy.
Mm-hmm.
You can put your feet on.
Call it the stool rule.
Nice.
Westview deserved it. They chose to live in New Jersey. Oh.
Squatty Potty, that's the name.
Squatty
Yay.
potty. Poop dimension discussion 2, electric boogaloo.
Yeah. EFAP on my 21st B-Day. Been watching y'all for 2 years now. Thank you guys for helping me learn to think more critically about storytelling and for a great community. Love you massives. Here's to many more years of EFAP. Oh, that's
Oh yeah, you
Happy
bet.
birthday, dude.
happy birthday. And thank you so much for the kind words.
Also, Goger brings up a good point. What happens if you shit yourself and then realize you left your wand in another room at home? Like, that's
Well,
embarrassing.
Yeah, that could be a
That's
sticky situation.
That must be like a story that happens to be 'cause, like, when you grow up in the wizarding world, that's one of the things that just maybe happens to a lot of people where they forget they're just so confident that they just crap themselves right there, then reach in to get their wand and, "Oh, shit, I left my wand at home," and so they have to embarrassingly go up to another wizard and say, "Hey, man, so, like, uh, can I get some help? Can I borrow your wand? Can you make my poop go away? Because I just shat myself and I do not have my wand. Can you help a brother out?"
And, you know, this kind of puts the idea in my head because, like, in the Harry Potter world, wandless magic is considered this really, really high tier skill to master. So I can just imagine there's a story about someone who dedicates their life to learning wandless magic just so they can poop wherever they want and not have to worry about the fact that they don't have their wand with them.
Who pooped? Oh, it can't be Jimmy. He doesn't even have his wand. Meanwhile, Jimmy's like,
I actually have diarrhea.
Ew.
I imagine that moment when you do have to go up to one of your friends and ask them to disappear your poop for you. And they're like, "Yeah, man, bruise before booze." Oh boy. I can't believe I
let's
forgot
remove
the
that.
first time we discussed this.
Videos like these are the reason why democracy is cringe. I mean, like, holy crap, man. Hey, look, he should be allowed to vote. It's fine that he can vote. I resent that, Rags. I'm playing Elden Ring, and I was actively arguing against this video. I'm not sure I understand that one. Do you understand that one?
I don't think I do. No.
Dawn. Meanwhile, Kate Bishop had her own mother arrested because she knew it was the right thing to do, because Kate's an actual good person, unlike Wanda. I have not seen Hawkeye, but fair enough.
Alright.
Do you guys, will you cover the Star Wars videos by Mr. Cynical? I have not heard of Mr. Cynical. Unless you mean Cynical Reviews. I don't think he's making any Star Wars stuff recently.
Mr. Cynical.
Mr. Cynical Star Wars.
Hmm.
There was 7 months ago, a guy named
Oh,
the
yeah.
Cynical Critic. He says why the new Star Wars trilogy is much better than the original. I'm gonna assume it's a joke. But
Oh, okay, I know who Mr. Cynical is. His channel name, it doesn't actually exist. He just has a blank channel name, so that's why it's probably not coming up, but he made, like, this video, for example.
Foundations of Star Wars. Okay. But he also has a video of how the OT is worse than the sequels.
I think that one's a joke. As I imagine most of those are. Yeah, I double checked it. I think it's a joke. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, nothing planned as of yet. No. Where do you watch Smiling Friends? I want the full narrative context of clips. Adult Swim, right? They provide it.
They made it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can get it on their site, presumably if you're an Americano. Other than that, I would say Google it. I'm not actually sure where everyone accesses it from, respectively, exactly. Since Endgame, I only consume the MCU through EFAP. Way more entertaining. Yeah, I figured there's a lot of people who are doing that, because you don't know what the fuck you're getting if you pay to go see one of these movies at this point.
Mm-hmm.
The market is the market, guys. It's unfortunate, but that's just how it works. Disney's making lots of money regardless of what we think about it. Well, so this is the kind of interesting thing, right? Imagine, like, Disney said, we're shutting up shop, we're not going to do anything anymore, we've destroyed the industry, we feel bad, bye-bye. I think a lot of people would be like, no, I want more of you slop. I enjoy
Loki.
You will always say
I've
it's
been
Joe.
I've been given in the chat somebody has told me two things. Someone said, "Rags, as far as I remember, J.K. Rowling specifically said that young students had to ask the teacher to disappear poop. And also, children under 17 aren't allowed to use magic outside of school, so they presumably had to ask their parents when they were at home."
Yeah, okay, so not everything is written very well in Harry Potter. No?
Yeah,
What?
there's no way that first off, the teachers would say, "No, do that shit yourself. I'm not gonna disappear your poo for you. You're a big boy, or girl." Yeah, could you ask a man teach? I don't know if that was like a gender thing, like if it was considered in bad taste for
I think there would
a
have been a
I
poop
don't know,
teacher that sorts it for everyone.
a master of the poofresser. Yeah.
Poofresser, yes.
And regarding the using magic outside of school thing, I assume that most just because of the predominance of muggles in the world, that surely there would either be magic households where it was totally fine to use magic and it was an understood, no, it's totally fine for you to disappear your own poo at home, you know? And I bet a lot of wizards live in houses that are built by just muggles, so they have indoor plumbing and things.
It's
So
fucking
they would
absurd. It sounds like a meme, but apparently it's real, so.
it's one of those things that if you're J.K. Rowling, you just don't answer.
Yes.
You just say, "I hadn't thought about it. I wonder what they
Well,
do."
you just
And then
fucking say they do
everybody
the same
can
thing everyone else did at the
yeah,
time.
they shit in the toilet and then they flush it, you weird retard. What is wrong with you asking me that question? You had one question and this is what you spent it on.
Imagine being like the 10-year-old kid who asks that question, calls you, J.K. Rowling calls you a fucking weird retard. Oh man, you're like my hero though.
So that's
Could you
why J.K.
imagine?
Rowling got canceled. She called the 10-year-old a fucking weird retard on the PQ.
And then she was like, "Oh no, sorry. Oh, yeah, they use magic to just that they would poop on the floor, and then it would go to a different. Please stop crying. The spell, it would be it would be great." And they're like, "Do you really think I'm retarded?" She's like, "No."
Oh,
No,
in the wizard world, being called a fucking weird retard is actually a great compliment, and it means that they really do like you. Yeah.
Their parents are just
Yeah.
fucking scowling at her, and she's like, "It's fine. I
You're
fixed it.
lying to me.
I
Nope.
fixed it."
No, I took a
A vow of truth,
truth.
a spell truth spell.
Yeah, I got cursed with truth. I can only tell the truth.
Ooh. Kids like, you're bullshit.
Could you imagine being a first-year Hogwarts student and just asking, like, this is like on the cusp of them installing toilets, and you're the guy who wasn't informed, so you're just like, "Hey, where's
Oh,
the
that's a bunch of
bathroom?"
them. Like, imagine all the kids who literally don't know about that, who arrive at, like, wizard school their first day, and they're like, where are the bathrooms?" Like, you
Well,
know
it
how
would
many other
be
students would fuck with them?
once Muggles invented bathrooms, that's when they adopted them in Hogwarts. So what it would be is, where's the outhouse? And they'd be like, there isn't one. You just poop on the floor, and then we send it to a different dimension.
But then they'd say,
It's in
"No,
the
really,
middle
what do
of
I
the-
do? I really have to go."
Yeah, that's
This
like
is
that's
the
really
middle of
funny,
the
but I gotta
lesson. You
poo.
just
It's like, seriously, I have to actually drop a massive otter right now, and I
And,
gotta
like,
find a bathroom,
culture's
please.
just different in Hogwarts, so they're just like, yeah, you can go in the corner. I'll sort it out. Just let me know.
yeah,
It's like,
just in the middle of the
like,
lesson,
listen,
just someone
Yeah.
Gryffindor's
just
about to
walks.
lose 20 points. You need to direct me to a bathroom.
Oh no.
What if that was someone's fear? The Dementors, right? They manifest as your greatest fear, and your
Oh.
greatest fear was everyone watching you while you had to take a shit in the Great Hall in front of everyone because you didn't know about the disappearing poo.
People are just like, wow, that's your greatest fear. You're like, yeah. Yeah. All right.
It's the Dementor. I don't even know how he would do it. How maybe the Dementor would be like, "Yo, that's fucked up. I'm just gonna turn into a skeleton or something." I ain't doing that. You fucking weird retard.
No, we can't keep calling the kids this. It just keeps causing the problems.
So, Rags, I must correct you. It is the boggarts that turn into your fear.
Yeah.
The Dementor just
The
feeds
The
off your
boggarts
fear.
turn
So
into poo, right?
Boggarts, of course, the Boggarts. My mistake. Oh my goodness. Of course it's the Boggarts who turn into your worst fear.
Yeah, the
Oh.
Dementors would just suck off your fear of being.
Suck off your what? Oh no, the Dementors are coming to get me. They're gonna suck me off.
Somehow I imagine the eventual EFAP movies Harry Potter will not be child friendly.
And what if your greatest fear? What if your greatest fear was being sucked off by a Dementor, and it had to do that in front of the whole class? And everyone's like, Timmy, like, I guess this is reasonable, but still, what the fuck? And Timmy was screaming in fear, in pain. He's like, no, get away from my penis, get away from my penis. Bogart was like, no, this I'm gonna suck you off. Oh,
Very different
my
world.
stomach hurts.
More help?
Oh
Okay,
my
you just gotta ride it out. You just gotta wait.
Oh my god.
In regards to talking about something means you are promoting it, Rags mentions Hitler all the time. You don't hear people saying, I want to see more of that guy, do you? Also, hi, Frankie.
More of Hitler or more of me?
You don't see either. Maybe that's for the best. I don't know. Keep fighting the goo fight. That's not saying anything.
Keep fighting the goo fight. I don't know what I meant to say to that.
Oh,
Really.
Well, there you go. You said something.
I
Yeah, there you
seriously
go.
need to get more water. I'll be right back.
3 months and no looking back. I think they're referring to their membership. Thank you very much.
Ah.
I thought Joel was responsible for everything bad. It's Joel and then kind of sort of Iron Man. You know.
Complicated.
Yeah. I was asking about Blythe's accent mutually. His accent? Oh, I can't remember how he speaks, but I would presume yes that it's a Welsh accent. There's a lot of Welsh accents in the game. Day 1 of reciting Maxwell videos to get you to watch them, starting with Bloodborne. These are verbal asides. These are to describe visuals. Also, this is a verbal emphasis. Okay, now I start. Okay. Bloodborne is a Lovecraftian horror RPG that no one understands, by definition, where the player is free to attack hordes of human children at will and consume their innards. Oh no. It's not an accurate description, so... you literally take out a newborn in that game, so...
Bloodborne is indeed a very scary, disturbing world.
Yes. I know that reference.
Yeah.
This is indeed a disturbing universe.
That was pretty close actually to the voice.
The answer to Halloween versus Christmas. Decemberween.
Saying my name in the chat.
Or Octobermas. Yes.
Why would it be Octobermas? Wouldn't it be like Hallowmas or something? Christmas Ween or Hallowmas. Sorry, I was mixing them up in my head.
Okay. If that in-depth and engaging anti-baby gameplay appeals to you, keep listening, because it gets worse. Flash's clip of Mikolash. No. In this game, you play as John Bloodborne, a foreigner incapable of speech without the use of sign language. Yeah.
John Bloodborne. I like how just John and then the video game name is just
John.
It's just funny in and of itself.
Yeah.
Well, I had a friend growing up. He's living on the same street as me growing up, and go to his house and we'd play Halo. And his mom thought that Halo was the name of the character on the cover. Is that Halo? Is that him?
Is that Mr. Halo over there?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. John Halo.
Hello there. This is Gruff.
Hi.
I'm slowly but surely catching up on EFAP, currently on EFAP 102. Hello, future me, and hi, Rags.
Hello to you.
Oh,
good luck with that.
Hello.
That's a little Shiba Inu little emoji thing. Thank you very much. Yo.
He's very cute.
Harry, did you shit in the goblet of fire? Professor Dumbledore said calmly.
Dumbledore, I thought I made it disappear. No, you can't. Oh, we're not a disgusting race of dwarves.
I'm gaining on you, EFAP. I'm on EFAP 147. I should be caught up in a month or two. I love the content and high rags.
Hello.
I got also a race to keep up with the show, which depending on how determined you are to watch it like every day, I guess you can catch up pretty
I'd be
quickly.
curious if they're playing on easy mode or hard mode. Easy mode being only the mainline episodes.
Well, I thought you were going to say 2 times speed.
I would allow
Easy
that. I think that's fine because I think I do that with Adam and Sidge, to be honest with you. Like, it's kind of weird. As long as you can make out what everyone's saying, it's kind of
Yeah.
Hashtag release the cut. Damn.
Just the cut. Yeah.
I mean, that would automatically be terrible. Fucking cuts, man. Enough.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, and hi rags. Lots of scritches.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, thank you. This is very kind.
My eyes don't cut in real life. Hold that frame. Unless you count blinking.
That would be the closest thing, but it's almost like a very superfluous cut if you just blink and they're like, and we're back. No, nothing changed.
Well, maybe if in the middle of that blink you just move your head right around and look at something else. And you're like, oh my god, look at that cut. We're somewhere else now.
The closest thing to a cut is when, like, maybe you pass out or when you go to sleep. It's just a long cut.
Well, when you flick your eyes, so when your eyes are looking in one place and then you immediately move them to another, your brain actually fills your vision with images of the last thing you saw before the eye movement finishes, just because it can't process it moving that fast. So technically, that would count as a cut in filmmaking terms.
No.
Shut up, nerd.
Damn, dude. Mad as well. It's okay to be a nerd, Metal. Jeez.
Shut up, nerd.
No.
Serial tier list when? I don't think I do a good job of that. I kind of just like them. I don't know. I just don't feel passionate about cereal. We need someone else to do it.
You wouldn't consider yourself to be like a connoisseur of cereal. You've never sat down with all of the bowls displayed, just
I feel like
tasting each one like a wine tasting, but for cereal.
If I met
someone with a bowl, spinning it around, smelling it.
If I met the equivalent of cereals that I am just like with films, I feel like that person would hate me. They'd be like, "What do you mean Cheerios are fine?" I'd be like, "I don't know."
That would be like I feel like that would be a Kids Next Door gag where they cereal tastings. They like open up a cereal and smell it. Ah, yes, this is a quality vintage Cheerio. It's like, ah, yes. And then they would pour it into the bowl, and then they would put the milk in, and like the milk selection would be a very, and the way that it was poured, like, and you'd have different kinds of milk. Like all the weirdos could pick skim, and then the normal people could pick like 2% or whole, and then they could put it on, and then they put it in slow, and they would stir it around, kind of like you wouldn't just pour it in one spot. You'd get it kind of like in a circle, like there'd be an art to it. You'd go to the bar and have a cereal.
Fringy, watch Master Chief versus Captain Del Rio, but it's lore accurate. I guess that's a video.
Oh, well, I know the scene in Halo 4, but I didn't know. I know that there was a lore accurate Chief versus Locke where he just kicks Locke in the balls and then just leaves. Master Chief versus Del Rio, if lore accurate. Okay, I'll take a look at that.
Dude, that's just what happens when you get rid of the crotch armor. You leave yourself vulnerable to a testicular kicking.
After y'all longed the Kong, have you considered a Kevin Costner post-apocalypse session? You know, Waterworld, Postman, Field of Dreams, Man of Steel. It would surely be an EFAP for the... You can't make us watch Man of Steel again.
No. Man of Steel is a post-apocalypse Kevin Costner film.
You're like, where does the apocalypse start in that? It's like, it's just birth of Superman. It's all over. It's
right about the point of your life's worth.
That's a
But,
pre-apocalypse.
I see that sneaky attempt to make us see that movie again. Never. Never again. We should never have to do that. Bad. I've been enjoying the content. Still already posted a critique of Mola intro video, so I would pay my pence with this super chat. All right. I'm a little bit confused. I'm not sure if it's said exactly, but good stuff. Thumbs up. I don't know.
Oh my good God! What the hell are these?
Hmm.
Just gonna post this in the chat right here. Do.
I mean, yeah, that's
Jesu Christ instead of Jesu Christos, Christis, it's Guadalupe's ha instead of Guadalupe, Our Lady of Guadalupe, and Tade, Tadeos.
I kind of want to say tardios, like retardios.
You can't say that. Say it in front of Jesus.
All
Oh, no.
all the same Deus, Tade, Prepara, Monodigeava, Sin Cholesterol. Oh, today. Oh, it's Hispanical. Okay, I thought it was like Tadeos. Tadeos, 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 Tadeos.
Shut the fuck
Tadeos.
up.
Tadeos.
You can't call me that. What the fuck?
Oi, Morley. My friend from England says that Wales is like Alabama to them. Explain your people. Explain us? I can't do that.
People.
You're
Not
a
in words.
mystery.
Can't or you
The
won't.
only way to explain the Welsh experience is through smell.
I'll just say that we're not necessarily from this planet, and I'll leave it there.
I feel like that's an unsatisfactory answer, but I'll allow it for now.
There will be law books eventually. In the sequel. Wales. Thank you all for your hard work, guys. Hi, Rags. Oh, thank you.
Hello.
I missed Wednesday, so here's a special Wings quote because it involves me. I asked him what he thinks of the new Liquid Richard album, and he ignored it. I asked again, and he said, Zach, man, you're gonna be asking me life-altering questions. You gotta give me more than $2. Make it like 10 or something. Oh no, Wings. Well, at least you know his price now. If you want to get the insightful answers, you're gonna have to pay $10, alright? Lol, hold that frame for cereal. This kid is pouring the milk. Hold that bowl. The thing, you don't want it to be a shitty cereal. You cut.
You don't want to spill all the milk all over the table either, so you definitely gotta hold that bowl still.
That's true. Apparently the Screen Crush video was supposed to be satire. If that's true, it's way too late for April Fool's. It would be a perfect April Fool's video. If it released on April 1st, I'd be like, you know what? I'm loving it. The problem is it's mixed in with loads of arguments people actually make, and some that are like based in some forms of references that I'm actually okay with. I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. You know, like it's a weird... Release it on April 1st, alright? It makes everything better. Because there's going to be people who will be sharing that video in the hopes of convincing people Wanda was right. Which I guess is funny.
Yeah.
It took an hour to write. I thought it'd take an hour to read. Yes. Good reference.
That's from Futurama, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Dude, that was the Ally McBeal's A Single Female Lawyer meme. Meme, it's a joke, but yeah.
Yeah. Apple stand, $1,000. Duct tape, $3. You decide. Guess I'll go with the duct tape.
I don't know if I want to duct tape a like $2,000 monitor to the wall.
I live
but...
dangerously.
What if it's duct tape plus?
Yeah, like super duct
the
tape.
Apple Store.
Sold by Apple, $300 for one roll.
Apple tape. Yeah.
Apple tape. Yeah, you wouldn't want to. I guess so.
I know that flex tape. That stuff's fairly expensive, but goddamn, that stuff is really
good.
That is some tape right there. Flex tape is no joke. I one time I got a because my car is a convertible. It's got a canvas top, and the top got a tear in it, and I used flex tape and put that on the outside of the the canvas, right, to make sure the hole was closed up for rain and wind and whatever. And man, that stuff stays on. You can't even do that with duct tape. It just comes off out off the wind and everything. But man, that flex tape, it don't go anywhere. It's a pain in the butt to get flex tape off the roll because it's got like a plastic film in between all the tape itself so it doesn't stick to itself too much. But damn, flex tape, it's expensive, but boy is it oh, crazy. Flex tape sponsorship incoming. Honestly, if Flex tape came to me and was like, "Hey, you want to sponsor us?" I'd be like, maybe.
Am I allowed to saw a boat in half?
In-ear monitors can go up to $4,000. In-ear monitors?
In-ear monitors? What do you mean in-ear headphones? I don't know what an in-ear monitor looks like.
I'm already picturing things and it's amusing me.
An elephant with monitors in his ears.
Well, it's just like hyper high-tech Iron Man shit where it just housed on your ear and it'll like nanotech its way into being in front of you when you need to use it.
It's like Google Glass, the new version
Yeah.
of Google Glass. Remember that shit?
Oh yeah. Good times.
Well, fellas, did you
Was I
know that a
really?
monitor can be a screen or a speaker?
That's where we're going for the future. My dog passed away this week. You guys have made it a little bit easier. I can't thank you enough. Now excuse me while I go take over a town. Hopefully you don't go with that route. But yeah.
Sorry to hear about your dog.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear. Hope you're doing all right. Sam Raimi said he hasn't seen all of WandaVision.
Yeah.
Yep. What can you even say? You know,
So
it's just
bizarre
like-
to me. So bizarre to me. So strange.
I wonder if it contradicts shit in WandaVision. That's gonna be funny if that's true. Not that it
No,
matters.
they don't.
Like,
Yeah, they don't.
It's all
fucking
over. Shaun the
all
Sheep is better as a Wonder Woman actor. Well, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
absolutely.
I mean,
Absolutely.
no, actually, yeah, not even probably. Categorically, definitively. Have you seen Shaun the Sheep, the movie? That got
Very
a tear out of
expressive.
me. That's he is very.
Oh, I haven't seen the
expressive, not
movie. I only
meaning-
saw the little short.
Well,
You need
I
to see an
remember I
image
watched
to
the
know this is
movie.
true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Just look
No
up a picture of
shave.
Shaun the Sheep, and it's like, look at this fella. He's charismatic,
Mm-hmm.
and he knows how to take care of the flock and
Yeah.
help guide them through the big city.
Mm-hmm. What will EFAP hate watch now that Batwoman has been put out of its and our misery? Bro, Kenobi is out soon. Like,
Kenobi's out in like a few weeks. Yeah.
And to be fair, we've still got like is it like 10 episodes
About
of
a
Batwoman
whole
we haven't
season.
seen?
Yeah,
we
it's
have
a
It's kind of
bunch.
insane how long we haven't watched EFAP, and yet sorry, Batwoman. But yet we haven't got that many yet. Like it feels like we should have like a whole season, and technically we do, kind of, but it's not
But
that
it's a
many
short
episodes.
one.
Yeah.
It's a short season, and now the ride is over, but not for us. We still got more episodes to watch.
They followed up by saying Rakita uses 3K in-ear monitors, his earbuds. I just have no. Do you mean they monitor your ear, or what are they monitoring?
Well, this monitor can be a speaker, so like studio monitors are like professional speakers that
okay.
people use. Yeah, so
Wait,
it can
he-
refer to either a
his-
screen or a speaker.
He's got like $3,000 ear. I mean, you know,
Apple ones, right?
if he can feel and hear the difference and thinks it's worth it, then all right.
I mean, maybe if you're always using them as a streamer or something, maybe. But I still feel that if you're going to spend that kind of money, you want a right proper pair of real headphones that you could put on. You know?
The way it seems to me is like, for the sake of the argument, let's just say you pay $1 and you get a 1 out of 10 earphone set. You pay $5 and you get the 5 out of 10. It's like, ooh. You pay $10 and you get the 8 out of 10s. Then you pay $50 and you get the 9 out of 10s. And then you pay $5,000 and you get the 10 out of 10s. It's like, I feel like in the scale we should stick with the 8s.
9. Yeah.
Or 9s, but not 10. Like, it's I don't know. Things scale that way with basically all technology, including microphones.
Plus, there's an aspect of how do you really know for certain it like, how do you buy that without experiencing it first and being confident, you know? There's some level of you just have to there's a level
James
of
said
trust in who you're getting the reviews for, because I don't know how you actually you know, like, because you can't experience it until you actually have it. So when you watch reviews and stuff, you're kinda going by what, you know?
James
One
said
of
he's
those
a
things you would
lawyer, of
almost
course
want.
he has money to spend. It's not about, like, money to spend. I don't mean you have the capacity to buy it in terms of just raw funds. I mean, I'm kind of referring almost to money to burn, because I have to imagine a lot of things would come before getting super expensive earphones, but I haven't heard the rationale, so I could be wrong. I've never known someone to spend that kind of money on earphones. The monitors, whatever.
Yeah.
But perhaps it's a whole world I'm unfamiliar with. In-ear is modeled to your ear, musicians use it. Is that worth the price, though?
Well, because my headphones are not modeled to me, but I really like them a lot, and I think they work really well.
Well,
So,
the earbuds
I
I've
mean
got have little covers on them that, basically, through incredible engineering, will match the inner ear to make them, dare I say, static, and they're very comfy. But they're not built for my ear. They just work pretty well because they fit most human ears.
Human ears.
Yeah, disgusting, I know, but gotta go there sometime.
From what I've seen, like for sound editing and stuff, the preference is to have like some really high quality studio monitors that go on your desk that give you like a nice neutral sound that allows you to hear exactly how it will sound on most devices rather than something elaborate like an inner ear piece.
Like I said, I can understand if that's going to be the rationale. I just didn't realize he was that invested in that kind of work, making sure his audio's top notch. Or I mean, it could just be as simple as he likes to hear things in really high quality and they feel comfy. I don't really know. Question for the cast: is there a movie you know is objectively good but you don't like subjectively? For me, it's The Godfather. Interesting. What are our answers for this usually? We usually have a couple to rattle off.
I think mine was The Irishman. I don't think there was anything big wrong with it, but I just bored to
heard a
death.
lot of people, yeah, I heard a lot of people have truff.
Truff.
It's very tough getting through it, you know, it's
those are two of my picks. I very controversially, not even that long ago, said that Godfather is a film that I think is really good, but I just don't really care about it. But also The Irishman, yeah, for fuck's sake, I was bored watching that. What else is there? Matt, you got any suggestions?
I'm sure there's plenty that are just of a genre and style that I just do not at all care for.
Ones that are often picked by other people would be 2001 and Blade Runner. A lot of people say like, I find them boring. It's like,
I can definitely see why people don't like to watch those.
Old movie bad? I like a lot of old movies.
I'm sure there's plenty of old movies that are objectively pretty good, maybe based on their simplicity. But I think that especially as you go back in time and films were simply they just the way that characters spoke and the way that scenes played out and the way that action was done, it just wasn't, you know, especially when film's kind of in its infancy and they haven't learned a bunch of stuff yet. And it just seems different. I can see how people just wouldn't like a lot of movies. Like I think Citizen Kane, right? I think it's really good and I quite enjoyed watching it, but I could see how somebody wouldn't like it even though I think it holds up quite well. But I think a lot of old movies are like that. Old TV shows are like that too. Just because it's different. They just made movies and films. They just made them different back then, and that
Yeah,
might not resonate
there
with
was
a lot
way
of
less
modern
cuts.
audiences.
There's more cuts now for an audience
It's
that's
true.
got ADHD. It makes sense.
Barely, yeah.
Hold the frame.
Oh my god. Day of the day, April 20th. Not April 20th. You lying.
It should be.
Oh, it's May 1st for me right now. Dang. Hello, May 1st.
Same.
Been May 1st for hours.
Liar.
Well, two.
It is
Actually,
not
no,
yet.
that's not a lie. That's
Yeah, I was gonna say he is right.
Shut up,
It's
traitor.
not yet May the 1st for me. It is still April the 30th. Rags over here bringing up the
Rags will
rear.
catch up with the rest of us eventually.
I'm just sending it off. There will never be another April 2022. So I'm sending it off with a bang with the salute. Good job, April. You
Good
did it.
job, April.
Good
Bye,
job.
April. When my baby's mother abandoned her daughter and our son last year, I went into depression. You took me out of it. Thank you. I love all you toxic broods. Can you say hi, Samus and Maleficent? Hi, Rags.
Absolutely. Hello. Hi, Samus and Maleficent.
Hi, Samus. Hi, Maleficent. Those are very provocative names. They evoke things. I am aware of what those things may be. I presume they may be the names of, or nicknames of something. I don't know, but yeah.
Oh,
Sorry
I
you
bet they
would have
are
had to
pets.
go through that, but I'm very glad that you're doing all right. Yeah, we'll be here.
Yes.
And yeah, you're right. They could be pets. You have any tips or shortcuts on how to edit faster if you're making a long man game review? My next video is 4 hours and I want to get it out ASAP.
Your next
I
game is
don't
4
know.
hours?
I don't know what like you can do to.
To make it quicker, well, I mean, whenever you do something quick, you're generally going to have a dip in quality. How that balances out, because there are some things that might be super quick that don't lower the quality much at all, maybe even imperceptible. But there are some things where the work is worth the quality. So it's hard to say. It depends on what kind of a review that you're making. If you want it to be really relevant, I mean, yeah, I mean,
Well, so you could do like a review where you just play long stretches of gameplay footage, but I guess if you want to be super precise, you're gonna want to have the visuals that accompany what you're saying, and that there's no shortcut for that.
Well, the only
You
one I would
just gotta
suggest
find
is,
them.
and it doesn't sound appealing, but I mean, it's what made the process better and faster for my DS2 series was timestamping fucking everything when I was playing it. So like, you know, if someone hits me with a bad hitbox, I timestamp it and then carry on playing, and that gets tedious as fuck, and you end up with like 4,000 timestamps. However, when you get to the editing phase, you're like, I need all bad hitboxes, and it's listed all there instead of you having to look through or whatever.
Alternatively, you have to sift through 100 hours of crash full footage, looking for things that you reference exactly.
That's the thing, like,
And that's
your
not
memory
fun.
will be something, but when you get to really big, long man reviews of games, it's going to be hard for you to be like, oh, fuck, when did that happen? Was it here? Was it here? And yeah, unfortunately, what we're talking about here is, like, how do I make a thing go faster when I want it to be X? It's like, it being X might require a certain speed, and that's what you have to kind of
There's
make.
only
Yeah.
there's an amount of work that is required, and that work takes an amount of time. There's not really any getting around that.
Yeah, because the minimum base level of effort that you will have for first off, a lot of this might be built off of what kind of vibe do you want to put out? Do you want to put out a lot of more casual videos? Um, eh, as opposed to a very long super scripted in-depth review. Um, so like maybe a base level would be you just reading off a script that you casually put together about the game as that gameplay footage is playing. That would be like the bottom tier, like the bare minimum what you can get away with. And then as you move up, you just spend more time with references, more time with getting your clips accurate to what you're talking about at the time, and that becomes your and that that's the difference between a minimum quality and a very high quality review. You don't just say it. You say it, you can explain it well, you can provide multiple references, not just in terms of description, but in terms of visually. Here is what I'm seeing or what I'm talking about in action in the game. But again, a lot of this is based off of what's really important is you need to do the thing first and foremost, you need to do the thing you can finish. The video that you edit to pieces that you just never finish and you end up hating yourself about, maybe don't do that. But you need to be able to finish it. And also, you need to decide, what kind of level of stuff do I actually want to put out? Like I said earlier, do you want to do the quick, more casual thoughts on videos, or do you want to do fewer but far more in-depth reviews of games? That's kind of up for you to decide because there's a place for both, and there's an interest people have in both. Um, and yeah, that's a conversation you have to have with yourself, or maybe you try them both and see what you really kind of connect with more. But generally, as a rule, the less work you put into it, the worse the finished product will often be. It's general, very, very, very general. Some people put a lot of work into things that are terrible, as we see on EFAP all the time. But if you want to make things easier, then it might drop in quality.
Segueing into the past, have any of you seen Primal, the Adult Swim animated show with no dialogue?
No,
I have
not
heard
yet,
of it.
but I want to.
I am totally down to watch that, by the way.
Okay.
I saw I started seeing some recommended clips for it. I haven't clicked on them, but randomly I've just been getting clips for it sometimes in recommendeds. I'm totally down to watch that. I'm interested in it. So maybe we'll do that after we watch Halo and Moon Knight.
Oh yeah, we still got a Moonlight episode.
Night ends this week, yeah.
Have we even talked about the 5th episode of Moon Knight?
Not on stream.
We can do that later. I don't want to do it now.
We could do that later.
We can do that later.
Sounds like it was very good.
Stop.
I guess you'll find out. You may be surprised.
Probably not.
Someone who was a friend thought it was okay to leave a bunch of trash at movies because it was people's jobs to clean it up. He turned out to be
an asshole?
Well, they said a rapist.
Oh.
Moral of the story, don't leave trash at movies or you'll turn into that. He was also an avid Hassan fan and an anti-Kyle Rittenhouse person.
Oh, well, he's wrong about a lot of things.
Sorry for the upside down text. I mean, it's amazing how you can get things past YouTube. I just am amused by it. Thoughts on
that upside down?
Thoughts on the Hotline Miami games? Played the first one?
Cool.
I never finished them, but I like them a bunch. It's really cool.
I didn't finish the second one, but love the soundtrack. Find the game's premise to be super fun and frustrating at times. And yeah, I like them.
I'm a big fan of the first one. Didn't get to play the second one because it wasn't released here, but yeah, the soundtrack is awesome.
Springy, forgive me, for I have sinned. I made a character in Pathfinder who has an Australian accent. He is a tiefling named Willis Brooks and a lawful good fighter.
Wait, what's the problem there, or?
I don't know.
Who's Willis Brooks?
I don't know.
All right, well, moving on.
Okie dokie. Fight Club stream when? Like I said, whenever Sitch wants to set it up, let us know and we'll figure out something. I got into EFAP recently and the lore runs deep. Love from Brazil. The home of... But yeah, it does. Extended lore. Enough blood to fill the Nile. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
In the past, let it die. Fringy, Justice Leg.
Justice Leg.
Have you ever played that old Hobbit game by Sierra? Should be easy super chat fodder if you can get the Windows version running or emulate it through Dolphin. Old Hobbit game.
I think I played it on GameCube. Or no, Game Boy. Game Boy. I do remember. Yeah, this was before all of the Hobbit remake stuff. Let me just a second. The Hobbit Game Boy. I will. Yeah, it's from 2003. Images. Here, ring any bells?
The visual does, but I never.
Yeah.
I never played it though.
Oh god, those have aged like milk.
I definitely do remember it. I played it and beat it. It was quite a game. I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it. But it was wow. Here's the yeah, what a game. What a game. It was like an action platformy, puzzly kind of fight game. It was a game. It was a game. It was probably shit. But
COD.
I liked it as a kid. I liked it as a kid.
COD Finest
Oh, this
Hour.
is
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Before you move on, I just saw this picture I thought that you might find interesting. It's a chunky image. Let me because it's a size comparison of a Game Boy Advance over a Nintendo Switch. Let me let me click this. The image they posted was fucking huge, so let me just get a smaller version. This is a size comparison.
Oh yeah, I mean, does that surprise you? Or?
No, I mean, I guess it's just something I never thought about, because 'cause they're both systems where, controls on the left and right, screen in the middle,
Mm.
handheld, and I
Which
just,
is,
never really thought about it.
I feel like it's pretty apparent, right, that the Switch is much bigger.
I just
than,
because what I remember about Game Boy at the time was that it was small and the small screen, and obviously Game Boy Advance is just the controls are on the sides instead of bottom.
Yeah, which I prefer as a form factor personally.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that.
Wait, you prefer the screen on top?
No. I prefer what the Game Boy Advance started, which is buttons on the sides. It's basically the form factor that followed through on like the DS, the PSP, Switch.
But
Just
not the
makes more
Game
sense
Boy
to me.
Advance SP.
Well, no. Oh, yeah, right. That's true.
Remember
The SP
that,
was
yeah.
that's true.
So,
Because they
Well,
wanted
I
had
the.
like
an
the Game Boy
SP,
Well, to be
Advance SP a
fair,
lot. I had one too.
that was because they wanted the flip and then a square, and then they combined both designs into the DS.
Yeah.
And
that's right.
remember, the Game Boy Advance listen, all you young fucking whippersnappers, right? When the Game Boy Advance SP came out and your Game Boy had a goddamn light on the
Oh,
screen,
yeah.
do you know how huge of a deal that was?
And
No,
you
you
could
don't.
recharge the batteries as well. You didn't have to buy
I'm
new
sure
batteries.
we have some old fogies in chat.
Yeah, it had a recharger. That's right. The Game Boy Advance had batteries.
Yeah, the Game Boy
The Game Boy Advance had
SP,
batteries.
it's just the Advance had batteries, and
Well,
you
the
needed
Game
to
Boy
switch
had
out.
batteries.
All the
Yeah,
Game
well,
Boys
I'm
had
just saying how
batteries.
recent we're taking it. Yeah.
But the SP was rechargeable, which was a big the SP was like a categorical improvement over
It was
the
a
original.
huge
For as much
improvement.
as I do like the original.
Yeah, I like the
God damn,
original,
Game Boy Advance
but
was a really great console. That was a great console.
it
There were so many
was
great
great.
games on that system.
A lot of awesome games. It was both the SP
Those
and
were
the
good
typical
times.
Advance.
Yeah, the early 2000s, that was a good time for the video game world. There was a lot of cool games, a lot of cool systems. Basically, all of them were really cool and had their own value. I never had an Xbox, but like the Xbox was cool on its own. GameCube was awesome. PlayStation 2 is obviously like that's like one of the best consoles ever made. I feel like it's not even really up for debate. The library on that system, enormous.
So anyway.
Massive, if you will.
Yeah. Moving on.
COD Finest Hour had live interviews of people you played as in the credits talking about their war experience. And not anymore.
Yeah, how things have changed.
Yeah. Time to floss, lol, Lamau.
YMS's review of The Lion King is great. Hope he recovers from tendinitis. Yeah, man, that sucks.
Yeah.
It does suck, especially considering that editing is such a huge part of what he does.
It's a nightmare, because, like, yeah, I mean, when he's not working and he's doing things he wants to do, it's going to involve a lot of PC work anyway. So it's just, like, such a fucking curse, because it just stops you from being able to do everything. It's basically just, it's like a custom disease. Like, if it didn't exist, you're like, imagine there was just something that you could get that makes it so your wrists just can't do what you need them to do. And you're just like, ugh. Like, welcome, tendinitis, where your tendons are all fucked. Mechanical hands, that's the only way you're gonna get to the victory. You know, cyborgs, we gotta do it. Hurry it up, so YMS can make more videos. The best part of the review is the point out that they use the 1994 voice for Mufasa on occasion, lol. Yes, but it's not just that. It's combining it with them saying, we didn't even need to do stuff like that, because his voice, oh, he's got the pipes, and you know what? He's older, so it's, like, better now. Like, you liar.
Liar!
So full of
Why
shit.
are you know, it's
So
like...
full of shit.
Liar,
It was like,
liar, liar,
damn.
liar, liar.
Keeping in theme of bad content creators, here's a Simpsons scene for Fringy, when Principal Skinner tells Apu about the dinosaur novel he's writing.
when is that one from?
I mean, that sounds familiar to me, but I wouldn't be able to guess even an episode.
Yeah, I can't. It's not appearing to me right now.
Oh, he says Timmy and the Brontosaurus? That's the name of it,
Oh,
right?
yeah. And then Apu's like, he just goes on like, that is the worst idea I've
Yeah.
ever heard. What were you thinking?
Billy, oh no, Billy and the Chronosaurus? Billy and the something-saurus.
It was Billy and the
Clonosaurus?
Damn it, it was something like that, yeah. It's like,
I think it's Billy and the
first you come up with a title
Clonosaurus.
that nobody would ever like, and a premise that makes like, no sense.
Yeah, and that's the episode where, yeah.
That was when he got fired.
He's fired and
wasn't
Bart
it?
hangs
From,
out with him because
yeah.
he feels guilty, right?
Just,
yeah.
I think my favorite part is how like Apu just like plants his hands on the desk and is leaning. You're like, what were you thinking? He's so angry.
Yeah.
He's so angry.
Does he say like get out like after that?
No. He says thank you, come again, but like, but Skinner's there with his head hanging low.
Apu's awesome.
Apu was fantastic. That all like when you think about those supporting like the not in the main cast, but also not the like the broader supporting cast. So it's like Skinner, Krusty, Apu, Mo. Like, damn, that's a great bunch of like secondary characters. So many strong episodes.
No, they don't use Apu anymore.
Well, that would be rude, so we can't do that.
Which is so lame because like it's like because Apu is like. Yeah, Apu, Krusty, Principal Skinner, and Mo, like all four of those characters, and Abe, if you include him in that group too, which I think makes sense.
Him.
They're like some of the best episodes in the show.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that when James Woods was in the Quickie, because when Apu got fired and then James Woods was in the Quickie Mart, he was trying to study his role, and then what was it? It's like, hey, get back here. Okay, I'm you and you're, I'm me and you're you. I'm me, and then he just grabs Jimbo. It's like, hey, don't. Like play with me. Yeah, don't toy with me. Or stop jerking around. And he's just like this sinister look in his eye.
I figured Rags would have read Sirius by Olaf Stapleton.
No.
I guess. No. There you go.
Fresh from Marvel Reddit. I have a rule that if there is a superhero then that person needs to use their powers at least once per episode. Oh god.
So he must not like Daredevil then.
That sounds like a rule that I don't know why you would impose. It's not the worst rule, but like why would you impose that rule upon yourself like that when you just
really arbitrary,
don't
isn't
need
it?
to,
Like
yeah.
why does our was this mentioned because Moon Knight is kind of like
maybe well so that's interesting, right? Because okay, so small little foreshadowing. Episode 5 like vaguely impressed us compared to the rest. Everything's still terrible. But he doesn't do Moon Knight things in that episode really at all. You don't see him in the full costume beating people up, is I guess what I'm saying. You see him beat some people up and you see him in the full costume, but those things don't happen at the same time. So like the interesting thing I guess about that is that I can empathize with someone saying, like, man, 5 episodes and we've had about a minute of Moon Knight. I'd be like, yeah, that's not what's wrong with the show, though. Like, it's interesting, because it's like, could you have a good season of Moon Knight with only a minute of Moon Knight fighting in it? And it's like, yeah, probably. In fact, I don't think it would even be that hard. But at the same time, if we were, like, making the show, and we had gotten our scripts ready, and that's what it was at, I'd be like, maybe we should have some more action scenes in it. If we can do that without it fucking up the story. Because, yeah, it's just like a basic appeal to, you know, in the same way that you want some cliffhangers here and there, you want peril, you want all these, like, standard things that can bring emotions out of people. I can see people being like, fucking the whole episode I didn't see Moon Knight. I'd be like, alright.
That's a lame way to engage with stories, though.
I mean, I would just be like, I want to complain about how shit the writing is. I don't really want, like, I wouldn't want to just say that, because yeah, like, as you just said, isn't Daredevil is one of many that.
Wow. Some
can
people in
work.
chat are like, well, he passively uses his powers all the time. It's like, well, there are episodes where he doesn't get into fights, so there are episodes where he's not like hyper leveraging his radar sense. Like there are episodes that are very much character focused without any action at all. But that contrast is valuable. You have
Mhm.
the episodes where he's like full costume all the time for the whole episode, and then other ones where it's very
Wasn't there an episode where
tapered back.
he's like super injured on a couch for like all
Yeah,
of
that
it?
was after he fought Nobu, and that's the scene when he talks to Foggy. And it's like
Yeah.
one of the strongest episodes of that season.
And it's not. Yeah,
It's,
yeah, exactly. So
it's just those guys talking. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It's one of those like, yeah, I agree with that rule, and you're like, but why do you agree with it? Is it because it just sounds agreeable? Anyway, with all this book look, suggestion for EFAP movies: Holes, 2003, with Shia LaBeouf's. It was Shia LaBeouf's film debut. I did mention.
Wasn't that his film debut? Really?
I mean, I didn't
remember that movie.
I guess that makes sense because he would have come from Even Stevens, right? That was what.
Yeah, that's right. He was on Even Stevens, and then there was that, and iRobot came out about the same time.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that doesn't line
yeah,
up.
that's what would
I
have
guess
kicked it off. I guess.
I'm pretty sure I've seen it, and can't remember anything about it.
I mean, it probably would work for EFAP movies, but you know what the main appeal for me isn't at all the story. It's just like, I wonder what famous actors are in this, because like that's one of those movies that'll have that where it's like relatively decent, but it's like a mid-budget film, right? So it's just gonna have a bunch of
Yeah.
people who are starting up their careers, people who are in like on the decline of their careers, and it'll just be like a strange movie from the 2000s. Probably why it's interesting to see. Glad to see Rags is cultured. You all need to read the Dune series. The movie doesn't nearly do it justice. A retrograde in every detail. Damn.
I have the book. I started reading it, but then I stopped. I'll get back to it.
Favorite Palpatine line in your best Mr. Frog voice, please.
Do it.
Do
it. It's treason then. Because he's doing the twirl.
Have you heard the tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
And then of course, ironic,
It's
ironic,
not a
isn't
tale
it?
the Jedi would tell you.
Anakin, the Jedi are taking over.
No, you will die.
Unlimited power.
Well, there you go.
You got a lot of lines, really.
Tell Mauler about your half chicken, Rags.
My half
What,
chicken?
medium rare chicken, you mean?
I don't even know what they're referring to. Like, what's
My half chicken. My half chicken.
Yes, your medium rare chicken.
No, it's not mine, and I don't have chicken medium rare. I cook my chicken.
Nah, I'm
to
never
safe
like you.
degree.
You're never running away from that one.
Running away from what? What was my claim?
I remember you made the claim of like medium rare chicken is just like a food item. Like that was basically the claim.
No, I was saying you could have chicken medium rare. It does exist.
Yeah,
you can,
but
cook
it
it to
will
that
make
degree.
you seriously ill.
Yeah, I know.
You would make it.
That's
that
why no one
claim,
does it.
Rags.
That's why it's a meme.
You
would make it
That's
that
why it's the
claim.
Look
meme.
at you running away.
Not running away
Slippery
from
rags.
anything. I'm doing the opposite of running
You
away.
had to get it
I'm doubling
clarified
down.
that you were like, oh.
Quick, Rags, go to
No, I
your
didn't
alternate universe.
Medium rare chicken.
Medium rare chicken exists. Don't eat it.
The janitor is a master of poop disappearing magic. Yeah, that's true, actually. It probably would be the janitor that's taking care of it, because he'd just be like, I'll magic it out, and whatever remains afterward, I'll give it the old mop. They should
Someone
just
had
be...
tell Rags he was drunk in Discord if you. Oh, that's what they're talking about. Yeah. I made some chicken and I baked it in the oven and so what I did was I took 2 breasts, put them on a pan, and I kind of cut it where I didn't dice it, but just like the top to where it's opened up a bit. And I put salt and pepper on it, and I have some PF Chang's sesame kind of sauce, and I put that on there, and I baked it, and it was pretty good. I like me some chicken. I enjoy the taste of chicken. I thoroughly cooked it, and then I completely ate it. It was good stuff.
Good.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
think there should be a
story.
designated pooping area if the janitor was really going to have that job. Because just doing it anyway, I feel like that's going to be causing trouble, especially just indecency.
They have like little magic shops, and when someone shits on the floor, it's like, Frank, we need a wand.
And he's like on the other side of
I'll
the school,
do."
and he's like, oh, come on. Then again, they could probably use open portals with their wands and stuff. I don't fucking know.
They
Be
use
easy.
they take out their wand. Ah, Stercus disappearus.
Hey guys, please say the phrase mana mana 3 times. This will be relevant at a later date. Also, hi Rags, you good doggo.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, so I guess I'll go first. Mana 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 mana.
Fringy needs to go second, I feel.
Do I need to go second? I don't know. What
Yeah.
does that even mean?
I'm not,
Well, you
I'm
know what?
assuming-
If Fringy's just gonna be evasive, it's fine. It's all right. He'll give him all the time he needs. I'll say it next. All right. Mana mana, mana mana, mana mana.
I guess I should have raised one and lowered one as well, actually, because otherwise mine were all the same. So
You can do it again.
Yeah, that makes
you
sense.
have that kind of power. You have that kind of power. Don't let anyone tell you that you don't.
Thank you. So I'm gonna go with mana mana and mana mana.
Right, so those are your variations on it. What is it though? What does that even mean?
Well, I don't know. They said this is gonna make sense
Oh.
one day, or it'll be relevant
Yeah.
one.
From the Muppets. Oh. It's a reference that eludes me.
You gonna fucking do it or not? What is
Do
happening?
it. Yeah, Metal's right. Fucking do it. Say the words. Say the lines.
Off the stage.
Wow. Jeez, I'm just asking what it means. Is it? I'm just waiting
Shit, or
for
get off the poop dimension.
explanations.
Why?
Do you need one?
What is
You don't
it?
remember that time Mahler and I
Appar-
said that we required an explanation? No, we just did it. We manned
Sounds
up
like a
and we
Muppet
did it.
song. Oh, okay. Mana 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 mana. There you go. You got your lines.
Nice.
How
Classic.
can you?
No,
I
no,
don't know. Maybe I do know the song if I like hear it, but I have no idea what it is right now.
You're thinking about the mana mana. Ba-dee-bee-dee-bee.
Phenomena.
Oh, I know that one.
Mana mana.
Say the line, frog.
I said the line. What the hell? We're done. I said it.
No, I'm just reading it out from chat. I thought it was a music. But yeah, we got Metal and Meme to go last.
Yeah.
You may choose what order you may go in between you at the same time.
I'll go first.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, what's up?
Ceiling. Oops. Yeah.
What?
Oops. I don't know. I clicked somewhere where I didn't want it to click, and then my window flumed. Whatever. Mana mana. Mana mana.
Oh, I thought you were doing
Why-
the thing.
Wow. You have tainted his
interrupted the
recording.
My brain just heard that noise and I had to finish it. It's like a magic spell.
I'm sick of this constant disrespect.
And what? That's the opposite. That was someone who was paying deep attention to what you were saying and responding to your voice. No one else got that treatment.
True. I don't know which one I did. Mana mana. Mana mana. Mana mana.
They got 4 takes now for
Yeah.
clean.
I
It
takes.
was
didn't even
really
ask
tough.
questions. I just did it.
Yeah. It was really tough for me to not just go boot doo boot doo doo,
I know.
but I didn't. Yeah.
Okay, I'll give a few variations here. Mana mana. Mana mana. Mana mana. Mana mana. Mana 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 mana. There we go.
All right, calm down.
You got
Mom.
hits to use.
There you go. Beautiful. Harry, did you shit into the goblet? Oh, I remember. Yeah. Okay. Upressa, Dumbledore. That, yes, said calmly. Hey guys, please say the phrase. Oh wait, I read that one. We all good. Random Star Wars question, but I am curious about your thoughts on the lack of lightsaber color variation in official cinematic films. I don't know that that's a problem, because it can just mean that the kyber crystals are restricted to blues and greens, and then the Sith did something weird with their crystals. That's all. Like, it doesn't...
Mind, yeah.
But then when they introduce purple, you're like, it's just a really special one. And then as the films go on, you got Rey got a yellow one. It's like, I don't fucking know anymore. I don't know.
Purple, do you have it?
When I played Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast, mine was yellow. I picked yellow. I thought it was a neat color.
Yellow.
No, it's not piss. It's gold.
Piss lightsaber.
Color of the dawn.
Piss gold.
The color of gold and pineapples and medallions. The color of lemons.
Piss out of my
No, it's not piss color. It wasn't. If your piss is that color, you are like radioactive. And you should consult a physician immediately.
Immediately?
Immediately.
Rags, there actually is a serial episode in KND.
Oh, is there? Oh, well. Reference on point.
Oh, apparently Rakita bought those as a tax write-off. Okay.
If you use it for work, absolutely. Don't forget, whenever you guys make a computer, if you use that computer for your job, business expense, tax write-off, all that stuff.
Rags, please search Magnamon Extreme Jihad in YouTube.
What?
I don't know.
Wait a second.
Sounds dangerous. I wouldn't Google that.
You'll end up on a list.
Just a second.
Let me turn on my VPN first.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, let me show you this. So this is from the Digimon.fandom.com wiki. I'm just gonna give you the so every I'm gonna say Pokemon, every Digimon has their attacks. And he has an attack called Magna Blaster Extreme Jihad. Emits the utmost power of the Digi-Egg of Miracles in the form of an energy wave from its entire body. However, because it was proven that the size of Magna Blaster's power rapidly accelerates the damage to Magnamon's data, it is currently sealed. Wow. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
I think it's beautiful, really. Like, honestly,
crazy.
Really good headphones can really change how music sounds. Check out Dank Pods. He has done a lot of videos on headphones and audio equipment. I got a pair of Mezzi 99 Classics, and goodness, I don't deny that.
That was never in contention.
The creator of Hotline Miami has given Australian players the permission to pirate the sequel.
I did hear about that because, yeah, that's
interesting.
It's not available. It never got unbanned either.
Man, that's
at least not to my knowledge.
That's so fucked up.
I think there was one scene in particular that that got it banned, but I can't remember why.
Damn. Lol, of course that guy's friend is an anti-Rittenhouse. He knows Kyle's record against his type. Hashtag GigaChad.
Ew.
Is it possible for characters to be salvaged by later content? Example. A future series features Rey Skywalker and gives her great writing. Does this reconcile the fact that her foundation is garbage? I think you can, yes. And
you can retroactively change the quality of writing.
No,
work is required to achieve it, you know.
Yeah,
in terms of a character,
you can recontextualize a lot of events that have happened, but if you just keep pushing them forward, like I think we can fix Rey. I think you can fix anybody. It can be really hard. Kylo Ren, I'd say, is harder to fix than Rey is.
Well, yeah,
you have to know what you're fixing.
Yeah, there's no foundation as far as I'm concerned for Kylo Ren. I have no fucking clue who that man is. But Rey has like a shit ton of good traits, and so we would just need to introduce. It would be the same thing as Captain Marvel. The only way to go when you get that fucking good is and like selfless. There's literally not even a single like attribute of his that represents a flaw. You have to create one. and then you can find meaningful stories as a result of it and stuff. So, yes, I think there are ways to fix going forward, and with every single iteration, and if they're all well written, eventually people will be seeing this person as a well written character. I think if you can keep it going, it can be tough though. Best book to read is Yellow River by I.P. Freely. Beautiful book.
That took a second, to be honest.
Question for Ags: which of these dog-type Pokemon would you be? Rockruff, Snubbull, Yamper, Lillipup, Herdier, Houndour, or, and I'm pretty sure this is the answer, Growlithe.
So, could you put those in text? Could you just paste that into the thing so I could check the ones I'm not familiar with?
Your Growlithe is what you
No,
are. Yeah.
I will tell you what I am. I'll tell you what I identify as. Where did I type that? Rockruff. Okay. And now we have Snubbull.
Well, what if you compile those and then get them all, lined up while we read the next one, and then by the time that one's finished, you may well have them all
clever
lined up
idea.
with a clear answer.
That is, you know what? That is a
Instead of
pretty good
slowly
idea,
reading,
Fringy.
I guess.
I was
Yeah, and
I
then you
was
can
thinking that
compare
there
'em.
was a reason that we kept you around, and it's this kind of clever idea having that that we have. However, unfortunately for your idea, all I did was just double click the letter and then drag them up into the bar so that they created new tabs for themselves. And I've already looked through this list. Rockruff, Snubbull, Yamper, Lillipup, Herdier, and Houndour. And I think it is a toss-up between Growlithe and Houndour. And I think that considering, you know what? You guys carry on. I'm gonna check out what Houndour evolves into because that
I thought
might.
Houndour was the wasn't he the end point, or am I?
No,
Or is
Houndoom.
Houndour the middle one?
No, Houndoom.
Oh
That's
yeah,
it.
yeah, that's right.
Houndoom.
Yeah.
Houndoom. Let's click on Houndoom. Oh, what do I want to be when I grow up? It's Growlithe.
Yeah.
We knew that. It's okay.
Yeah, because I want to be in an Arcanine one day. Classic. Literally classic. He's one of the first 150.
Oh, so this one, okay. So, Ola Rags, can you say, and then I can post it to you, in your Hasim
What you
voice,
say?
for my kids, please.
Okay.
They're 3 and 6. Hi, Frigga.
Hi, Frigga.
No, not that. This is a...
Oh. Let me take a look.
I was confused because why would you post that small one? Weird.
Samus and Maleficent. We must find the ancient inscription.
There you go. Hi all.
Did you name your Did you name your children Samus and Maleficent?
I suppose you could have like Mally is the nickname for Maleficent, right? Samus is an interesting one. I wonder how, because Sam,
Like
right?
a middle name.
Well, I mean,
Like-
Samus is short enough that you can just call her Samus.
I figure she goes by Sam. That's way more
It's a
conventional.
unique name, that's for sure.
It is, yeah, it is unique, and
And then again, Mal, right? Mal's
especially to
common
end a
nickname.
female name with US is not typical. Normally, like ending something in us
Normally they end
is
with A.
generally masculine. Yeah, the Latin bases are because you have masculine, feminine, and then neuter, the three genders for that language. So you have us, and then you have like uzi o ormis osis and the declensions and things like that. So yeah, Samus is if you didn't know about the character from the video games and you heard the word Samus, you would think, oh, that's a masculine name because the us it ends in a us. That's typically when that happens.
That's like your opinion, bro. Hi
Maybe.
all. I just finished rewatching EFAP 62. Rags, do you still believe grouchy homeless people commit genocide?
I think the jury's still out on that one.
Grouchy homeless.
I think it's a fair comment. I was curious if you developed that position, you know?
I think since that time, my opinion has not shifted. So I can't say that I'm certain.
Also genociding homeless people. Damn them.
Speaking of damn, they said kick metal. That's the next one. Kick metal.
Hey, no.
Don't be so mean.
Why is Fringy so evasive?
Yeah, Fringy.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Fringy, but I thought it might be rude. So, but now that they've brought it up, I think it's a good enough time to really kind of explore.
All right.
Oh,
I guess
how
we'll never know. I
evasive.
guess he's just
Very
evasive.
evasive.
He's evading the reason for his evasion.
I don't
I
know,
don't know
man.
how.
I'm firmly planted in my seat. I'm just preparing for my Mario Kart race.
Oh, do
Yes,
you think
we're
evasion
off
is
to a good
literal?
start.
Like you have to
So
hit the
I'm
dodge
now
button
in
on your Nintendo Switch.
the dodge button. Yes, the Nintendo Switch specifically has a dodge button on it.
Yeah. Yeah, you
That
would
shows
know.
how much you understand about Mario Kart.
But just because you know all about the dodge button, well,
Check out the Pokemon Pokedex entry for Spoink from Pokemon Ruby.
Already ahead of you. I got it.
Oh my god.
Did you see that in the chat? You're
Yeah,
like,
I
yeah,
did.
It's my
I'm
time.
too
get out
comfortable.
with
I just
Genoa.
needed to know your AI's limits. I have no plans to save.
Hey Rex.
What?
I have no
Something
plans
else is
to
going on
what?
right now. You okay?
Is this irrelevant? What's
Open your
happening right now?
frickin' ears. I'll go ahead.
What's the
Yeah.
let me see the
So, Spoink bounces around on its tail. The shock of its bouncing makes its heart pump. As a result, this Pokemon cannot afford to stop bouncing.
god!
Oh my god!
I've heard
Will
about this
stop.
one, yeah. I know about that one. That one's fucked up.
If it doesn't stop jumping, he
Dude,
dies.
If a kid is like, oh, what a cute little Pokemon, they pick it up and it's like,
Put me down. Put me down.
And it is a cute
Mommy,
looking
my
Pokemon
spine
as
is
well.
taking a nap
Poor
now.
oh
little guy.
no, he's gonna die.
Oh, that thing's fucking dead.
Can I
Why
hug
would
your
you do that?
Pokemon?
Why
God,
not
no!
just-
Don't touch it.
All you had to say was like, Springy loves to bounce.
Wait,
It's
but
so
if
much
he-
fun. And then instead they were just like, no, if he stops bouncing, he'll fucking have a heart attack and die. He only does it
If he's a
because he
Pokemon,
doesn't have a choice.
He's capable of fainting, which means he'll be killed.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
you're right.
What about going to
God,
sleep?
Pokemon's right.
Yeah,
Oh
horses
my
are asleep.
god.
Paralyzed?
Maybe it jumps when it sleeps. You know, like how horses stand up while they sleep. Maybe it does that.
Maybe.
Hmm.
Like there's an instinctive reaction. It's like breathing or like your heart pumping in and of itself. You don't control it. It's just a natural thing.
Yeah, as long as you maintain
Oh shit! It actually
balance.
says.
What if
in-
you just
in-
push
in-
him over though?
It says in another Pokédex entry, it doesn't stop bouncing even when it sleeps.
Okay, but what if
Because it'll die.
What if Blastoise uses a fucking hydro pump on this thing and it just goes over to the side? It's like, isn't it dead?
Well, better stands up real quickly.
Maybe you're
Oh,
not
man.
allowed to use them for battle. They know that it's like a death sentence.
I'm pretty sure these things will be in battle if they're in the Pokedex, right? That's how
The
it
people
works.
who write these are fucked up.
Yes, yes. Kick metal, I will not stop rooting.
Damn.
I fell into a 6-hour weed coma and I still caught the stream. Don bless. Also, hi, Rex.
Woo!
Oh, hello there.
Have you ever consumed expired food/drink and suffered the consequences for it?
Yes, I have indeed. I will never forget.
I
It
think
was the
I've-
most miserable that I've ever been in my life.
I've had food poisoning, but I don't think I've ever eaten anything that was super far out of date that it did really bad things. Don't
Yeah,
think.
I'm same. I think I've had food poisoning, but I don't think I've ever had something that was expired and then gotten ill.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't think I ever had any. Don't think so.
Like I had bad gnocchi from an Uber Eats place in Melbourne, but like I don't know if that was expired because it got delivered directly to me. So
Right.
yeah, only the food poisoning part.
It was bad, bad crab cakes for me. They had just gone bad and I didn't know it and I ate them and about 2 hours later, right on fucking schedule, it began. And I was miserable for days.
Metal is. That's what's.
I am indeed.
That's true.
You are.
Yeah.
Oh, they said gay.
Yeah, I just saw it. Damn you!
What is your favorite memory from EFAP to look back on?
My ass.
That's a good one.
I was
It's up
about
there.
to, I was about to say the same thing actually. So yeah, glad we're united on that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So of course, I'm going to mention it straight away. The talk with Tonald. That was obviously
That's true. That's a good one.
good one. Got. I am particularly fond of our initial watchings of Batwoman. Our
Oh yeah,
was
those
a
are
journey.
glorious.
Quaint memories.
I mean, I love all the gaming ones, the drinking ones.
Well.
We've had a lot of good,
It's-
EFAP gamings.
Yeah,
We
it's
should do
weird because
another one of those.
there's gonna be like hundreds of these, but like I
Yeah.
loved when Rags and Wolf first saw that moment in Wish Upon, our first EFAP movies. I was so excited for them to just see that moment with the car, and they did, and it was as fun
We laughed
as
our asses off.
Yes,
The first EFAP movies. Man, that was a fun. That's the perfect EFAP movie.
Well, so I was
We
thinking about
started on a
this.
high one.
The way it works on YouTube is they cap you at 11:45 for streams, and I'm pretty sure they still do. However, if you just keep going, it'll I think it just caps out as in so say I stream for 20 hours, it would just be the first 11:45 is what's unlisted. But I have the power to hit record and stop record and hit record and stop record. So technically speaking, I wouldn't need to for an anniversary stream hit stop streaming. That wouldn't actually be necessary. And then I was thinking well then the problem is still that we want to have breaks. And I was like, well, I can just play an EFAP movie like Wish Upon.
That's true. That's right. You could. Those would be the older ones would be great for an anniversary because it's like EFAP classic.
Yeah, and I think there'd be a lot of people in the audience who'd be like, what the fuck video is this? That'd be like, yeah, I know. You don't even know.
EFAP movies #1.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I was just thinking. Because then, of course, I can still split them into threes with the recordings locally. Fine. Did Wolf ever play Gartic Phone? I don't think so.
No.
Don't think so. Gartic
No.
Phone is relatively new in EFAP gaming. And boy, what a great game. I'm glad we found it.
That's a fun one. My favorite was the Gartic Phone round with just snuff films. I like the Shot and Onion whenever that was. That was...
Shot and Onion.
Because we did a Gartic Phone in the middle of 150, right? At some point?
Right,
so.
yeah.
Yeah, there were two, I think.
That's true.
There's a shit ton of really, really good EFAP memories. I don't know when I would stop citing them. I don't know how many is too many, but yeah, I feel like to dig really far back, just it'll just be reminded of all of these it's basically run for meme origins, and all of them are gonna be pretty good memories. Remember Kyle Ben? That was the first meme.
Kyle, I was just thinking Kyle Ben. It's uncanny. We are two of spirit.
Remember when Palpatine surfed a part of the Death Star down onto the planet? Remember that meme?
Yeah.
Someone animated it. Yeah.
All the Dawn stuff was pretty good when that was kind of in its swing.
Oh yeah, the Captain Marvel coverage, man.
Yeah.
That movie was bad.
Goliath was great, even though that didn't start on EFAP. That just
The
transcended.
Goliath stream was great.
It was a stream we were supposed to cover Watch Mojo, and I think we got 2 minutes into the video before everyone had to leave.
I think we did eventually finish it.
I think I had to
But
leave.
it just took us forever. Yeah, I think it just took us forever to, and it definitely was not the subject of our conversation. I remember I was playing Islanders at the time because that's how I remember things. Is what game was I playing during them? A lot of the times, I was playing Islanders.
Jurassic Park.
Oh,
what level I was even on? Really weird. That's fine. When will EFAP do a long discussion of the Kirby lore? As soon as Fringy feels passionate enough to organize it, I guess.
I'm not prepared for that.
Yeah, Fringy is the closest to a herbologist that we have.
I'm
and
nowhere near
I'm just
close. I'm nowhere near close.
He's in school. He hasn't graduated yet with his herbology degree. And the rest of us, I just don't know what we'd be able to contribute in that aspect. So
Herb tribute. Also, the cosmetic chicken and the Dawn is no match for Kirby. You think that? You think that, but you don't know.
Allegedly. Oh, just a second. I'll be right back.
Here's a chat for a super cast. Hey, Metal. Guess what? 37. Go laugh. Damn, they got
Yeah.
me.
That's I mean, are you aware of that meme
Which one, sorry?
at all?
I don't
I mean,
think so.
I'm
I know
mainly
it's a
asking mutually
number.
because I know you watch at least some of my item only bosses run.
Oh, I don't know anything about a 37. I'm unfamiliar.
So I got to Elden Beast, and I said during the fight, okay, I have some freezing pods. I'm mildly confident that this is gonna go great. As soon as I reach Elden Beast, I throw the freeze pod at Elden Beast, 37 damage, and then I get killed instantly because I just lost my shit laughing because so little damage.
Especially because Elden Beast has a freaking shit ton of health, right?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, so it was pretty funny.
That feels like it would make a great piece of Odin artwork where he would like show you like really tiny and pathetically throwing like a little bit of ice, enormous creature or something. Medium rare cosmic chicken. Look, the cosmic chicken, the clucking, sorry, that
clucking.
It would annihilate Kirby. Okay, the cosmic chicken is uncombatable. It's lord of existence. But on that is currently the last super chat. What we'll do is outros, and then I will read any that may have come in, and then we will say goodbye. So I'm gonna start with good old Meme Repositore. How you doing there, Purple Bro? Hey, what's up? How you doing? What's going on? What are you doing?
You know, right now I'm just taking a few weeks to reset myself. I've been streaming a lot of that Lego Star Wars game, which is just so good. That so good, like that I totally wasn't suffering the whole time. But so I'm doing that. I'm doing my masochism run where I'm trying to 100% it because I don't know why I hate myself so much. So that's what's going on at the moment. So video editing is going to slowly ease back in over the next few weeks, and hopefully I'll have stuff to report. I was also on a Metals Forge where we talked about a really good film called Superman versus the Elite. So if you
Yeah.
want some DC content, hop over there and watch that. And we're currently thinking about doing trying to organize one for Batman Under the Red Hood. So that'll be good. So yeah. Obviously, EFAP movie still in the old bay there, so I'll give updates for that as it comes. But yeah, that's basically what's going on with me at the moment.
Well, yeah, check it out. Link in chat, not in description just yet. Will be on the re-upload, so no worries. And thank you so much for joining us. Metal.
Oh, thanks. Oh, hello.
What the
It's me.
fuck are you up to?
Oh, I'm doing all kinds of stuff.
Are we signing off?
What?
Rack, shut the fuck up. Mel, what are you doing? What are you up to?
I'm doing all kinds of stuff. There's gonna be a Metals Forge tomorrow. There's gonna be a Metals Forge on Monday. There's gonna be a Metals Forge on Thursday, not Tuesday. Thursday. So
Bad.
3 Metals Forges coming up your way.
What are you talking about?
The Northman tomorrow. On Monday, Mutually is gonna be there. We're gonna talk about Ex Machina. That's gonna be good stuff.
Oh, yeah, it's a good movie.
And Thursday is gonna be about Multiverse of Madness. So yeah, that's all Kuman. Currently working on like a supercut from my item, not item only on, but on beating bosses with items only in Elden Ring. That's what I'm doing. And other than that, just Strumbletons when I have time in between because I'm focusing on other stuff at the moment. So there's not as many streams as before, but they're still there.
Sweet.
And that's the things.
Mel's 4 episode every single hour.
It's true. There's like 8 more just during the stream.
Yeah.
I don't know how I did it.
Impressive, honestly. I'm very impressed.
Yeah.
Sweet.
But yeah, but they normally comes an episode every week. That's the idea.
What would you mentioned you had something fringy, right? What was the thing?
Barring any unforeseen problems, Avengers is terrible this week. It's done.
Oh my god. What are you gonna do with your life now?
I make something else.
I thought you were gonna say Mario Kart.
Well, I am gonna be playing Mario Kart, but yeah. It's ready to go. It'll be up by the end of the week.
Oh wow.
Very nice.
Momentous occasion. Yeah, that shit's gonna be good. The Fringy's channel is in the description, I'm pretty sure, 'cause it's like part of the default settings, so you know where to find him. Know where to
You have been
Can't wait.
granted the rank of default setting link.
What about you, Ray Eggs? What do you got coming, if anything?
Well, I do have things coming. I released a video about 4 or 5 days ago that you guys can check out, and I already have started on the next one, and it will be a response video to someone that it was a candidate for an EFAP video, but we never actually did it.
Womp womp womp.
So I will be responding to that. There's already quite a bit to say, and that should be out hopefully. Uh, I'm trying to think within 2 weeks. Hopefully, I don't want to overpromise, but I think with this sort of with the new process I have going, it'll really speed things up while looking great. So hopefully, I'll have that out soon, and then after that, who knows? Who knows what I'll do? Maybe I'll start streaming.
But yeah, you'd be surprised. There's an EFAP video coverage graveyard. It's like over 100 videos of ones that were potentially going to be covered, and then some that have just dropped out of the potential. But it's a list I intend to go through someday and be like, I wonder if there's still any bangers in here. Great insights into content.
I bet there are.
Oh, yeah,
I
there's
bet
gotta
there
be.
are. Yeah. Do you actually have a list like written down?
Oh, in a
Is that a
notepad?
metaphorical
Yeah.
list, or do you actually? Okay, you should shoot some of those my way. Just copy it, and I'll take a look. Some of them might be oldies and goldies, and they might be really neat. So I would be interested in seeing that list.
Hmm. Are you guys planning on The Last Avatar watch?
The Last Avatar, is that?
I
Are you
mean,
talking about
that's something to do with,
the Blue People movie?
isn't it called like Waters of
The
something?
Way of Water?
Way of
The Way of
Water.
Water?
I don't care, but we'll
About
see.
yeah.
Like,
I'll see it when it comes
let me
out,
see a
but I'm not like
trailer. Yeah, I don't know. Right now, I don't give a shit. I might by then. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
See what else thinks as well. Samus is a boy, and Maleficent was named by her dad.
Samus is a boy.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And Maleficent was named after.
Named by her dad is what he said.
Oh,
Because
that is an interesting name to give to your kid, Maleficent, especially because of the Maleficent. Interesting choices all around. At least we don't have another goddamn John. Daenerys.
Any good editing software you'd recommend? Vegas.
I use Sony Vegas 19. I've
But,
heard
if you
great
use a
and
bunch-
terrible things about everyone, so I wouldn't overthink it.
Something I tend to throw in is if you use the Adobe suite, like if you use Photoshop and those other pieces of software, Premiere is an option. Like if you have the suite, that's one
Yeah,
I
and they
used for
sync
a little while.
real well. They work with each other real well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I only know how to use Vegas. I like Vegas. It's comfy. It's like a pillow. But YouTube, Google, you'll have all the answers you could ever need if you're genuinely like, I'm gonna get into one of them. I don't know which one to do. You'll find. It may even be a program that we don't even know the name of at this point. It could be some new thing. You'll find your answer. Favorite EFAP moments, and you didn't mention Jared once. Oh, dude, when he says, "Oh my God, he's a queer," that was one of the best fucking things. And that's episode 1.
Oh my God, he's a queer.
Episode 1.
Dude, the room. I remember I had just like a laughing fit talking about his room and the skeleton with the fucking runes on it and all the weird shit. Man, Jared was poised to be just one of the most amazing internet lolcows that you couldn't even really be mad at. And then he had his outburst and it was all downhill from there. But man, we've this close to greatness meme.
Yeah, and
It is close.
Not far off, being 4 years since that day. Crazy.
Since the tragedy of Jared.
EFAP 184 has officially crossed the threshold of being an entire shift worth of listening. Thus, I shall issue you a stipend of 10 Canadian dollarinos. Riches for the Frogo and bonjour Ragus.
Hello, bonjour.
Well, I'm glad you finished your shift and hopefully everything went well. There's Nighty Night and Hi Meme.
Hello.
Nighty Night. Meme repository is the best at Gothic phone. Alright,
A
chill out.
meme blender.
Lies and slander.
Oh.
Thanks for another great night of entertainment, insight, and poop discussion. Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
Thank you. Very kind to say.
Yeah.
A humble
I am-
request. What were you going to say?
Yeah. I'm just glad they're here.
Yeah. A humble request to have a roundtable / watch with Az, Jay Longbone, and Drinker, the last episode about. I was already thinking
You
we'll
know
do
it.
that. The finale for
Mhm.
season 3, whatever it fucking is, at that point, we will have the 3 of them on. Yeah, we'll do that.
Yes. We
Say goodbye.
because we will. What we could do is if we could steal them away for long enough, we could go straight from watching that episode together into the final stream for Batwoman.
Oh, I thought you were going to say we could watch the final and then we could go all together watch the pilot again.
How far it would feel so odd because the actress is different. If it was Ruby Rose for all 3 seasons and we could go back in time and see her,
I don't know, man.
I think that would hit more than.
In a way, it's
But
like
I'm
nice
down
to
for that
see Ruby
idea.
Rose, you know?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I know we were super excited when we saw her in Resident Evil.
Oh, yes.
So that's very possibly the case.
We'll figure something out.
What if I told you there's a piece of Ruby Rose Batwoman content that you haven't covered yet?
I already
Crisis
know.
on Infinite Earth stuff, yeah.
Well, no, it's
yeah, the
yes,
Elseworlds one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know. We're hanging on to that. It's gonna be in our little chest. The Last Airbender movie by M. Night Shyamalan. We'll do that in the Shyamalan arc.
Shyamalan.
I want to do all of his movies in a row because they're fucking adventure, including the good ones. It'll be fun.
The good ones. Yeah, I guess there's 2, 2.5.
Yeah. Oh, I can't remember. Unbreakable splits like a half and half. Yeah.
Unbreakable and what is it? Sixth
Sense.
Sense.
Yes.
And then.
The rest of them, like, I think they're negative heavy, if you know what I mean. Like
they're super bad to one. Yeah, like Split is sort of okay here and there, and that's.
Yeah.
What he made that other one old, that recent one. What's up with that?
I've only heard awful things about that film, so I look forward to us seeing it. Apparently, the dialogue is like some of the worst shit in a movie ever. Totally perfect for us.
Oh, great! We love our dialogue.
Governor Stephen Hogg named his daughters Ema and Ura.
And
wow.
Last name what?
I don't know. Well, oh, yeah. So his last name is Hogg. So the names would be I'm a Hogg and you're a Hogg.
Yeah, fuck that. That's child abuse.
I would hate that shit, man. Yeah. Oh,
Like,
I would pick a nickname for myself so damn fast. I'm a hog.
Or I would say, I'd tell people there's like, that's just like giving your kids a name as a joke is that better be it has to be a tasteful thing. And even then, like, dude, that's their name. That's their fucking name. Like, calm down. Like, that's a dick thing to do to call your kid I'm a hog.
I feel like they won't even be made fun of necessarily straight away because everyone would just be like, wow, we don't even have to try.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, your name is I'm a hog. And she's like, yeah, my dad called me that. And I fucking hate him for it every goddamn day. I'm gonna murder him. That's a dick thing to do. Yeah.
And on that note,
there are some great names, but yeah, not like that. Not like that.
That's it for the super chats for tonight. And that's it for the stream. It's been fun, ladies and gentlemen. It's been wonderful. It's been a nice night. Thanks for the company.
It has
very much.
Nice, thanks
Also
for coming by.
donations.
We watched great videos today. We appreciate your patronage and your attention and your audience. And glad you're here. We're gonna do
And
great things.
You'll see us return on the Wednesday because we're still getting through that catch up. But the end, that too.
Oh boy.
Anything else you guys will say before I hit stop?
Oh, I think I got everything out. Even the poop. I need to find my wand to get rid of that. But other
Oh
than
yeah,
that,
don't.
I'm good to go.
Keep that on you.
I mean, I thought I had it, but it was just a screwdriver, so it was.
Screwdriver.
Good for
Classic
nails.
wizard blunder. Classic
Yeah.
wizard blunder.
All right, and
I can't
bye
make your poop
bye.
disappear. This is my
See you
screwdriver.
later, everybody.
Goodbye, everyone. Don't forget to make your
Bye.
poop disappear.
Exactly.
Au revoir.